Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Psychotic Deku was adopted by Naomasa? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Image by Atlantadraws. There's so much red. That is the first thing on Izuku's mind when reality comes fully back into focus. There's so much red. The color is painted across himself and the room he sits in the corner of. It's all over his hands that don't have scrapes and bruises on them. It's all over his clothes that aren't dirt-covered or scorched. It's on his face that lacks tear tracks. It's in his hair that's just as curly and messy as always. Red always was his favorite color. Absently, Izuku wonders how he got to this point. He arrived to school to his desk having been written with marker all over, insults and taunts in bold letters like always. There was a spider lily on his desk, in fairly good condition this time too. Izuku cleaned off the marker that wasn't his fault, and removed the spider lily that wasn't necessary. He's not dead after all, no matter how much anyone wishes it. Izuku is still here. Classes droned on for an hour or two, then lunch came around. He went to his locker, just like always. Then the usual bullies, Kaken and his lackeys, surrounded him. And he once again wished to himself that it would all stop. That all the hurting would stop. But you can make it stop. That's what happened. He made the hurting stop. Just like he promised. Before the first hit could land, Izuku jumped back with reflexes he didn't know he had. Things started getting floaty and fuzzy in his head, the good floaty and fuzzy though, the one that always give him a break from the pain. Thus while floating through the static that overcame his mind, Izuku felt like he was merely watching. Watching as he pulled the scalpel from his pocket and slashed at the one boy's hand. The sharp scalpel Izuku found in one of his mother's medical kits she brought home from work and forgot about. The one Izuku uses to tend to his wounds every day. He cuts the hands of boy with the extendable fingers that are weaker directly between one joint and the next, because extending them thins out the bones too much. Then red, a vibrant crimson color spattered Izuku's hand and shirt and the floor as he went after the boy's other hand. Aim for the weakness, make them hurt, make it stop, make it stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku mumbles out, voice sounding far away to his own ears. It hurts. Make it stop. That becomes his chant, his mantra, his drive. This is to make the hurting stop. They hurt him, left him in pain day after day. Gave him reason after reason to despair. Now it's their turn. The voice says, let them feel what we felt. Use what we've suffered through against them. So Izuku's body does just that. With strength Izuku didn't think he had. He shoves the not already bleeding boy backwards into the already gathering crowd of students. He's a chubby kid, always the slowest when they chase Izuku, and he tumbles and rolls just like his shape suggests. He can turn his hair into rocks, rock he flings and throws at Izuku. Hurting him. Causing him pain. But he has a plan for that. That's what the gun is for. The gun Izuku brought in his bag today. No one saw it because no one bothers checking useless Deku's bag at the front entrance. Their own fault for ignoring us. The voice hisses, for ignoring our suffering and pain. And with a pull of the trigger, with aim Izuku doesn't think he should have, he fires the gun. He hits the boy in the chest twice, causing him to JRK and cry out in pain. More red splatters the floor and flecks up onto the gun outstretched in Izuku's hand. The boy doesn't get up. No rocks are thrown. No more pain is felt. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku's mumblings start up again, no more. No more hurting. Distantly Izuku hears the other students panicking and fleeing. There's screaming and the running of feet. But for once he's not the one running, he's not the one crying out. So right now, floating in the fuzzy haze of his mind, Izuku can't bring himself to care. Izuku hears Kaken swear, Bakugo, the voice corrects in his head, he's not your friend. Never really was. Not that him swearing is anything new, he swears all the time. Kaken, Bakugo, swears just like Auntie Mitsuki, where Izuku got the gun from. Izuku took it from the arms safe in their basement. She didn't know he knew the code, she certainly didn't give Izuku the gun. But he needed it, so Izuku took it. He needed it to stop the hurting. Izuku was sure to leave a note that said he stole it without her knowledge, to keep Auntie Mitsuki out of trouble. Izuku fully faces Kaken, Bakugo, and takes in the shocked look on his face. In one hand Izuku holds the scalpel, covered in red, and in the other Izuku clutches the gun, covered in red. Then Bakugo tries to lunge at him. That's right, Kaken is going to be a hero, so he has to try and save people. That's what he must be doing. But Bakugo isn't the type of hero that helps or saves Izuku, no, he's a different kind of hero. We can deal with him too, the voice calls, he's not as invincible as he thinks he is. No one is. So Izuku handles Bakugo too. He shoots him in the shoulder to stop him from swinging with that leading right hook he always uses. Then when Bakugo falls and holds his hands up to defend himself, never useless Deku, he slashes across his palms. The explosions come from his palms. Dilute the nitroglycerin with blood, leave open wounds that would hurt when explosions are made. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku chants once more confidence in his tone as he sheds more blood, make it stop. No more hurting. No more. Kaken cries out in pain, swearing as red, crimson, blood splatters all over the both of them. What a role reversal. This time it's Bakugo on the ground. Bakugo is in pain this time. It's not Izuku who is suffering. He's not burning or bleeding or aching. Izuku leaves him there. It's not a very hero-like thing to do, to just leave someone bleeding and suffering while you turn your back. But Izuku isn't going to be a hero. He can't be, he's just worthless, useless, quirkless Deku. Everyone makes sure he knows that, and of course, he knows too. After loading a new cartridge from his bag, Izuku walks his way down the hall to his classroom, where his teacher is probably eating lunch. Yes, in the room where Izuku serves detention for things he didn't do. Where he is taunted and mocked and picked on and hated. And it's all under the watchful eyes of the man he's forced to call a teacher. Said teacher's eyes widen in something akin to terror as Izuku walks in, scalpel held in one hand, covered in red, gun clutched in the other, covered in red. Let him be the one who is afraid. The voice urges him on, he gets to be the victim this time. So Izuku listens, after all that he has made the others stop hurting him so far. And Izuku can't leave the task unfinished. The teacher stands and goes to grab Izuku. He slashes at him wielding the scalpel with speed and skill Izuku never possessed. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku orders, leave me alone. I didn't do anything. Make it stop hurting. The teacher falls backwards as blood paints the desk and rolling chair, the graded papers and the chalkboard behind him. He then shoots him, just once, in the head, just to be safe. The man's head JRKS then falls forward to slouch with the rest of him. For once it's not Izuku with his head down. For once it's not Izuku who's vulnerable yet with nowhere to hide, no way to run. Behind him in the rest of the classroom, there's more screaming and shouting, more commotion and flustering. Izuku turns on them. He's not allowed to make this much noise in the classroom. Why should they? The teacher isn't there to encourage them anymore. Don't they know they need to stop? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku says, raising the gun as he does so, make it stop, you never listen, no more, no more. And he opens fire on the room, emptying out the remaining rounds of the gun. Then, it all falls silent. No one speaks, no one moves. Save for Izuku who trembles steadily in place. Then the ringing in his ears picks up and the floaty and fuzzy feeling fades and he sees so much red. Dazed, confused, and red, Izuku now sits in the corner of the room. As reality now focuses, Izuku sees what he has done. And now he's panicking. When Izuku agreed to let him stop the hurting he didn't think it would involve killing. He didn't mean to. It was him. It was him. Izuku's next thought is to join them, to take the scalpel to his wrists and throat and end it all here. Like everyone always tells him he should. However, the mere thought of killing himself sends a sharp excruciating pain through his head. There's something in his very being that rejects the idea. The fuzzy and floaty feeling starts to take over his brain again. No, must survive. Must stay alive. The voice insists. So Izuku scraps that idea. And that's when Izuku realizes, as the pain in his head subsides once he has resolved not to end his life, that he isn't in any other pain. Izuku's sitting in school and he's not in pain. He made it stop. No more hurting. It stopped, it stopped, it stopped. And even while covered in so much red, Izuku was content to sit there, stuck inside his head. Eraserhead arrives at the scene to absolute chaos. There are multiple ambulances parked outside the established police perimeter, red and blue lights clashing against the yellow and black of the police tape. Typically the underground hero wouldn't be called into mission in broad daylight, however this was a special case. Despite the gathering of people outside the tape, they wanted to keep this case as quiet as possible. With discretion being the goal, Eraserhead wasn't surprised he was being called in. He was called straight from UA however, pulled out of classes and given the go-ahead by Nezu to take the today and even tomorrow off to see to it all. Something in Naomasa's voice when he told Shoyuta that he was en route to a school under assault lockdown tell him there's more to it than what he was told. As the tired hero approaches the perimeter he takes in the madness that is on the other side of the line. Kids being corralled into class groupings and counted, those injured being tended to. The principal, a bloated, middle-aged man, talking with Officer Tamakawa and one of Tukachi's fellow detectives. Off to the side there's a strike team suiting up should the worst-case scenario of them needing to intervene arise. Eraserhead will do whatever it takes to keep that crew of men out of this. He can promise you that. The pro-hero chooses to outright ignore the officer that tries to stop him when he crosses the line. When the man starts shouting and begins to make chase, he simply stops, flashes his hero license, effectively making a fool of the young man given his unseemly display, and continues on. Finally he reaches a gathered group of officers, a local hero, Detective Tukachi Naomasa, and of all people, Hawks. What the actual hell is Hawks doing here? Eraserhead thought they were trying to be discreet. Which involving the number 3 hero is anything but. Ah, Eraserhead, you're here. Tukachi greets him. Straight from UA, as requested. Eraserhead replies evenly. I'm glad you're here, Eraserhead. Hawks says in way of welcoming him to the sheet show, if there's anyone I trust with this it's you. What's that supposed to mean? What do we know about the assault then? Eraserhead asks, getting straight to the point. A lot more than is typical. Tukachi answers, there's one attacker, armed with a firearm and a bladed instrument. One of the adults who witnessed the initial attack speculate a scalpel of some sort. We know his name, and that he is one of the students of the school. And that he's quirkless. Eraserhead and Hawks both grimace. The statistics around the quirkless of today's society speak for themselves. This kid has had it rough, no doubt. I was approached by the school guidance counselor about the boy's identity. She said his name is Midoriya Izuku. She also shared with me that he has been bullied heavily for many years, again, not too surprising, and she gave me some advice, which I quote, don't listen to what the other faculty try to tell you. They did nothing to stop it, if not encourage it. Which all registered as true according to my quirk. The detective explains. So we have a young boy who was bullied relentlessly for years, and finally snapped. And as a result we have a school shooting with just over a dozen injuries and 2 already reported dead. And that's before we have even entered the building. Hawks elaborates. Sounds to me like we have a case of a psychotic break. The kid simply couldn't take it any longer, I image. Eraserhead comments. And doesn't that say it all about today's society? A kid pushed to an extreme like this over something he can't control that shouldn't even matter in the first place. DMN, does he want to save this kid? From not only himself, but the wrath of society that will no doubt be brought down upon him. I'm going in. Aizawa declares, making up his mind. You sure, Eraser? Detective Tukachi asks. The Erasure hero nods, I am. I don't want this kid hurt. He's just as much of a victim as the ones he attacked. And if this is a result of aggressive bullying, answering with more aggression and violence may simply escalate the situation further. He justifies. This kid attacked his classmates and teachers, he shot and assaulted them with a knife. And you're more concerned with him than the rest of the school, one of the other officers in the group demands. While the others give the officer unimpressed looks, Aizawa doesn't bother suppressing his furious glare. No, that's not it exactly. What I'm saying is I'm just as concerned about the threat he poses to himself as the one he poses to others. Don't forget most of these types of attacks end with the attacker taking their own life. And I don't want to see another kid die over something that ultimately isn't his fault. He tells him. Hawks nods in agreement. At this point we can only speculate at this point what he has been subject to over the years. And I'm willing to bet it amounts to be just as bad, if not worse than what he's done today. Over what? His quirk status? Enough kids die over something as stupid and baseless as quirk discrimination. It takes a lot to push someone to a violent psychotic break. If you ask me, the bullies and negligent should be held just as responsible. If not even more so. The hero explains. Aizawa has to admit, he's gained some respect for the guy after that little speech. But now they're just wasting time. It's illogical to put off infiltration any longer. I was in the area for the week, so I got the alert. I realize me being here isn't the best for keeping this from becoming a mass media story, but I just want to help. Hawks then says, speaking directly to Eraserhead, I can use my feathers to get a proper sweep of the building without the extremes of strike team. Can I leave Midoriya to you, he asks. Eraserhead nods, make that a ton of respect now, I already planned on being the one to approach him. It's not my first time talking someone back from the edge. The sad truth is he's come across far too many desperate souls with lifeless eyes on rooftops. He's saved many, but there are always those he simply couldn't save. Just too late. Hawks nods in affirmative, then looks to Tukachi, call the officers back. The 2 of us are going in alone. I'll do what I can. You 2 be careful in there. The detective says in response. And with that, Eraserhead and Hawks make their way into the building. Once inside, the winged hero sets to work sending out his feathers and scattering them across the school. While the sweep is in progress, he simultaneously works to help direct father evacuation efforts. Meanwhile, Eraserhead starts heading to the last reported location of the supposed psychotic teen. He gets an equal amount of pitying and disapproving looks from the strike team members and armed officers that are making their way past him and outside. Most are already on their way out, helping evacuate the remaining students, while some officers stay in where they are stationed only to frown upon hearing the orders to clear out come though. Eraser, he's in a classroom at the far end of the main hall. Room marked 4C, Hawks informs him via the earpiece. Once I finish up I'll take up post outside the room. Tap 3 times on the feather that finds you if there's students that need evacuated and twice more when it's okay to cause that much commotion. And before Eraserhead can even question it, a feather appears in front of his face then settles into the grated frame of his goggles that sit around his neck. The position leaves it obscured from view by the hero's capture scarf. When Eraserhead finally reaches the room, he's relieved to find the green-haired boy is still alive inside. He's not too late. The room is a massacre scene, and the first on the list of victims is who looks to be one of the teachers. While the body is covered in bloody slashes, it's the bullet wound to the head that confirms the man's fate. Throughout the rest of the room there are overturned desks and scattered papers and supplies. Behind desks and other various places of cover are students, kids, that are taking shelter. Some, however, weren't quick enough and lie unconscious or dead on the floor. Taking instant note of that, Eraserhead taps 3 times on the feather before taking hold of it and placing it in his pocket. Given he's going for his usual nonchalant, non-threatening slouch, it will be less conspicuous when tapping if it's in his pocket. In the corner across from the doorway Eraserhead now stands, sits the one responsible for the entire tragedy. A small, trembling green-haired, green-eyed boy, one Midoriya Izuku. The kid sits cross-legged, rocking in place slightly, with a blood-flecked gun in his lap. He has one hand gripping what looks to be a scalpel of all things and the other buried in his fluffy green curls, pupils dilated and gaze slightly glazed over. His entire being, his black uniform, his too pale skin, his bright red primordial shoes, splattered with the deep crimson of blood. Eraserhead slowly and carefully makes his way over to the boy. The boy doesn't openly acknowledge his presence, but Aizawa knows he's been noticed. Despite the dazed look on the kid's face, the hero can see his focus flickering in constant state of hypervigilance. His green eyes jump from person to person. If someone so much as changes their breathing pattern the kid takes notice of it. Aizawa walks directly into the boy's line of sight before he addresses him. "Hey kiddo, can I sit down?" he asks in his usual level tone. If it's softer than usual this time, that's his own business. Green eyes snap up to his face, then take everything about Eraserhead in, his hands in his pockets, his nonchalant slouch, his attentive but tired gaze. Then, the hero get the smallest of shaky nods. Smirking slightly at the permission, Aizawa sits down cross-legged a few feet across from Midoriya. He doesn't miss how the kid's muscle tension eases ever so slightly with his view of the scope of his episode being cut down. "Thanks kid. I always appreciate the rest when I can get it." He says casually, "Can I ask your name?" "Izuku," comes the stuttered answer. "But everyone calls me Deku." "Hello Izuku. My name's Aizawa Shoyuta. I'm a pro hero," Eraserhead tells him in return. The boy nods, a faint glimmer of excitement rising in his eyes. "You're Eraserhead, an underground hero." That catches Aizawa by surprise. "Heard of me have you?" "I'm impressed." Izuku nods again. "I like heroes. I analyze them a lot." He says, "That so? How about before we talk more about heroes, we let the other kids in here leave? Don't want them to hear anything too secret about other heroes, right?" Izuku pauses, thinking it over. "Oh, okay." Eraserhead smiles. "Great Izuku, thanks." He taps twice on the feather in his pocket, then turns to the others in the room who are all watching attentively. "Go ahead. Quickly, quietly and calmly see yourselves out. Help anyone who needs it. Close the door on your way out." It only takes a minute for all of the kids who were left relatively unharmed to evacuate the room with the help of Hawk's feathers. Feathers the hero knows Izuku saw, but perhaps isn't in the mental state to acknowledge. Aizawa is then left in the silence of the empty room, save for the corpses and Izuku. Turning his attention back to Izuku, he is met with the kid playing with the scalpel in his one hand. The kid runs his finger up and down the blunt side of the bladed end. He's mumbling something to himself, however Aizawa can't make out any of the words. He rocks slightly, shoulders hitching with his breaths on occasion. Despite this, it doesn't look like Izuku has been crying at all. For the safety of them both, Eraserhead needs to disarm the teen. But first he needs to get Izuku to trust him enough, and to be grounded a bit better. "Hey Izuku. Still with me?" he asks. The boy jerks out of his daze again and looks at the pro with dilated eyes. "Kinda. My head's all fuzzy and I feel floaty. But it's the good fuzzy and floaty, like when I get to stop hurting for a bit. So the kid probably disassociated during his main episode. Given the horror of it all, that's probably for the best right now. And from the sounds of it, this isn't the first time he's disassociated as a means to protect himself. I see. Do you think you can talk about heroes now? He asks anyway. First get the teen grounded with a topic he seems familiar with. I can. Izuku replies, shifting his focus from the scalpel to Eraserhead. Awesome. You said you know who I am, which is surprising given not many in the hero business know me. Do you know my quirk? He asks. Izuku nods a few times, excitement surfacing through the mania in his eyes. It's erasure. You can look at someone and when you activate it you erase their quirk. Your eyes glow red. He speaks quickly and softly, yet lacking in the previously present stutter. Aizawa can't help but be impressed with this kid's knowledge. That's right, I'm impressed you knew that. Want to see it? He offers. Izuku nods, please. So Eraserhead activates his quirk, eyes glowing red and hair floating up as he does so. The boy actually smiles at this, staring unblinkingly into Aizawa's eyes. The tension in Izuku's shoulders dissolves further, but is by no means go completely. And he still trembles in place. When Eraserhead blinks and lets his hair drop, he waits for the kid's reaction. That's so cool. You can erase quirks. Can make people stop rooting their chew quirks. He says softly. I can. I keep people safe. That's what heroes do. Eraserhead replies. Izuku frowns, not all heroes. Kaken's going to be a hero but he hurts. He hurts me. Like the others do. But I made it stop. No more, I made it stop. Stop it, stop it, stop it. The broken teen starts rocking in place as his breathing speeds up. Sheet. He's spiraling again, Izuku. Hey, Izuku, can you hear me, kid? Aizawa tries to get the kid's attention. The boy's eyes look at him but doesn't show any sign of calming down. Green eyes with dilated pupils stare unseeingly. No one is going to hurt you. I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. Remember? I can erase their quirks. As reminds Izuku of his quirk he activates it, eyes glowing and giving the greenette something to focus on in reality. Izuku slowly stops rocking as he continues to stare at the hero. Why you promise? Promise to keep me safe, he asks faintly, as if he doesn't believe his own words. Aizawa nods, letting his quirk deactivate. I promise Izuku. I promise I won't let anyone hurt you. Not even Kaken? Aizawa doesn't miss a beat, not even Kaken. Izuku giggles, the sound a flittering, manic thing. Thanks Eraserhead. No problem kid. He replies easily, filing the name Kaken away for later. Listen, Izuku, I need you to do something for me, okay? What? Izuku replies, curiosity evident in his voice as he asks. Can you give me the knife and the gun? He asks, probably a bit too suddenly. Izuku tenses, and no. I need them. To make it stop. To stop the hurting. But you have me here now. I can stop the hurting. Aizawa counters carefully, how about we trade? I'll give you a piece of my scarf if you give me your weapons. Izuku pauses at the offer. Can I keep it? He asks hesitantly, the slightest spark of hope in his glassy eyes. If that's what it takes to help this kid, a few feet off his capture weapon is more than worth it. You can keep it. Your very own piece of capture scarf. I'll make it long enough so it wraps around your shoulders or neck, okay? He offers. Okay, Izuku wipes the blood off the blade on his breathes. You can use this to cut it. He offers the scalpel to the hero. Said pro-hero doesn't have the heart to deny him. At least he wiped it off? Keep telling yourself that, Aizawa. Aizawa carefully takes the bladed instrument from Izuku's shaking grasp. Thanks kiddo. He then unwinds a length of his capture weapon long enough to wrap the kid several times. I'm going to put it over your shoulders to measure it, okay? Are you okay if I touch you? He asks before making any move to approach the still shaking teen. Izuku hesitates before finally nodding. Great kid, you're doing great. Aizawa says encouragingly as he leans forward and drapes the material over Izuku's shoulders then around his neck. Once he's done he cuts it from the main part of the scarf that is still around his own shoulder. With the scalpel Izuku offered. The kid willingly parted with it for Aizawa to use in this manner, so it's best he does just that. Okay, I'm going to take the gun now that you have the scarf. Alright, the hero asks. Izuku nods and hums his affirmative, removing his hands from their protective grasp on the firearm in favor of grasping them into his newly acquired scarf. Aizawa doesn't bother holding back a fond smile as the greenette closes his eyes and nuzzles his cheek into the material, back and forth, back and forth. Eraserhead knows from personal experience that the textured feel of his scarf can serve to be grounding. Eraserhead, a voice crackles to life over his earpiece, you okay in there? It's Detective Tukachi asking, Aizawa realizes it's been a decent amount of him since he first entered the building. While Izuku is still distracted, the hero reaches up and taps the mic on the earpiece 3 times, 3 taps for yes. It's a signal he and the detective decided on way back when they first started working together. Setting the 2 weapons behind him, Aizawa stays quiet and lets Izuku marvel over the capture weapon for a minute. Surprisingly, it's Izuku that speaks first. "Hey, Eraserhead," he mumbles. "Yeah, Izuku? Why are you, air? And why you be being so nice to madame?" Izuku asks. Here we go. Best play this carefully as he can, but not outright lie to the teen. He's probably been deceived enough in his life already. "I was sent in to find you and help get you out. I want to save you," Aizawa says honestly. And he did. And he still does want to save this poor boy. This child who's been pushed too far over something he couldn't control. Aizawa refuses to let Izuku's life be over because someone broke him. Help me? Save me? Izuku wonders aloud. Why would you do that? I'm quirkless. Just weak, worthless, useless Deku. Nobody cares about him. Aizawa can feel his calloused heart breaking for this kid. That's the thing, Izuku, I care. I want to help you. And I have some friends who want to help you too. The hero explains again, trying to get his point across. Izuku looks at him, still confused. Help me? Why do you need to help me, he asks. I already made it stop. No more pain, no more hurting. Just like he said I could. Izuku argues. Who's he, if I may ask? Aizawa asks slowly, hesitantly. Someone put the kid up to this? The voice. He started talking to me a while ago. After my head would stop being all fuzzy and floaty I could hear him. Izuku elaborates innocently. So this kid is hearing an inner voice? His conscience? Or perhaps a protective personality developed from what is looking like years of trauma. Suddenly this got even more serious. And just when Aizawa thought it was already tragic enough. I didn't want to hurt anybody, Eraserhead. But he told me I had to. But when I said no he said he would do it. And he told me it would make it stop, the hurting would stop. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Izuku dissolves into panic and hysteria once more. Izuku, listen to me. Try focusing on my voice, nothing else. Aizawa tries to get his attention, words are all he has given. He hasn't been given full permission to initiate physical contact. Izuku, he says a bit louder. The only thing close to acknowledgement he gets is Izuku's cloudy eyes flickering to him before back to the rest of the room. Time to see if the same trick works twice. Aizawa activates his quirk again, keeping himself facing Izuku. And sure enough, the boy settles down enough to focus on Aizawa and not his own hallucinations. Why you? Izuku struggles to speak. Why you made him go away? You scared him off. He says in quiet awe. I said I would keep you safe now that I'm here. Remember? Aizawa reminds him while deactivating his quirk. Izuku seems torn between nodding yes and shaking his head no, and the result is a complicated mix of the two. Aizawa chuckles, that's okay. He really should wrap this up, the police and heroes outside won't wait forever, and there are probably kids that need medical attention. Hey Izuku, the hero begins, what do you say to coming with me out of this classroom? I'll take you somewhere with no more hurting. He proposes, adopting the kid's own terminology. For the first time since he found Izuku, the teen goes completely and utterly still. Why you want me to leave, he asks. I want you to come with me, if that's alright. I'll keep you safe from the quirks and the voice. He pauses briefly, and from Kaken. Izuku seems to perk up at his offer. Why you will? Promise-y? I promise. And let's start by leaving the classroom, okay? Izuku hesitates, don't think I can walk though. Too shaky and floaty. That's fine. I can carry you. As long as you're okay with it. Aizawa offers. He was planning on carrying the kid out regardless. This just makes it easier that he's expressed the need for help. It's okay. Can I dash? Izuku breaks off before actually asking the question. What's on your mind, kiddo? I don't mind if you ask questions. The hero assures him. Izuku hesitates for a moment longer, hands clenching and unclenching in the scarf around his neck. Can I have a hug first? This kid. To think a child can be left so afraid to ask for comfort. Of course. Come here. Aizawa opens his arms in invitation. Izuku sways slightly as he crawls forward into the embrace. Aizawa takes a brief moment to acknowledge how light Izuku is as he gathers the teen in his arms. Izuku buries his chest, tucked under the capture weapon. He takes hold of his uniform in a death grip with one hand, and the scarf with the other, holding just as tight. Eraserhead can feel the moment Izuku's tears finally start falling. He rubs the kid's back soothingly, the rhythm acting as a breathing pattern, while he slowly stands up. Sorry, Eraserhead. Izuku mumbles, voice muffled by fabric. The hero pauses in his movement towards the door. For what, Izuku? I dunno. I just feel like I should be sorry for something. It's all fuzzy. Fuzzy and floaty again. Izuku tries to explain. This is different though. More like a tired fuzzy. And a scared floaty. Not the good fuzzy and floaty. There's a lot to unpack in that statement, but right now Eraserhead needs to focus on getting them out of the school. As he reaches the door he sees Hawks poke his head in, then back out of sight. Right. Hey Izuku, still with me kiddo? Eraserhead asks. It's a good few seconds before Izuku hums in reply. What sound like an affirmative is probably the best the hero is going to get. I have another hero here with me. He's going to help me take you to the safe place. Is it okay if he walks with us? Eraserhead asks, not wanting to overwhelm the kid. Which hero? Izuku asks. Hawks is here with me. Eraserhead answers. Izuku lifts his head up. Hawks is here, he asks. Eraserhead nods to Hawks and the winged hero takes that as his cue to make himself known. Sure am. I came to help save you. Hawks tells Izuku as he walks into Izuku's line of sight. Eraserhead is saving me. Are you going to help him? Izuku asks. Said Eraser hero has to hide a smirk in his capture scarf. Hawks on the other hand, doesn't bother. I would love to, he says cheerily, and I see you've got your own scarf there too. He adds, eyeing Aizawa for a brief moment. Izuku nods and grips his scarf with renewed fascination. Yep. Well Izuku, would you like a feather to go with your scarf? Hawks offers. Izuku stares at him wide-eyed. Really? You're sure? He asks softly. Hawks beams, I sure am. He produces one of his smaller flight feathers and hands it out to Izuku. Take good care of it, okay? Now it's Aizawa's turn to eye Hawks. He just gave the kid a flight feather. And to think he had the nerve to judge Eraserhead for giving the kid some of his scarf. K. Izuku replies, taking hold of the feather tightly in one hand and burying himself back under Eraserhead's capture scarf. They walk the halls in silence, the sound of sirens growing ever louder as they approach the exit. Eraserhead pauses just before the doors. We're going to go outside now Izuku. It's going to get bright. He warns. Izuku's entire body tenses up and he starts shaking again. Hey. What's wrong buddy? Hawks asks softly. I'm scared. Izuku mumbles out, somehow burying himself deeper into Eraserhead's scarf and shirt. Hawks and I are here to keep you safe. Remember? You'll be okay. Eraserhead assures him. That's right. We've got you covered little buddy. Hawks agrees. Izuku sniffs a few times before settling once more. K. Thanks, Razor. Thanks, Hawks. You're very welcome, Izuku. Eraserhead replies. Then Hawks opens the door and leads them out into the chaos that awaits them. As soon as the door opens, Eraserhead can feel Izuku's full body tense up. He can only image the sensory overload the kid is suffering. The bright light of the sun, the brush of the wind, the wailing of the sirens, the commotion of the crowds. The hero can feel Izuku press himself impossibly closer into his chest, a small whimper escaping him. Hawks pauses, no doubt picking up on the kid's distress, spreads his wings out and sends some feathers to hover at Eraserhead's sides, in an attempt to provide coverage. He manages to block out most of the visual stimuli and protect them from the wind. The winged hero is also blocking anyone's direct sight of the bloodied form of Izuku. From what Eraserhead can tell, some media has gathered outside the perimeter, which, annoying as they are, isn't surprising. This was an assault on a school after all. Even if the school's terrible faculty and students were the ones really at fault. But the media doesn't know that. All they see is another major headline or the next tragedy. Be that as it may, Izuku is a minor, so releasing his information is illegal. Simple as that. Even if the media does get a hold of it, they can't release said information. If they do, he will personally sick Nedzu on them. But Aizawa trusts Tukachi to keep things under wraps for now. Satisfied with his ability to shield Izuku from the outside world, Hawks resumes leading them towards the ambulance that is set aside from the others. This one equipped to handle whatever state the psychotic teenager turned out to be in. It's positioned off to the side and not out in the open, along with being as far away from the rest of the students and faculty. The last thing they need is a confrontation. And from what Eraserhead has seen so far, that's exactly what the people in this F-ed-up school would have done if given the chance. Once they've rounded the side of the building, Hawks takes post with his wings fully outstretched, effectively creating a screen. Two paramedics approach them and Aizawa can tell right away they intend to take Izuku from him. Which he knows isn't going to go well for anyone involved. Don't. He says as one gets a bit too close, don't touch him. He's far from stable and someone he doesn't know grabbing him is just going to make this situation so much worse. He says in as low a volume he can manage yet still get the sincerity of his order across. His tone leaves no room for negotiation. Not surprisingly, the two paramedics give him unimpressed looks. But sir, if he's unstable he's still a danger. To you included. We need to take him. One young woman argues. He's just a quirkless kid, how much harm can he really do? The other comments, clearly not expecting to be listened to. Aizawa's eyes flash red, but Hawks gets a word in before he can speak. It's people with attitudes like yours that are the reason this abused child was pushed to the point he felt he had lash out violently to protect himself. It's blatant discrimination like that which lead to the deaths of 11 people and at least 24 more injuries. He snaps. Hawks ignores their sputtering in favor of addressing Eraserhead. Have the driver take you to Hero Retreat. I'll call ahead to make sure they are expecting you and no one puts up a fuss about Izuku being admitted to a hero hospital. I'm sure you're familiar with that place, he asks. Aizawa nods. Hero Retreat is one of dozen or so hospitals in Japan that admit and treat heroes exclusively, both inpatient and outpatient. Hero Retreat is relatively close to UA in fact, and is most well known for its behavioral health, mental health and psychiatric treatment and care programs. There are few better places to take Izuku. Aizawa was admittedly about to call up Nedzu to strong arm, or threaten or whatever it is that rat does to get what he wants, his way into gaining Izuku a spot in inpatient. But with the number 3 hero calling the shots and making the request, it would seem that is no longer necessary. Izuku shifts in Aizawa's arms, reminding him of his presence. He's been eerily quiet since they got outside. You okay there Izuku? He asks softly, starting to head for the back of the ambulance. He feels a nod rubbing against his uniform, Mokai. Fuzzy and floaty and kinda tired. He mumbles out, sounding way too cute for the situation. Why don't you get some sleep then kid? I don't mind. Aizawa suggests. Can't, Izuku protests, too loud and bright, too much, too much. He keeps repeating the same phrase, making Aizawa pause in his walking and focus on calming him down. Easy there Izuku. Can you hear me still? He asks in a soft tone. A shaky nod. Can you hear my heart beating and me breathing? Yeah. Focus on those, listen to my heart and count how many times I take a breath in and out. Can you do that? Aizawa asks, resuming his trek to the ambulance. Izuku mumbles out something that Aizawa takes as an affirmative, the actual words muffled by the fabric between them. Hawks gives him a smirk when Aizawa looks back up at him. I doubt you're getting rid of that one anytime soon Eraserhead. He teases. Said Hero glares, wouldn't dream of it. Think Nedzu is going to let you off work? Hawks asks. I expelled my entire class this year. I teach a few classes to the 2nd and 3rd years that could easily be taught by others. And besides, he pauses looking down at Izuku, whose breathing has even back out. Once he gets a hold of this case, he's going to have a field day. Hawks chuckles, I don't doubt it. If you two need my help kicking some much needed butt, just let me know. I meant it when I said the kid could keep my feather. It's one of the flight feathers too, so it picks up sounds better than most of the others. I will keep that in mind. Aizawa replies, stopping in front of their destination. You coming to the hospital with us? He asks. I won't be riding over with you, I intend to help Tukachi clean things up here. Hawks answers, looking over his shoulder to the detective, who is currently surrounded by other officers. I'll meet you guys there though. Is there anything you need me to do for you while I'm at it? He asks. I could use some actually decent coffee, hospital coffee isn't the greatest. He answers, then looks down at his uniform, which is a bit bloody, okay a lot bloody. And a new uniform, I keep an extra at UA. Just ask Mike if you need to. I plan to call Nedzu on our way there if I can. I want to have Hound Dog handle this. While he rarely uses it as a school guidance counselor, he does have a license in psychiatry. And he's good with kids. Aizawa tells him. Coffee and clothes it is then. I'll stop by UA and head over with Hound Dog then. Take care of our little buddy here for me okay? Hawks replies with a wide grin. He then leans a bit closer and taps Izuku's arm lightly. Hey Izuku, you still there buddy? He asks. I'm here. Comes the soft reply. How many breaths has Eraserhead taken? He asks, sounding genuinely intrigued. 98 breaths. Izuku answers hesitantly. Great job. Now Eraserhead is going to ride with you in the ambulance to take you to a safe place okay? Hawks explains. You're not coming? Izuku asks, sounding upset. There isn't room for me inside the ambulance I'm afraid. I also need to go get another hero who is going to help us keep you safe. So I'll meet you at the safe place. And you have my feather so you know I'm coming back. I meant it when I said you could keep it. He tells the kid. I'll see you later, alright little buddy? The hero can feel Izuku's grip on the feather tighten a bit. The entire time they've been outside he could feel Izuku tracing his fingers up and down the ridges of the feather, no doubt using it to ground him. "All right," Izuku replies. And with that the winged hero nods to Eraserhead, then waltzes over to speak to Detective Tukachi. Eraserhead looks into the ambulance to find there was in fact a third paramedic here. Hopefully he turns out to be a bit more reasonable. "Hello there, Eraserhead. Why does this guy know who Aizawa is? And who might this be?" he asks, gesturing to Izuku. Aizawa climbs into the back of the ambulance and tries his best not to jostle his charge too much. "This is Izuku. He's had a rough time of it," the hero answers. The paramedic, for his part, is taking in the kid's appearance. Izuku is still curled up against Aizawa's chest, trembling slightly and can occasionally be heard mumbling something to himself. He's disheveled in appearance and too thin for a middle schooler in the young man's opinion. The most concerning thing, however, is the drying blood that splatters the boy's entire being, clothes, face, hair and all. Granted, he was informed that this would be the ambulance that saw to the attacker, that's why he's even here. "Before we get him involved, what's your assessment so far?" the paramedic asks the pro-hero. "We are looking at a violent psychotic break after years of abuse. Still showing signs of psychosis. From what I could tell, he doesn't have any physical injuries. None of the blood is his. While he doesn't seem like much of a fighter now, I wouldn't underestimate him if he lashes out." "Of course not. Never underestimate someone pushed to the point they break," the paramedic replies. "Any quirk issues I need to be aware of?" he asks. "Izuku is quirkless," Aizawa says evenly. "I trust that won't be an issue?" The paramedic looks taken aback, and almost mournful. "Makes no difference to me. It would be pretty hypocritical of me after all," he admits, lifting up his primordial brand shoes just enough to be in view. Aizawa's eyes widen. "You're quirkless?" he asks. "We're breaking statistics here with you both in the same room." He then comments dryly. The man chuckles. "You're not wrong. My name is Stefan, by the way. You may not remember me, but I usually work at Heroes Retreat. We've met in the past, nothing too noteworthy. I was just covering a shift because the Muzurifu General was understaffed and sent out a call, and I live nearest to it of everyone that's on the transfer list," he explains. "Well, that's where we're headed anyway. Hawks put in the request himself to have Izuku admitted into Heroes Retreat." Aizawa tells him. "Do you think you can inform the driver for me?" Stefan nods and goes to do just that, not arguing with the hero like Eraserhead had half expected. Meanwhile, Izuku shifts in his arms and looks up at him. Still half buried in the hero's capture weapon, eyes lidded, he looks like a kitten tangled in yarn, not that Aizawa would admit that out loud. It seems this time hearing his name actually registered and warranted a reaction. "Razor? What's going on?" he asks, speech slurred slightly. "Where are we?" "It's quiet now. We're inside the ambulance, Izuku. We're going to take you to a hospital where you can get some help, okay?" Aizawa answers. "Okay." Izuku replies. "No hurting?" The hero's expression softens. "No hurting." He confirms. "There's a paramedic here who wants to talk to you. Think you can listen and maybe answer a few questions?" he asks. Izuku blinks at him slowly but says nothing. "Izuku? You with me, kid?" he asks again. Izuku startles a little, as if coming out of a daze. "I'm tired, Razor," he says slowly. Aizawa looks to Stefan, who nods and mouths, "Let him sleep. Then get some sleep, kiddo. Questions can wait." Aizawa tells him. "You want leave?" Izuku asks in a soft, scared voice. "I'll be here when you wake up, I'm not going anywhere. I promised I'd keep you safe, remember," he replies. Izuku nods and flops back against his hero's chest, the action equal parts exhaustion and relief. Aizawa runs a hand lightly through Izuku's curls, trying his best to avoid the blood. The greenette leans slightly into the touch before settling. Aizawa returns his attention to the paramedic. The blonde smiles. "The whole process will be less stressful if we just let him sleep. I would like to try and get some vitals if I can without waking him up. But first, is it okay if I give our driver the go-ahead for transport? It's probably best we get Izuku here to a hospital." Stefan asks. "That's fine. While you do that, I need to make a phone call regarding the case. Then I can better fill you in on what happened if you need me to." Aizawa replies. "Works for me." Stefan replies, then sets to work. Meanwhile, with the media gathering ever thicker around the police perimeter, Tukachi suggests Hawks takes his leave now that it's just clean up. If too many see him here, it will only cause more of a commotion in the long run. And, unfortunate as it may be, the detective is right. Before he left, however, Hawks was sure to inform the man that Eraserhead planned to involve Nedzu and to have Hound Dog be the one to perform the psychiatric evaluation on the kid. And the fact the Izuku was being taken to Heroes Retreat, of course. Tukachi easily agreed with all decisions, especially Hawk's choice of hospitals for the psychotic teen. The hospital is the best at keeping information out of the media and preserving its patients' privacy. Something that, which a case such as this, is going to be under severe attack. And with that, Hawks takes to the air, trusting the cleanup to the police. He needs to stop a UA before heading to the hospital after all. He wants to speak to Nedzu about this matter himself, and of course, Eraserhead needs his coffee. That and his change of clothes, but Hawks knows which one the underground hero would appreciate more. At UA, Nedzu sits in his office. School had let out for the day about 30 minutes ago and the creature was simply awaiting the inevitable phone call from Aizawa. When Detective Tukachi had called, he had requested Eraserhead specifically. Naturally curious given it was broad daylight, Nedzu asked what the situation was. The detective had explained roughly what they knew without a fuss, something the Nedzu loves about the detective. He has long since accepted that if Nedzu wants to know something, he will find out. But the man saving him the trouble of hacking or extensive research is nonetheless still appreciated. And when he heard that there was an attack on a nearby school, he was a bit distressed. Any attack on education facility is cause for concern. However, upon looking into it a bit with his own channels, i.e. the school in question's security cameras, he was more upset than anything. The school had best prepare itself for the wrath of Nedzu. Nedzu's phone starts ringing. Ah. It's Eraserhead, as expected. Nedzu answers it without hesitation. Greetings Aizawa. How is the case going? He asks cheerily. I'm in an ambulance with a kid deep in psychosis. We're en route to Hero Retreat's psychiatric ward. Comes the deadpan reply. I see. I take it you are with the student who facilitated the attack. Nedzu asks. I am. But the kid is more of a victim than anyone in that terrible excuse for a school. Aizawa answers, he was abused and pushed to the point of a violent psychotic break. Nedzu nods despite Aizawa being unable to see it, and the boy, is he physically unharmed? He is, though he's asleep at the moment. Aizawa confirms. Hence the phone call. Although I have the feeling you know more about this case than I do at this point. Nedzu grins, an expression that again, Aizawa can't see. He does know a good deal about the case. A child abused in his school for years over something as inconsequential as not having a quirk. It's things like this that remind Nedzu of his distaste for most of humanity. You are correct. Am I to presume you would accept my help and involvement were I to offer it? Nedzu proposes. He can hear Aizawa sighing, you are correct. This poor kid is going to need all the help he can get in the legal department. Personally I don't see how he should be held solely responsible. Then again, depending on the results of a psyche eval, it may not be possible to hold him at all responsible. All the signs for psychosis are here. But it would be illogical for me to draw any sort of conclusion, I'm not professional in that regard. There's a pause, I would like to hound dog do the eval if you can arrange that. Oh, and Hawks is probably on his way to retrieve the man and speak to you. That and get me a much needed coffee and change of clothes. This catches Nedzu by surprise. Hawks? Why would he be involved in this? He asks. The guy was on scene, he was fully aware that him being there would cause more of a fuss potentially, so he kept a low profile. For the most part. He really just wanted to help when he heard about the incident. Even gave Izuku here one of his feathers to help calm him down. I think he's gotten attached. Hawks I mean. Though probably Izuku as well. Aizawa explains. This certainly does make things interesting. To think the number 3 hero would get himself involved with something like this. And even have an emotional attachment and stake in the results. I will let Ryo-san know to be prepared for a trip over to Hero's Retreat. I would like to accompany them as well to help deal with administrative matters and be on site to receive the full story once it is brought to light. And I will make sure Hawks get the correct coffee given you stash yours away from the rest of what I supply the teacher's lounge with. Nedzu replies. Thanks Nedzu. Looks like we are just about there, so I need to go so I can focus on Izuku. Aizawa tells him. Of course Aizawa. Please take care of your young friend. I shall see you soon. Nedzu replies. And with that, the call is ended. Hawks's involvement was an unforeseen development. But perhaps a beneficial one. As the number 3 hero he is a position of influence and power. However there is the matter of his close ties with the Hero Public Safety Commission. Nedzu may offer to help the young hero out with that little problem, should the need arise. An alert for the front gate pops up on Nedzu's monitor. Speaking of, there he is now. Once they arrived at the hospital, it all went to hell. Despite being at the receiving bay of the behavioral health wing, Aizawa will openly admit they handled the situation terribly. He had hoped to keep Izuku asleep until they got him to an isolated room. However the overall commotion dashed that plan the moment they stepped into the hospital. Aizawa and Stefan were approached by two nurses as soon as the doors closed behind them. The moment they made a move to take the child, Stefan stepped in. It would be best if you didn't try to separate them, he states. He's right, Aizawa agrees, I can just carry him to the room. We don't want to wake him up just yet. He'll panic. Even as he says that, Aizawa can feel Izuku shifting and hear his breathing picking up. That won't be necessary. We can take him, sir. The one nurse in green scrubs insists. And that statement was all it took. Izuku jolts awake and upright instantly, crying out, no. Given the surprising strength behind the action, his flailing and squirming leads to Aizawa losing his grip on the kid. Izuku falls to the ground and seems dazed for a moment, mumbling to himself. Then he's on his feet and it's clear to everyone as the teen looks around, eyes crazed and brimming with tears, that he's going to run. And just before Izuku bolts, the other nurse in red tries to grab him. It goes about as well as could be expected. Izuku cries out, a shrill fear-filled sound, and tugs and pulls his wrist towards himself. Stefan, thank gods, stops the nurse in green from joining in on the struggle. Let me go. Izuku cries out, words choppy with emotion. Didon hrt me. And the nurse lets go. It's clear the child's scared, and thankfully they realize that their actions really aren't helping. And if Izuku runs, there are few open doors he can go through regardless. Izuku stumbles at the sudden freedom, but keeps his footing and takes off down the halls a ways. No one immediately follows him, giving chase will only freak him out more. And by the looks of it, his goal is an empty patient room. Aizawa sighs, I'll be the one to approach him. He trusts me somewhat, seeing as how I was the one who originally brought him out of his episode at the school. He declares, and for the love of God, keep your distance this time. Having said his piece, he slowly makes his way down the hall to once again calm Izuku. Time to once again save the teen from himself. When Izuku wakes up, he doesn't know what's going on. All he knows is it's too loud and too bright. There's too many voices and unknown noises. He wants it all to stop. He's only catching bits and pieces of what they're saying, however, given he's still floaty and fuzzy. Carry him to the room. We don't just yet. That won't we take him? Take him? They want to take Izuku? No. Izuku didn't do anything wrong. He was the one who did it. I did what needed to be done to stop the hurting. I stopped them from hurting us. The voice declares. Panicking, Izuku lashes out at the person who is carrying him, one hand flailing while the other still clutches the feather Hawks gave him. His thrashing ends with him being released, or rather, dropped. He hits the ground hard. Stay safe, stay safe. No weapon. Run. Hide. Stay safe. The voice screams in his mind. And Izuku is inclined to agree. He doesn't have the scalpel and the gun anymore. Just the feather from Hawks and the scarf from Eraserhead. As soon as Izuku is on his feet, he is looking for somewhere to hide. He needs to get away. Izuku is in danger. Frantically looking around, Izuku sees he's in a long open hallway. It's mostly white, with a few colored lines as accents. But there's a door off to the side, into what looks like an empty room. Before he can head for it, something or someone grabs his wrist. Izuku cries out and yanks his wrist towards himself, trying to free himself. Let me go, he shouts. Didon hrt me. Surprisingly, they listen. For what must be one of the first times, he is released when he asks. Instead of dwelling on that, however, Izuku bolts for the empty room he saw, ignoring everything else. He has to hide. He has to escape. Once in the room, he heads for a desk at the opposite side of the room, near the far corner. Making up his mind, Izuku bolts over to it and crawls underneath it. Breathing hard and fast, he curls in on himself, pulling his knees to his chest and pressing his back against the wall. Rocking slightly, he places the feather between his legs and chest, to keep it safe. Izuku buries his left hand into the capture scarf around his neck, and with his right he digs his nails into his left arm, scratching in a back and forth motion. His actions leave 4 1-inch-long abrasions that keep getting deeper. Izuku feels the pain. It's only a sting, at least for now. But it's familiar and it's grounding. Izuku knows pain, he knows pain. It means Izuku's alive even though he feels like he's dying. He can't breathe and he's shaking all over. But he can feel pain, so he must still be alive. With dilated, glassy green eyes, Izuku surveys the room before him, vision spotty and breathing on the verge of hyperventilation. Between the fingers on his left hand he rubs the fabric of the capture scarf back and forth, back and forth. Just like he rocks, back and forth, back and forth. The capture scarf. Eraserhead gave him some of his capture scarf. That's right. But where is Eraserhead? Did he leave? But he said he would keep him safe. Where's Eraser? I'm right here, Izuku. A deep voice answers, startling Izuku, I'm right here. Oh, he must be mumbling. He should stop, it's creepy. It's not creepy, you're just freaked out, which is understandable. This voice is familiar. It's not the one that's in his head, the one that tells him how to be safe and make it stop. No, this is someone else. That's right, Izuku. How about you focus on me, focus on my voice? Can you look at me? They ask him. Izuku looks to the source of the voice, straight in front of him. Across the room, just inside the door Izuku passed through, stands a figure dressed in black. Granted, the figure is a bit hazy and blurry because of Izuku tears, but it's there. Wait, tears? When did he start crying? He must be crying because he's scared. Izuku whimpers softly. He's so scared. It's okay to be scared. But I still want to keep you safe. Can I come closer, so I can keep you safe? The voice asks. Can they? Does Izuku trust them? Who are they? Izuku can't quite figure it out. It's Eraserhead, Izuku. And I'm right by the door. I won't move till you're comfortable with me doing so. Eraserhead? Izuku trusts Eraserhead. Eraserhead kept him safe. He made the voice stop. Frantically Izuku nods his consent, curls bouncing with the movement. The floor vibrates ever so slightly with the footsteps of the black figure. Step, step. Step, step. Step, step. It's an even rhythm, one that Izuku finds himself following as he rocks. Back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. His scratching slows to follow it too. Back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. Then the figure crouches down, then sits cross-legged a few feet across from Izuku and to the side. Now that they're closer, Izuku recognizes them as definitely being Eraserhead. He smiles at Izuku. Izuku doesn't smile back. Hey there, Izuku. I see you found somewhere to hide. Eraserhead greets. Izuku nods. He's hiding because the voice said to. The voice keeps him safe. You don't need to hide though. You're safe here. He then tells him. Izuku shakes his head no. Back and forth. Back and forth. He's not safe. Not here. He doesn't even know where here is. But he said it's not safe. And he always helps keep Izuku safe. You're at the hospital, Izuku, Eraserhead informs him. Remember that safe place I told you we could go to? He asks. Izuku nods jerkily. He remembers. Well, this is it. Eraserhead tells him, and while it probably doesn't seem like it, we just want to help. Izuku stares at the hero for a long moment, still trembling, still rocking. This is the safe place? They did let go of him. And Eraserhead is here and he keeps Izuku safe. Eraserhead is safe. The voice agrees with him. He said they want to help him. But who's they? People don't usually want to help Izuku. But Eraserhead helps us. And Hawks helps us. The voice reminds him. He is right. So maybe Izuku is safe? Maybe. Aizawa stays silent where he sits as he lets Izuku process the information. They're in an empty patient room, ironically enough. It's not one of the isolated rooms that Izuku would be staying in, but there's worse places he could have chosen to run off to. The kid is hiding under one of the two small desks provided in the room for the patients. Next to each is a standing chest of 3 half drawers. On the opposite wall there are 2 beds, already made with clean hospital pattern sheets and just awaiting someone to occupy them. The walls, much like those in the hallway, are a cream color with the typical grayish RBB trim running along the bottom where it meets the floor. In the center of the wall, stretching horizontally along its length are 3 parallel lines, colored blue, yellow and red. There's hospital staff standing just outside the door, Stefan half in the doorway while another 3 stand out of sight of Izuku but where they can observe the situation. They had agreed to let Aizawa be the one to approach Izuku and attempt to calm him down after the boy had shouted that he didn't want to be hurt, thus indicating his actions were out of fear and not aggression. It's clear the kid is terrified. After all, he woke up in an unfamiliar place and he's not exactly in the most stable frame of mind. So his hysteria is understandable. And it's far from Aizawa's first time handling a child in the throes of a panic attack. He does have formal mental health training and has, sadly, dealt with many trauma victims. Even if this is his first time one has been so attached to him. Aizawa does wish he could get Izuku to stop scratching, but at least it slowed down and lightened considerably since they started talking. There's still visible red spots and in some places, blood starting to trail down from the abrasions. But for now, he'll take what he can get. One step at a time. Aizawa listens as the teen starts mumbling again, talking either to himself or with himself. The hero isn't sure. When he was doing it earlier it was as if he didn't notice. It's almost endearing, it would be if not for the current circumstances being what they are. You're sure it's safe? Izuku asks him softly, sounding as if he is scared to even consider believing him. I'm sure. What can I do to help you feel safer, Izuku? Aizawa responds. Izuku thinks on the question for a few moments, lips moving in silent muttering this time. Then he answers with a hesitant question of his own. Can I each have another Huyuji? And how is Aizawa supposed to say not to that? Even he's not that heartless. You sure, kiddo, he replies, opening his arms in invitation. Unlike back in the school, Izuku doesn't hesitate this time. He quickly crawls out from under the desk he had been hiding in and into his savior's arms. Aizawa is quick to secure his arms around the boy as Izuku once again buries his head under the hero's capture weapon, clutching Aizawa's shirt with one hand and the feather Hawks gave him with the other. Once settled, Izuku starts sobbing. Be it out of relief or fear, he couldn't tell you. But when the kid's breathing starts getting quicker and shallower, Aizawa takes action to calm him some. Easy there, Izuku. Just breathe, kid. You're safe now, you're safe, Izuku. Don't forget to breathe. And he continues like that, talking the kid down. He has one hand rubbing a breathing pattern across Izuku's upper back and shoulders as he rocks slightly in place. And they stay like that for a while. Just existing for now. Dealing with the aftermath of a school shooting is never fun. That much should be a given. Dealing with one that was responded to by a top 10 hero was an interesting twist. The fact that the attacker was an abuse victim of said school made this infinitely more complicated. The fact the said top 10 hero wanted all of the major bullies charged with accessory to murder made this near impossible. And yet, it's all in the day of the life of Detective Tukachi Naomasa. As parents arrived and or were informed, it was crucial to keep the information released to a minimum. After each student was interviewed, it was made very clear that any information on the identity of the attacker was to be kept to themselves or they would be facing legal charges. The thing is, most of the kids who knew Izuku was responsible are probably traumatized enough to never want to talk about this again regardless. Or they're dead. The psychotic teen claimed 11 lives, 10 students, 1 teacher, and injured 24 or so others. Some were critically wounded, some were clearly intended targets and others merely collateral damage. Detective Tukachi elected to handle the media address personally. Assuring them the situation was now under control and that the attacker was no longer an active threat was interesting, given the kid wasn't technically in police custody. They wanted details about said attacker. Tukachi held nothing back in reminding, threatening them that no such information was to be released given they were a minor. The detective wasn't making any friends with the media, but he's sure his husband would be proud. Shuda's hatred for the media is nothing new or undeclared. And Naomasa is honestly convinced the feeling is mutual given Shoyuda is the media's biggest obstacle save Nedzu in terms of getting information on UA. But that's another matter entirely. Speaking of UA, the detective received the anticipated phone call from its principal barely an hour after the original call to emergency services was even made. Nedzu basically declared his involvement and that he would handle the legal matters on Izuku's behalf. Tukachi will openly admit he is relieved the rat is getting involved. Because his involvement means that this poor kid won't be torn to shreds by society for something that wasn't his fault and was done after suffering for years already. And that just left the hardest part of the entire ordeal. Informing Midoriya Inko that her son had attacked his school after being bullied and outright abused for nearly 10 years. When he called the house, he was informed by the answering machine that Midoriya-san was still at work. So he called the work number that was listed in Izuku's file under Inko's contact information. It was a direct line to a nurse's station at Muzutafu General Hospital. Ironically, the hospital Izuku would have gone to had he been injured or had Hawks not elected to have him admitted to Hero's Retreat. And the same one all the other injured were taken. And after insisting that, yes, it was an emergency, to a very grumpy and irate head nurse, Detective Tukachi finally got to speak to Midoriya Inko herself. Hello? This is Midoriya Inko. I was told you wanted to speak with me, a soft-toned voice comes over the phone. Yes, good afternoon Midoriya-san. This is Detective Tukachi Naomasa with the local police. I am calling you about the incident that took place at your son's school today. The detective replies, keeping his voice even. Ah, yes. I had heard about that. We received the patients here earlier this afternoon. One of them was Izuku's friend Katsuki. Izuku's friend? This is the first Tukachi has heard of any friends and they've spoken to nearly the whole school. And yet his quirk registers the statement to be true. Tell me, is my baby alright? He must be if he never had to come to the hospital. Unless. Don't tell me he. The detective can hear her tearing up. If I may interrupt Midoriya-san. He cuts in to stop the impending hysterics. Your son is alive. Oh, that's great to hear, and please call me Inko. She replies. Then is this just a formal call to inform me of what happened? The woman then asks. Here we go. No ma'am. You see. The detective hesitates, and can you blame him? Izuku was the one responsible for the incident. He hears what sounds to be a gasp but hurries on. He needs to get it all out. It is speculated to be the result of a violent psychotic break. As I would think you are aware, your son was being bullied heavily at school. Currently his is being accompanied by one of the pro heroes that responded on scene to Hero's Retreat to be admitted to their psychiatric facility and evaluated. He finishes. There's a long pause. And it's almost painful. My darling Izuku. Was the one who did this? Inko's hesitant voice asks, you're sure of this? And that it's because he was apparently being bullied? Gods, she didn't even know that much? Either Izuku was excellent at hiding it or this woman has been unintentionally neglecting her child. But how do you hide 10 years worth of wounds? And how do you ignore 10 years of learned trauma behavior? You were unaware Izuku was being bullied? Tukachi asks, before he can think better of it. Well, he would come home roughed up some afternoons. He looked a bit sore and uncomfortable others. At least on the afternoons I was actually home to see him arrive from school. But you see he's a clumsy yet energetic child. Always doing so much even if he is rather fragile. Inko tries to explain, and the detective hates that the statements ring true, thanks to his quirk. You never noticed him being oddly jumpy or skittish around you or others? Hesitant or uneasy when it came to contact? Tukachi asks, praying that this woman, this mother can't be this blind. Not truly. He's always been a shy boy around others. And he never stopped me when I would hug him or anything. Perhaps he was a bit tense but I took that as his usual awkwardness. She tells him, but you're sure he was being bullied? It would have to be quite severe to push him to do something so impossibly out of character. Inko then questions. Tukachi suppresses a sigh, yes ma'am. We have evidence to prove as such. In fact the whole school district in under investigation. He explains. But for now, I would like to speak with you about next steps regarding Izuku's case. Is there a time that would be best to meet up with you? Perhaps when you are done work, he then asks. It would have to be after I go and see my son of course but Inko-san I apologize, but you misunderstand me. You can't visit your son just yet. Tukachi cuts her off. I'm sorry? I can't visit my own son, she demands, sounding taken aback. Not at present no, he must be first cleared by hospital staff for visitors. As of right now I meant legal steps. He clarifies. There's another silence. Are you asking me to sign over custody detective? Is that why you won't let me see Izuku? Inko asks suddenly. The hell? Of course not. It's just that Izuku's current care is only half of the issue here. There is also the matter of any charges brought against him. His is currently in the care of a pro-hero who has become quite fond of him. However, a more long-term plan needs to be at least discussed. Tukachi explains to her. But I can't afford a lawyer and legal consultation. We barely get by as it is. Inko argues, you said he has a pro-hero looking after him now, correct? Perhaps it would be best if they just handled things from here. I'm not sure I really could. It all sounds like a lot. Is this what Tukachi thinks this is? To be clear Inko-san. Are you intending to sign away your custody rights to Izuku? He asks, stunned. Yes detective, that's correct. I don't think I'm the best suited to help Izuku at this point. I've done what I could until now. And clearly that wasn't enough. She tries to justify, so yes, I would like to sign away custody of Izuku. Tukachi has to take a moment to just process this all. And really, what did he expect? He went into this conversation having no clue as to the outcome. It's clear to him this woman has just been doing the best she can, and yet is seemingly incapable of understanding the problems her son truly faces. She's underestimating him just like the rest of society has. And now that he has potentially become even more work for her, she's recognized that it's too much. Well, at least she didn't try to pretend like she could do it. I understand Inko-san. Then can I ask you to stop by the station after your shift is over so we can settle the paperwork then, he asks. Of course detective. Thank you for your time and understanding. Inko answers. You're welcome ma'am. Have a good evening. He replies numbly. You as well. Goodbye. Then the line goes dead. And Detective Tukachi is left unsure of where he really stands with this case. This has made things simultaneously easier and more complicated. DMN. Eraserhead had sat there on the floor with Izuku for a while. It took some doing but he finally managed to calm the kid down to a slightly more rational state of mind. The next step was to get Izuku properly settled into the unit. Izuku needed washed up and to change out of his blood-splattered school uniform. Did Aizawa plan to burn the DMN thing? Yes. Once evidence was done with it that is. He's not so worked up, please, he's not one for emotions, that he would ignore protocol. At least not for a case such as this, despite Aizawa having yet to encounter anything of this scale. Izuku is going to need all the help he can get. Izuku agreed to getting showered off and changed, however as soon as Aizawa showed the slightest sign of leaving, he spiraled back into a panic. So they were once again sitting on the floor, Izuku in Eraserhead's lap, trembling and clutching the hero's jumpsuit with still bloodied hands. Please don't leave me, Razor. Please. I don't wanna be alone again and, please don't go. The broken teen begs, breaking Aizawa's heart. I'm not going anywhere, Izuku. Aizawa assures, rubbing a hand up and down the kid's back, I promise to keep you safe, remember? I won't leave you alone. Never again. Promise? Izuku stutters out, looking up at him through tear-filled eyes. I promise. And does he intend to keep said promise? Once he's been adequately convinced, at least for now, that Eraserhead isn't leaving him, they once again shift their focus to getting Izuku cleaned up. Aizawa, at this point, has just resigned to being in the same room as Izuku for the foreseeable future. When asked if he wanted help, Izuku accepted the offer, once again mumbling about being fuzzy and floaty. Given how long this has been apparently afflicting the teen, Aizawa is starting to wonder if they are dealing something other than just normal disassociation. He'll have to mention it to Hound Dog when he and the others eventually arrive. It was while helping Izuku get changed after showering off that Aizawa noticed two concerning things. 1. Izuku seemed far too thin for his age. You could see the outline of his ribs just a bit too much for the kid to simply be built small. Second, and far worse, were all the scars. Scattered across Izuku's torso, arms, legs and even neck were countless scars. Some were clearly burned scars, almost starburst-like patches of marred, off-colored flesh scattered across the teen's form. Judging by the condition of the scar tissue, some were second or even third-degree burns. There were also scars that looked to be left from puncture wounds and ones that were clearly from lacerations. He could see countless bruises in various states of healing, some that looked like the poor kid was hit with blunt force, such as having something thrown at him. The word Deku carved out into Izuku's left calf and upper right arm. A burned scar in the shape of a handprint on Izuku's left shoulder and right thigh, too discolored and distinct in shape to be the result of being burnt in such a way only once. And the fact that Izuku seems resigned to or even accepting of their collective presence on his body, as if this was a completely normal sight to see, made it all the more tragic. Aizawa requested some gauze to wrap the kid's forearms with, seeing as how they are still scratched up from Izuku's earlier episode. Izuku tried insisting that they didn't need bandaged, he was fine, they didn't hurt, he's had worse, but Aizawa wouldn't budge. After using the logic of keeping Izuku safe once again, the teen relented and sat quietly as his wounds were gently wrapped. Soon enough they finished, Izuku now in the smallest patient uniform the staff could find, forearms wrapped in gauze. One hand still held the feather Hawks gave him, the other clutching Eraserhead's hand like a lifeline. Around his neck was the piece of capture scarf the hero had given him. Occasionally Izuku would run his cheek across the textured fabric, once again reminding Aizawa of a kitten. They were led to one of the more isolated and safety-proofed rooms of the unit. The one assigned to him already had a nameplate reading Izuku slid in under the room number. It would be his room and his alone. He would not be expected to share with another patient, although most of the rooms were private given the scale of the hospital. The room had the same painted walls as the rest of the ward, but lacked the desk. It had 2 beds, one was for the patient, one presumable for their assigned chaperone. Given Izuku was currently in a state of psychosis and was a violent psychotic break, he would need to accompanied and kept under watch around the clock. The staff had barely started mentioning getting him a chaperone when Aizawa said he would stay with them. As the hero who rescued him, and a hero in general, he could be permitted to do so. Silently the hero wondered if the staff had possessed any real expectation of separating him from Izuku. Their quick agreeance has him thinking probably not. As for Stefan, he said he needed to report to his superiors but assured Aizawa this wouldn't be the last he saw of him. Aizawa hoped not, having someone else who was quirkless and yet successful around would be good for Izuku. But for now they were just hanging out in Izuku's new room, waiting for Hawks to arrive with Hound Dog and Aizawa's coffee. For some reason Izuku insisted on sitting on the floor, not that Aizawa minded all that much. The staff this time provided cushions for the two to sit on, despite Izuku's being abandoned in favor of sitting on Eraserhead's lap. Somewhere along the way Aizawa had told the kid his civilian name and gave him permission to use it instead of his hero name. However, Izuku asked, albeit very hesitantly, if he could keep calling him Eraser at least. When asked why, this was what he told the hero. This all still doesn't feel real yet. Calling you your hero and name and you responding to it is just the reminder that maybe this isn't a trick CK, this isn't a delusion. And how is Eraserhead supposed to deny Izuku that reassurance? And how tragic is it that Izuku is that distrusting of adults that he still thinks this is a trick? Or the fact that he suffered so long that this simply can't be real to him? Throughout the whole time Izuku would suddenly freeze up, staring off in any given direction. Then he would grab hold of Eraserhead's forearm firmly and just stare at the hero, as if to reassure himself that this was real, this wasn't a dream or some trick. And Aizawa let him do what he needed to, content to just go with the flow of it all so long as Izuku wasn't hurting himself. One of the mental health workers on staff had found a hero-themed coloring book when sent off to retrieve something to keep Izuku occupied. When she offered it and the colored pencils to him, he gave her a beaming smile, excitement clear on his face. Izuku didn't seem to mind the staff, so long as he had warning before they entered the room and an explanation as to who they were. And of course, that they were safe. Before he could start coloring, however, one of the nurses asked if she could take his vitals. Aizawa was pretty sure Izuku wouldn't be okay with being touched yet. When asked, Izuku verbally made this fact very clear. Only Eraserhead could touch him. Only Eraserhead was safe. Don't let them touch him, don't let them hurt him. So they decided that it would be best to wait. Seeing as the teen was conscious and as stable as could be expected in his current mental state, they deemed it fine to hold off on any testing. Izuku quickly set to work coloring in the book, grabbing a red-colored pencil from the pack he was given. "What's your favorite color, Izuku?" Aizawa asks, out of blatant curiosity. "Red." Izuku replies cheerily. An answer that is admittedly concerning given the amount of red they had just been surrounded by at the school. But Izuku wasn't done. "It's the color of my sneakers, I always get red high tops. Though there really aren't that many colors to choose from given Primordial is the only brand that make a line of shoes for Quirkless. But I've always liked the color. Spider lilies are also red, which made it a bit better when they were left on my desk all the time. Oh, and your eyes glow red when your quirk activates and Hawks's feathers are red too." The kid rambles on. Some of the reasons were quite nice, others not so much. All in due time, Aizawa supposed. Aizawa also notices the fact that, now that they are alone, Izuku's stutter seems to have faded considerably. Then Izuku turns to a page that depicts All Might, and Aizawa can see the way the light dies from his eyes. Izuku stares at it for a long moment, then simply takes his red-colored pencil and slashes two red lines in the shape of an X across the image and turns to the next page. "And what the actual hell could that mean? Do you want to tell me why you did that?" Aizawa risks asking. "You don't like All Might, I take it?" Izuku shakes his head. "I used to love All Might. I even got to meet him a few weeks ago. He saved me." He explains, "But then I wanted to ask him something important, but he tried jumping off so I grabbed onto him. Then when he landed on a tall roof, I asked him." Aizawa doesn't like where this is going. "What did you ask him, Izuku?" "I asked him if someone without a quirk could become a hero." Izuku says softly. "And what did he tell you?" Aizawa asks, despite fearing the answer. "He said no. It's not wrong to dream, however I need to be realistic." Izuku says, voice breaking. He told me no, just like everyone else. Be more realistic? Does the so-called symbol of peace not know what the statistics are for the quirkless? Being realistic meant wishing him an early death at best, and a life of hardship and discrimination at worst. Looks like Aizawa is going to be having words with a certain number one hero. Well, I disagree. Aizawa states, while it would be far from easy to pull off, technically someone quirkless could become a hero. I fight quirkless, all my quirk does is even out the playing field, and it doesn't even manage that if it's a mutant-type quirk my opponent possesses. He looks down at Izuku, who seems to be hanging on to his ever word. "It would take a lot of hard work before and after becoming one. But I think you could still become a hero." And he means it. He really does. And just like that, Aizawa finds himself with a lapful of sobbing child. This time at least, the tears are happy ones. Hawks tries not to be too surprised when the gate opens just before he can push the buzzer. He at least manages not to jump out of his skin, but he will admit it has ruffled a few of his feathers. Once inside the building proper, Hawks is mentally preparing himself for the task that is wandering UA's halls in an attempt to find the principal's office. However, before he gets a change to set off, Hound Dog rounds a corner to meet him, likely assigned the task of guiding Hawks through the maze that is UA. "Hello, Hound Dog." The winged hero greets with a two-fingered salute. "Good to see you." "You as well, Hawks, though I wish it were under better circumstances." The Hound hero replies. "Nedzu is already waiting for us." The two walk the halls in a comfortable silence. School has long since let out for the day, so the halls are empty. Once they arrive at Nedzu's office, the door swings open for they can knock, just like the front gate had done. "Greetings, Hawks." Nedzu chirps in way of saying hello. "Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear?" "I'm the principal." Hawks gives a slight yet respectful bow. "Principal Nedzu." He greets, "Thank you for taking the time to meet with me." Hound Dog follows Hawks as he makes his way into the office, the door swinging shut behind them. "The pleasure is all mine, Hawks." Please take a seat, Nedzu replies, gesturing to the chairs situated in front of his desk, and allow me to formally welcome you to UA. Hawks grins at the rat. I must admit it's a nice place. Although it gives me some sort of fortress vibe, you know? Never mind the structure, with security this tight, you could be preparing for war and the commission would have no idea. He comments. From beside him, Hound Dog shifts uncomfortably in his seat. Nedzu on the other hand, widens him smile to a near-feral grin. You're right. And I think you and I are going to get along swimmingly. I'm partial to flying myself, wings and all, but to each their own. Hawks jokes with a shrug of his shoulders. Hound Dog utters what sounds like a dry chuckle. Nedzu is unfazed, of course. Before we discuss the true reason for this meeting, may I offer you some tea, he asks. I'd love some. Hawks replies. I shall have some well. Hound Dog answers, just with much less enthusiasm. Nedzu hops down from his desk chair and passes through a door to their left and out of sight. Moments later he returns holding a silver tray with 3 porcelain teacups on it. He stops in front of the 2 men, who each take a steaming cup into their hands. I made Earl Grey today. I hope it is to your liking. Nedzu explains, setting the tray off to the side on his desk. He makes his way back to his desk and once again into his chair, throne. As he raises his own cup to his lips, a brief silence passes between the 3. One must always take the time to properly enjoy tea after all. Setting his cup down, Nedzu puts his paws together and regards the 2 heroes before him. Now then, to the true topic of this meeting. Hawk's expression goes serious. Yes, there's a middle school that I think needs burned to the ground. He declares. Hound Dog tries and fails to cover up chalking on his tea. Nedzu grins, beady eyes sparkling, if only. However, there are far more legal methods to use that you will find work just as well, although they're much less satisfying. The rat counters, after all, we can't have pro-heroes committing arson and getting caught, now can we? Hawks is starting to realize the rumors he heard about Nedzu weren't hyperbole or tall tales. Hound Dog has long since started regretting entering this room. You have a point. Too bad. Hawks replies, sighing over dramatically, I'm sure Eraserhead and the detective would have loved to help us out. I'm sure. Nedzu agrees, chuckling lightly. Although the sound is more of a manic giggle, justified incendiarism aside, I must ask, how involved do you plan to be with this case? Hawks sits back in his chair. I won't lie and say the Hero Commission supports my involvement. However, I've become personally invested in this case. I took a liking to the kid, and I'm no stranger to the darker side of our illustrious hero society. The winged hero explains. A perspective I can appreciate. Nedzu replies, as for the commission, I'd be more than happy to help you out with that little problem. The rat offers. Hawks lets out a bark of laughter, I don't doubt it. But for now I think it's best we ignore them. They hate that the most I've come to learn. My question is, how involved do you intend on being with this case? Hawks can't help but think the look on Nedzu's face is somewhat disappointed. Regardless, it passes too quickly to be fully assessed. I intend to help in any way I can. Especially on the legal front. This case has the potential to be a disaster, there can be no doubt. A quirkless child abused by his quirkist peers and teachers, to the point he suffers a psychotic break, resulting in an attack on the school, complete with 10 deaths and over 24 wounded. It doesn't paint a pretty picture for our society, now does it? Nedzu points out. Be that as it may, there are plenty of people and organizations out there that would prefer this be swept under the rug, so to speak, which would surely come at the detriment to our young friend. My intentions are to ensure he receives the justice he deserves, however extreme it turns out to be, and see to it that this doesn't happen again. A problem I see is that the boy is a minor, so too much publicity could go sour quickly. Not to mention his parents/guardians will have their own views and opinions on the whole matter. Hound Dog interjects, the other problem is there are no doubt many who want to see him held responsible for his actions. Something that I intend to evaluate the viability of. If this is indeed a psychotic break as you all have observed, chances are he cannot be deemed mentally sound at the time of execution. Thus any legal proceedings will be null and void. So step 1 is to get the boy evaluated, along with speaking to his parents or guardians. Hawks summarizes. That is correct. And Eraserhead informed me that you intend to accompany Hound Dog to see Midoriya as well. Nedzu continues. As well as his request for coffee and a change of clothes. He adds with a smirk. Yep, I promised little Izuku that I would meet him at the hospital. And that's a promise I intend to keep. Hawks replies. I wish to also accompany you, so as to speak with the staff and potentially his guardian. Nedzu informs. Here's hoping Midoriya is stable enough for visitors. Hound Dog comments. That's all up to the staff and Eraserhead. Hawks points out, we should be on our way soon though. It's getting late. I sent a message to present Mike to handle Eraserhead's request. He should be arriving now. Nedzu chirps. And right on cue, the door swings open of its own accord to reveal a frazzled present Mike clutching a to-go cup of coffee and a plastic bag that presumably holds Eraserhead's uniform. Dang, you get me with that every time, Principal Nedzu. Mike comments faintly. I aim to please. Nedzu says with a cheery smile. One that somehow makes the whole situation even more unsettling. Thank you for retrieving what was requested, Yamada-san. Hawk steps forward to take the aforementioned items from the voice hero, along with offer his own word of thanks. Present Mike then makes a hasty retreat. Nedzu hops down from his desk chair and joins them all by the door. Now then, shall we be off? Aizawa sat there with Izuku on his lap as the kid colored. He got through the simple pages rather quickly. But it wasn't the coloring Aizawa found most interesting. It was Izuku's quiet rambling. Each new hero he would start coloring would prompt him to start mumbling to himself about them. But this wasn't your typical fanboy ranting. These were well thought out points and theories, references to specific villain battles, observations of and even suggestions for support items. This was analysis. And it was excellent. There's a soft knock at the door, interrupting Izuku's coloring. Aizawa looks to Izuku for confirmation, and upon getting a nod calls out, "Come in." The door opens slowly and a familiar face walks in. "Hello, Stefan." Aizawa greets, then addresses Izuku. "Izuku, this is Stefan, you might remember him from the ambulance ride over here." He explains. Izuku looks a bit confused, but nods. Stefan had gone off to talk to his superiors about getting assigned to Izuku's case. He felt it would be beneficial to have Izuku introduced to someone who was also quirkless. That, and he had taken a personal interest in the case itself. Stefan wanted to help as best he could. He was certified and qualified across a multitude of specialties. Stefan's vast skill set and expertise would enable them to limit how many people Izuku had to be exposed to during his time at Hero's Retreat. It would be less stressful that way for all parties involved. "Hello Eraser, hello Izuku. It's good to see you two again." Stefan replies with a smile, "I'm here to see about taking Izuku's vitals now that he's settled in better. Is that okay?" Izuku eyes him for a long moment, then looks up at Aizawa. Sensing the unspoken question, the hero speaks up, "He's just here to help you, Izuku. Stefan won't hurt you," he assures. Izuku looks back to the blonde who still stands in the doorway, not having entered what is now considered Izuku's space. You're going to help me get better?" Izuku asks the young man hesitantly. "Absolutely." Stefan replies earnestly, "After all, us quirkless have to stick together." Izuku's viridian eyes go wide. "Why, you're quirkless?" he asks in disbelief. "I sure am. Complete with the extra to joint and everything." Stefan answers, dramatically pointing at a lifted foot. Both feet are wearing Primordial brand shoes. These ones are also red high tops like Izuku's, except one foot has blue laces and one foot has purple laces. Aizawa can feel Izuku practically vibrating with excitement at this revelation. Just like me," he says in a low, awe-filled tone. "Exactly like you. So what do you say? Am I okay to come in the room?" Stefan asks again, grinning. Yep. You can come in." Izuku tells him, smiling back at the blonde-haired nurse. Stefan takes the answer for the go-ahead that it is and slowly makes his way into the room. After once again asking Izuku's permission, he sits down in the cushion to their left and begins the process of taking the teen's vitals. As he goes about taking Izuku's blood pressure and pulse, listening to his breathing etc., he makes casual conversation with the greenette. Izuku asks him who his favorite hero is, to which Stefan replies with Sir Night Eye of all people. Though it's less of a surprise when Aizawa gets to listen to Izuku launch into a lengthy, but detailed explanation of the hero's quirk and its uses, and how he fights basically quirkless. The two men quickly learn that Izuku is a walking hero encyclopedia. His vast knowledge is beyond impressive. It makes Aizawa a bit nervous for the impending meeting between the teen and Nedzu. Aizawa himself, having worked with Night Eye on occasion, gives them his own observations of the man's fighting style. As it turns out, thanks to working in a hero hospital, Stefan has also met Sir Night Eye. Izuku then asks Stefan what other heroes he has met, and what they were like. Stefan happily tells him all about his experiences, even after he's finished with his original tasks. Stefan talks about his two best friends who are pro-heroes, one underground and one a sidekick who works both underground and spotlight. He pointedly doesn't mention his own escapades in vigilantism alongside them. Or how those adventures are the real reason he knows who Eraserhead is. Stefan skillfully dodges around the topic of growing up quirkless, and the bullying and discrimination he suddenly faced when he moved to Japan overseas. Instead he talks about how in other places in the world there are more quirkless people and about his friends he has that are as well. Stefan doesn't mention how his father was in the police force and taught him how to hold his own in a fight, to stand up for himself and not take their shit lying down. Izuku hasn't lost his kindness after all, something society seems determined to beat out of those it deems weak or inferior, according to its twisted standards. It's best not to ruin the boy's worldview too much. Although given the circumstances leading up to their meeting, it may be a bit too late for that. Stefan doesn't talk about how he was mainly hired at a hero hospital because, without a quirk, he couldn't possibly pose a threat to its patients, despite this being completely untrue. He instead talks about how none of his coworkers, or the heroes he meets, really care about his quirk status. Because at the end of the day, Stefan works in a life-saving and clinically crucial profession and his skills speak for themselves every single day. Izuku, for his part, soaked the attention up like a sponge. He was clearly enjoying the conversation, hanging off of Stefan's every word. He eagerly held up his side of the conversation, his ever-present stutter giving way to his excitement. There was a bright smile of Izuku's face. It was nice to see the kid smiling after all that had happened. As he would speak, one hand would wave in the air, light catching on the red feather he received from Hawks and has yet to let go of. The other hand remains intertwined with his length of capture weapon, fingers fidgeting with the fabric idly. They sat there talking long after Stefan had finished all that he originally came to do. It was clear that the young man was fully invested in Izuku and his situation. Aizawa was content to just sit back and listen as the two conversed. While the two were talking, Aizawa's phone vibrates with an incoming message. As discreetly as he can, the hero unlocks his phone and reads it. Tukachi Naomasa, I spoke with the boys. Mother. Things just got simpler and more complicated at the same time. Tukachi Naomasa, I understand you're probably tied up with him. Please call me at your earliest convenience. Further discussion can wait until then. So Naomasa has already spoken with Izuku's mother. And from the sounds of it, the call didn't go as expected. Regardless, he's right about Shoyuta being tied up with Izuku. Not that Shoyuta minds. He's a great kid. Is he getting attached? Definitely. It's a good thing the two probably won't be separated for quite some time. As such, it's going to be a while until he can call Naomasa. Perhaps Shoyuta can get Hawks to distract him later? There's an idea. Much like everything else, it'll all depend on Izuku. There's another knock at the door, once again heralding a new arrival. Still seated in Aizawa's lap, Izuku goes still. He looks up at the door then to Aizawa. Stefan sees his hesitation and speaks up, I can go answer the door if you'd like? Make sure they're safe. He offers. Izuku gladly takes him up on it and nods, half-dry green curls bouncing with the movement. Stefan then stands and makes his way over to the door. Upon reaching said door he opens it slightly. As words are exchanged, a familiar voice can be heard. Then Stefan opens the door to reveal Hawks, with two others that can be seen standing behind him. The winged hero doesn't make any move to enter the room, simply settling for smirking at Izuku from his place in the doorway. Stefan stands by him, holding the door open. H. Hawks. Izuku exclaims. Aizawa doesn't miss how the kid's stutter has returned. So much for that. The one and only. I told you I'd meet you here, didn't I? Hawks replies. Izuku nods eagerly. Why you did. And you see came, he says happily. It's almost as if Izuku had expected to be let down from the start. Of course I did. And I brought some friends with me to help you get better and keep you safe. Hawks elaborates, they're pro-heroes too, and they're really nice. Can they come in, he asks the teen. H-heroes? What, who are they? Izuku asks. I have Hound Dog and Nedzu with me today. Hound Dog is going to be our doctor of sorts and Nedzu wants to help because he's really smart. Hawks answers, stepping aside so Izuku can see the two heroes behind him. Aizawa can hear Izuku's surprised gasp and mumbling of, Nedzu. Nedzu's really here. Seems the kid likes Nedzu. Great. Just what the rat needs. Scratch that, just what the world needs. Not. They can come in. Izuku permits. Great. Thanks Izuku. Hawks replies cheerily. You're doing good kid, really good. Aizawa says, soft enough for only Izuku to hear. Let me know if you want them to leave and we'll have them leave. We don't want to make you uncomfortable. Okay? Oh okay. Comes the shaky reply. Hawks then waltzes into the room, wings tucked close to his back, hands at his sides where Izuku can see them. He is followed by the larger form of Hound Dog, who has Nedzu perched on his right shoulder. Stefan takes this as his cue to leave. I'll be going now Izuku. I shall see you later okay? Izuku nods, oh okay. Bye Stefan. He says, waving. The heroes slowly make their way over to where Aizawa and Izuku are sitting, telegraphing their movements. Hawks and Hound Dog walk one behind the other, so as not to crowd him. Hello. Nedzu greets in a chipper tone, waving a paw. You must be Izuku. Izuku nods, eyes bright. Hello. Nedzu hops down from his place on Hound Dog's shoulder. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? I'm Dash. You're Nedzu. Izuku interrupts. Nedzu hesitates only but a moment. Pardon? The answer to your question, you're Nedzu. Izuku repeats matter-of-factly. Nedzu's grin sharpens. Right you are. You're a clever one, I see. Wonderful. Aizawa is definitely regretting letting these two meet. Ever. Don't forget about me now. Hound Dog cuts in. It's nice to meet you, Izuku-kun. I'm Hound Dog, as you know. You may also call me Inui if that's easier. And nice to meet you, Inui-san. Izuku replies, pressing himself against Aizawa slightly. Seeing his rising nervousness, Aizawa offers his hand to Izuku, letting it rest on his own knee at the kid's side. Izuku silently takes it with his own, and the hero gives it a gently squeeze. Is it okay if we sit down with you, Izuku? Hawks asks. Why you can I sit? Izuku tells them. The heroes all move to take a seat on the floor. Nedzu takes the now empty cushion while Hawks and Hound Dog sit directly on the tile, neither of them showing any signs of minding having to sit on the hard surface. Now that we are all settled, I have some questions I'd like to ask you, Izuku. As a doctor, your answers to them will allow me to know how we can best help you get better and to keep you safe. Is that alright with you if I ask them? Hound Dog inquires. Izuku looks at Aizawa, who nods encouragingly. Izuku then gives the Hound hero a nod of his own. Wonderful. Hound Dog replies, reaching into his coat to pull out a notepad and pen, and I would like to take notes so I don't forget anything. Is that okay as well? That's fine. I like taking endnotes too. Izuku replies. Thank you. Now then, to start, why don't you tell me about yourself? Things you like, don't like, hobbies. Stuff like that. Izuku squirms in place while he thinks a moment, still fiddling with Aizawa's hand. I like to analyze heroes and quirks in my notebooks. I find it all really fascinating. I like learning but I don't really like school. Everyone is mean and some of them like to hurt me. I like Katsudon and my favorite color is red. Is that enough? He then asks hesitantly as he finishes. Inui gives him a soft look. That's plenty if you have no more to add. Thank you for sharing. I'm intrigued as to these analysis notebooks you mentioned. Nedzu chimes in, perhaps you'll have to show me sometime. Izuku perks up, okay. No one usually wants to see them. But if you want to see can. Nedzu is undeterred, excellent. I shall make note of it for the future. Next are the basics. How old are you, Izuku? Inui asks. I'm 15, sir. And you are in your final year of junior high, correct? Izuku nods, why yes. Understandably uncomfortable at the mention of school. And who do you live with? Inui asks, moving right along. I live at home with my mom. My dad left when I was diagnosed quirkless, Izuku answers, lowering his head. His loss if you ask me. I think you're great regardless. Hawks comments, trying to lighten the mood a bit. Izuku smiles at him, so it seems to have worked. Time for the more clinical questions, all of these are in relation to the last 2 weeks or so. Inui begins, have you had trouble falling asleep, staying asleep, or have you been sleeping too much? Izuku looks down at his lap, I haven't been sleep very well. Usually I just can't fall as asleep. Okay, how about poor appetite or eating too much? I've only really eaten a meal or so a day for the past week. I'm usually not all that hungry. And mom isn't home in tea time to make dinner most nights, so usually I just don't feel like making something for just myself. Izuku explains. Inui makes note of his mother's lack of presence as well. Aizawa doesn't seem to be overly impressed in that regard. Have you taken little interest or pleasure in doing things recently? Izuku looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. I started reading over my notebooks a lot more to distract myself, but I felt like I kept spacing out and wasn't really focused on it. Kinda like how my head would get all floaty and fuzzy during other tea times. To clarify, what other times are you referring to, Izuku? Inui asks. Like when I'm really into an analysis or when I'm being picked on or at a p. Izuku tells him. Those two instances don't quite line up to both be a cause of what they've been assuming up until now was severe disassociation. Perhaps it's worth looking further into or to be looked at from a different angle. Thank you for explaining. Now, have you been feeling down, depressed or hopeless? Izuku nods, yes? That's always a thing though. It's not like my life is exactly the greatest. He states simply, like he hadn't been pushed to the point of a psychotic break earlier that day. Inui nods, keeping his face neutral. What about feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge? Izuku shifts in his seat a little, looking back down at his and Aizawa's hands. I'm always nervous, but I have been more jumpy and on edge than usually I guess. I feel like something is while watching me sometimes, even though I'm alone. It's even on the D-days I don't have school. But worse on the D-days I do. Sounds like the boy has paranoia and hypervigilance then. Not that they can fault him for it. I see. And have you been feeling afraid, as if something awful might or is going to happen? Izuku nods, looking back up. I've been feeling anxious over something coming since the V voice told me he'd make the hurting stop. But I just thought that W was my usual reaction to an upcoming event, being nervous and anxious in anticipati tie-in. Inui takes note of heightened anxiety on his paper. Okay, were you ever so restless that it was hard to keep still? I usually have a hard time keeping still, but I'm getting better. I can't make too much noise or I'll annoy my teachers and CL classmates. Izuku tells him. To think he is that conscious of annoying others. And clearly afraid of what happens when he does so. It leaves a bad taste in Aizawa's mouth. Nedzu's smile slips slightly also. Inui presses on regardless. Were you easily distracted or had trouble concentrating or staying on track? Izuku nods. I often have trouble concentrating or get distracted easily. But sometimes when I'm doing certain things I'll space out F for a while, and my head get all fuzzy and floaty. It's weird because normally that only happens when I'm in pain or being beat up P. He comments. This is definitely something to look farther into then. Inui makes a special note of it. It's also alarming that it happens often enough. Izuku can gauge when it should and shouldn't happen. Ever feeling bad about yourself or that you are a failure, he asks, not really wanting to hear the answer. Izuku shifts and gives him a puzzled look. Why you mean I shouldn't feel bad about myself? I'm useless, worthless, quirkless Deku. Everyone always tells me that. Is it really a feeling if it's the truth? Izuku asks honestly. Aizawa tightens his hold on Izuku briefly and the other heroes reign in their anger. This poor kid doesn't deserve any of this shit. Hawks was right when he said the school needs to burn. That's the thing Izuku, Aizawa speaks up, it's not the truth. You're not worthless or useless. They just couldn't see that. They refused to see that. He tells him, knowing his words this one time won't change a lifetime of impressions. Really? Izuku asks, sounding hopeful. I agree with Aizawa. You're clearly very smart. I'm sure with the proper teacher you could do many great things. Nedzu adds. Aizawa gets the feeling the rat want to be that teacher. Sigh. Oh okay. Thanks. Izuku says softly, sounding shell-shocked. Last one for now. Any thoughts of hurting yourself or that you would be better off dead? This is always one of the hardest questions to ask. Izuku thinks a moment before speaking. Sometimes when I get really worked up, I scratch at my arms and usually they bleed. I can know it's bad to do that but I just can't help it at the time. The voice always scolds me though. But I've never seriously thought of killing myself, even though Kaken said the other d-day that I should try it to get a quirk in my next life. And the others leave mean messages and spider lilies on my desk sometimes. They're nice flowers though, so I don't mind too much. I know I'm not dead. He explains, oblivious to the looks of horror the adults around him are wearing. But when I came back after the voice made the hurting stop, and I saw how many people I hurt and wanted to be because I deserve it. But I couldn't. My head really started hurting and the V voice got really mad at me. T told me I have to survive, have to stay safe. Yes, that's the other thing, this voice. It's beginning to sound more and more like a protective personality of some sort. I see. And was it the voice who encouraged you to take the measures you did today? Inui asks, wording his question carefully. He doesn't want to press Izuku, but they need answers. It was the next topic on the list after all. I didn't want to hurt or kill anybody. It was him. He was the one who did it. He made me do it. Izuku exclaims. The adults in the room all exchange brief looks. To be clear Izuku, who made you do it? Hound Dog asks. Izuku perks up, the voice. I started hearing him speak to me about 2 weeks ago. He said we needed to make the hurting stop, and that he knew how. He explains, stutter fading in place of his growing excitement, so I let him. Then when he was doing it things got all floaty and fuzzy again. He did things that I don't think I could have been able to do. And when I came back everything was already done and there was so much red. So Izuku is hearing a voice in his head. A voice that seems to have good intentions but terrible methods. Methods and actions that Izuku's still having trouble fully grasping the weight of. To him right now, the most important thing is that he is no longer being hurt. The real challenge will come with time, when Izuku eventually does feel the weight of what he's done, be it his voice who did it or him. The voice told you to do it? Or said he would do it, the hound hero asks. He said he would stop us from being hurt. And I really wanted it to stop, so I let him. Izuku replies. That was bad though, wasn't it? Was it? I made the hurting stop. And that's good, he continues. While hurting others is never a good thing. I can understand that you were desperate. After all they had been hurting you for a long time, Hound Dog tells him, trying to stay objective in his opinion, and now you're here to be kept safe and to get help so something like this doesn't happen ever again. Aren't I in trouble though? Am I going to get arrested, he asks, breathing picking up in rising panic. That is the last thing they intend to let happen. Having Izuku locked away will do him no favors. It's just getting others to realize that. You're not going to be arrested. And you're not in trouble right now. Don't worry too much about it and focus on getting better, okay? Nezu says to him, smile ever present. Oh okay. Izuku replies shakily, still seemingly unconvinced. And who can really blame him? That's all the questions I had for now. Inui then says, thank you for answering all of them, Izuku. Izuku nods shyly, but says nothing. Before we finish up though, I would like to ask about this voice you keep mentioning. The hound hero continues. Izuku perks up a bit, what do why you want to know? Hound Dog thinks a moment before asking his first question, have you always been able to hear them? Izuku shakes his head, nope. I started hearing him a few weeks ago. AF after the sludge incident, he answers. Inui nods, taking note of this so-called sludge incident, and is he a nice voice? Or is he a mean voice? Izuku's face scrunches in thought, he's nice to me. But he can be mean about other people. And what kinds of things does he say or tell you? Other than when he made the hurting stop? Inui inquires further. All kinds of helpful things. Izuku exclaims, he seems be obsessed with wanting to keep me safe. Sometimes he reminds me of things I have learned to do to not get beat up be bad. Like keep my arms in front of my face, or curl my legs up to protect my torso. He also gives tips when I am treating my injuries too. From the sounds of it, this voice is some sort of protective personality for Izuku. He has likely developed it as a result of all the trauma he has experienced. However, Izuku isn't finished, but today he got really angry, saying bad things about people while making the hurting stop. All I could do was watch him. That's the first time anything like that has happened. And then he seemed so much better than I am. More skilled? I dunno. Before Inui can respond, Aizawa has a question of his own. You said while we were on the floor and I used my quirk that I made him go away? What did you mean by that? He asks. Oh. Izuku chirps, he was telling me that what he did needed to be done. That it was to make the hurting stop. For the sake of survival. But also I needed to be careful and that I shouldn't trust you. We usually can't trust adults. He was getting really insistent, and then he was trying to take control again. Then why you used your quirk and scared him off. Izuku explains. The fact that erasure, a quirk that nullifies other quirks, was what calmed this voice raises some questions. But Izuku's quirkless. So maybe it was just the visual? A quick look at the other heroes in the room tells Aizawa that he's not the only one with this line of thinking. I see, Inui finally says, do you think you can tell Aizawa if you start to hear him again Izuku-kun? He then asks. Izuku nods, I guess. Great. Thank you. You've done very well today. I'm impressed. The hound hero compliments. Izuku seems to preen slightly at the praise. Thank you. And with that I'd say we are done for now. Hound Dog declares. The hero stands up and returns his notepad to his coat. Izuku frowns in disappointment. You're leaving? He asks hesitantly. I don't know about these two, but I plan to hang out with you for a while. If you want me to. Hawks replies. Yeah. Izuku exclaims, voice dripping excitement, can you tell me about your quirk? He then asks. Absolutely buddy. Hawks answers, I sure can. I unfortunately need to be going. Hound Dog tells him, but you will see me again soon. Don't worry. I'll let you ask your questions then, he assures. Alright. Izuku replies, "Be safe." "I will, pup, thanks." Hound Dog replies, before taking his leave of the room. "I can stay with you for a while as well, if you'd like." Nedzu offers, sending a knowing look in Aizawa's direction, "And perhaps while we discuss quirks, you can let Aizawa stretch his legs," he suggests. Izuku goes still. Slowly, shakily, he looks up at his hero. "Why you want TOTOL leave?" "Sheet. I actually need to make a trip to the bathroom if that's alright with you." "I'll come straight back." Aizawa quickly elaborates. Izuku doesn't respond, just looks down at his hands. Thinking fast, Aizawa speaks up, "How about this, while I'm gone you can hold on to my capture weapon. That was I'm coming back. And it can help keep you safe while I'm gone." Izuku seems intrigued by the suggestion. "And don't forget, you still have my feather. It can help too." Hawks reminds him. "Along with me of course. You also won't be alone while he's gone, both me and Hawks will be here with you still." Nedzu points out, "And I'm sure you have plenty of questions about our quirks, yes? Do you study them in those analysis notebooks you mentioned?" This catches Izuku's attention. "Yes. I do. I love analyzing quirks," he replies. Can we do that while he's gone?" "Certainly." Nedzu agrees. "You bet." Hawks echoes. Izuku looks up at Aizawa from his place still in the man's lap. "You can go. I think I'll be okay." Can you leave you your SC scarf?" he asks. "I sure can, Izuku." Aizawa confirms. "Can you hop up for me?" he then asks. "You can come sit on me if you'd like, Izuku." Hawks offers, "I may not be as comfy as Eraserhead though." Izuku smiles, "Oh, okay." The teen shakily gets up, with a bit of support from Aizawa. He then makes his way over to Hawks and sits down in the winged hero's lap. In one hand he still holds the feather he was given and the other hand clutches his length of capture weapon. "Comfy?" Hawks asks. Izuku beams up at him, "Yep." Aizawa then stands up himself, ignoring the creaking of his knees and cracking of his back. He's not old enough for these things to happen, DMN it. The hero then walks over to Izuku and removes his capture weapon. Carefully he lowers it over Izuku's head and lets it rest around his neck. It's, quite frankly, huge on the teen, some strands falling off even his shoulders and instead hanging down around his arms. Now Izuku really looks like a kitten, one tangled in yarn. It's adorable, not that Aizawa would ever admit it out loud. "Alright Izuku. I'll be back soon. Be good," he says to him. "I will." Izuku assures, "Be safe," he then says. Eraserhead can't even hide the fond smirk that crosses his face. "I will, kid. See you soon." And with Izuku safe and comfortable in the presence of Nedzu and Hawks, Eraserhead leaves the room. Time to see what Tukachi needs to discuss with him. Having left Izuku's room, Aizawa takes a moment to collect himself. Today has been a lot. And from the looks of it, this is only the beginning. First things first, finding the items he asked Hawks to bring. After a quick look, Aizawa finds a familiar bag sitting next to a to-go cup of coffee sitting on the ledge of the nurse's station's half-wall. Upon walking over, Aizawa finds Hound Dog is actually still here, talking to the staff it would seem. They all look up at his approach. "I think this stuff is mine," Aizawa declares, gesturing to the drawstring bag he now knows for sure holds his uniform. "Yes, that is the stuff Hawks brought with him. Present Mike collected it for you," Hound Dog confirms. "Great, Mike is probably wondering just what he's doing that he needs this stuff delivered." Typically Aizawa doesn't stick around after the initial rescuing. As far as he knew, kids aren't really that fond of him. With the exception of Izuku, it would seem. Although Izuku has proven to be the exception to a lot of things in the past few hours. "I was just speaking with the nurses about having me set up as Izuku's designated psychiatrist," Hound Dog explains, "and it seems that won't be an issue. The doctor they have on staff doesn't often treat children after all." Aizawa nods, taking a sip of his newly acquired coffee. "That's good to hear. We are going to need the best we can get on this case." He states, "Are you in any position to tell me your thoughts, or at least first impressions? And do you have any questions for me while I'm away from Izuku?" the tired hero asks. Hound Dog thinks a moment. If it wasn't apparent already, it has now become clear now that Izuku is a victim of extensive abuse, mental, emotional and physical. What happened today was a result of him having reached his limit and finally snapping. "I can't in good conscience place the blame solely on Izuku for doing something that in his unstable mental state was executed as an act of self-defense," the Hound hero explains. "However, what I am most intrigued by is this voice he claims to be hearing. A voice that seems to be hyper-focused on prolonging survival. So much so that it prevented Izuku from attempting suicide. At first I thought it to be a protective personality of sorts, especially when Izuku proceeded to tell us it was this voice that carried out the events of this afternoon, and not Izuku himself. Aizawa nods. I was thinking something similar. But two things struck me as illogical to that end. I'm sure you caught them as well, he infers. Inui nods. I believe I did. The most prevalent being Izuku's claims that this voice did things that Izuku doesn't think himself physically capable of doing. While I'm no expert, alternate personalities don't tend to enhance physical prowess. The second being its response to erasure specifically. Izuku told us that when you used your quirk, the voice was silenced. Aizawa nods. Those were what I was referring to. I do distinctly recall when Izuku started spiraling, I activated my quirk and he seemed to come to his senses. I thought it was just the visual cue, the red glow giving him something to focus on in reality. But I did it twice. Both times yielded significant results. The tired hero explains. And that is why I don't want to rule out the possibility of this voice being part of a manifested quirk. I am aware that the boy is quirkless, however, given the prolonged abuse he suffered. A forcibly manifested quirk could be a possibility. Eraserhead finished for him. And if that's the case, if this turns out to be a quirk manifestation, then just like 4 to 6 year olds that have dangerous quirks manifest, Izuku cannot by law be held legally responsible for his actions. Hound Dog concludes. Yet even if that is not the case, the boy is clearly not in a sound state of mind. Labeling him a killer and locking him away would be cruel and simply avoiding the issue. This case needs to be given the attention to detail that a situation this complex deserves. And I think we both know that there's at least 5 of us already on board and ready to fight for Izuku. Aizawa points out. Hound Dog chuckles. Hawks did tell Nedzu he thinks Aldra needs, and I quote, burnt to the ground. Aizawa gives him a slightly horrified look, expression only changing in his usual subdued manner, and don't tell me that's what the rat intends to do. Inui shakes his head. He did express that he felt the idea, while the more satisfying outcome, would not be the most ideal way of settling the matter. And personally I think that by the time those two are finished with this case, the school will wish they left it at only burning their campus down. I can't help but agree with you. Aizawa replies. That said, I need to get changed, then I have a phone call to make. And I don't want to leave Izuku without me for too long. Ah, yes. I did not mean to keep you. I shall update you on any further developments. And I'm sure Detective Tukachi will also be keeping you posted. Have a good evening, Eraserhead. Hound Dog bids him farewell. And that conversation done and over with, Aizawa set himself to accomplishing his next tasks. Getting changed and calling his husband. Inui Ryo, aka Hound Dog, has seen many things over the course of his hero career. He's seen abuse cases, neglect cases, violent outbursts, psychotic breakdowns, and even mental shutdowns. He's seen the depressed, the traumatized, the crazed, the anxious and terrified, and those who have simply given up. And nothing hurts his heart more than to see any of those things in a child. There's a certain look in said children's eyes that is just different, just off. Whether they've seen too much or simply don't want to see anymore, there's a certain darkness present that has no right to be present in the eyes of someone so young. Children are meant to be innocent, not haunted. Yet, there are also the occasional cases that involve people like Izuku, victims that haven't given up, that haven't had the light stolen from their eyes. There are the survivors, the fighters, the escapees, and the rescued. They possess a look all their own. It's something akin to curiosity and expectation. They are looking for a reason to keep going, proof that the entire world isn't like the hell they've lived. And they search for it in their own cautious, careful, and yet still childlike manner. Right now, Izuku is conducting that search. It's the reason he latched onto Eraserhead, the pro-hero who was the one who finally came to Izuku's rescue. It's the reason he opened up and answered the questions Inui asked him. It's the reason he stutters and trembles and catalogs everyone's every movement. It's the reason he hasn't truly grasped what he has done or fully accepted why he had to do it. Having opened up to the heroes who wish to help him, Hawks, Nedzu, Eraserhead and Hound Dog himself, Izuku has placed a substantial yet fragile trust in them. One that will make or break the child for good. And DMN it, does Inui intend to do everything he can to honor that trust, to keep the teen from falling back apart and shattering irreparably. However, this case will take more than determination alone to handle and solve. It has the complexity that can be likened to a multi-layered explosive. It needs to be approached carefully, delicately, from all angles and yet one section at a time. It will need to be evaluated, dissected, solved and diffused one layer at a time, slowly and patiently. All the while, one wrong move means it and everything around it will go up in flames. This was an attack on a school that was executed by one of its own students. Said student, unlike most of those in similar situations, is still alive. And there weren't just injuries, there were deaths at their hands. And yet this student has suffered at the hands of their fellow classmates and at the whims of their teachers for years. So much so they cannot be deemed to be of a sound state of mind. So where does the blame truly fall? On the abusers who pushed one teen too far? Or on the teen that snapped and as a result lashed out violently? Or both? To add fuel to the fire, Izuku is quirkless. This now brings in the underlying issue of the treatment of the quirkless and those deemed to possess weak or villainous quirks by society as a whole. This in and of itself is a hell of a lot to unpack. Now you take someone who was deemed lesser by society, and they've gone and proven themselves a threat. Disrupted the natural order of things, to put it in a more crude manner. Then there's the matter of the school itself. There's no way Izuku was the only one suffering in such a way. Chances are that yes, he was probably the only quirkless student. However, there are bound to be others that suffered discrimination and abuse because of their own quirk status. Along with this, there's the fact that the other students were permitted, and in some cases encouraged, to prey on the weak. Those with stronger quirks must have been given preferential treatment over those seen to be without them. In such a CYCL, the teachers are just as bad as the students that were beating their fellow students into the ground and mocking them day after day. And yet they themselves were victims of that same discrimination and failure, having been taught that such ways were acceptable. Without a shadow of a doubt, this entire case is a clusterfuck. To start with, Inui decided to read over his notes on Izuku's answers. Somehow Izuku has never been psychologically evaluated in the past. Another way he has been failed. It was clear the boy has some sort of anxiety disorder. Potentially some sort of ADHD or ADD. He is terrifyingly intelligent. He is undeniably depressed and certainly has PTSD from his years of mistreatment. And then there's the psychotic break and the voice. The more Inui looks at it and thinks about it, this is the perfect setup for a forcibly manifested quirk. And as horrible as it is to say, this would be the best circumstance for Izuku. If this were to be credited as a quirk manifestation incident, there is no way Izuku could be held legally responsible. Just like 4 to 6-year-olds are not held responsible when their quirk first manifests. Izuku's is just late. 10 years too late. Inui also wants to find more information about this Kaken Izuku mentioned, and the sludge incident he was apparently involved in. Having more details to work with on this topic will also help get the whole picture surrounding Izuku's current state. For now, Inui wants to start treating the anxiety and if necessary prescribe a sleep aid for Izuku. The teen will either be sleeping a lot, after coming down from the mental high that his psychotic break has brought about, or not be able to sleep because he's still too wound up from the insistent. There's a chance of going back and forth between the two as well. He will also need to have something prescribed to be taken in the event of another episode, for both Izuku's safety and the safety of others. After sorting out the medication to prescribe Izuku and sending it over to the hospital, Hound Dog can look forward to a long conversation with the lead of the case. Which will no doubt make for an even longer night. Aizawa closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, for this moment allowing coffee to monopolize all of his senses. It's been one hell of a day. And there doesn't seem to be an end in sight. Right now Aizawa is enjoying his coffee while it is still slightly warm. He just finished getting himself cleaned up and changed and is now blood-free. Not that there was all that much on him, just what had rubbed off from Izuku's blood-splattered uniform while he had been carrying and holding the teen. Sadly, Aizawa can't relish in the coffee and his new change of clothes for very long. He has no way of knowing how long Izuku will last before he inevitably requires the hero's presence once more. And Aizawa still needs to call Detective Tukachi. According to his husband's text, he wanted to discuss something about Izuku's mother, Joy. Deciding it would be illogical to delay the impending phone call any longer, Aizawa pulls his phone out of his utility belt and unlocks it. Then after a few presses on the touchscreen, he has lifted the phone to his ear and is listening to the generic ringing that denotes the call is in process. Detective Tukachi speaking. The monotone answer is heard, cutting off the rings. Hey now, you wanted me to call you? Shoyuta answers. Oh, yes I did. Give me a few moments to relocate. Comes the reply, along muffled footsteps and voices that can be heard after. Then there's the sound of a door being closed forcefully, the door frame of Tukachi's office having been out of alignment for years now, and the ruffling of fabric denoting his husband having sat down. Okay, I'm alone now. Naomasa tells him. That's good. I'm sure it's been just as long of a day for you as well. Shoyuta replies. Naomasa sighs, I'd say you have no idea, but I know you've had it worse than me. I will admit Izuku clings to me like no child has ever before. I'm not quite sure what to think about it. Shoyuta admits. In his eyes you saved him. And you're a good man. He has every right to cling to you. His husband tells him. Now it's Shuta's turn to sigh, flattery aside, I don't know how much time I have till said child will need me again. And you said you had something to discuss? On his end of the phone, Naomasa sits up in his seat, glancing at the papers that had been signed not even 30 minutes prior. I do. I spoke to Izuku's mother earlier. In fact, she was here at the station half an hour ago. Why do I get the feeling it wasn't for something good? Shoyuta mutters. After having the situation explained to her, she felt she was ill-suited and ill-equipped to take care of Izuku. Naomasa explained simply. She then stopped by the station after her shift at the hospital was over and signed away custody. That wasn't what Shoyuta had expected to be told. Ill-suited and ill-equipped, that's a fancy way of putting she didn't think she could handle parenting her child any longer. Then again, being the parent of a quirkless child could not have been easy. And from the sounds of it, she wasn't doing the greatest job. So that means we don't have to loop a parental figure into our plans for Izuku's care and protection. But it also means we don't have an official guardian to sign off on anything at present. Aside from you having temporary custody as the pro-hero who rescued him. But that only lasts for 48 hours. Naomasa continues. We can't let Izuku be put into the system, now, it could turn out even worse than school did. Shoyuta insists. He was in the system with a villain's quirk, he can only image what it would have been like for a quirkless child. You're not wrong there, Sho. Try as we might, the system is far from perfect. Naomasa agrees. That's under the assumption Izuku will let me out of his sight anytime soon. Shoyuta then points out, casting a glance at the closed door to Izuku's room. Aren't you away from him now? Naomasa asks, trailing off in confusion. I am, but it took some convincing. He's with Hawks and Nedzu right now. Who the hell knows what those two are doing with him? Shoyuta takes a sip of his coffee while listening to Naomasa start coughing, having presumably started choking on his own. You left him alone with those two? His husband all but demands, words broken up with slight coughs still. I didn't really have a choice. And from the looks of it, Izuku really likes Nedzu. And Nedzu has taken interest in Izuku. Along with that, Hawks is undeniably attached to the kid already. Not that he can blame the winged hero. You say that like you aren't. Naomasa argues, I know how cases involving children usually go for you, Shoyuta. You don't tend to stick around long. And if you do, it's not because of the children. Shoyuta hesitates. Of course he knows this as well, but is he really attached? Yes he is. There's just something about this green-haired, green-eyed kid, the way he smiles brightly and his keen intelligence, that's just unique. I think you're right now. I'm not sure I can let this kid go. Shoyuta admits out loud finally. Naomasa smiles at the confession, and Shoyuta can just sense the knowing look he would be getting had he been in the office with his husband. I had a feeling you'd say that. Which is why I haven't put in a request for a social worker for Izuku just yet. But I can start on the paperwork for custody. I'm with you on this one, Sho. This kid needs you. And any other help he can get for that matter. Shoyuta should have known, then you might as well get to work. Because I won't be around to help you with it for quite some time. I've been assigned as Izuku's chaperone and monitor given his current state of psychosis. A state that was confirmed by Inui, when he visited just a bit ago. So Inui did stop by then. Does he intend to assign himself as Izuku's psychiatrist? Naomasa asks. He does, in fact he was arranging it with the nurses when I left Izuku's room earlier. It doesn't look like that's going to be a problem. Shoyuta answers, the real problem is all the things that have come to light after his psychiatric evaluation. What kind of things? Naomasa asks, sounding concerned. Aside from the expected mental side effects of his treatment up until now, quirk-related things. Shoyuta tells him. He hears a voice in his head. We initially thought it to be a protective personality of some sort. But he was also claiming that this voice was the one who conducted the incident at the school, not him. Apparently this side of him also did things Izuku doesn't think himself normally physically capable of doing. The extent of that claim will need to be evaluated when we get a hold of the camera footage. On top of it all, the use of my quirk has proven to make this voice go away. Too many things are lining up now. There's a long pause while the detective processes that load of information. So you are thinking this may be a forcibly manifested quirk incident? Naomasa asks slowly, connecting all of the dots. There's a chance of it, yes. But ultimately I'm not a professional in that regard, so my word can only be taken so far. Inui was going to review everything he knows after he left here. So you may be getting a call from him sometime soon. Shoyuta confirms. Thanks for the heads up. I'll likely be in the office for a while yet. Naomasa replies. There were some things Izuku mentioned that I was wondering about. Shoyuta speaks up. He mentioned a sludge incident that he was involved with a few weeks ago. Any idea what that could be referring to? Naomasa thinks a moment. I have a theory, but I will need to look further into it to confirm. At this point I think anything relating to Izuku will need investigated. His school district first and foremost. I agree. The other thing was he mentioned someone he calls Kaken. And from everything I've heard this kid is his main tormentor. Despite what Izuku might readily admit to, Naomasa does have an answer to this one. His mother mentioned a friend Katsuki. The legitimacy of that friendship I doubted even then. However, Shoyuta scoffs at the notion. I decided to look into possible identities, and one of the main surviving injuries was one Bakugo Katsuki. He had 2 deep lacerations across his palms, effectively disabling his quirk until they heal. What exactly is his quirk? Shoyuta asks. Explosions. Shoyuta hisses. He sweats nitroglycerin which he ignites in his palms to create explosions. Why? Izuku has burn scars now. You should have seen how many scars this kid has. Hell, the word Deku is scared into his arm and leg. Shoyuta explains. As much as I hate to say it, we will need pictures for evidence. Naomasa states, but I will add what you've stated to his file for now. Sounds like a plan. Speaking of evidence, did you get Izuku's backpack? Shoyuta asks. We did. There should be a notebook in there titled Hero Analysis. Do me a favor and give it to Nedzu to look over, so the rat doesn't just straight up steal it. Shoyuta requests. Naomasa huffs and laughs. Sure, I can do that. We also need Izuku's uniform if you've managed to get him out of it and into something less red? Shoyuta suggests. There's a choked sound on the other end of the line. Not what I was going to say, but yes. Something clean. I asked the nurses to bag it for evidence when I handed it over to them. And when evidence is done with it, I'm burning it. Shoyuta insists. I don't think this case is going to be over anytime soon. But I will keep that in mind. Naomasa replies while sounding amused. You should probably be getting back to Izuku now though. I don't know how long you've been out, but the kid is probably far from stable enough to have his main support gone for very long. He has a point there, you're right. I do need to get going. Just be sure to touch base with Inui sometime tonight. And keep me updated also. Shoyuta tasks him with. Of course, Sho. Now we both need to get back to our jobs. Have a good night. Naomasa replies. Have a good night now. See you soon hopefully. Shoyuta answers, then hangs up at the same time as his husband. Now then, with that out of the way, time to get back to Izuku. After Aizawa left the room, it became clear to Nedzu that Izuku intended to watch the door until the hero came back. The teen just sits there in Hawk's lap, rocking ever so slightly while clutching the capture weapon around him and the feather still in his hand. And that just wouldn't do now, would it? It's time for some distractions then. So Izuku, I hear you like to analyze quirks? Nedzu inquires. Izuku shifts his attention from the door to the creature in front of him. I do, he replies, shifting nervously. The motion causing more of the capture weapon to fall from his shoulders and pool around him. That's wonderful. Nedzu chirps, I enjoy all kinds of analysis. However, quirks are quite the fascinating topic. I usually analyze heroes and their quirks in my notebooks. But I don't have them here. Izuku tells him. Analysis notebooks? Now those sound like something Nedzu would like to get his hands on. If only to get a better idea of how Izuku's mind works. And for his own personal enjoyment, of course. Which is fine. We can just have a conversation about it instead. A mutual exchange of ideas. How does that sound? Nedzu offers. Izuku looks at him with stars in his eyes. That sounds awesome. He says, nerves giving way to excitement. Excellent. Nedzu replies, pressing his paws together. Now then, who should we start with? Myself or Hawks? He then asks. Izuku gives the question some thought. You. He declares. Nedzu's grin widens. He really wishes he had some tea to go with this conversation. But alas, he does not. Is that so? Well then, what do you think about my quirk? He inquires, genuinely curious as to what Izuku's clearly sharp mind has thought up. Your quirk, high spec, said to increase intelligence. However, I think it does more than that. It increases not only intelligence but cognitive and behavior functionality as well. Izuku begins, and he already has the rat's attention, because when you think about it, animals can be just as intelligent as humans at a base level. They can think and solve problems, they can learn and retain information. What separates us is the way we perceive things and react to them, what we do with said knowledge and why we wanted to acquire it in the first place. Humans have emotions while animals are instinct-based. Animals prioritize survival, while humans also consider things. We consider likes and dislikes, entertainment. We have curiosity, the search for knowledge for the sake of it, acquiring it. We also worry about like socialization and interaction with other humans, and put a great deal of effort into it all. This also includes manipulation. People are manipulative, but in order to do that effectively one has to understand how humans tend to think and act. That's what I think high specs does. It takes your intelligence, enhances it, then enhances your ability to use it effectively. It provides that slight edge that a normal animal brain would be lacking. It allows for better communication, you can talk after all. It allows room for more than just survival, you have your own interests, you have ethics. And I would dare say you have emotions on some level as well. Izuku pauses for a breath. But some would argue animals have emotions too. Which I would agree with. So clearly high specs doesn't give me emotions. Nedzu argues. No. It doesn't. But it changes what you do with them. How you process them and how you choose to act on them. You take revenge, you hold grudges, you demand honesty, you expect morals and respect the dignity of another living thing. Izuku counters. Now I'm not saying it makes you human. No, there's a line between you and them. Nedzu doesn't miss how Izuku refers to humans as them, but you understand what makes them human, so to speak, and thus make use of said mental processes yourself. At a much higher performance level than the average human, of course. Gone is the stuttering, trembling, nervous and fearful child from when they first arrived. Here is an intelligent thinker, who knows what they mean and means what they say. And Nedzu loves it. That's quite the theory you have. I'm inclined to admit there is certainly plenty to support your theory. But forgive me if I choose not to break apart my own psyche for the sake of science. Nedzu replies. I feel that would be counterproductive. Izuku giggles, it certainly wouldn't benefit anyone. He agrees. Nedzu knows there are plenty in this world who would rather not have to deal with him. But that's besides the point. Now you mention the understanding mental processes. There are many animals with empathy quirks and other mental-based quirks. Thoughts? Nedzu proposes. He simply wants to see where else Izuku's mind will go. With a bit of encouragement, that is. It's interesting how most animals that develop quirks seem to develop mental or neurological enhancement quirks. It makes you wonder about the whole, quirks are a result of evolution, when the ones we see developing in our age often involve more mental processes than physical. With the exception of mutation quirks, that is. Izuku starts, and as he continues he only talks faster, but one could look at it as an evolution in thinking and thus as an improvement. After all, there are many things that simply can't be solved by brute force alone. Well, with the exception of mutation quirks, as you said, all quirks require some sort of neurological execution to make use of. Nedzu points out. Right. An emitter has to think about their output before it can happen, and make the cognitive decision to perform said feat. A transformation requires one to think about what they are transforming into and express the intent to do so within their own brain before it can happen. Other than quirks like, say, high-spec, they simply don't activate on their own. Izuku jumps in with his own thoughts. However, the location within the brain that is used to execute this neurological function differs from quirk to quirk. That's what made the development of quirk suppressors so difficult. Scientists were unable to identify what they needed to influence to stop a quirk from being used. Nedzu adds. At least until quirk factors were properly discovered and researched. Which makes Eraserhead's quirk so unique. Izuku says, I don't think his quirk affects a person's quirk factor directly. Instead, I think it interrupts the communication between the part of the brain used in activating and controlling said quirk factor and the quirk factor itself. He explains, which does make it odd that it is limited to Eraser's line of sight in terms of who it affects. But I suppose in order for him to affect a quirk factor, he needs to see it and perceive it as such, at least subconsciously. Nedzu hums, still enthralled by the young mind before him. That is an interesting theory. Which would make sense as to why he doesn't have effect on mutation quirks as much. It's because that quirk factor is intertwined with their basic anatomical structure. There's no communication, as you call it, to interrupt. Exactly. Izuku exclaims, clearly enjoying himself. Perhaps almost as much as Nedzu himself. I do wonder though, can Erasure deactivate high specs? Izuku then asks. Nedzu chuckles, you know, I don't think Aizawa has ever dared to try. This is all real fascinating, but also a bit over my head. Hawks interrupts, his sudden speech causing Izuku to startle from his place still in the hero's lap. Hawks really doesn't like where this train of thought is going. Sorry Hawks. I guess we got a bit carried away. Izuku apologizes. Nothing to apologize for, buddy. I can tell you really love quirks. And that you're super smart. Hawks replies. I am not that smart. Izuku argues, shaking his head. I would beg to differ, Izuku-kun. There are very few people who would have been able to hold a conversation of that level with me. You even mentioned some things I hadn't quite thought of myself. Nedzu corrects. Or at least hadn't thought too deeply about. He makes it his business to think about all possibilities. Then again, he never would have thought someone like Izuku would come along. So perhaps there's more to be learned here than just what he discussed with the teen. Oh. Izuku stutters out. If you think so. He doesn't appear to be very convinced. All in due time, Nedzu supposes. I know. How about I tell you all about my quirk now? Hawks offers, effectively moving the conversation along. You can even ask me all the questions that big brain of yours thinks up. Sound good? Izuku nods eagerly, shifting so he can look up at Hawks better. As for Nedzu, he is content to just listen to Hawks's explanation and observe the two. And there are a few things right away that he notices. While Hawks is speaking, he has Izuku's undivided attention. The boy sits perfectly still as he listens to the winged hero's exuberant explanation of his own quirk, yet keeps his hand motions and gestures to predictable, trackable actions. Hawks is more perceptive than he is given credit for. Also quite good with kids. And trauma victims. Izuku's right hand is also clenching and unclenching ever so slightly. It looks more like a twitching than anything. Perhaps this is Izuku's DMNT hand? Izuku had mentioned that he does analysis in notebooks. Maybe he is subconsciously itching to write the information he is being given down. How amusing. But then there's the look in the teen's eyes. As Hawks continues, his eyes seem to almost become more green. The color of his irises becoming more vibrant, while Izuku's expression itself takes on a more zoned look. Not quite the glassy-eyed look of disassociation, but something similar while still being more focused. This once again raises the point of a forced quirk manifestation. Something that Nedzu intends to investigate to the best of his ability. Which, given his resources, is going to be thoroughly. Once Aizawa has finished on the phone with Detective Tukachi, he allows himself the time to finish his now lukewarm coffee. While he stands near the door to Izuku's room, just in case, he is approached by Stefan. Hello, Eraserhead. Finally taking a breather, I see. The blonde nurse greets. Hello, Stefan. You can just call me Aizawa. I'm not exactly in the field right now. Aizawa replies, what can I do for you, he then asks. And Aizawa can't for the life of him place where he recognizes this guy from. Stefan straightens. I just wanted to let you know I've had myself moved to Izuku's case. The nurse informs. Aizawa raises an eyebrow, have you now? Stefan nods, for obvious reasons, given my own quirklessness. Stefan explains, but also I want to make sure the kid is taken care of properly. While that staff here are mostly good people, everyone has their biases. And given it's a hero hospital, most don't really know how to interact with someone in Izuku's position. At least not very well. They're a bit too used to helping the powerful in their time of need, so to speak. I get what you're saying. And who better to treat Izuku than someone who has no doubt been in the same position? Aizawa replies. Exactly. The amount of times I wished I had someone else quirkless nearby once I moved to Japan were more than I could count. Stefan admits, if only just to have someone who understood. Which is only logical. Aizawa agrees, I know Izuku will be thrilled to have you around. So I look forward to working with you then. Right back at you, Razor. Stefan replies, the nickname tickling at Aizawa's memory. And I hate to admit it, but he's going to need all the help he can get. I'm not looking forward to the news broadcast about this whole mess, that's for sure. Aizawa sighs and takes a sip of his coffee. I trust the detective who is working the case to keep things as under control as possible. But we only have so much time before we will need to make an official statement regarding Izuku. Stefan's expression turns serious. You're not about to let him be charged with murder and assault, are you? It's not a question. The hero shakes his head, none of us are. We have a theory. But nothing that's been proven yet. Aizawa lets slip. Care to enlighten the head nurse as to what that theory is? Stefan tries. Aizawa gives him an unimpressed look, forced manifestation. That's all I'm saying. Stefan's eyes blow wide. DMN? Not at all where I thought that was going. He finally says, but with minds like Nedzu on the case I'm sure it's only a matter of time before it's figured out. Speaking of, he's no doubt talking with Izuku right now. Aizawa grumbles. That's who you left Greenie with? Nedzu? Stefan demands. And Hawks. Stefan scoffs, that doesn't make me feel any better there, Razor. That makes two of us. The hero agrees. Then after a pause, there is one more thing you should know, as head nurse. Yeah? What would that be? Stefan asks, sounding intrigued. His mother signed away custody this evening. Aizawa states, getting straight to the point. Stefan sighs, is that so? And how do you intend to tell Greenie? Aizawa raises an eyebrow yet again at the nickname. Stefan just meets his eyes with a smirk. It is admittedly fitting, despite the fact that when Aizawa met Izuku he was covered in red, not green. Aizawa does his best to push that mental image as far from the front of his mind as he can. Now is not the time. I'm not really sure. However, I think most kids that would be in a situation like this would have asked for a parent by now, had it been a concern. Wouldn't they? Aizawa questioned slightly. Stefan hums in thought, probably? Izuku seemed stable enough when I was there to have thought of it. Most kids always seek out their parents when in the hospital. For a source stability and comfort if nothing else. Unless that parent isn't seen as a viable source for those things. Given the way Izuku seems almost touch-starved, Aizawa is starting to think Izuku's mother isn't around very often. Naomasa didn't say anything about neglect, but it is too early to tell at this juncture. Regardless, I'm going to have to tell him. It would be illogical not to. Aizawa then states. That it would. Stefan agrees, seemingly lost in his own thoughts for the moment. Which I guess I should let you get to doing. Don't want to leave him without you for too long. He might start thinking you're not coming back. And I can tell he's very attached to you. He very much is. Aizawa agrees, leaving out the part where Izuku begged Aizawa not to leave him alone. If you need me, I'll be at the nurse's station. I need to arrange for the Medhound dog requested Izuku be given later. Good luck. Stefan wishes. He gives Eraserhead a two-fingered salute as he turns around to walk away. And suddenly Eraserhead is very aware of where he recognizes Stefan from. Images of a masked, bow-wielding vigilante come to mind. Great. For now, it'd be best to worry about one problem child and not one from the past. Izuku sits silently as he listens to Hawks tell him all about his quirk. A lot of it is stuff Izuku already knew, but it's still awesome to hear it from the hero himself. Izuku really wishes he had his notebook with him. There's so much he needs to add to Eraserhead's entry, and Nedzu's, and now Hawks's entry too. But it's still in his backpack. Which is still at school. Izuku never wants to go back to school. Maybe he can ask Eraserhead if he can get it for him. That is, if Izuku gets to stay here and isn't going to be sent home. Izuku really doesn't want to go home. Home is quiet and lonely. His mother is never home when he is, she's always at work. So Izuku mostly exists at home by himself, alone just like he is everywhere else. But not now, now he's with Eraserhead and some other heroes. And Stefan of course. Izuku can't believe he's finally met another quirkless person. Speaking of which, when is Eraserhead coming back? He's been gone a long time now and Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't concerned the hero has left for good. Then, as if on cue, there's a knock at the door. Izuku startles and grips the feather in his one hand tighter, while grabbing Hawk's sleeve with the other. Who is it? What do they want? Are they here to hurt him? Izuku doesn't notice his breathing picking up as he waits anxiously for the door to open and reveal whoever is on the other side. Easy there Izuku. It's probably just Eraserhead coming back. Hawk's voice assures, while sounding a bit far away, breath for me buddy. That's it. Izuku does his best to keep breathing as the door opens. And when it does, he feels kind of dumb. It is Eraserhead. He came back. And he's safe. Before Izuku has really processed what he's doing, he stood up and is making to run over and meet the hero. But it seems said hero's capture weapon has other ideas, catching on his ankles and tripping him up. Izuku cries out as he falls forward, only to be caught before he hits the ground. Careful Izuku. You don't need to hurt yourself. Eraserhead's low even tone chides. It's Eraserhead. He came back. He didn't leave Izuku. He's still here to keep Izuku safe. Izuku offers no response in favor of pressing himself against Eraserhead and gripping the man's jumpsuit. Why you see came back? He stutters out, eyes tearing up. Of course I did. I told you I would be back soon, and it's only logical that I would keep my word. Eraserhead replies. As he speaks he scoops Izuku up the rest of the way, along with his capture weapon. Eraserhead then makes his way over the where Nedzu and Hawk still sit, and proceeds to reclaim his seat on the cushion still on the floor from earlier. As he does so Eraserhead settles Izuku in his lap, and rearranges his capture weapon around his own shoulders, making sure to keep Izuku's piece around the teen's neck. Izuku is quick to bury his hands in the fabric, absently wondering what it's made of. Welcome back Aizawa. Nedzu chirps, Izuku and I had a wonderful conversation about my quirks and others. He informs, sounding pleased. Does that mean he enjoyed talking with Izuku? Izuku certainly enjoyed talking with Nedzu. It was great how he listened to Izuku and even provided his own input. I'd love to talk again sometime Nedzu-san. Izuku says softly. Nedzu's grin widens, I would like that very much, the rat replies. Don't worry Izuku, even after me and Nedzu leave today, you'll still see us again in the future. We're going to help keep you safe remember? Hawks reminds him. Alright. Izuku replies, still having trouble believing this is happening. So Izuku, Eraserhead begins, there's something that we need to discuss. Izuku looks up at the hero, and what's that? Please don't be leaving, please don't be leaving. The detective working your case was speaking with your mother earlier. The hero begins. And she dash. That's all Izuku really hears. This is it. Eraserhead is going to leave him. His mother is going to go back to taking care of him. If that's what you can even really call it. She can't keep him safe. She's never around, she never notices when he's hurt. Even if she does, she never asks. She would never understand. Could she even help? Would she even help? Izuku is going to be all alone again. No, no, no. Must stay with Eraserhead, the voice commands, he keeps us safe. Must stay safe. Izuku knows that, but Eraser is going to have to leave when his mother arrives. He can't, he promised. Izuku's breathing picks up and tears gather in his eyes. His chest is tight and his head is pounding. He can't breathe, he can't breathe. He's going to die. Suddenly Izuku is back in the classroom, surrounded by red. Red on the walls, on the desks, on the floor, on him. And he's in the corner all alone. He's not safe, he's not safe. He needs to hide, needs to protect himself. He doesn't have the scalpel anymore. They took it. He can't fight, so he'll have to defend. He must save himself. Bring your arms up to protect your face, bring your knees up to protect your chest and stomach. The voice instructs. The voice is still here, Izuku still has the voice to help keep him safe. Izuku doesn't know what he's protecting himself from, but he knows. He always knows what to do. Say small and quiet, don't make any sounds, you don't want to make them angry. The voice reminds. Izuku does as the voice says, follows the instructions of the voice in his head. The one that made the hurting stop. Izuku can feel the hits and kicks. He can feel the rocks being thrown at him, his skin being cut, his flesh being burned. And it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts so much. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Make it stop, no more, make it stop. Izuku whines, helpless and stuck inside his head. Aizawa recognizes the moment he loses Izuku completely. One mention of his mother had the kid starting to panic, breathing starting to speed up and eyes filling with tears. Aizawa immediately works to start calming him down. Izuku, kid, it's okay. I'm right here, I'm not going anywhere. You're safe. He tries assuring. Izuku shows no sign of having heard him, no sign of even seeing him. The teen is hyperventilating, entire body shaking with the short breathing breaths. He's rocking slightly, staring with unseeing eyes. Eyes that looks far too similar to when they first met. And not safe. Izuku mumbles quietly, brokenly. And must stay as safe. Izuku's next actions happen fast. He moves with speed that seems impossible for someone of his size and stature. Izuku gets up and flees. In the throes of his panicked mind, Izuku forces himself to stand. He then makes a beeline for the corner of the room. Once there he drops to the floor. He sits there, staring straight ahead. His green eyes impossibly vibrant, glowing almost, as he rocks back and forth, mumbling to himself. He then curls in on himself, arms raised in a protective wrap around his head and neck, knees practically touching his chin in an effort to protect his abdomen. These actions are performed with practiced ease, and not a single sound. No one should be that silent. Still shaking, Izuku stays curled up on the floor. Nedzu remains where he was seated while Hawks left swiftly and quietly to get a nurse. Aizawa approaches Izuku as carefully as he can. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Make it stop, no more, make it stop. Izuku mumbles out, his voice broken and desperate. It breaks Aizawa's heart. Eraserhead. Nedzu says softly, try using your quirk on him. It's worked before, hasn't it? And if this is indeed a manifested quirk? Aizawa doesn't need to hear any more. He activates his quirk, using it on Izuku. His hair floats up and his eyes glow red. Izuku stills. As quickly as Izuku was trapped, he is suddenly free. There's no more voice, no more red, no more phantom hurting. But there is Eraserhead. Izuku can see him with his quirk activated and staring at Izuku. But that can't be right. Izuku doesn't have a quirk. Not that Izuku cares right now. Eraserhead is here, he didn't leave him alone. Izuku barrels over to the hero, throwing himself into him and clutching his jumpsuit like a lifeline. He buries his face in the black fabric and lets himself cry. They're tears of relief this time. Eraserhead is still here to keep him safe. Why you didn't leave me? Izuku stutters out amidst his sobs. Izuku feels himself being picked up and held. It's been so long since someone comforted him like this. I didn't leave you, Izuku. I'm not leaving you. I promised I'd keep you safe and I meant it. I'll say it as many times as it takes. Eraserhead consoles, adjusting his hold so Izuku is pressed against his chest. Izuku sniffs and presses his face into the hero's collar. Don't let her take me, Eraser. She can't keep me safe. You're not going anywhere, Izuku. You're staying here with me. I promise. Eraserhead assures, rocking back and forth on his feet. Izuku just presses impossibly closer. He's safe. Aizawa just holds Izuku silently, rubbing soothing circles on his back. The kid was terrified of losing him, so Aizawa will do whatever is necessary to assure Izuku he's not leaving. If that means just holding the kid, then so be it. Meanwhile Nezu seems to be pondering something, no doubt the fact the erasure was the reason Izuku's episode was brought to an end. The Quirk manifestation theory is looking more and more likely. Hawks appears in the doorway with Stefan, both looking extremely worried. Stefan looks to be holding a syringe, no doubt for if they needed to sedate Izuku to calm him down. Luckily, it didn't come to that this time. Here's hoping they can keep it that way. Hawks uses 2 of his feathers to retrieve Izuku's capture scarf from where it was abandoned on the ground and instead have it drape back around Izuku's shoulders. He then has one feather press itself into Izuku's hand, the same one Izuku has had a hold of until now. As a result Izuku grips the feather tightly and buries his face in the capture weapon, letting out a soft sigh. If Aizawa couldn't see Izuku's eyes, he'd think the kid was falling asleep. But no, Izuku is staring at Aizawa as if the hero would disappear when he looked away. It's a glassy, dazed stare, but very much awake. Aizawa continues to pace around the room while Stefan sets to work making Izuku's bed ready for sleeping on. Nezu is cleaning up the coloring, deep in thought, while Hawk simply watches Izuku as Aizawa carries him around the room. There's still much to be addressed and solved, but for now Aizawa is content with Izuku pressed against him, listening to his heartbeat and matching his breathing. The rest of the evening passes relatively quietly. After his panic attack, Izuku seemed completely drained and perfectly content to just remain where he was in Aizawa's arms. He stares out at the others in the room, gaze occasionally looking up to Aizawa instead. Apart from this however, the teen is near catatonic in Aizawa's arms. Seeing this, Nezu and Hawks decided it would be best if they left and gave the teen some space. Both said their goodbyes while assuring Izuku that they would be back again. Izuku listened silently, nodding then offering his own little wave of farewell in return. Stefan came by with food for Aizawa and Izuku along with medication that Inui had prescribed Izuku to take. They tried to get Izuku to eat first, but to no avail, the teen wasn't having it. He simply shook his head and proceeded to hide his face in Aizawa's capture scarf. Taking that for the dismissal it probably was, Stefan sets the pills in their little cup down on the table alongside the cup of water and cup of juice. Aizawa asked what their purpose was, and Stefan told him that one was for Izuku's anxiety and the other was something to hopefully help him sleep. Inui needed a bit more time to decide on what else we wanted prescribe Izuku. For now they needed to keep Izuku calm and make sure he was at least getting some sleep. With explanations out of the way, Stefan informed Aizawa of the call button near the bed and bid them good night. It took some effort on Aizawa's part, some coaxing and persuading, to finally get Izuku to take the medication. Eventually Izuku complies, swallowing the 2 pills and, much to Aizawa's relief, finishing the rest of the glass of orange juice. Now all that was left to do was wait for the medication to take effect, and hopefully let Izuku get some much-needed sleep. Aizawa situated them on Izuku's bed, the hero leaning back against the pillows and headboard with arm around Izuku who was half laid out beside him, curled into his side. Not at all caring for the eerie silence, Aizawa decides to fill it with his own voice. So he talks to Izuku, speaking of his cats and his husband at home, telling stories about their antics. Tells Izuku he would love for him to meet them someday, but only when he's ready. Aizawa talks about how he works at UA teaching the hero course, and that he expelled his entire class this year. He mentions how Izuku would likely attend UA when he's ready to return to school. All the while Izuku stares up at him, blinking on occasion, listening intently. The tension built up in Izuku's frame slowly drains, the teen relaxing in the hero's hold as the medication slowly takes effect. And eventually Aizawa can see that Izuku is clearly fighting sleep. "You look tired Izuku, why not get some sleep?" Aizawa suggests in a soft, quiet voice. Izuku sluggishly shakes his head, blinking a few times to keep himself awake. "No? You don't want to sleep?" Another sleepy nod. "Why not?" Aizawa asks, though he's pretty sure he knows the answer. "Don't want this to be a dream." Izuku slurs out, "Don't want to wake up alone." Aizawa smiles sadly, "I told you before I'm not going anywhere. And that this isn't a dream." Aizawa assures, "You need your sleep Izuku. You'll feel better after getting some rest. I'll be here when you wake up." Promise," comes the shake reply. "I promise." Aizawa swears. And with that Izuku finally lets his eyes close, shifting slightly to lean into Aizawa further. Aizawa watches silently as Izuku's breathing deepens and evens out, and he relaxes fully. Finally, Izuku gets a much-needed break from all this. Barring any nightmares of course. Oh how Aizawa hopes those will leave Izuku alone, at least for tonight. The exhaustion caused by today is finally catching up with Aizawa. So he shifts into a further laid-down position and closes his eyes. He can get some of his own rest right here. After all, he doesn't dare leave Izuku's side. After giving Izuku his nightly medication, Stefan was sent home. Their reasoning was that it would be best Stefan go home and get some much-needed rest while Izuku was asleep, and thus the chances of the nurse's presence being required would be slim. So, that's what he did. Stefan goes back home to his apartment. The first thing he did upon arriving home was turn on the news. With any luck, he would be able to catch the evening news coverage of the incident at Aldra earlier that day. With the weather forecasting playing in the background, Stefan set to work making some dinner. It was late, so he had no intention of making anything overly complicated. As he chops vegetables, Stefan's mind begins to wander. Today had been something else. Not only were the events themselves exhausting, but the memories dug back up by meeting someone else quirkless, someone else suffering as he did, were even worse. Stefan will say that Izuku is far worse off than he ever was. Stefan grew up in the United States, where the quirkless were a lot more commonplace. Then his mother died and his father was sent overseas to Japan to work an international drag case, and he took Stefan with him. Things were a hell of a lot different here. But even with all the bullying and harassment, Stefan managed to make friends with 2 other students from overseas. And they had his back from the time they met in middle school, through their years attending and then graduating from UA, and well after that. When Stefan ended up engaging in some questionably legal activities after his father went missing because of his case. "What's got you so lost in thought?" a voice interrupts his internal musings from behind him. Reacting on instinct, Stefan spins around to face them, his hold on the knife flipping to a reverse grip as he does so. He swipes at his would-be assailant, using the momentum from spinning around to put more force and speed behind the attack. Only for the figure to catch his arm mid-slide and their long fingernails jabbing into his pressure point with practiced ease, forcing Stefan's hand to drop the knife. As the knife clatters to the floor, Stefan realizes that he just tried to knife his girlfriend. His girlfriend, who just meets his eyes as she releases her hold on him. "Careful there, Steve, anyone else and they'd be bleeding out on the floor by now." She chides. "What's got you so jumpy?" she then asks. Stefan sighs and relaxes from his combat stance. "Apologies, Aaron. It was a long day at work." Aaron offers him an understanding smile. "No harm done. You'd think after how many times we've done this I'd learn to stop appearing behind you. You are the only person who manages to constantly do that to me." Stefan comments. "Yeah, well, it's my job to be stealthy and get the drop on people. I'd hope I'm good at it." She teases. "So, what was so rough about work today?" she inquires. "An incident I ended up responding to. It brought back some not-so-pleasant memories." He explains. Aaron analyzes him for a moment. "Is that so? Care to elaborate?" Stefan goes to answer her when he hears the news anchor announce the next headline. Tonight's breaking news headline: an attack on a Muzutafu school, Aldra Junior High. Stefan bolts into the living room, then he uses his arms to flip himself over the back of the couch and into a seat. He hears Aaron follow behind him, walking over like a normal human being and sitting down beside him. Stefan turns the volume up on the TV as the news coverage plays. At roughly 1 p.m. today, there was an attack staged on Aldra Junior High. The police along with pro-heroes responded to the incident. The casualties were as follows: 11 dead, 10 students, 1 teacher, and around 2 dozen injured with 5 critically wounded. The police confirmed the attacker was, in fact, a student who is alive and in custody. The authorities have declined to release any further details on account of the attacker being a minor. We, the media, have been instructed to wait on conducting any related interviews due to the sensitive nature of this case. We hope to have more details to report to you viewers in the near future. Stefan listens intently to the brief news coverage of the incident. He has to hand it to Detective Tukachi. The guy knows how to handle the media. The way Tukachi manages to contain the media will never cease to amaze me. Stefan comments. Aaron laughs. "Yeah, well, that man has had more than a few media outbreaks to learn from." She points out, "I take it this is the incident you mentioned and Tukachi is on the case then?" Stefan nods, turning the TV volume back down so that it's only background noise. "That's correct. I was there, Aaron, and the kid who was responsible, you can't even say it's his fault." "Really now? He had his reasons for his actions then." She infers. "He did. He's been bullied and abused at school for years. He was finally pushed to his limit and suffered a violent psychotic break. Thus, the attack on his school." Stefan explains, "And the kid's quirkless." Aaron cringes. "That explains a few things. I'm sure that wasn't easy for you to see." Stefan shakes his head. "Far from it." He admits, he ended up latching onto one of the pro-heroes who responded to the incident. "You're never going to believe who it was though, Aaron," he says with an amused smile. Aaron eyes him suspiciously. "Go on then, try me." Eraserhead. Stefan declares. Aaron's eyes widen. "You're kidding. Though I suppose he is a lot softer than people give him credit for." Izuku won't leave his side. He's completely attached. And you can tell Eraser is too. Stefan continues, and he's not the only one. Nedzu and Hawks are involved too. Hound Dog has also assigned himself as Izuku's official psychiatrist. Kigo is involved. Why was he even in the area? Eren demands in disbelief. Stefan shrugs, I don't really know, but he and Eraserhead were the two that handled approaching Izuku and getting him out of the building. Hawks has gotten attached as well. And Nedzu is now personally invested in this case also. If Nedzu is on the case, then this is about to get very interesting. Eren comments. She knows the rat principle of UA better than most. After all, she was his personal student while attending UA. Makes me want to get involved, and you know if we both are pulled in, it's only a matter of time before Cameron joins us. Poor Eraserhead, he suffered enough when you two were his students. Stefan teases. Ha! Speak for yourself. You caused just as much trouble as we did, you know. Eren counters, speaking of which, has he figured out who you are yet? Either as a former student or as Bao, she asks, bringing up his vigilante name. Although technically Stefan isn't a vigilante, given he doesn't have a quirk to use illegally. Stefan smiles, he's slowly catching on. I kept calling him Eraser when we were out in the halls out of habit, and to see how he would react. I could tell it was starting to make him suspect something. Wait, I thought you said you were a first responder? Eren asks, confused. Stefan looks away, hiding a guilty smile. Steve? What did you do? Eren demands, knowing that look. Nothing bad. I swear. Stefan insists, I just may have demanded I be assigned to Izuku as his nurse. I am licensed as an RN as well after all. He points out. Eren sighs fondly, how did I know that was coming? You really are invested in this case, aren't you? That's good though, sounds like Izuku will need all the help he can get. He doesn't have the support system I had. His mother even signed away custody when she heard he was the cause of the incident. She just couldn't handle it. Stefan explains. I just really want to help this kid in any way I can. And you will. Eren assures, just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Stefan smiles, I know. I'm not, you remember? I know my limits. He teases. Hey! Eren exclaims. Stefan just laughs. After the two left Hero's retreat, Hawks elected to just fly himself to wherever he was headed next. Nedzu saw no problem with this, and bid the winged hero farewell, after the two agreed to keep in touch. After all, they both were now personally invested in this case. Upon returning to UA, Nedzu took notice of the fact the hound dog was still in his office, despite the late hour. Naturally, Nedzu decides to go pay the man a visit and also catch him up on what he missed after Inui left the hospital. Inui looks up at the knock on his door. Come in. He calls out, knowing full well who it is already. Sure enough, the door opens and in walks Nedzu. Good evening, Inui. He greets. Good evening, Principal. How was the rest of your night? Inui asks, genuinely curious. Nedzu makes his way to one of the chairs that sit opposite to Inui's desk and climbs into it. It went as well as could be expected. Nedzu replies, now seated, I must say, Izuku's analysis skills, and intelligence in general, are really quite something. You'll have to witness them for yourself sometime. Is that so? Then I take it you were able to distract the child while Eraserhead was gone, he infers. We succeeded in that regard, yes. It was after Aizawa returned with some news that things went haywire. Nedzu tells him. Haywire how? Is Izuku alright? Inui questions, growing concerned. According to Aizawa, Izuku's mother signed away custody this evening. She felt she was ill-equipped to handle the situation. Or something to that nature. Nedzu explains, however at the mere mention of his mother, Izuku began to panic, thinking her involvement meant that Aizawa would no longer be staying with him. I see, I fear Izuku has trauma bonded to Aizawa. Separating them in the future is not going to be an easy task. But for now, I'm just glad Izuku has someone he at least slightly trusts to keep him safe. Inui replies, and how exactly did you manage to calm Izuku down? He then asks. It is my belief that in his panic, Izuku started to hallucinate that he was being hurt again. He leapt from Aizawa's lap and hid himself in the corner of the room, curling into a defensive ball as if to protect himself from blows he would receive. He was in a trance-like state, and remained that way. Nedzu continues. So Inui can add hallucinations to his file then. Just another reason Izuku will need to be monitored, and potentially started on some stronger medication. I noticed something else, however. Nedzu adds, his eyes, they seemed to almost glow with how green they were. So I suggested Aizawa use his quirk on Izuku. And just like that, the boy calmed down considerably. This comes as only a slight surprise to Inui, so you are also thinking this voice is part of a forcibly manifested quirk then? Nedzu nods, tail flicking behind him, I am. But there is still more I need to know before I can make a definitive conclusion. He tells Inui, I would like to look over the footage from the incident and see for myself how Izuku carried himself and acted in general. The Hound Hero nods, I agree. I have a meeting scheduled with Tukachi tomorrow morning to discuss this case. You are welcome to join me then if you would like. With any luck, we can all review the footage together and start making some real progress with this case. Hound Dog offers. Nedzu's ever-present smile widens, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I shall gladly take you up on your offer. Tomorrow then. Tomorrow they would finally get to see for themselves what happened. The first thing Izuku does when he wakes up is try to figure out where he is. Yesterday's events come rushing back and he instead prioritized figuring out where Eraserhead is. It only takes looking up to find that the hero is still beside him, one arm still draped around Izuku, keeping him safe, while still being asleep. Izuku relaxes, if Eraserhead, or Aizawa he supposed he should be calling him, after all that is what he said, is still here then he's safe. Izuku is fine. You put too much trust in him. It takes everything Izuku has in him not to jump. He recognizes the voice as, well, the voice. But this time he is so much louder, almost as if he's speaking into Izuku's ear. No, it's definitely more like he's inside Izuku's head. Which he supposes makes sense. I am inside your head. After all, no one else can hear me, can they? No, they can't. But you don't really talk much. At least you didn't. Izuku replies, speaking softly yet still out loud. Holding the conversation in his head seems like it would get confusing. However you want to do it. I can always hear you. The voice replies, and isn't that slightly ominous, and I'm talking more now because you need me now more than ever. I've always needed you. You keep me safe. Izuku tells him. That is my role after all. And I take it very seriously. The voice tells him. You say it's your role. But I don't even know who you are. Who are you? Why are you inside my head? Izuku asks. And really, he does want to know. He's been wondering for a while and thinks he deserves an answer. You do deserve an answer. The voice declares, clearly listening to his thoughts and not just his words, I am simply another version of you. One tasked with keeping you safe and ensuring your survival at all costs. Another version of me? I guess you do kinda sound like me. Izuku muses, but why now? You only started helping recently. And I haven't been safe in years. Izuku questions. Because things were getting out of hand. You were starting to not even try keeping yourself safe, let alone the extremes others were going to in order to cause you harm. So I manifested, to help you keep yourself safe. The voice explains. I'm sorry. I was just so tired of it all. And then Bakugo, he's not your friend remember, right? Then Bakugo gave me that suggestion, then All Might said what he said and left me on the rooftop. And I was just so tired of fighting. Izuku hurriedly explains, despite the interruption. I understand. Which is why I am here. To help you stay safe when you can't do it yourself. The voice responds, but I'll be here more often now. Maybe it's because of what I did to help you, to stop the hurting, but I seem to be more present now. I have more energy and more power to act. I don't mind you being here. You've been very helpful. Izuku declares, and it's nice to not be alone. You're not that upset with what I did yesterday? The voice asks, almost hesitantly. Nope. You made the hurting stop, even if what you did was a bit extreme. Izuku assures. I only wanted to help. And it didn't seem like anything sort of using force would be at all effective. The voice explains, and thanks to what I did the heroes are finally helping you. The voice then points out. That's true. If you hadn't done that the heroes wouldn't have come. And I'm really glad to have met Eraserhead. Even if you don't think I should trust him a lot, I still trust him a little. After all he didn't leave. Izuku states. Perhaps I will come to trust him in time. But right now I don't trust anyone. We've been through too much to trust so easily Izuku. The voice tells him. I know. Izuku pauses, wait, did you just call me Izuku? He asks, confused. I did. Because that is your name. The voice says simply. But you're also me, so aren't you Izuku too? Izuku asks, confused. I am a version of you, a variation of the original. I am not you. You are you. The voice clarifies, sorta. Izuku's still a bit confused for now. Then what's your name? Do you have a name? Izuku asks, I'd rather not keep thinking of you as the voice all the time. I do not have a name. Perhaps you should give me one then. The voice suggests. That's a great idea. I'll give you a name. Izuku exclaims, before quickly checking if his enthusiastic volume woke Aizawa, let me think. You're a version or variation of me. I know. How about variant? Izuku offers. Izuku then feels something akin to happiness, it's not quite his own though. No, it's more distant and muted, like feeling happy for someone. Is the voice happy? I think it's a great name. The newly dubbed Variant decides, I shall be called Variant. Awesome. I'm glad you like it. Izuku cheers. Izuku? Who are you talking to? Izuku does jump this time. He also makes a startled squeak as he quickly turns to face the newly awoken Aizawa. Can he tell him? Might as well get it over with. They do know about me after all. The voice replies. The voice. I'm talking to the voice. Izuku tells him hesitantly. The one you've been hearing in your head? Aizawa asks. Yep. We decided his name was Variant, since he didn't have a name before. Izuku explains. Aizawa lets this process, I see, so you can talk to him then. Can Variant hear me? He then asks. Izuku feels something akin to displeasure or annoyance. I can hear him just fine. Comes the answer. He says he can hear you. Izuku echoes. Aizawa nods. Can I ask him something? He tries. No. I don't trust him, or particularly care for him. Variant replies. Izuku gets not trusting him, but not liking him at all? He can silence me, prevent me from completing my role. I don't like him. Variant elaborates. Izuku supposes that makes sense. He shakes his head. He says no. He doesn't trust you. Or really like you because you can silence him. He says simply. Aizawa blinks, caught off guard by the declaration. When Aizawa woke up, it was to Izuku's voice. At first he thought someone else was in the room. Then he realized that he can't hear anyone else's voice. So, he decided to wait a bit longer and try to figure out just who Izuku was talking to. I know. Pause, wait, did you just call me Izuku? But you're also me, so aren't you Izuku too? Also him? So is this another personality then, like their original theory? Then what's your name? Do you have a name? I'd rather not keep thinking of you as the voice all the time. So he's talking to the voice in his head then? Is this new? Izuku didn't mention this before at all. That's a great idea. I'll give you a name. Izuku exclaims, and Aizawa can feel the teen looking at him, probably to see if he was woken up by the sudden increase in volume. For now he fakes being asleep still. Let me think. You're a version or variation of me. I know. How about Variant? Now we've named the voice. Said voice probably isn't going anywhere anytime soon, Quirk or not. Awesome. I'm glad you like it. Perhaps it's time to wake up. After being told that Variant doesn't trust him, Aizawa isn't at all surprised. If this voice is meant to play the role of protector, then it's only logical he wouldn't be quick to trust. But being told that Variant doesn't like him, makes Aizawa stop and think. It's not like he's ever really spoken to a Quirk before. Or in this case what they are pretty sure is a Quirk. He knows people don't tend to like having their quirks cancelled out. So logically it would make sense that the quirks themselves, if they were sentient, which thankfully most are not, they probably wouldn't be too fond of Aizawa either. It's something new to think about that Aizawa can't say ever really crossed his mind. That's fine. Aizawa assures, if he doesn't want to talk to me then I won't make him. Izuku seems to relax at this information. He probably thought Aizawa would force him to talk, knowing how Izuku tends to think these types of interactions will play out. Do you usually talk with the voice, with Variant, Izuku? He asks instead. Izuku shakes his head. No, this is the first time we've really talked to each other. Usually he's just giving me advice on how to stay safe. He explains, when I asked him, he said he thinks it might be because he took control yesterday that he now has more power. So said Quirk is potentially getting stronger then. Great. I see. Aizawa says, not sure how to respond to that. And how are you feeling today, Izuku? Izuku eyes him for a moment. I'm okay. A little tired and my head's kinda fuzzy, but I'm okay. The greenette tells him. A knock at the door interrupts them. Izuku startles, quickly hiding himself in Aizawa's side and shaking slightly. Well, there goes any semblance of calm Izuku had. Aizawa? Izuku? It's Stefan. Can I come in? I brought breakfast with me, a voice sounds from the other side of the door. Izuku looks up from his hiding place. Aizawa meets his watery eyes. He doesn't miss the way they seem to glow green slightly. Is it okay for Stefan to come in? He asks Izuku. You can say no and he will leave us alone until you are ready. No one will be upset with you. He clarifies. Izuku ponders this for a moment. He can come in. Izuku permits. You can come in, Stefan. Aizawa calls out. The door then slowly opens and Stefan walks in, balancing a tray of food in one hand. Good morning. Stefan greets with far too much energy for this early in the day. I hope I didn't wake either of you up. Aizawa shakes his head. We were both already awake. Izuku timidly looks up from where he hides on the other side of Aizawa. He analyzes Stefan for a long moment. Iris is still a vibrant, piercing shade of green. Stefan takes notice of this and stops walking towards them, content to let Izuku determine if he is any sort of a threat. That does seem to be what the teen is doing after all. Whatever Izuku finds seems to satisfy him, and he sits up fully, finally allowing Aizawa to do the same. They both remain on the bed still, Aizawa instead allowing his feet to hang off the edge of the bed, while Izuku presses close into his side. "What did you bring for breakfast?" Izuku asks softly. Stefan smiles, resuming his approach. "I brought pancakes. After all, sweets always help me feel better." He tells the greenette, snagging a rolling cart from the edge of the room to be used as a table. Izuku seems pleased at the information, sitting up a little straighter and then taking a second to resettle the capture scarf around his neck and shoulders. Aizawa gets the feeling that scarf won't leave Izuku's neck for a long time. Stefan sets down the tray of pancakes with a small bowl of syrup and some bacon on the table that he pushed to stand in front of them. Izuku sits up fully and looks the food over. Then he looks to Aizawa and Stefan. Can I eat it now?" he asks. "This kid." "Of course. I hope you like it." Stefan replies. While Izuku starts eating, Stefan turns to Aizawa. "I wasn't sure what you would want to eat. I can definitely bring you some coffee. I've hear ours is pretty decent all things considered. Although I'm not partial to it myself." "That would be appreciated. I'll stick with just coffee for now," Aizawa replies. What he doesn't mention is the fact that he has nutrient pouches in his utility belt that is sitting on the side table next to the bed. He gets the feeling the blonde medical professional would not approve of his definition of breakfast. "Sure thing. I'll be right back then," Stefan replies. And with that he once again heads out the door, leaving Izuku and Aizawa in each other's company once again. Tukachi Naomasa heaves a heavy sigh as he stands next to the coffee maker in the break room of the precinct. It was a long night last night, and today isn't showing signs of being any better. He got home late last night, to an empty apartment save for the cats, and got little to no sleep. Naomasa supposes having Shoyuta somewhere safe while away from home is better than off on a mission somewhere. If rooming with a psychotic teen can be considered safe. That said, Shoyuta seemed quite fond of Izuku already, so there's clearly something special about the boy. First thing this morning Naomasa has a meeting with Hound Dog to review his official psychiatric evaluation of Izuku. And it looks like Nedzu will be joining them, at least according to the email he received from Hound Dog late last night. Naomasa will take a joint meeting over having to deal with the rat on his own. He does have to admit that Nedzu will be instrumental in the progress of this case however. Naomasa spent all day yesterday making phone calls and reviewing evidence. They secured the scalpel and firearm that Izuku used yesterday after Eraserhead left it behind in the room he found the teen in. It was discovered that the gun was registered under one Bakugo Mitsuki, the mother of one of Izuku's main victims. When asked about the gun she informed them that she found a note in the gun safe that was left by Izuku. In said note he explained that he stole the gun without their knowledge. Mitsuki agreed to hand said note over to the police. Naomasa has an interview with all three Bakugos scheduled for later this afternoon, which is going to be very character building, to say the least. The already outspoken, if not slightly aggressive, parent was less than enthused to receive the request from Naomasa yesterday. According to her the interview will need to be conducted in the hospital, as Katsuki has yet to be discharged. After all the boy's injuries were more serious than just superficial slashes and he was shot as well. The way Naomasa sees it, Katsuki had to have been a specific target, or at least in a position to make himself one, to sustain said wounds. Shoyuta had mentioned that Izuku had identified someone called Kaken as his main tormentor. Izuku made a point to target Katsuki's hands and disable his quirk after all, as with two other boys, one of which is now dead. That's nothing compared to the state their teacher was in, however. Seeing the body had been a trying experience, even for a seasoned member of the police force such as himself. It makes him wonder how Shoyuta handled the sight of that torn apart and bloodied classroom with so much composure. Then again, Naomasa knows firsthand what haunts his husband in his dreams. The coffee maker sounds off a short tune to denote the drink has finished brewing, which has Naomasa grabbing the cup and taking long sip, ignoring the way the liquid all but scalds his throat. Today is going to be a long day. Tukachi is sitting at his desk where a knock rattles on his door. It would seem they have arrived. "You may enter," he calls out. The door then opens to reveal Hound Dog on the other side of it, Nedzu sitting atop his shoulder with several manila folders clutched in his paws. The rat hops down from his perch and makes his way into the decently sized office. "Hello, detective. And good morning," Nedzu chirps, taking a seat across from Tukachi's desk. Hound Dog utters his own greeting as he follows Nedzu, the man clearly no more of a morning person than Tukachi himself. "Good morning, gentlemen. I see you've come prepared." Tukachi replies, referring to the files Nedzu is still holding. Hound Dog settles into the seat next to the principal. Of course, it wouldn't do to arrive ill-prepared. Nedzu's grin widens. I agree, we have brought the psychiatric evaluation along with typed-up statements regarding each of our observations, along with one from Hawks. He explains, Eraserhead and Stefan, Izuku's newly assigned nurse, have offered to write up their own statements upon request. Should you have need of them. This is one of the reasons Tukachi does like working with Nedzu. The rat always comes more than prepared. It certainly makes the detective's job much easier. And more complicated on certain occasions. Excellent. I would like to start with going over your general impressions as Izuku's psychiatrist, Inui-san. Tukachi informs. That's fine. I preformed the eval yesterday evening and spent a good deal of time last night reviewing it. Inui explains, it has been concluded that Midoriya Izuku can be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, severe anxiety, ADHD, and depression. The boy is extremely intelligent. I would like to get an IQ test done at a more suitable time. While not surprising, that's a lot to digest. I see, and do you feel the on-site conclusion of a psychotic break to be correct? Tukachi then asks. Hound Dog thinks a moment. I do, to a certain extent. Izuku has reported hearing a voice in his head. He also claims that said voice was the one who performed the violent actions of yesterday's incident and not Izuku himself. And while it was initially thought to be trauma response or a developed protective personality. He trails off, we have developed a different theory after the events of last night. This catches the detective's attention. What kind of theory? Eraserhead mentioned it, but I would appreciate the full explanation. We cannot know for sure yet, Nedzu begins, but we believe this may be a case of a forcibly manifested quirk. One that has come about as a result of Izuku-kun's many years of abuse at school. Things just got even more interesting. And what further measures need taken to prove this theory to be correct? Tukachi asks. We would like to review the camera footage from yesterday to see if what we observed last night is also present in Izuku at the time of the incident. Nedzu answers. I have also requested the staff perform a blood test, should Izuku be comfortable with it, to test for a newly acquired quirk factor. Inui adds, his medical records state that he does have the extra pinky toe joint and tested negative for a quirk factor when his mother took him to a specialist when he was 4. Then by the sounds of it, we need to review the footage before any further conclusions can be drawn. Tukachi states, standing up, I can take the paperwork you brought and add it to Izuku's file. Then we can head down to review the footage. The three head out into the hallway and onto the main floor. Just as they are reaching the large open area of the main floor of the precinct, none other than Hawks walks through the doors. Hello everybody and good morning. The winged hero greets with a two-fingered salute. Tukachi is still deciding if he's surprised Hawks is here. Greetings Hawks. Nedzu chips, it's wonderful that you could make it this morning. Ah, so the principal is to blame for this development. I am one of the pros on this case, am I not? Consider my presence one in place of Eraserhead for now. Given he's got better things to do. Hawks replies. I appreciate you giving me the heads up on the footage review Nedzu. Nedzu's smile sharpens, it was my pleasure. I think it best we are all on the same page from the start. He replies, now then, shall we head to the projection room? The rat proposes. We shall. Hound Dog replies, clearly not in the mood to question Nedzu's decisions. Which is something Tukachi has noticed that all the UA staff in common. Must be a learned tactic after constantly being subject to Nedzu's special brand of chaos. After getting settled in the projection room and everything set up, it's time to finally see what happened. The day started of course with an empty classroom. Then, relatively early in the morning still, Izuku walks in. With resigned monotony the greenette removes the spider lily that was left on his desk and begins cleaning something off the surface of his desk. It appears to be writing of some sort. Those watching from the other side of a screen exchange uneasy glances. They can only image what was actually written on it. Kids can be quite cruel after all. Classes play out slowly, Izuku being called out and ridiculed at every possible opportunity. Then he heads to his locker for lunch, where he's surrounded by 3 boys his age. Do we know who these 3 are? Hawks asks, the edge in his voice is impossible to miss. I know that the blonde is Bakugo Katsuki. Tukachi tells him, the others I will have to check the school roster. Although he does recognize 2 of them from the list of fatalities. That's when all hell broke loose. One of Izuku's would-be assailants goes to harm the boy, but Izuku reacts first. He pulls a scalpel from his pocket and slices at the boy's extended fingers. It's clear he's targeting a weakness of some sort. Blood starts flowing from the wounds as Izuku strikes the other hand. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku's broken voice can be heard mumbling, it hurts. Make it stop. I would like to know where he acquired the scalpel from. Hound Dog cuts in. His mother is a nurse and works on a surgical floor for the most part. She must have had a professional-grade first aid kit at home that Izuku could have taken it from. Tukachi answers, which seems to satisfy the Hound hero for now. The bleeding boy stumbles back, and Izuku turns on the others. He shoves the chubbier boy backwards and he tumbles and rolls. The strength behind the blow seems almost superhuman, at the very least past the small teen's capability. Without the boy in front of him, the camera gets a clear look at Izuku. A manic smile stretches across his face and blood already splatters his uniform. But his eyes, oh his eyes, they glow a vibrant, piercing green. Pupils dilated yet focus seemingly foggy, he continues on his justified war path. There. His eyes, do you see them? Nedzu points, calling their attention to glowing green irises. They are glowing and clearly dilated. I see what you mean, Nedzu, let's see what else this apparent quirk can do. Hawks replies. Izuku pulls a gun from his bag and points it at the boy he shoved. His aim seems steady and his form flawless. It makes one wonder if he's had any training. Or is this simply his would-be quirk at work? As Izuku does so, his lips move, but no words are heard. He pulls the trigger and hits his mark. The near point-blank range causes the boy to recoil back with the force, crying out in pain. He falls to the floor and does not get up. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku mumbles out again, voice off from his usual pitch and slightly louder than the first time, no more. No more hurting. He commands, crimson splattering his face and the gun in his hand. Where did he even get a gun? Hawks demands, and how does he know how to use it so well? The gun is registered to Bakugo's mother, Mitsuki. She informed us that she did not give it to him. Izuku even left a note detailing this in the gun safe. Izuku has had no formal training with firearms to her knowledge. Tukachi informs. I see, so this may be another facet of his quirk then, Nedzu deduces, it enhances his coordination and from the looks of it his strength. Izuku then fully faces Katsuki, who is staring at him with wide, horror-filled eyes. In one hand Izuku holds the scalpel, in the other he clutches the gun. Katsuki shifts his weight and looks to be attempting to attack Izuku, but the greenette is unfazed. He shoots Katsuki in the right shoulder and the force of the blow sends the blonde stumbling back and falling to the floor. Katsuki holds his hands up to defend himself, starburst explosions beginning to crackle from his palms, but Izuku seems to have a plan for that too. Izuku slashes across Katsuki's raised palms, leaving several lacerations in each. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku's voice can be heard clearly now, as if he's more sure of his actions. Make it stop. No more hurting. No more. And as Katsuki remains on the floor, clutching at his wounds desperately, Izuku moves on. Izuku knew exactly how to deal with Katsuki Bakugo. And the other two boys for that matter. And by the way Katsuki reacted to the series of attack tells you this was personal. Hound Dog points out. Izuku grabs a second cartridge from his yellow backpack then walks slowly down the hall. Most of the other students have vacated the area by this point. However, Izuku seems to still have one target in mind. Izuku arrives at his classroom and faces his teacher. The man's eyes widen in terror as Izuku walks in, scalpel in one hand and gun in the other. At this point blood splatters the majority of the psychotic teen's form. The teacher foolishly goes to grab Izuku, and as a result the glow in Izuku's viridian eyes flashes brighter for a moment. Then with incredible speed and competency, Izuku slashes at the teacher. Over and over and over again he cuts into the man's torso and arms, speed increasing with each slash. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku commands, leave me alone. I didn't do anything. Make it stop hurting. The man falls backwards and to the floor, causing his blood to paint everything around him, having lost consciousness. Despite this, Izuku still shoots him once in the head. Now that is not something he should be capable of doing. Hawks declares, despite the obvious desperation, each slide was precise and perfectly executed. I have to agree, Nedzu responds, and when the teacher went to grab him, his eyes flashes an even brighter glow. It's as if it was reacting to a perceived threat. Several of the remaining students in the room cry out in alarm or fear, thus drawing the attention of the psychotic teen. And with only a moment of consideration, Izuku opens fire on the room. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku says, raising the gun as he does so, make it stop, you never listen, no more, no more. Then it all falls silent. Izuku stumbles to the corner of the room, the glow in his eyes flickering out gradually. And it's as if he's seeing what he has done for the first time. The teen starts panicking, rocking in place as his breathing picks up. Then he pauses, and raises the scalpel in his hand to his throat. Only to flinch in pain and drop the blade, instead clutching his head as his eyes glow brighter once more. So instead Izuku just sits there, stuck inside his head. It looked as though he intended to take his own life for a moment there. Hound Dog observes. Only to drop the scalpel and clutch his head. His eyes brightened, as we have discovered denotes his quirk. Nedzu continues, it would seem his quirk wasn't too fond on the idea. So it stopped him. So then this quirk's main objective and purpose is to maintain survival then? Tukachi questions. That would make sense if it was forcibly manifested because of abuse. Perhaps it pulls from his prior knowledge and makes use of it? Hawks suggests, when he was talking analysis with Nedzu and then asking me questions about my quirks, his eyes seemed to glow then as well, just dimmer. So you noticed that as well then, Hawks? Nedzu comments, I agree, his analysis, while a long-running hobby, may also serve as a source of information for his quirk to call upon in dire circumstances. His speed and strength were clearly enhanced as well. Hound Dog reminds them, perhaps his quirk has an enhanced application of what is called hysterical strength. This is a drastic display of enhanced human ability, usually seen when the individual is in life-or-death situations. That could be possible. Nedzu agrees, naturally it will take some further testing to understand the full extent of his quirk. So we are in agreement that this was in fact a forcibly manifested quirk? Tukachi asks. The three heroes nod. That's not to say he didn't suffer a psychotic break, detective. Hound Dog amends, because he clearly did. The quirk, however, could be considered the cause for the scale of violence and casualties. And thus Izuku himself cannot be charged with homicide, manslaughter, or even assault. Nedzu declares. And next to nobody is going to be happy about that decision. Hawks comments, given there's 10 people dead, 9 of which are children and 24 wounded. Many are still hospitalized. Be that as it may, there is still the matter of the abuse Izuku suffered to get to this point. Tukachi reminds them. We need to launch an investigation into the school district itself. As for charges against specific people, say Bakugo Katsuki for example, that is technically up to Izuku's new guardian. Hound Dog replies. I'm sure Eraserhead will have a field day with that. Hawks jokes. Tukachi chuckles, while you're not wrong. There is still the matter of the media to consider. This case has the potential to take the country by storm. There's a brief silence at that reminder. I think that would be a topic for a later time. After the full extent of legal action has been determined. They can wait a bit longer if it means we get this right. Hawks suggests. You're right, Hawks. There's still much to consider before we let the mass media get a hold of this. Nedzu agrees. So for now we keep the quiet? Tukachi questions. The others nod. Nedzu presses his paws together, that would be best for now. At least until we decide on the best course of action. Aizawa scrolls through his emails as Izuku leans against his side, talking to Stefan. Stefan had returned with the coffee, and an apple oddly enough, and informed Izuku that he needed to take his vitals. Izuku didn't seem to mind too much, he just sat back from his now finished meal and let Stefan do his thing. He does ask questions as to what exactly Stefan was doing. And the blonde is more than happy to explain each step and action he is taking as he performs his task. The constant explanation also seemed to soothe any lingering nerves that Izuku may have had. While Izuku had been eating, Stefan informed him of Inui's request for a blood test, should Izuku agree to it. The reason for it was included in the update email that Nedzu had sent Aizawa this morning. Aizawa agreed they would talk it over with Izuku. He'd rather not stress Izuku out this early in the day. Once Izuku's vitals were taken, Stefan offered to play cards with Izuku. It did not escape Aizawa's notice that Stefan was attempting to distract Izuku so the hero could divert his attention to something else for a bit. Luckily, Izuku was very excited at the prospect of playing a game with someone. So long as Aizawa wasn't going anywhere, of course. Having finished what work he could see to from his phone, Aizawa decided now is as good a time as any to ask Izuku about potentially having blood taken. Izuku, we have a question for you. Aizawa begins, getting the teen's attention. What is it? Izuku asks, sounding slightly worried. We wanted to know if you were comfortable having blood taken. Hound Dog wanted to run a few tests, but only if you are absolutely okay with it. Aizawa asks him. Izuku takes a moment to think it over. Izuku wasn't expecting to be asked his permission for something like this. As far as he knew, doctors just did as they pleased. He has to admit he kinda likes being asked if he's okay with something before they do it. As for the blood test, Izuku isn't sure. He's never really minded needles, and he has a high pain tolerance to begin with. Maybe he should ask Variant? I don't see a problem with it. We don't fear needles. Variant's answer echoes in his head. That's that then. It's okay. I don't really mind needles. Izuku tells them, and Variant says it fine too. Stefan gives them both a quizzical look at the mention of Variant. That's right. Stefan doesn't know he named the voice. Variant is the new name for the voice in my head. Izuku informs him, we decided on it this morning. Because he's another version of me. One that keeps me safe. Stefan nods, I see. Well, I think it's a great name, he replies. If you're sure you're okay with it, I'll go get the stuff I need to take a blood sample, okay? He asks. Okay. Izuku chirps. The process of drawing blood itself went surprisingly well. Izuku didn't react negatively at all. Although he did seem to fixate on the blood flowing through the tube and into the vials. It was quite unnerving. Surprisingly, Izuku did not ask what kind of tests were being run, much to Stefan and Aizawa's relief. They weren't ready to try and explain that Izuku might have a quirk to him yet. When all was said and done, the samples were sent off to the lab for testing. A few other generic tests were run as well. But the main one was indeed to test for a newly acquired quirk factor in Izuku's genetic code. Later that night, Stefan took a moment to just stare at the sheet. Positive. It's official then. Izuku has a quirk. Tukachi was not looking forward to this meeting. He is on the way to his meeting with the Bakugos at Muzutafu General Hospital. Their son, Bakugo Katsuki, is still being kept in care due to the injuries he sustained during the incident. After the assessment of the video footage from the incident, and the decision that this was indeed a forcibly manifested quirk, it has become clear that Izuku cannot be charged with anything due to the nature of the incident. That's just another thing that Tukachi gets to tell the Bakugos, and the many other victims of the psychotic teen and their families, that there will be no charges against Izuku, and some people's eyes, no justice. If you were to ask Tukachi, this is poetic justice in its own right, but for Izuku. For all the years his suffering was ignored, now his tormentors get to see what it feels like, in a sense. There is also the matter of Katsuki being one of Izuku's main bullies. And while Izuku can't be charged with anything, Katsuki can. It all depends on if they decide to press charges against the teen himself and the results of the investigation into the school as a whole. Having reached Katsuki's hospital room, Tukachi takes a deep breath. Then, he knocks. The door is roughly ripped open by an angry-looking blonde woman. We told you all to leave us DMN well alone. She practically shouts as she opens the door. Then she sees Tukachi. Oh, you must be the detective I spoke with on the phone. She says in a much more civil, if not still abrasive, tone. Tukachi nods and bows slightly. That is correct, I am Detective Tukachi Naomasa. Thank you for meeting with me today, Bakugo-san. Bakugo Mitsuki huffs, there's no need for such formalities. Just call me Mitsuki, given all three of us are Bakugo-da. She says, stepping away from the door and leading the detective into the room. Inside the private hospital room, the two other Bakugos are present. A brown-haired man who must be the father, Bakugo Masaru, sits in one of the chairs near the bed. And sitting in the bed, is one Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde is determinedly not looking at the detective, instead keeping his focus on the window to his left. His right shoulder is wrapped in bandages under the hospital gown and looks to be just hanging. Resting on Katsuki's lap are his hands, which appear to be completely bandaged in white gauze then wrapped in compression bandages. Looks like Izuku got his tormentor good. Hello detective, I'm Masaru Bakugo. Masaru is fine. The brown-haired man speaks up as his wife joins him in the chair beside his own. Feel free to take a seat. He offers. Tukachi accepts the offer, knowing that this will no doubt be a long conversation. Thank you. He replies, sitting down, I think we all know in general why I am here. He then begins. Of course we do. It's about the incident yesterday. The one where the brat was attacked. Mitsuki replies pointedly. So that's how this is going to go. Do the two parents even know what their son has been doing to Izuku all these years? That's correct, in a sense. Tukachi confirms, I'm here to ask a few questions regarding the incident then to discuss our next courses of action we have planned so far. That sounds fine. Masaru replies, ask away detective. So that's what Tukachi does. First off I would like to ask permission to record this conversation. As such, I must also inform you of my quirk. You can record us. I don't really care. Mitsuki replies. Excellent. On that note, my quirk is called Lie Detector. It allows me to know if a spoken statement is true or not. As such I will require verbal responses. Tukachi doesn't miss the slight tension that spreads through Katsuki's frame. Moving on, he asks his first question, I'd like to ask about the note Mitsuki-san had mentioned Izuku left in her gun safe. Did you bring it with you? Mitsuki's face twitches in annoyance at the honorific, but she says nothing about it. I did. It's in my purse in Ziploc bag. She tells him. I'll go grab it. The blonde woman retrieves the note and hands it over to the detective. A quick read of the note shows that it does indeed explain that Izuku took the gun without their knowledge. All that's required is a handwriting and fingerprint check. Although Tukachi can see the clear resemblance between this writing and that in the notebook he handed over to Nedzu after they reviewed the footage, the rat looked far too pleased with himself as he was receiving it. That settles that then. Thank you for handing this over. Tukachi says to her. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that I didn't give a gun to a child, not to mention a child with no training. Mitsuki explains, which is understandable. Of course. On to my next questions then. Tukachi replies, taking the obvious dismissal with grace, I would like to request a full summary of the injuries your son sustained for the case records. There's an unimpressed scoff from the bed, shitty Deku ruined everything. Katsuki mutters. Brat. Mitsuki snaps back, watch your mouth around the detective. And what did I tell you about calling Izuku that? Izuku? They must be close with the Midoriyas then. Or perhaps it's just Izuku's mother that holds up the friendship. It's quite clear their sons want nothing to do with each other, if the nickname meaning useless is any indicator. What's it FING matter? That's what his is, isn't he? FING useless. Katsuki snaps back. And oh, it takes all of Tukachi's self-control not to jump in and defend the boy. You just said after what he did to you. Not that I can really FING blame you. Mitsuki retorts. He FING shot me and sliced up my hands. Of FING course I'm set off. Katsuki shouts in response. Oh boy. This is falling apart real fast. Now you too. Save it for when the good detective isn't here. He doesn't need to listen to this. Masaru tries intervening. It's the thought that counts, Tukachi supposes. Surprisingly, that seems to settle them down just enough to be considered civil. Whatever. Katsuki mutters, looking back out the window. Mitsuki huffs. I'd say the brat has every right to be said. Izuku has basically taken Katsuki's quirk from him. What? Can you elaborate on that please? Tukachi asks, stunned. Katsuki's quirk involves the nitroglycerin that sweats from his hands and wrists. He then uses his palms to ignite it and cause explosions. Mitsuki explains. However, the wounds he sustained managed to not only damage those sweat glands due to the intensive healing process, but they also cut through the many tendons and ligaments in his hands. Even if he could create explosions, his hands and wrists wouldn't be able to handle the knockback from them. Same with his right shoulder, it's going to take months of physical therapy to regain full motion and usage of them all. Masaru explains. And isn't that something? The quirkless victim has rendered his longtime bully medically quirkless while he himself developed a quirk. Poetic justice indeed. Can't FING be a hero without a FING quirk? Katsuki snaps, although his voice sounds strained and slightly choked. I see, that is unfortunate. Tukachi replies. But really, is it? In case you're wondering, we do plan to press charges. Mitsuki declares, and Tukachi has to suppress a flinch. Don't get me wrong, I love Inko like a sister and Izuku is basically my nephew. But this is too much to ignore. The DMN brat needs to held accountable. And there it is, the ultimate underlying issue. With that in mind, Tukachi begins, I must inform you that Izuku cannot be charged with anything. Silence greets his words. Why the F not? He attacked my son. Mitsuki explodes. Because it has been discovered that a quirk was responsible for the incident itself. Tukachi explains. Then who the F was it that hit Izuku with a quirk that made him go out and kill people? I want to see them held responsible. Mitsuki insists. You misunderstand me. The detective replies, Izuku himself developed a quirk. It has been deemed a forcibly manifested quirk. The other three in the room just stare at him for a moment. There's no way Deku has a quirk. Katsuki insists. Forcibly manifested? Masaru muses. But those only happen as a result of extreme trauma or danger. How was Izuku put in that sort of situation? Tukachi resists the urge to sigh. Why don't you as your son that, he suggests, composure slipping. That F, is that supposed to mean? Mitsuki demands. It has come to our attention that what Izuku did was a combined result of forcibly manifested quirk and a violent psychotic break. The detective elaborates, Izuku has suffered bullying and downright abuse at his school for years. And one of those discovered to be largely responsible is, in fact, your son. Katsuki. Masaru begins faintly, tell me that's not true. The teen is silent for a moment. Then I'd be lying to you, old man. He snaps, although his voice lacks its usual bite. His parents are stunned. I must ask for the record, Katsuki-kun. Did you bully Midoriya Izuku for years? That includes using your quirk on him, along with verbally and physically abusing him. There's a slight pause. Yes. But he deserved it. And I'd hardly call it FING abuse. I was just putting him in his place. Katsuki answers. True. Tukachi says in response. But it was abuse. You have physically scarred Izuku. Your actions and the actions of others at the school pushed him to the point that in his mind, he had no choice but to lash out. That said, we will be launching an investigation into the school district as well. Will there be any charges pressed against Katsuki? Mitsuki asks, her earlier temper having vanished. That is up to Izuku's guardian. Seeing as how he is with Izuku at all times, we have yet to fully discuss the matter with him. Guardian? What are taking about? He's Inko's son. Mitsuki tries to correct. Tukachi shakes his head. Not anymore. She signed away custody yesterday. Tukachi tells her, that's all I am at liberty to disclose. Just one more thing that has brought the Bakugo's reality as they knew it crashing down around them. I see. Mitsuki replies. Are there any more questions for us, detective? She then asks. Not at present, no. I will reach out to you if something comes up. He tells her, ending the recording. Now I will be taking my leave. Thank you for your cooperation. He says, standing. Thank you, detective. Have a good day. Masaru replies. And with that, Tukachi leaves the room. Nedzu sits at his desk, having returned to UA, with Izuku's notebook resting on the table in front of him. He had received it earlier in the day from Detective Tukachi and has been looking forward to reading it. And read it he did. Every single line of writing, which spans well past the margins, right down to the smallest annotation on pictures. He carefully examines every impressive drawing and vague sketch or doodle. He takes in the truly mind-blowing analyses and groundbreaking theories. Nedzu also takes note of the fact that this is labeled as Notebook Number 13. He must get his hands on them all, to keep them out of the hands of villains and, of course, to satisfy his own ravenous curiosity. Nedzu picks up his desk phone and dials a number into it. Barely 2 rings later does someone pick up. Hey Nedzu. What can I do for you? A cheery voice greets. Hello Hawks. I have a request related to Izuku if you have the time. Nedzu replies. I'll always have time for the little buddy. What's up? I just finished going through Izuku's notebook. And it appears to be one analysis notebook of many. I was wondering if you could perhaps stop by Izuku's mother's residence and pick up the others. I can also contact Eraserhead to see if there is anything else at present that needs retrieved. Nedzu elaborates, then takes a sip of his tea. The book was that impressive, was it? I'm hardly surprised given the conversation you guys had yesterday. I can totally stop by and get the rest of them. All I need is an address. Hawks tells him. Excellent. I shall be sending it over to you shortly. Thanks again, Hawks. Nedzu chirps. Anytime, Nedzu, anytime. Then the two end their brief call. Nedzu laughs maniacally. This is going to be fun. Having arrived at the location that Nedzu provided him, Hawks takes a moment to think over how he should go about doing this. He really does hope Izuku's mother, if you can still call her that, is even home to let him into the apartment. Well, there's only one way to find out. Hawks knocks on the door. He hears approaching footsteps and a feminine voice calling out, "Coming." Then the door opens to reveal a green-haired, green-eyed woman. Hawks can definitely see the family resemblance. Oh, your Dado, let me think. The woman pauses a moment. The number 3 hero, right? That's right. Hawks, at your service. The winged hero replies with a slight bow. Although, I actually was hoping you could help me with something, Midoriya-san. Oh please, just Inko is fine. And what can I do for you, Hawks? She asks, seeming slightly taken aback. You see, ma'am, I'm one of the heroes working Izuku's case. He begins, and he can see how her expression darkens, and we were hoping you could provide us with Izuku's analysis notebooks. He told us the rest of them were here. Those old things? Yes, I know where they are. She replies. Please, come in. I'll show you to Izuku's room. Thank you, Inko-san. Hawks responds, and follows her inside. As he follows behind her, he releases a few feathers to investigate the rest of the apartment. It might be a breach of privacy, but he wants to make sure there's no chance of there having been abuse at home. If anything, the apartment feels barely lived in. Here we are, Izuku's room. He used to have an All Might nameplate, but he took it down for some reason. She tells him, standing to the side of the door. You're okay to head on in. And if there's anything else you want to take to Izuku, you're welcome to. It's the least I can do given you heroes are taking care of him. She offers. I may just take you up on that, Inko-san. Thank you. Hawks thanks her, then he opens the door. It doesn't go unnoticed how the woman doesn't seem to want to enter the room. The sight that greets the winged hero is interesting. He expected a hero-themed room, given how much Izuku seems to love them. But instead he walks into a room with bare walls. Certain squares are off color from the rest of the wall, however, as if there were posters over them at some point. There's even places that still have tape of corners of said posters. It's clear that they were torn down in a hurry. He really did take it all down. I had my suspicions but... Inko can be heard speculating from the doorway. What did he take down? Hawks asks, making his way over to a stuffed bookshelf. The room used to be filled with All Might merchandise. Izuku was quite the collector. But none of it seems to be out anymore. I wonder if he's finally gotten over his hero phase. Inko replies. Hawks bites his lip and focuses on scanning the bookshelves to keep himself from replying to her. No, Izuku hasn't gotten over his so-called phase. It's All Might specifically that's the problem. Yes, Eraserhead caught him up to speed when he told Hawks not to bring any All Might clothing when he packed some up for Izuku. And yes, Hawks saw how every single All Might page in that coloring book was slashed through in red-colored pencil. If you're looking for Izuku's notebooks, they are in one of his desk drawers. Inko directs. Hawks nods and moves over to the desk. However, when he goes to open them, he finds that they are both locked. That's not that hard to deal with though. Before Inko can even say anything about a key, Hawks has used one of his feathers to pick the locks on the drawers. And when he opens them, he finds the notebooks stashed in the very back, most of which are in excellent condition. The higher numbers, however, are in various states of disrepair. Hawks sets to work pulling them out and setting them on the desk. Izuku should have a duffel bag in his closet. Inko speaks up. You can use it to take whatever you need. She tells him. So Hawks heads over to the closet. And on the floor of said closet is a box covered in a bed sheet. Upon removing the bed sheet, Hawks finds an absolute mountain of All Might merchandise. That explains the empty walls and shelves then. Hawks replaces the sheet, and reminds himself that the next time he sees the number 1 hero, he's probably going to punch the guy in the face. After Eraserhead gets his shot in, that is. Hawks retrieves the duffel bag and sets to packing up a few changes of clothes and undergarments. He grabs a few hoodies and a pair of pajamas as well. All of which are hero-themed in some variety, and none of which have anything All Might. Hawks even finds a few things of himself, which he finds awesome. He then places the notebooks into the duffel bag and zips the thing up. It's a bit heavy, but nothing he can't handle. I think I have what I need. He declares, thank you for your help, Inko-san. She waves him off, it was no trouble. Just be sure to tell all the heroes involved to take good care of Izuku. The boy deserves it after all these years. And Hawks couldn't agree more. Of course, I'll be sure to pass the message along. Hawks replies. Hawks then lets her see him out, and sets off for UA. He has a rat to meet with. Aizawa is sitting next to Izuku while the kid naps when he receives the call. Izuku's new meds have left him drowsy and overall out of it. Aizawa's phone, forever on vibrate, starts ringing in his hand and he is forever grateful it wasn't anywhere near Izuku when it started. Izuku is getting slightly better over the past couple of days. He isn't forever curled in on himself or constantly scanning the room for threats. No, but he still jumps at every knock at the door and hides himself in Aizawa's side. Izuku had agreed to meet the other nurses on the floor, especially the night shift ones who will have to act in Stefan's place should something happen. However, he's forever wary and cautious around them, keeping a hand curled in Aizawa's sleeve the entire time they are near him. The kid has even left the apparent safety of their shared room a few times. It's required at certain points given their room has no bathroom and meals aren't typically served in them either. Izuku's eyes darted everywhere at once as he pressed himself against Aizawa's side, the two following Stefan as he gave them an enthusiastic tour. How the guy seems to always have so much energy Shoyuta will never understand. There are only a few other patients on the floor at present, however none of them are particularly loud, confrontational, or violent. The woman with the white hair, Aizawa knows her face, yet still hopes he's not correct, did seem especially pleased with Izuku's presence, a small smile on her face as Izuku rambled to Stefan and a hero sidekick that happened to be visiting someone on the floor. And finally, after having slept and woken up a few times to find that this, in fact, was not a dream, Izuku has stopped insisting on calling him Eraserhead. Instead, the teen flips back and forth between calling the hero Aizawa or Shoyuta depending on how brave or nervous he is feeling at any given time. But Shoyuta digresses, he has a call to answer. Looking at the caller ID, he can see that it's actually his husband. He wonders if this is a work-related or personal call. He hasn't been home yet since first saving Izuku, but he knows Naomasa is just as busy with Izuku's case, so either are just as likely. Hey now. He greets as he raises the phone to his ear. Hey Sho, how are you? Is now a bad time? His husband asks in reply. Shoyuta shakes his head despite the other not being able to see it. No, Izuku is asleep beside me. I can talk for a bit. Why? What's up? First off, it's nice to just hear your voice. The apartment is terribly empty without you around. His husband tells him. You have 5 cats there with you now, how can it be empty? Shoyuta teases. I knew you'd say something like that. But you know what I mean. After all, you say the same thing when I have to work away from home for extended periods of time. Naomasa teases. And what is the other reason you called? Shoyuta asks, abruptly changing the topic. Naomasa chuckles, I called to see about catching you up to speed on the progress we've made with Izuku's case. I figured you'd appreciate being informed over the phone rather than a lengthy email. He explains to him. You're correct, I do. It's only logical that this is the better way to do it. I can ask my own questions and give my own input better this way. Shoyuta replies. Of course, I agree. Now then, let me get started. Naomasa responds. And Shoyuta listens. He listens to the surprising amount of progress that has been made. He is told about Hound Dog's diagnoses, about Izuku's quirk, the starting stages for an investigation into the school, the meeting with the Bakugos along with a few other families and Nedzu and Hawks making for a truly terrifying duo throughout it all. I hate to do this to you, Sho, but the next step is the full case debriefing. And as one of the heroes on this case you are required to be there. Naomasa explains, that and we need your statement about what happened in the classroom, despite us having watched the footage. You're also the one who has spent the most amount of time with Izuku, and you can help give us a better perspective on the child we are dealing with. Unfortunately, there are still quite a few officers on the case that don't seem to understand Izuku is a victim as well. Shoyuta sighs, that may be difficult to pull off. Izuku still won't leave my side for long. He informs, I will talk with Stefan and see what we can arrange. I will have to bring it up to Izuku as well. But I'm not bringing anything up today, the kid will just worry about it till tomorrow when it happens. So you won't have your answer until tomorrow morning. I can live with that. Thanks, Sho. Naomasa replies. No, thank you now. I know you've had to put up with a lot in regards to this case. Not to mention I don't know when I'll be home again. Shoyuta counters. I can tell Izuku means a lot to you. And I could never just abandon the case on account of it being difficult or complicated. I want to help. And I'm okay with you taking all the time you need to come back home. I would like to meet Izuku at some point. As your husband, not as the detective of his case. Naomasa tells him. I can't wait for you to meet him. He really is a great kid. Shoyuta answers. Said kid starts to stir from beside him. Speaking of which, I think he's starting to wake up. I'll talk to you later now. Love you. Shoyuta says softly. Love you too. See you soon hopefully. Comes the reply. Izuku woke up this morning feeling off. It feels like there's something bad that's going to happen, something lurking in the shadows or lying in wait. It feels the way he always did at school, constantly on edge and cowering in fear. But there's nothing to be afraid of here, is there? He's safe here outright? Are we safe? Variant's voice questions. Variant doesn't know either? But he always knows. We haven't been safe in a long time. You can't get too comfortable, Izuku. The voice points out. Well, he does have a point. But Eraserhead, no, Aizawa is here. He's going to keep him safe. He promised. You might be right. I hope you're right. Variant replies, I want to trust Eraserhead. But trusting is hard. Izuku can agree with that. Trusting is really hard. But Izuku wants to try and trust Aizawa. And if Variant is going to try too, then maybe they might just manage to one day. As promised, Aizawa brought up the issue of him leaving with Stefan once Izuku was asleep later that night. Drowsiness was one of the first side effects to come from the medication Izuku was now taking. The meds Hound Dog has begun to prescribe him are starting to take effect and would have Izuku pretty out of it by the end of the week. For now they would just have to keep an eye on the kid, but that's a given. Stefan and Aizawa both agreed that it would ultimately be up to Izuku whether or not Aizawa could leave. However, Stefan did offer to stay and hang out with Izuku while the hero was gone. Izuku has taken quite a liking to him and is no longer nervous in the slightest around him. Stefan also brought up the potential plan of taking Izuku to see a few heroes around the hospital that Stefan knows of. Aizawa agreed it would be a great distraction, but, once again, it would be up to Izuku. Which just leaves having the discussion with Izuku himself, the teen having just finished breakfast. Izuku, there's something I need to ask you about. Aizawa begins. What is it, Zawa? Izuku asks, using the nickname he's taken to calling the hero over the past few days. Stefan seems to find this development hilarious, at Aizawa's expense of course. I need to attend a meeting down at the police station. It's hero work so it's important. He tells him. Aizawa's not about to tell Izuku that he's going to the case meeting for Izuku's own case. They've been doing their best not to bring up anything related to the incident that landed them all in this situation. It was better for Izuku that way, at least for now. Izuku isn't sure how to respond to Aizawa's statement at first. It's for hero work, so it must be important, right? Izuku would hate to keep Aizawa from performing his duties as a hero. He's caused enough trouble already. If it's that important then you should go to it. Izuku tells him, I don't want to trouble you any more than I already have. Aizawa doesn't respond immediately, he just shares a look with Stefan. You've never been a problem, Izuku. The hero tries correcting. Izuku doesn't agree with him, but knows it's best not to argue. If Aizawa needs to go do hero work, Izuku shouldn't try to stop him. That would mean he's leaving, idiot. We'd be alone and without him to keep us safe. Variant hisses in Izuku's mind. Oh. That could be a problem. That won't work at all. Wait. Izuku speaks up, that means you're going to have to leave. Are you leaving me already? He asks. Izuku can't help getting worked up at the prospect. Then again, it was only a matter of time until the hero had to leave him. No, Izuku, I'm not leaving you forever. I'd just be gone for the afternoon and maybe some of the evening. I'll come back here when I'm done. I need to keep you safe, remember? Aizawa tries assuring. But he can't do that if he's not here. Variant points out. But you can't keep me safe if you're not here, Zawa. That's what Variant says at least. Am I going to be all alone while you're gone? You can't leave me alone. Izuku insists, starting to panic. Nope. Because I'll be staying with you. Stefan interrupts, I'm going to take over keeping you safe while Eraser is gone. If that's okay with you and Variant, of course. Izuku ponders this a moment. What does Variant think? Is that okay? Stefan will do, I like him. He should be able to keep us safe. Variant answers, and don't forget I'm here too. That works, Izuku supposes. Variant says that's okay. He likes Stefan. Izuku answers, looking down nervously. As a result, he ends up missing the smug look Stefan throws Aizawa's way. While Variant is trying to trust Aizawa, the hero has yet to get the voice to like him. Which makes Stefan the first to get Variant's approval. If you're sure. Aizawa replies, I'll give Stefan my number so he can call me if anything goes wrong. If anything does, anything at all, I'll come back. It's no trouble, I promise. He tells the teen. Izuku looks between the both of them. Okay. I think I'll be okay. Then it's settled then. Stefan exclaims. You and me get to hang out for the day. He says, sounding way too excited. His enthusiasm does get a smile out of Izuku though, so Stefan counts that as a win. The time for Aizawa to leave came much too soon in Izuku's opinion. Yeah, he agreed to this, but that doesn't mean he isn't nervous. Eraserhead has been with him the entire time he's been here. And even though he promised he'd come back, Izuku can't help but have his doubts. Why, you're sure you're coming back? Izuku asks from his place in the hero's lap. He claimed it not long after agreeing to let Aizawa leave, not that Aizawa can blame him. I'm coming back. I'll only be gone that afternoon, perhaps a bit into the evening. I'll definitely be back before you fall asleep. Aizawa assures. Promise? Izuku asks. Promise. The hero echoes. And you'll be safe, right? You gotta stay safe too. Aizawa smirks, yeah, I'll be safe, Izuku. You don't have to worry about me. Not that that's going to stop him. Soon enough, Stefan is waltzing into the room with an enthusiastic wave to them both. Hey, you two. I'm back, he greets, walking over. He sits down on the end of Izuku's bed with them, an increasingly common occurrence. Welcome back. Izuku replies softly. There's a brief silence. Alright, Izuku, I need to go. Aizawa tells him. Izuku turns and buries his face in the hero's capture weapon. No. Not yet. Izuku. Aizawa trails off, sending a somewhat helpless look over the kid's shoulder at Stefan. Stefan hides a chuckle behind his hand. You can come sit in my lap if you want, Izuku. You gotta let the guy go now. He'll be back, remember? Izuku sits up and pouts at the nurse, looking like a sad kitten, giving him a once-over. Fine. He grumbles, looking at Aizawa again. The hero nods in reassurance, which seems to satisfy Izuku. Izuku then crawls off of Aizawa and claims his spot on Stefan instead. Aizawa stands up, watching Izuku make himself comfortable in Stefan's hold. The kid is definitely touch-starved, but that's an issue for later. Thinking a moment, Aizawa has an idea. He pulls his goggles off from around his neck and drops them over Izuku's head and settles them around the kid's own neck. Izuku startles slightly, looking up at the hero with wide eyes. You're giving me your goggles? He asks. Just to hold on to for me. That way you know I'll come back? Aizawa answers, take good care of them. I will. Be safe, Zawa. Izuku chirps back. Aizawa hides a smile in his capture weapon. Sure thing, Izuku. See you later. And with Izuku watching him intently, he finally manages to turn around and leave the room. With Eraserhead having left, Stefan and Izuku sit in silence. Izuku is still in Stefan's lap, occupying his restless and nervous energy but inspecting the goggles Eraserhead left with him, although his is trembling slightly. Stefan can tell Izuku would be content to just sit there and wait for the hero to come back. But that just won't do. Stefan has plans for today. Assuming Izuku agrees to them. So Izuku, have anything specific in mind to do today? Stefan asks. Izuku shakes his head, but says nothing. Well, we can't just sit here in silence all day, there's no fun in that. Stefan points out. Izuku just shrugs. Looks like Izuku gone non-verbal again. Stefan better act fast to fix this before Izuku falling into a depression now that Eraserhead now gone for the afternoon. While Stefan has the hero's cell phone number, he'd rather not have to use it. So I had this idea that Eraser though you'd like. Stefan begins, and this seems to catch Izuku's attention. We are in a hero hospital after all. Thus it only makes sense that we go and see about meeting some heroes. Izuku turns and looks up at him, eyes wide. Can we really? He asks softly, almost in disbelief. Of course we can. It wouldn't have suggested it otherwise. Stefan replies. That is assuming you and Variant are okay with going? Izuku ponders this a moment. Variant says that should be okay, I just have to stay with you so you can keep me safe if anything happens. He tells Stefan. Excellent. Stefan exclaims a bit too loudly, startling Izuku in his lap, but before we go, I think Hawks dropped off some of your clothes for you to wear while you're here. They've got to be more comfortable than the outfit you're currently wearing. We can grab something for you to change into. Hawks had, in fact, dropped off the duffel bag minus the notebooks earlier that morning. The ward staff just had to check over it thoroughly before letting Izuku anywhere near it, as is protocol. And he's only allowed to keep 3 shirts and 3 pairs of breathes and a hoodie in the drawers in his room. The socks he has to wear have the non-slip bottoms that are standard issue at most hospitals. The rest of what Hawks brought is locked up in a closet with the rest of the other patient's stuff, all sorted into pink bins with their first names on them. Izuku seems excited at the prospect of getting to wear his own clothes finally and nods eagerly. Okay. About 15 minutes later, Izuku is standing beside Stefan as he works on signing Izuku out for a walk. This was a lockdown floor after all, and the only real reason that Izuku was allowed to leave was that he hasn't had any violent outbursts since being admitted. Not that Stefan has any intention on telling Izuku that. As for Izuku's, he's still running his thumbs back and forth across the frames of Eraserhead's goggles. He's already gotten changed and is currently wearing a pair of black, yellow and gray sweatpants with the UA logo on them, a present Mike Hands Up radio shirt and a Hawks hoodie, all of which he's pretty sure didn't come from his own closet. Not that he's complaining, it's all really nice stuff. And of course in his pocket is his feather, around his shoulders is his piece of capture weapon, and hanging from his neck are Eraserhead's goggles. Okay Izuku. I think we are all set to go. Are you ready? Stefan asks. Izuku thinks silently. Is he ready? It's a hospital of heroes. They should keep us safe, right? Variant speaks up. Why is it that Variant doesn't sound too convinced? Is it because of the paranoid feeling they've had all day? Something like that. I'm just not used to us being safe for this long. Something is bound to happen eventually. The voice explains. And while Izuku does agree, he's not about to miss out on a chance to meet some heroes in person. He wishes he had his notebook. I think so. Izuku trails off. Oh wait. Izuku grabs Stefan's hand, getting a startled look from the nurse. Now we're ready, he declares. Stefan, for his part, decides to just go with it. Their first stop was the visitors' lounge. This large common room-esque room is where any potential visitors to patients are checked in and directed to their destinations. It also ends up being a place where heroes from all over the country end up running into each other. So the room is also a bit of a social gathering in itself. Heroes Retreat is the largest hero hospital in Japan that solely treats pro-heroes and their families. Sometimes hero students are also admitted to the facility depending on the circumstance. The visitors' lounge is no doubt where they will find the most heroes. Said heroes more often than not come in civilian clothes. Stefan is looking forward to seeing how many heroes Izuku can recognize out of uniform. He may or may not have a running bet with Eraserhead. As they make their way down the halls, Stefan can't help but smile. Izuku, while sticking as close to Stefan as possible, is practically vibrating with excitement. He's also in a constant state of hypervigilance, but that was to be expected given the amount of people around. Stefan is doing his best to lead the team down the back halls and nurse passageways in order to avoid most of the hustle and bustle of the hospital. However, as they get closer to the visitors' lobby, the halls inevitably start to get more populated. Soon enough, Izuku has his arms wrapped around Stefan's own and is clinging to the blonde tightly. Stefan can feel him shaking and hear him mumbling. We're safe, we're okay, we're safe. Right, Variant? We're safe, right? Izuku practically chants under to himself, and Variant for that matter. It would be adorable if Izuku hadn't been admitted due to a state of psychosis a few days ago. The kid seems to be getting better every day, but as Stefan Nose and Hound Dog warned, the high of being saved is going to wear off eventually. And when that happens, the true depth of Izuku's issues will be revealed. Which is part of why Stefan wanted to do this now. He wants to get in some fun for Izuku before things inevitably go to shit. Let's take a break from walking, okay Izuku? Stefan offers. Izuku nods faintly. Oh okay. Stefan leads them into an empty conference room and shut the door, locking it. The silence is heavy in the room compared to the noise of the halls. The blonde watches as Izuku walks over to the far corner of the room, sits on the floor, and pulls his knees to his chest, effectively curling into a ball. Stefan suppresses a sigh. Maybe this was a bit ambitious to take Izuku on such an excursion. He keeps his steps soft and his movements telegraphed as he walks over to Izuku and sits down on the floor beside him. You okay there Aizu? He asks, the nickname slipping out. Luckily Izuku doesn't seem to mind. We're okay. It's just a lot. Variant is kinda freaking out with all the people. The Greenette explains. We can go back if we need to. Stefan offers. No. Izuku exclaims, I want to go. I just need to sit here for a bit. We just need a break. So that's what Stefan gives him. They sit there in silence for about 15 minutes, Stefan leaning against the wall and Izuku rocking back and forth slightly. Then Izuku takes a deep breath in and out. I think we're ready. He tells Stefan softly. You sure? Stefan asks. Izuku nods, I'm sure. You'll tell me this time if you get overwhelmed, right? There's nothing wrong with you wanting to go back if that's what you need to do. We can always try again another time, okay Aizu? Stefan asks. Okay, I'll tell you. But I want to try first. Izuku replies. Great. You're doing awesome so far. Stefan tells him, standing up. He then offers a hand to Izuku. Izuku takes the hand and lets himself be pulled onto his feet. Now then. Onward. Stefan cheers as they open the door. This gains a few laughs and smiles out of some of the hospital staff nearby, most of which are used to Stefan and his antics at this point. Even better is the fact that Izuku laughs with them. You ready to go in Aizu? Stefan asks softly. They now stand outside of the staff door to the visitors' lounge. Along the way they had to make 2 more stops for Izuku to calm down, but they made it in the end. I'm ready. Let's go. Izuku whispers back. Not needing to be told twice, Stefan opens the door and leads Izuku in by the hand. The room isn't as busy as Stefan has seen it in the past, but perhaps that's for the best this time. Izuku has pressed himself into Stefan's side as they walk into the room, wide, manic green eyes taking in every last detail, searching for any potential threats. Hey look. It's Stefan. How have you been my dude? A familiar voice asks the blonde, walking over. Stefan would know that voice anywhere. Cameron. He greets with a smile, it's good to see you. Right back at you. What are you up to? The brunette asks, stopping in front of them. Izuku quickly hides behind Stefan. And Cameron, for all his good intentions and enthusiasm, doesn't seem to have noticed the teen's presence. I was scooting Izuku here to the visitors' lobby. He wanted to meet some heroes. Stefan replies, looking down at his charge. Izuku peeks out from behind him, hello. Cameron beams, hello there little dude. How are you? He asks, crouching down to Izuku's level. I'm okay. Izuku replies, just loud enough to be heard. That's great. Are you keeping Stefan here out of trouble? He has a knack for finding it. Or maybe it finds him. Cameron comments, sending a smirk Stefan's way as he stands back up. I do not. Stefan defends instantly, okay maybe I do. But still, it's not like you're any better. You and Aaron drag me into all kinds of crazy things. And I'm not even a hero unlike the two of you. Cameron just laughs, you're not wrong there. But you enjoy it, don't even try to pretend otherwise. Stefan glares at him, I plead the fifth. You're not in America anymore dude. How many times do I have to remind you the Fifth Amendment doesn't apply here? Cameron jabs. Probably as many as it takes to remind you to be careful and stop getting injured. Stefan counters. Ouch. Okay fair. But I'm in the visitors' lobby this time. Opposed to the one being visited. Cameron tries to defend himself. And who exactly were you here to see him? Stefan asks. You. Cameron says simply. Stefan sighs, shaking his head fondly, never change Cameron, never change. In the meantime, Izuku is racking his brain to try and figure out which hero Cameron actually is. He's more of an underground hero than a spotlight, or a hybrid of the two, Izuku thinks. Oh. He's got it. You're Ricochet, the vector hero. Izuku states, sounding sure of himself for once. The two halt their arguing to stare at him in surprise. That's right. Cameron exclaims, volume causing Izuku to jump. You have a good eye. I love heroes. Izuku tells him, and I love to analyze them in my notebooks. Really? Does that mean you've analyzed me? Cameron asks, intrigued. I have. Your quirk is so fascinating. Izuku exclaims, stepping out from behind Stefan, it allows you to manipulate and stockpile vectors in an object or even in yourself. It has so many applications, you can use it to enhance your own speed and movement or that of a projectile, giving you both ranged and close combat capabilities. You can also do support if you apply it to your allies and enhance their speed and movement. You can use it on rubble or other obstacles for rescue too. And Izuku cuts himself off, finally noticing the silence his rambling has caused throughout the room. The others in the room had taken to listening to Izuku talk as well. Cameron, for his part, stands dumbfounded. Wow. That's quite impressive, little dude. Most people haven't really even heard of me, let alone know all that. Cameron points out. Izuku hides behind Stefan again, it's not that great. Izuku replies, unsure. I beg to differ. I thought it was a really good analysis. You should have kept going. A new voice interjects. The three look up at the new arrival. Hey Tensei. Here visiting a sidekick or two, I take it. Stefan greets the dark-haired man. Yep. A few of them took some minor injuries while on a mission a few days ago. I was just coming to check up on them. Tensei confirms. Well, I guess proper introductions are in order. Stefan says, Izuku, you've already met the loud one. He says, motioning to Cameron and getting an undignified squawk as response, his name is Cameron Oliver, he's one of my best friends and as you know, the hero Ricochet. Cameron gives a two-fingered salute at the official introduction. And this is Tensei Ida. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Tensei cuts in. Can you figure out which hero I happen to be? He then asks. Izuku nods, coming out from behind Stefan once more, Ingenium, the turbo hero. You got it. You get to see the face under the helmet. Tensei jokes. I actually did my internship and work study with Ingenium. Cameron tells Izuku, he's great to work with. Oh stop, none of that flattery here. Tensei replies. I gotta ask though, Izuku, are you an Eraserhead fan? I couldn't help but notice the goggles and mini capture scarf. Izuku beams at the mention of his hero, yeah. Zawa gave me a piece of his capture scarf when he saved me and he let me hold on to his goggles today, so I knew he was coming back. Izuku explains, gaining the interest of all who could hear him, especially the other heroes. He had to go to a hero meeting today, so Stefan is keeping me safe while he's gone. Right, Stefan? Izuku asks his nurse. That's right, Izuku. And I'd say I'm doing a pretty good job. Stefan confirms. The look on his face serves to confirm everything else Izuku had said about Eraserhead, much to the shock of everyone who knows the hero. That's awesome, Izuku. Tensei replies, making a mental note to bug Shoyuta about this later. While you're here, what do you say to meeting some of the other heroes here? He offers. That sounds awesome. Izuku replies, beaming a sunshine smile. And just like that, Izuku manages to win over a room full of heroes. Tensei happily proceeded to introduce everyone in the room to Izuku. It became routine to see if Izuku could identify who each of them were. And much to Stefan's delight, Izuku has yet to fail to do so. Somewhere along the way Gang Orca wandered in, surprised at first to see a child in the visitor's lobby. He soon found himself a target for Izuku's endless questions just like everyone else, much to the hero's delight. The man was worried Izuku would be scared of him as most kids tend to be, but no, Izuku was undeterred and rambled on nonetheless. A few other noteworthy pros Izuku got to meet included Ryuku, Fat Gum and even Best Jeanist. Ryuku seemed a bit flustered by all of the questions Izuku had, but gladly answered each one of them. Fat Gum was ecstatic to meet the kid, answering Izuku's questions and sharing some of his snack with the teen. Best Jeanist was determined to answer all of Izuku's questions, even going as far as to test some of Izuku's theories right there in the visitor's lobby. And Izuku just soaked all of it up, loving every minute of it. Gone was the shy hesitance in the face of his excitement. Variant still threw a fit over each new person Izuku approached and interacted with, but was ignored for the most part, something Variant did not appreciate. Izuku was disappointed that he didn't have his notebooks to write down all the answers he got and even get some autographs, but oh well. Eventually, after an hour or two of non-stop taking, Izuku was starting to get tired. He was leaning against Stefan more and more as the afternoon went on and kept rubbing at his eyes. At this point the heroes were taking turns telling stories about noteworthy battles or missions they were on, and Izuku was still hanging off every word, despite him clearly being worn out. When the kid started yawning was when Stefan finally decided to step in. Okay Izuku, I think it's about time we head back. He says during a lull in the conversation. Izuku had been listening to Best Jeanist telling him an exciting tale of some of his more notable battles, at Izuku's request of course. Izuku looks up at him and blinks. "Do we have to?" he asks slowly, exhaustion clear in his voice. "I'm afraid we do, you look like you're about to fall asleep, Aizu." Stefan replies, ruffling the kid's hair. Izuku shakes his head. "No, I'm not." He argues weakly, failing to sound even slightly convincing. "You look pretty tired to me, little buddy." Fat Gum comments. The other heroes chuckle at Izuku glaring at the hero like a sleepy kitten. "You can always come back to see us again sometime, kid." Ryuko adds in. Izuku looks up at Stefan in silent question. Stefan nods. "We'd have to run it by Eraser first, but I don't see why not." "Okay. I guess we can go." Izuku concedes, clearly too tired to put up any more of a fight. After a round of goodbyes, Izuku lets himself be led out of the room by Stefan. On their way back there were several points where Stefan was worried he'd have to carry Izuku back. But Izuku managed to stay awake until they got back to the behavioral health wing. Having arrived back to the halls Izuku was used to, he lets go of Stefan's hand and walks beside the nurse as they traverse said halls to Izuku's room. Izuku was quickly losing his battle against sleep as they got closer to the room. Then, as they are passing another nurse in the hallway, Izuku ends up tripping. On instinct, said nurse lunges forward and catches Izuku to keep him from falling. Stefan can practically feel it in the air when something changes in Izuku. Acting on instinct alone, he pulls the nurse that caught Izuku away from him. He moves her just in time to avoid her getting hit in the face with a rather pointed strike. To her credit, the nurse only stands there, stunned at the sudden change, for a brief moment. "I'll go issue a floor lockdown. You can handle him, I would presume," she asks. Stefan nods, unwilling to take his eyes of Izuku. "Yeah, I can. Keep the patients out of the halls. We don't need Izuku hurting anyone." He instructs. "Understood," comes the reply, and the nurse dashes off. Izuku on the other hand is standing in a rough combat stance and watching the interaction. It's not a perfect stance by any means, but it's certainly good enough form to get the job done. And then there's his eyes. Izuku's eyes are glowing a vibrant green as they watch Stefan's every move. This isn't Izuku then, this is Variant. Stefan relaxes his own stance. "Don't intend on hurting you." He tries. Clearly Variant doesn't believe him. Instead of making an effort to talk things out, which never works in Stefan's experience, Variant bolts down the hallway. Sheet. And so Stefan takes off after him down the hall. As they run, at a surprising speed. He should add, Stefan pulls out his phone from his pocket. Eraserhead had given him his number for a reason after all. And if this is a Quirk they're dealing with, who better to call? The line barely rings once before it is answered. Eraserhead. "Eraser. It's Stefan." Stefan replies, taking a turn after Variant does. "Stefan? Is there a problem? Is Izuku all right?" Eraserhead asks. "He's not hurt or anything if that's what you're asking." Stefan replies. "Come on, he really needs to get to the point." "Never mind that, just listen." Izuku tripped and one of the nurses tried to grab him to catch him. And Variant freaked out. "I'm currently chasing Variant down the hall. I think he's headed back to his room. More like he hopes that's where he's headed." "Okay. I'll be there soon." Eraserhead tells him, taking this surprisingly well, "I trust you can handle Variant until then." Stefan can't help but smirk. "Yeah, I can handle him. Quirk or no Quirk, he's still inexperienced in a real fight." Sheet, that implies that Stefan is experienced in a real fight. "Oh well. I'll leave you to it then. See you soon." Then Eraserhead hangs up. Stefan sighs as he shoves his phone back into his pocket. He really doesn't like the idea of fighting a 15-year-old. But if there's anything he's learned, it's that Izuku is not to be underestimated, Variant or not. Variant reaches his room and darts inside. Good, that means they're not running in circles until Eraserhead get here. It also means Stefan is in a room with a rogue Quirk. He has to admit he's a bit excited. It's been far too long since he's been involved in something like this. Stefan enters the room after Variant to see no sign of the kid. Suddenly, he's being attacked from the side and barely has time to dodge the kick that is aimed for his head. Oh. So Variant does know how to fight. Excellent. Stefan ducks and rolls to the side, rising back to his feet in one fluid motion. Variant takes a few steps backwards as Stefan faces him, his own stance prepped for a fight. Variant comes at him again, this time aiming a jab at Stefan's chest. Stefan deflects the blow and tries to get a hold on Variant. Variant does not take that well. The kid thrashes when he gets a hold of his arm, landing a flailing blow to Stefan's face, causing his nose to bleed. Having been stunned slightly by the hit, Stefan is forced to release his hold on Variant and is shoved roughly back. As Stefan stumbles, Variant presses him again. Before Stefan has even really registered another punch to the face, he is instinctually backflipping out of Variant's reach. The move is done with practiced ease, Stefan landing on his feet without stumbling. Whether this is Variant or Izuku's knowledge, Stefan has to admit the kid has good battle instincts. Variant takes a step back and leans to the side to dodge two of Stefan's jabs to the shoulders and neck. While he's not trying to hurt the kid, he's still in a fight. Stefan is going to go for the knockout if he can manage it. Variant throws another punch and Stefan dodges it, leaning back and causing the fist to go overhead. Then Variant sweeps his feet out from under him. Stefan falls heavily to the ground, landing on his butt. Variant stands over him, looking slightly unsure what to do for a brief moment. If Variant is pulling from Izuku's knowledge, it's worth noting that Izuku has probably never won a fight. Stefan takes the chance offered by the Greenette's hesitation to work on getting back on his feet. He pushes up with his arms under him, and spins while stretching his legs out, using his momentum to push off and flip back onto his feet. The maneuver causes Variant to stumble backwards and away from him. This time Stefan presses him and aims a jab for his neck. However, Variant backflips to avoid the strike. What? The move was sloppy and Variant struggled to keep his footing when he landed. But he did land the backflip. It's almost as if he took watching Stefan perform one, then put that observation into practice. Terrifying. If Variant is learning from Stefan as the fight goes on, Stefan needs to end this sooner rather than later. If he can get a good hold on him, he can inject the fast-acting sedative from the injection pen all psychiatric nurses keep on hand. Not ideal, drugging Izuku while he's under Variant's control, but better than risking him hurting himself doing things his body really can't do. With the goal to restrain Variant in mind, Stefan charges through the doorway towards the far hall wall. As expected, Variant pursues him. Stefan doesn't slow down as he reaches the wall, instead he jumps up and runs up the wall a couple of steps, followed by pushing off and flipping over top of Variant who was behind him. Stefan lands behind the kid, then instantly sets to restraining him, crossing Variant's arms across the kid's chest by the wrists in a basket hold. Then, Stefan looks up and makes eye contact with Eraserhead. If the hero was at all surprised by the feat of acrobatics he just witnessed a nurse perform, he hides it well. I'll cancel out his quirk, then you inject the sedative. That was your plan, correct? The hero says to him. Stefan only manages to nod as he is forced to tighten his hold on Variant, the kid thrashing in his hold with renewed vigor. Looks like Variant doesn't want to be deactivated. Eraserhead doesn't hesitate, he activates his quirk while staring Variant in the eyes. Shining scarlet meets glowing green before the light dies from Variant's eyes and gives way to a terrified yet dazed Izuku. Stefan wastes no time injecting the sedative into Izuku's upper arm. Aizawa rushes forward to take hold of Izuku as the kid slumps forward, already falling under the sedative's effect. Stefan releases the kid as Aizawa wraps his arms around him and pulls Izuku close to his chest. Izuku's breathing is ragged and he trembles slightly, clutching Aizawa's jumpsuit like a lifeline. The hero slowly lowers them to the floor, keeping a firm hold on Izuku. Once seated he runs his hand through Izuku's curls as he rocks them both slightly. It's okay, you're safe Izuku. Aizawa tries to assure his charge, I've got you, you're safe. I promise. Izuku whines slightly in response, trying to press closer to his hero, movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Izuku's glassy green eyes start to droop as the medication pulls him further and further into unconsciousness. The two continue like this until Izuku loses his fight against sleep. When Shoyuta left the hospital, he'd be lying if he claimed he wasn't concerned. While he trusts Stefan to be able to handle the situation, he can't help but worry about how Izuku is going to react to Shuta's absence. He gave Stefan his number and the nurse knows to not hesitate to call him should things go south. This meeting is important, but Izuku's health and stability is Shuta's priority right now. Upon arriving at the precinct, Shoyuta decides to pay his husband a visit, seeing as how he's a bit early for the case debriefing. It was nice to finally see Naomasa after 4 days of being with Izuku at the hospital and not having been home. When he had called Naomasa that morning to inform him that he would in fact be attending the meeting, he asked his husband to bring some stuff from home for Shoyuta to take back with him. Things like changes of clothes, toiletries, a few books he had been reading, and his spare capture weapon. All of which had been packed into a duffel bag from their collection of various bags, totes and backpacks. Shoyuta decided to take it with him to the meeting so he could quickly grab it, should he need to make a hasty exit and return back to Izuku. Of course, one of the first things his husband notices is that he doesn't have his goggles. Which Naomasa immediately starts questioning him as to where they are. Shoyuta simply tells him he left them with the kid as reassurance. Then proceeds to ignore the knowing looks he gets from his husband as a result. Kami now really needs to meet Izuku so he will understand what Shoyuta is up against here. There is something I need to give you, Sho. Naomasa tells him as they sit in his office, both nursing cups of coffee. The coffee here is somehow better than the coffee at the hospital, which says a lot to how bad the hospital's coffee is. His husband gets up and heads over to the filing cabinet in the corner of his office. He pulls the bottom drawer open and starts searching through its various contents, all of which are bagged evidence from various cases. We had taken Izuku's phone from his bag and handed it over to our IT team on evidence to search. Naomasa begins explaining, pulling said phone, which is in an evidence bag still, out of the drawer after finally finding it. After it was decided that the phone's contents had no relevance to the case, it was deemed safe to be handed over to Izuku's guardian. He tells Shoyuta. Naomasa then opens the bag and hands Shoyuta the phone, which happens to be you. So here you go. The password has been disabled, so you shouldn't have any issues getting into it. Shoyuta takes the phone in hand. Just as promised, there is no passcode. Upon unlocking it, Shoyuta notices the kid has a ton of unread messages, especially for a child who claimed to have no friends, harsh as that may sound. So Shoyuta decides to indulge his own curiosity and checks to see who they are from. What he finds surprises him. Toshi aka at Must Learn Control. 2 weeks ago. Toshi, hey. 1 week ago. Toshi, haven't heard from you in a while. Toshi, you okay Aizu? 1 missed call from Toshi. Toshi, you're not mad at me are you? Toshi, did your mom take your phone? 5 days ago. Toshi, you're starting to worry me Aizu. Toshi, don't make me come find you. Toshi, Aizu? 2 missed calls from Toshi. 4 days ago. 3 missed calls from Toshi. Toshi, I heard about the incident at Aldra today. Toshi, you weren't involved were you? Toshi, please tell me you're safe. Toshi, I'm going to tell the forum you're missing if you don't respond. Today. 4 missed calls from Toshi. Someone has been trying to get a hold of Izuku for a while, now. Shoyuta informs, handing the phone over to Naomasa. Naomasa takes the phone and reads the messages. No one mentioned this to me at all. I'll look into it and see if there's someone who's asked about Izuku. The contact says the name, Shinso Hitoshi. Is there anyone at the school with that name? Shoyuta asks. Naomasa walks over to his desk and logs onto his computer. After a bit of searching he shakes his head. No, there isn't anyone who attends Aldra with that name. Perhaps an online friend? Shoyuta sighs, I'll have to look into it. He checks the apps on Izuku's phone, he has Chaos Chat on here. Although the kid doesn't strike me as the type to be a part of servers. Naomasa gives him a look, neither are you Sho, but you are an active member and moderator of one. You know exactly why I'm on that server, now. Don't give me that look. His husband laughs, whatever you say. Naomasa checks the time and grimaces, you'll have to check later, the meeting will be starting soon. He tells Shoyuta, walking back over to his desk to gather his stuff. Shoyuta pockets the phone in one of his utility belt's pouches. I am so not looking forward to this meeting. He admits while standing and stretching. Naomasa smiles, I would be hard-pressed to think of a meeting you had been looking forward to. At least this one you're more invested in than others. The subject of this meeting has been clinging to me like a lifeline for the past 3 days and is a traumatized child. How am I supposed to not be invested in this case? Shoyuta asks, opening the office door. My point exactly. The meeting itself consists of Shoyuta, Naomasa, Nedzu, Hawks, Hound Dog and several other officers that had been assigned to the case. Some of said officers didn't seem to be overly impressed with the direction the case was proceeding in. If there is anything Shoyuta intends to remedy while he is here, it's their skepticism and attitudes toward the case. If they are going to be involved, they must be of the same frame of mind as the heroes they are working with. This is going to be a long and character-building afternoon in that regard. The other thing they need to decide on as a group is the official statement they will be giving the media. They need to give the media a satisfactory amount of information and quickly so they don't go digging up something that they'd rather not be made public. Like Izuku's identity for example. It is also brought to Shuta's attention that as Izuku's current acting guardian, he needs to decide if he's going to press charges against any of Izuku's bullies and or the school itself. Well, it's really a question of it he's going to press charges against Bakugo Katsuki, seeing as how the other 2 boys who have been so far established as Izuku's main tormentors were among the 10 left dead after the incident. Shoyuta knows he wants a full investigation into the school district for sure. He wants to know the full extent of what that school has been subjecting Izuku and perhaps other kids to. As for Bakugo, he wants to know the full extent of what he has done to Izuku before deciding if it's worth taking a 15-year-old to court. Although Shoyuta has a feeling there will be more than enough justification. As Shoyuta sits down in his seat in the conference room, he mentally prepares himself for a very long meeting. Barely a minute had passed since Izuku and Stefan left the visitors' lobby before Cameron was getting the attention of all the heroes in the room. I have a great idea. He exclaims. Cameron, I hate to break it to you, but most of your great ideas don't end well for you. Tensei tells his friend. Well, it's a good thing this has nothing to do with me then. Cameron replies, not even trying to deny Tensei's statement. I'll humor you then. What's your idea? Tensei asks, the rest of the room no doubt listening in. So I noticed that Izuku didn't have a notebook on him, despite talking about them the entire time he was here. Cameron explains, which also left us with no way to give him any autographs and the like. I did notice that as well. Perhaps this trip was improvised. Ryuko suggests. That's what I was thinking. Maybe the little buddy has family in the hospital? Fat Gum suggests. That seems unlikely, given that would imply he's family to a pro-hero. Tensei replies, and given the way he was reacting to seeing all of us, I'm willing to bet he doesn't see heroes that often. So he probably isn't family to one. That's a good point, Ida-san. Fat Gum agrees. So my idea. Cameron interjects, I think we should get a notebook and all sign it. Then we can give it to Stefan to give to Izuku. We could even leave the notebook on one of the tables in here with a small explanation note. That would give it a chance to collect even more signatures. Best Jeanist suggests. I like this. I'll go down and get a notebook from the gift shop. Tensei declares. I'm coming to. Cameron calls after him. And that was the origin of a notebook that was sure to become the largest collection of hero autographs to date. As they agreed on, they left the notebook in the visitors' lobby so other heroes and sidekicks passing through would have a chance to sign it. Some of the heroes mentioned it to friends and colleagues of theirs who are also pros, so word of this notebook spread fast and it was quickly filling up page by page. The group was finalizing the media statement when Shoyuta received the call. He had already been gone most of the afternoon at this point. His phone starts ringing, interrupting Naomasa, who was reading off a rough draft to the group. Shoyuta pulls his phone out immediately, ignoring the unimpressed looks from the other officers and the knowing look from Hawks. Caller ID. Stephen James. Sheet. Shoyuta holds up a hand to silence the room. Then, he presses the green answer button. Eraserhead. He answers. Eraser. It's Stefan. Comes the reply, the nurse sounding a bit winded. Stefan? Is there a problem? Is Izuku all right? He asks, knowing full well Stefan wouldn't have called him if everything was fine. He's not hurt or anything if that's what you're asking. And isn't that encouraging? Never mind that, just listen. Izuku tripped and one of the nurses tried to grab him to catch him. And Variant freaked out. I'm currently chasing Variant down the hall. I think he's headed back to his room. Yep, definitely the worst case scenario. Shoyuta can see Hawks and Nedzu, both who have enhanced hearing, react to the news. Hawks frowns, and Nedzu's ever-present smile falters considerably. Okay. I'll be there soon. Shoyuta tells Stefan. I trust you can handle Variant until then? Stefan can pretend all he wants. Aizawa is certain the young man knows how to handle himself in a fight. Yeah, I can handle him. Stefan replies, and Shoyuta can hear the smile in his voice. Quirk or no quirk, he's still inexperienced in a real fight. Which implies that Stefan himself is experienced in a real fight. Hence Shuta's earlier assessment of the nurse's true abilities. I'll leave you to it then. See you soon. Shoyuta replies, then he hangs up. While turning his attention back to the others in the room, he stands up. That was a call from Izuku's nurse. Izuku's quirk is acting up and my presence is required. He tells them. Someone please update me via email on anything I miss. Although I think we covered the most crucial points that involve myself. I hope to see the investigation into Aldra School District started by the end of the week. He says, eyes sweeping the room. It's all good, Eraser. Hawks replies, go help the little buddy out. We can handle the rest. He assures. I shall certainly keep you updated on any further decisions and developments. Aizawa. Nedzu tells him. Please see to it that Izuku-kun is safe. I would like a nurse's report on what happens with Izuku if possible. Hound Dog requests, if you let Stefan know, I'm sure he can see it handled. Good luck, Aizawa-san. Naomasa just gives his husband a knowing look. See you around, Eraserhead. Aizawa nods to the room, then quickly makes his way out of the station. And if he ends up traversing the rooftops to the hospital for the sake of speed, there's no one around to call him out on it. Upon arriving at the hospital, it turns out that, not surprisingly, the entire floor the unit is within is on lockdown. To gain access to the Psyche ward, Shoyuta is required to swipe or present both his hero license and the ID he was given by the staff when he was officially appointed Izuku's chaperone. Several times in fact. Well, at least he now knows firsthand the sheer scale of this hospital's security measures. When Shoyuta finally enters the ward itself, he stops by the nurse's station first to let them know has arrived. Thank goodness you're here, Aizawa-san. the charge nurse says to him. Stefan insisted on handling Izuku himself while we locked down the floor. From what I could see on the cameras, they entered Izuku's room about 5 minutes ago. You can leave your bag with us here if you'd like. She tells him, please, go help Izuku. Shoyuta nods and drops the bag by the doorway and makes his way down the hall. He rounds the corner to the corridor. Izuku's room is in just in time to see Stefan bolt out of Izuku's room. The blonde is followed closely by Izuku, no, by Variant. Shoyuta then gets to watch as Stefan parkours up the hall wall and proceeds to flip over top of Variant and land behind him, all with practiced ease. They're going to have a talk about this later, Shoyuta decides. He approaches them as Stefan manages to restrain Variant. Stefan makes startled eye contact with Shoyuta as he struggles to keep a hold on a thrashing Variant. I'll cancel out his quirk, then you inject the sedative. That was your plan, correct? Shoyuta suggests, only taking a moment to realize what Stefan intended to do. Stefan nods just before Variant starts fighting harder to free himself. Clearly Variant doesn't like the idea of being deactivated. Wasting no more time, Shoyuta activates his quirk while meeting Variant's own panicked gaze. As red meets green, the glow dies from the kid's eyes and leaves a dazed and fearful Izuku. Before Izuku really has a chance to react to having control over himself again, Stefan injects the sedative into the stunned teen's upper arm. Knowing what's coming, Shoyuta lunges forward to catch Izuku as he starts to drop to the floor. He wraps his arms around him and holds the kid close. Izuku is breathing and trembling in the hero's hold. Shoyuta slowly lowers them both to sit on the tile floor. Having sat down, he starts combing his hand soothingly through Izuku's hair while rocking them both with the teen settled in his lap. It's okay, you're okay Izuku. Aizawa murmurs loud enough for only Izuku to hear, I've got you, you're safe. I promise. Izuku's breathing is gradually evening out and slowing down, his body going lax in Shuta's hold. Izuku lets out the occasional whine while trying to bury himself in Shuta's chest, his coordination and control slipping as the medication starts to take effect. They sit there with only Shuta's words breaking the silence, rocking back and forth, back and forth. Slowly, be it the overwhelming comfort or the sedative taking hold, Izuku's eyes start to drift closed, the time between blinks increasing as he fights sleep. You're okay kid, you're safe. Just let go. Shoyuta tries coaxing. Izuku keens in response, tightening his weakening hold on the hero's jumpsuit once more. I'll be here when you wake up. Rest now Izuku. It's okay, you'll be safe I promise. Shoyuta assures him, one hand running up and down Izuku's right arm, the other still running through green curls and scratching at the scalp. With everything becoming more and more fuzzy, while feeling safe and secure in his hero's hold, Izuku lets himself drift into sleep. Stefan stands back as Aizawa takes hold of Izuku and tries to calm the kid down. He takes a moment to catch his breath and calm his racing heart. While he stands there, he sends the all clear message to the nurse's station over the pager in his pocket. He has to admit that Variant put up more of a fight than expected. It would seem that the quirk is capable of copying an opponent's movements? Or perhaps it is more of case of seeing something and mimicking it himself. Stefan knows for a fact that Izuku shouldn't have been capable of doing a backflip. It makes him wonder where Variant got the muscle strength and flexibility to pull such a maneuver off. Just another thing to add to the list of questions regarding this forcibly manifested quirk. When he chased Variant into the room, Stefan was well aware that the chances of it escalating into a fight were high. However, he couldn't just leave Variant in the room alone. There's no telling what the quirk would do if given free rein. Variant could have barricaded the door for one. There's also the chance that with the absence of an immediate threat that Izuku would be given control again. And then you'd have a panicking Izuku alone in his room. That said, Stefan was more than capable of fighting Variant without hurting him. Was it a risk? Yes. Did it pay off in the end? Definitely. Minus the fact that he was now going to have to explain himself to Eraserhead, given the hero knows full well what happened before his arrival. Stefan follows behind Aizawa as the man carries a now sleeping Izuku into their shared room. Both are silent as the hero lays Izuku down in the bed and pulls the covers over him. How long will the sedative you gave him last? Aizawa asks, breaking the tense silence. I can't say for sure how long he will sleep. Stefan tells him, but the effects will probably last most of the day and well into the night. He's going to be pretty out of it for a while. He explains further. Aizawa nods and sits down on the other bed that was intended for the hero to sleep in. Not that he's gotten to use it at all with Izuku glued to his side 24/7, very well. He begins, then while he's asleep, we are going to talk about what happened before I got here. Stefan sits down beside him. I think my explanation over the phone just about covered it. We were on our way back from meeting some heroes at the visitors' lounge, which went really well by the way, and had just arrived here. Izuku tripped while walking down the hall, most likely over his own feet because the kid was crashing hard and falling asleep. When he tripped, one of the nurses who was walking past grabbed him out of reflex to keep him from falling. I guess Variant didn't like being grabbed by someone they don't know because next thing I know the quirk is activated and hostile. Stefan explains. He's fairly sure that isn't what Aizawa is referring to by before he got here. It's only logical that there would be a reaction on Variant's part to being grabbed by a stranger. Especially when Izuku is tired and not likely to be in a state to defend himself or resist Variant taking control. That is, if the kid is at all capable of resisting. Aizawa agrees, however that's not exactly what I want to discuss right now. Stefan tries to keep his expressions neutral. And judging by the exasperated look and sigh from the hero, he succeeded in at least pretending to be clueless. It took me just under 10 minutes to get here, Stefan, Aizawa states, and in that time you pursued Variant and fought with him to keep him occupied until I could arrive. All while managing to keep both of you from sustaining any major injuries. Care to explain how that's possible for a civilian nurse? And there it is. Well, growing up quirkless I had to learn to defend myself. My father taught me self-defense at a young age. Stefan explains, and while I attended UA's General Studies course, my two best friends were in the hero course, and are now pro-heroes. They taught me a thing or two. Aizawa gives him an unimpressed look. Self-defense doesn't explain being able to backflip off a wall flawlessly, Stefan. He deadpans. Stefan sighs, no, I suppose it doesn't. He concedes, so what do you think, Eraser? Why did I do it? Eraserhead is reminded of a college kid on a rooftop, sitting next to him with his legs hanging over the edge. He's dressed in gray cargo briefs and a blue and purple hoodie, a masquerade mask of the same colors fixed to his face. On his lap rests a collapsible compound bow, the metal a deep onyx that shines slightly from the city lights around them. He holds one of his many arrows in his hands, fiddling with the fletching, and one again avoids eye contact. This kid has been a frequent sight over the past few years, dropping in on 3 a.m. back alley fights and calling up Detective Tukachi to inform him of more tied-up thugs. Bao was his name, and he was quite capable, but an enigma all the same. So what do you think, Eraser? Why did I do it, he wonders aloud. Because there aren't enough people in this world that care about the weak. Sometimes that means the weak have to stand up and protect each other. Aizawa answers, repeating the same phrases his was given that night, years ago. Stefan grins widely. Nice to know you remember our little conversation, Eraser. It's not every day a vigilante has a motive like that, let alone is willing to share it with a pro-hero. Aizawa replies. Well, most of the time pro-heroes don't stop to hear us out. So my earlier point still stands. Stefan counters. But there's your answer as to why I had the skill to fight Variant. Happy now? Aizawa sighs heavily. I'm never happy. Stefan laughs as he stands up. Trust me, I've noticed. Although I'd say seeing you with Izuku has gotten you pretty close. Izuku is an exception. Aizawa mutters. He's an exception in a lot of ways, Eraser. You're not wrong about that. Stefan agrees. Broadcast covering the official media statement of the Aldra incident. For tonight's main headline, we have received the official statement regarding the attack on Aldra Junior High earlier this week. If you recall from the news report earlier this week, the attack had been staged by one of the school's own students and resulted in 11 dead, 10 students, 1 teacher. Along with this, around 2 dozen injured with 5 critically wounded students, most of which are still in the hospital. Law enforcement released their official statement regarding the incident earlier today. It was once again confirmed that the attacker was a student who attended the school, however the incident was found to be a quirk manifestation gone wrong, resulting in the aforementioned tragedy. As such, no legal action can be taken against the student who is responsible. The police did go as far as to assure us that the student, whose identity will not be released for confidentiality reasons, is in care and is receiving appropriate help so as to prevent this from happening again. The school district has been closed until further notice and/or until the conclusion of the investigation regarding the case. School officials have neglected to release their own statement or answer any questions regarding the incident. Transcript from live interview regarding the Aldra incident. Reporter, tonight we feature an interview with a specialist on quirk law and quirk science to get a better perspective on the proceedings following the Aldra incident and the case surrounding it. Let's take a look. Interviewer, thank you for meeting with us, Doctor. Doctor, the pleasure is all mine. I'm just happy I can help clear up any misunderstandings regarding this case. Interviewer, and we appreciate you taking the time to help us understand. Interviewer, let us get started then. The Aldra incident was accredited to a quirk having gone out of control, is that correct? Doctor, that is correct. What I have heard, however, is that it was a quirk manifestation, to be specific. Interviewer, a quirk manifestation? Don't those usually happen at a much younger age? Doctor: Yes. Typically children develop their quirks around ages 4 to some quirks are known to manifest later on at around ages 7 to interviewer. This took place at a middle school, however. So does that mean this was an unprecedented late bloomer? Doctor: While that is possible, it is highly unlikely. Manifestations that happen at this age are often more accurately mutations or drastic enhancements of a quirk's aspects. These events, however, along with a manifestation of a quirk altogether happening this late, are almost always related to trauma. Trauma being experienced by the one who is in possession of the quirk. Doctor: What that could mean or how that applies specifically in relation to this case I cannot say for certain, seeing as how I am not directly involved with the case. And further speculation on the matter would only serve to incite rumors. And thus would be unprofessional of me to report. Excerpt from an opinionated article speculating on the Aldra incident. If the incident involved a quirk manifestation in a junior high, then one is left to wonder what brought it about. Experts have often said that any manifestation or development of a quirk at this late of an age is often due to trauma. This makes you wonder, what sort of trauma was this child subject to that it resulted in such a large-scale tragedy? The school district has not commented on the incident at all, which makes the situation even more questionable. If a child was subject to trauma at school that resulted in a quirk manifestation, then it was likely due to bullying or abuse. Or both. Chances are the abuse happened at school given that's where the manifestation happened. If the child had thus far not manifested a quirk, they would be growing up quirkless up until this point. And the discrimination and injustice that the quirkless face is not to be taken lightly. This entire incident calls to our attention that our society still has a long way to go if we are to truly treat all quirked individuals, or lack thereof, as equals. And what is law enforcement trying to hide by not explicitly stating that this was an abuse case, if they are trying to hide anything at all? Or perhaps this is simply being left up to us as society at large to make of as we will. Somewhere in a rundown bar, Red Eyes watched the news coverage with interest from behind a discolored, disembodied hand. Chapped lips twist into a sinister smile as a hand comes up to scratch roughly at the skin on the neck below. It would seem yet more proof of this disgusting society has surfaced. Yet another person pushed down and spit on by others, only to lash out and make their suffering known. Far off in a secluded room, a man watches without eyes. A malicious and equally as evil grin appearing on the pale, scarred face. What an interesting development, a child pushed to the point of breaking because of this quirkist society and cruel, judgmental masses. And the psychotic break has caused an outbreak of discussion and debate over the causes and reactions to the resulting incident. Truly this is something to watch. The week that followed was one of the longest weeks of Aizawa's life. When Izuku woke up a few hours later, he was nearly catatonic. His eyes were dull and dazed, his movements sluggish and his breathing slow. The only real sign of coherency was the way he clung to Aizawa's jumpsuit constantly, a silent plea not to be left alone again. And that's the state Izuku continued to be in for the day that followed. Whether it was from the sedative, the medication he was on or a drawback from his quirk fully activating had yet to be confirmed. For now the two just sat in silence. "I'm sorry." It took all of Aizawa's pro-hero training to not jump at the sudden spoken words. He looks down at Izuku who is staring up at him. "I'm sorry, Zawa." He says again, words slurring slightly. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Izuku. I couldn't stop him, I tried to tell him to stop." Izuku continues. "What happened wasn't your fault." Aizawa tries reasoning. Izuku sits up and leans against the wall, shaking his head, "But I couldn't get him to stop. He wouldn't stop, he hurt people, he killed people. There was so much red. I wanted the hurting to stop. Stop it, stop it, stop it," and Izuku just kept going. As he mumbled the repeated phrase he started hitting his head against the wall and with his hand. "Izuku! You're okay, you're safe," Aizawa exclaims. He grabs Izuku's wrists as gently as he can to stop the abuse and pulls Izuku away from the wall. Izuku thrashes in his hold, "No! Let me go! I need to stop him! Make him stop! Make him stop!" Izuku protests, fighting Aizawa as best he can while still weakened. Trying to calm Izuku down, but to no avail, Aizawa snatches up the nurse call button from beside the bed and presses it. When Stefan arrives, Izuku had worked himself into a frenzied panic, flailing and writhing in Aizawa's hold, his protests now incoherent. Stefan takes in the situation and acts quickly, producing an injector pen and injecting a sedative into Izuku's arm once again. The teen stiffens slightly, then sways. He falls back into Aizawa like a puppet whose strings have been cut. He trembles slightly and presses himself into the hero's chest. "I'm sorry. Make him stop. I'm sorry. Stop it." Izuku slurs out repeatedly, tears falling down his cheeks. "It's okay, Izuku, just rest for now. You're okay, you're safe. You've done nothing wrong. Aizawa answers each mumbled phrase as they come. The exchange goes on as the sedative takes full hold of Izuku. Aizawa continues to run a hand through Izuku's hair as the psychotic teen gradually falls asleep. This repeated a few times throughout the rest of the day and well into the night. Each time Izuku would wake up from his drag-induced slumber would end just the same. The last dose of sedative they used was laced with Quirk suppressants. They had no way of knowing what havoc variant was wreaking on the psychotic teen's mind, but it was clear the Quirk was stressing Izuku out. However, they had no way of knowing Izuku would react to the suppressants in the way he did. Where is he? Izuku whispers into the early morning silence. Aizawa is awake, but he doesn't respond at first. Instead he listens, trying to gauge what is happening with his charge this time. Where is V variant? Variant where are YU? Why can't I hear YU? Izuku all but demands. He sits up and starts looking around, as if he's going to find the voice somewhere in the room. Aizawa didn't like where this was going. They suppressed the Quirk under the impression that variant was distressing Izuku. And now the teen is looking for the voice. Did you leave me? WY? You're supposed to keep me safe. Izuku exclaims, starting to work himself into yet another panic. Variant was his constant companion. Variant was his protector, his last defense. And now he is gone? I'm here, Izuku. I'll keep you safe while Variant is sleeping. Aizawa tries reassuring, hoping to ease the teen's fears. Izuku looks at Aizawa. Tears gather in his eyes as he launches himself into the hero's chest. Why you have to keep me safe, Aizawa? I can't do it without Variant. The hurting will come be back. I am so scared. I don't want to hurt again. Izuku cries into his jumpsuit. He's terrified, that much is clear, terrified without Variant in his mind. The voice he loathes is also the voice that has kept him safe, that made the hurting stop. Izuku needs him. He can't be gone. Aizawa wraps his arms protectively around the kid. I've got you, Izuku. I'll keep you safe. I promise. Despite the constant flow of reassurances, Izuku doesn't calm down. He just lays there, trembling and sniffling, hiding himself under Aizawa's capture weapon and crying steadily into his shirt. Needless to say, Izuku ends up crying himself back to sleep. Aizawa woke up to the sound of something hitting the wall. His eyes fly open as he scans the dark room for any sign of a threat. However, all that he can see is Izuku. Izuku, who has once again sat himself up, is rocking in place. His manic eyes are wide, red and bloodshot as tears stream down his face. Izuku has his nails dug into either arm and is steadily scratching deeper and deeper into the flesh of his arms, trails of crimson starting to be left from elbow to wrist as he rocks. His rocking occasionally results in him hitting his head and elbows off the wall behind him. Back and forth he goes, staring into the void. As he rocks and scratches, he mumbles, words just loud enough to be heard by Aizawa barely a few feet away. See come be back. Why you have to see come back KEV variant? I need you. I am not as safe. SSC? I'm hurting so why you have to come be back? Aizawa slowly sits up. Izuku, he questions softly, treading lightly in this new manifestation of the boy's madness. Izuku goes still, staring at the hero with wide, manic green eyes. Aizawa, he questions, scratching never ceasing. Izuku, you're hurting yourself. Aizawa says, reaching for the kid's hands, you need to be gentle with yourself. Izuku pulls himself away from the hero's reach. No. I need this. If I hurting then V variant Y will come be back. He has to. Izuku exclaims, his ministrations increasing in speed. In a twisted way, his logic does make sense. As tragic as it is to admit. Variant will come back, he's just tired after keeping you safe earlier. Aizawa reasons, mentally grasping at straws, he wouldn't want you to hurt yourself while he's gone. Izuku analyzes the hero, clawing coming to a halt. He will come be back? Aizawa nods, he will, I promise. You just have to wait. He tells Izuku, taking hold of the kid's wrists. Izuku winces as his hands are pulled away from the bloody messes that are his arms. Hurts. It hurts Aizawa. He tells the hero. And somehow Aizawa knows he doesn't just mean the self-inflicted wounds. I know Izuku. I know. He replies. But it will get better. Let's clean you up first. With slow and telegraphed movements, Aizawa manages to pull the basic first aid kit out of the bedside table. It's there for exactly this reason, for when calling a nurse would only serve to make the situation more distressing for Izuku. The hero takes his time bandaging Izuku's arms, assuring the psychotic teen each time he asks about variant. Eventually they are settled back against the headboard, rocking slightly until Izuku slips under once again. It takes 48 hours for the Quirk suppressants to wear off. And those first 24 hours consisted of one of two things. Izuku's terrified sobs and desperate attempts to hide from the world with Aizawa as his barrier, or Izuku abusing himself in an attempt to make Variant come back, thinking endangering himself would force the voice to return and make him stop. After the second occurrence of each, a longer-acting sedative was administered to keep Izuku calm and prevent him from hurting himself any further. With that, Izuku had thus returned to his earlier state at the start of the week, subdued and glassy-eyed, sleepy and silent. During the times Izuku was finally settled, idly fidgeting with his feather and capture scarf, Aizawa decided it was best he discuss the recent developments with Hound Dog at length. The Hound hero explained that the cycling of moods and states of mind was to be expected, given Izuku was still currently in a state of psychosis. Psychosis was not something that was solved overnight, but rather takes time to come back from. They would continue to try to find the medications that worked best for Izuku, but until then the boy would be unstable. It did appear that Variant was adding a whole new realm of complications to Izuku's mental state. Suppressing the quirk has proven to be the wrong choice, seeing as how Izuku has come to rely on the voice's constant presence. However, Izuku himself seems torn with whether or not he supports Variant's actions or even wants the voice to be heard. They discussed further plans of actions along with the best ways to handle Izuku's various mental states and outbursts. Stefan was included in these discussions as well. When Izuku was awake, if you could call it that, Aizawa would fill the silence with him talking. He'd tell more stories of his hero work and his personal life. He would read to Izuku from some of the books Stefan had brought them. And Izuku would watch him and listen, enraptured by the only person he trusted's every word. Izuku himself would be content, in his dazed and drugged state, to simply occupy his hands with something to do as he listened. The longer-lasting sedatives in his system subduing the kid to a slower, calmer, trance-like state. Sometimes Izuku would run a finger or two back and forth along the ridges of the feather Hawks gave him. Other times he would fiddle with the capture scarf still around his neck, looping and unlooping the scarf from around his fingers, hand or wrist. There were a few occasions he would even play with the ends of Aizawa's hair. All of these were simply actions that kept his controlled but still anxious energy occupied. Overall, this was proving to be a very, very long week. Naomasa sits at his desk, idly nursing what is probably his third cup of coffee that morning. Or maybe it's the fourth. He's not actually sure. He's been sorting through the required documents and paperwork to initiate the Aldra School District investigation all morning. This case has long since turned into a major headache. There's a knock at his office door. "Come it," he calls out. The door opens slowly and in walks Officer Tamakawa Sansa. Why is he here this early again? "Good morning." The officer greets, closing the door behind him. "Morning." Naomasa replies, taking another sip of his coffee. Sansa makes a face. "The others are complaining you drank the entire first pot of coffee in the break room." He informs, smirking slightly. "Oh. Well, this is cup number 5 then. DMN. It's been a long past few days." Naomasa justifies. "I've heard rumors of this disaster case of yours." Sansa replies, "And I take it that's exactly why you called me here this morning?" "Right." Naomasa had emailed the CAD officer and asked him to stop by his office. This case and its adjacent case are nothing short of a nightmare. And the others assigned to the case don't seem to get the kid responsible is as much of a victim as those he killed and injured. Naomasa tells him. Sansa grimaces, whiskers scrunching together with the movement. "So it's a nightmare case then, that doesn't sound too fun. And you want me to join you?" he asks, sitting down. Naomasa nods. "This is going to be one hell of a mess. Let me catch you up to speed first." Sansa is silent for a good 3 minutes following Naomasa's explanation. "You're right, this is a nightmare case. Not only is it turning into a media disaster, it's also a huge ethical dilemma. You've got 4 rather eccentric pro-heroes all personally invested in a different aspect of this case, one of which is your husband. I'd have to say that might be one of the only positives. You get a kid out of this whole mess." Sansa rambles. Naomasa just looks at him. "You consider spontaneous parenthood a positive?" he asks. "Considering the alternative was the kid being tried for manslaughter, yes I do." Sansa replies. "Fair enough." Naomasa concedes. "So, do you think you can handle it? So long as we don't discover that Trigger is involved somehow, I think we can deal with this between the two of us." Sansa answers. "If that happens, I'm quitting my job." Naomasa declares dramatically. "You said that for all 5 past cases that Trigger was secretly involved in. So I'm not too worried about losing you." Sansa reminds him. "We're never going to escape that drag, are we?" Naomasa groans. Sansa shakes his head. "Nope. So are we taking bets this time on just how it's part of the case?" "No. I want to actually sleep at night, Sansa." Naomasa says simply. Your husband hasn't been home for a week, and likely isn't going to be for a while yet. Not to mention you went through a whole pot of coffee without realizing it this morning. Are you expecting me to believe you're sleeping at all? Sansa all but demands. Naomasa's shoulders slump in defeat. Just because you're right doesn't mean you have to throw it in my face. I do believe that's one of my jobs as your partner, sir. Sansa reminds him. Shoyuta was sitting in silence with Izuku pressed against his side when his utility belt starts vibrating on the bedside table. What the hell? Shoyuta is still processing what's going on when the vibrating stops. Then it starts again. What is in the pouches that could be causing this? Oh. Izuku's phone. Moving as quickly as he can while not jostling Izuku too much, Shoyuta pulls open the pouch and grabs the still buzzing phone from inside. Caller ID. Toshi. This kid again? Is he one of Izuku's friends? Izuku hasn't mentioned him. F it, might as well find out. Shoyuta pushes talk and raises the phone to his ear. Aizu. Thank Kami you finally answered, a voice exclaims from the other end of the phone. The kid doesn't sound like he's much older than Izuku. Sorry kid, but I'm not Izuku. Aizawa replies. There's a long pause, then, who the F are you and why the hell do you have my friend's phone? The voice demands. So he's a friend then? Sigh. Shoyuta really should have expected this kind of reaction then. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta. I am currently Izuku's acting guardian. May I ask who you are? Acting guardian? The kid mumbles, whatever, my name is Shinso Hitoshi, and I'm friends with Izuku. I wasn't aware Izuku had many friends. Shoyuta replies, blunt as ever. Wow, you don't mess around. And I hate to admit but you're not wrong. Shinso says, I used to go to school with him. Before I was moved to a new home. Ah. So the kid is in the system. Great. So you aren't currently attending Aldra then? Shoyuta asks. No, I'm not. But I was there for a whole school year. So I know full well the kind of shit that goes down. That place is messed up. Shinso tells him, and I saw the attack or whatever on the news. I've been trying to get a hold of Izuku to make sure he's okay. The way Shinso talks about the school makes it sound like he's very familiar with what was happening. Was he a victim as well? Izuku is safe. He's actually asleep next to me. He is currently in the hospital, I just got a hold of his phone a few days ago, hence why you haven't heard from him. Shoyuta explains. The hospital? Is he hurt? What happened? Shinso all but demands, sounding panicked. Shoyuta supposes that would be a cause for alarm. Unfortunately he can't just go telling the kid exactly why Izuku's here. Not without consulting Izuku first at least. I'm not at liberty to tell you what exactly happened, not without Izuku's permission first. But again, he's okay. Shaken up if anything. But he's okay. Shoyuta replies. I can tell him you called if you would like, he then offers. That would be great. Shinso accepts. Wait. You said, acting guardian. Does that mean he's not with Inko anymore? That is correct. Again, I can't give details. Shoyuta confirms. That's fine. I'm just glad he's out of her care. Shinso responds. And why is that? Shoyuta asks, curious. Well, it's not as if I really know what a model parent does, given I'm in the system, but I'm fairly sure Inko was bordering on neglectful. She was hardly ever around. And I honestly still don't understand how she never noticed Izuku coming home beat up every day. Unless she either wasn't around or simply didn't bother to ask. Shinso explains, but she wasn't hurting him per se, so I didn't want to really press the issue. Why does this sound like Shinso is experienced with abusive and neglectful parents? Kid, you sound a bit too familiar with the topic. Shoyuta points out. Well yeah, that's what happens when you have a villain's quirk. Shinso mutters, and Shoyuta isn't sure he was really meant to hear that. I'm fine. This place is better than most. Just worry about taking care of Izuku. You had better take care of him. Or I'll make you regret it. Shinso threatens. At least the kid cares. However, Shoyuta isn't about to let the don't worry about me thing go. He'll send the kid's name to Nao for him so look into. Just to be safe. I plan to. I'll let him know you called. Just know that it will probably be a few days before Izuku gets a chance to call you back. He's pretty out of it right now. Shoyuta tells him. That would be great. Thank you Aizawa-san. There's a bang and yelling in the background. Sheet. I gotta go. Thanks again for taking care of Aizu. And then the line goes dead. Shoyuta pulls the phone away from his ear and just stares at it for a long moment. What the hell? Later that day, Shoyuta and Stefan are both sitting with a still sleeping Izuku. Shoyuta is going through emails on his phone while Stefan was running the formula through the feeding tube they had to run through Izuku's nose. After the first day of Izuku's now 4-day frenzy, it became apparent that Izuku wasn't going to be eating on his own. He was either too out of it or refused any food they tried to get him to eat. Hence, the feeding tube. So far Izuku hasn't noticed it any of the times he's been awake. The sound of a phone buzzing breaks the silence of the room. Except it wasn't just Shuta's phone. His phone, Izuku's phone on the bedside table, and Stefan's phone which is his back pocket all vibrated at the same time. Curious, Shoyuta checks his phone. #questionable quirks. Must learn control. At everyone I have been able to confirm that at green-eyed_genius is safe. Must learn control. I know we've all been worried about them. Dual wielding, that is great news. How exactly did you manage that though? So it's a message from the chaos chat server Shoyuta is a moderator of. Interesting. Must learn control is right, they've all been worried about green-eyed_genius for a while now. It's been about 2 weeks since they all last heard from them, and that's a lot given they are usually active every day. Shoyuta types out his response. #questionable quirks. Tired and tangled, that's good to hear. The mods were about to send the search party. Must learn control, I still don't get how you guys manage to find people. Must learn control, it's kinda unnerving. Dual wielding, I have my theories. Nothing proven however. Must learn control, please don't start. I can't handle you today Dual. When Shoyuta sends his message, Izuku's phone and Stefan's phone vibrate. Shoyuta gives Stefan a look. Stefan shrugs, feigning ignorance. Then he types up something on his phone. Shuta's phone and Izuku's phones go off. #questionable quirks. Quirkless_chaotic. That's on a need-to-know basis. Quirkless_chaotic, and you don't need to know duh. Must learn control, fight me chaotic. Quirkless_chaotic, you won't like how that ends, I'll kick your butt control. Gate of truth, for the record, we don't sanction fights on this server. Holding matches, where's the fun in that though? I kinda want to see them fight it out. They threaten each other on here enough as it is. Gate of truth, plausible deniability. Stefan laughs and Shoyuta snorts. Then the two make eye contact. We meet at last tired. Stefan says with a near-feral grin. Can't say it's a pleasure chaotic. Shoyuta replies back. You should check Izuku's phone. I want to see who he is. It's obvious he's in the server. Stefan points out. Shoyuta sighs, fine, but you get to explain to the kid why we even know if he finds out. I can handle that. Stefan agrees. Shoyuta reaches over and grabs Izuku's phone. He unlocks it and opens the Chaos Chat application. He finds the questionable quirk server and selects it. Then he sees the username. Well, that explains a few things. Shoyuta states. Oh? Who is he? Stefan asks. Izuku is genius. It makes so much sense. No wonder his rambles seemed somewhat familiar. Shoyuta muses. You're not wrong. Stefan relies, then that makes control the Shinso kid that called Izuku earlier, given no one else has had contact. Shoyuta nods, I suppose it does. We going to tell Izuku about all this? Stefan then asks. Eventually. He can't have his phone back for a while yet, so I don't see it being a priority. Shoyuta responds. I can only image his reaction when he does find out. Stefan comments, chucking. It's certainly going to be interesting. Shoyuta agrees. When Izuku woke up, he is confused. It takes him a moment to realize he's still in his room in the hospital. A quick glance up shows that Aizawa is asleep next to him yet again. Taking stock of his body, he realizes he's back in the scrub-like outfit the hospital gave him when he got here. His arms and legs are also wrapped in bandages. As he bends his arms he can feel the scabs underneath being pulled at and rubbed against. It feels weird, not quite painful. It's an oddly grounding sensation. His movements call attention to something taped to his face. Izuku feels across his cheek and over to his nose. Tape there is small length of string? Perhaps a tube? He's not sure but it runs across his cheek and up his nose. Izuku wiggles his nose and scrunches his face some. Whatever it is, it goes up his nose and he can feel it down his throat. It's weird. And probably best not to mess with it. Izuku is realizing that his head is a lot less fuzzy than it had been for the past week. At least he thinks it was weak? Time kinda lost all meaning after falling in and out of consciousness with his head all fuzzy and floaty. It was a good fuzzy and floaty though, if not an exhausting one. He can't help but appreciate how non-existent his fears and worries seem when he's floating like that. There's always something to worry about, Izuku. Izuku flinches at the sound of variant in his head. How long has it been since he heard him? I don't know how long it's been. All I know is I was silenced after you started trying to force me to shut up. The voice sounds irritated. Are you angry with me? Izuku questions. Yes. You've been beating us up for days, with or without me here. Variant replies. Izuku isn't sure how to respond to that. He honestly doesn't remember much. But considering his arms and legs are wrapped in bandages, it must have been bad. He does remember Variant leaving him. It's not like I wanted to. Variant defends. Then why did you? Izuku demands. I don't know. They did something that silenced me. Like I said. Variant replies. Should I ask them? You should. So I can figure out how to stop them. Izuku isn't sure if that's how that works, but he'll ask anyway. His is curious after all. Izuku's thoughts are interrupted by his stomach growling. Suddenly he's very aware of how hungry he is. Should he wake up Zawa? He doesn't want to bother the man. But Zawa has insisted that if Izuku is awake, he needs to wake the hero up too. That's that decision made. Izuku shifts around so he can shake Aizawa's shoulder. Zawa. He yells. Zawa? Zawa, wake up. Izuku isn't sure why or when he started calling the man that, but Aizawa doesn't seem to mind it all that much. If anything, he seems to like it, if the subtle change in his expression Izuku has noticed is any indication. Aizawa groans in response to being jostled. And just when Izuku thinks he's not going to wake up, suddenly Aizawa is sitting up and wide awake. Izuku? What's the matter? He asks, sounding more than a little worried. Izuku doesn't understand why. Why does Zawa insist on worrying about Izuku all the time? No one else has ever really bothered to be, so it doesn't really make sense why that suddenly changed. Sorry. Izuku mumbles, I wanted to let you sleep, but you said I should wake you up when I wake up. Izuku explains, avoiding eye contact. Aizawa's face softens, as slight as the change of expression is. It's fine Izuku, I don't mind. He assures, ruffling Izuku's hair. Izuku can't help but lean into the touch. Now, was there something you needed? Are you feeling okay? Izuku doesn't answer right away. I'm hungry. He says softly. The hero huffs a laugh. Well, I think that can be fixed. You okay if I have Stefan come in? He asks. Izuku perks up slightly at the mention of the nurse. Okay. You can call him. Shoyuta shifts Izuku to the side so he can sit up and press the blue call button. There's two buttons, red for emergencies, blue for just a general summons. The red call button has gotten a lot of use over the past few days. The two are silent as they wait, both content to keep to their own thoughts. Shoyuta isn't quite sure what to think about Izuku suddenly being lucid again. Especially not after the week they've had. It's just been one extreme after another with Izuku, the kid's emotions completely unregulated and out of control. Izuku spent most of the time either sleeping or sedated as a result. But even when he was calm, they couldn't get him to eat much. After a day of no luck, the tough decision to put a temporary feeding tube in was made. They really didn't have much choice. Speaking of, Shoyuta notices Izuku's taken to fiddling with the tube where it's taped to his face. Shoyuta gently takes hold of Izuku's hand and pulls it away from it. Try to leave the tube alone, okay Izuku, he instructs. Izuku looks confused. What even is it Zawa? He asks. How to explain this? It's a temporary feeding tube. He informs, and watches as Izuku's eyes blow wide. You've been pretty out of it for the past week. We couldn't get you to eat, so this was the solution. Is it going to stay? Izuku asks hesitantly. I don't know. It will depend on a few things. How stable you are for one. Shoyuta tells him honestly, so long as you don't mess with it too much, you should get used to it. Izuku doesn't seem to believe him, but doesn't utter any further protest. There's a knock at the door. It's Stefan. Can I come in? A voice asks from the other side of the door. Izuku nods to Shoyuta eagerly. It's good to see the kid has taken a liking to someone besides Shoyuta. Come in Stefan. Shoyuta tells the nurse. The door then opens slowly and quietly, Stefan passing through it and closing the door behind him. He blinks in surprise upon seeing Izuku sitting up on the bed beside Shoyuta. To his credit, he regains his composure rather quickly. Hey Izuku. How are you buddy? He asks, ever cheerful. I'm okay. How are you? Izuku asks softly, smiling at the nurse. I'm doing great. Tired, but still great. Stefan replies, making his way over to them. With slow, telegraphed movements, he sits down on the bed beside them. So you called? What can I do for you two this fine morning? He asks. Izuku looks to Shoyuta. Shoyuta sighs fondly. The kid is still working on getting comfortable with asking things. Izuku is hungry. And I could do with something myself. He tells Stefan. Stefan's smile widens. Is that all? That's an easy fix. I'll be right back with something. I'll also grab what I need to check your vitals and your meds for you to take, okay Izuku? He asks. Izuku nods. Excellent. I shall return. Stefan declares rather overdramatically as he stands and leaves the room. His antics gain a giggle out of Izuku, so Shoyuta will count that as a win. When Stefan comes back, he has a food tray with a Belgian waffle on it. The waffle has whipped cream and there's some bacon, butter and syrup on the side. There's also a glass of orange juice. No pancakes this time. Stefan says as he sets the tray down on the rolling table/cart thing in front of Izuku. But waffles are good too, right? At least I like to think so. Izuku nods. He definitely agrees with Stefan on that one. If you're okay with it, Izuku, I'm going to check your vitals while you eat, alright? Stefan asks. Izuku nods again, alright. He manages to cut the waffle with a spoon, since they won't give them knives, and picks some up with his fork. As he's opening his mouth, the motion pulls at the tape on his face, thus reminding him of the tube's presence, which causes him to hesitate. Can I eat it with the tube thingy in? He asks. Stefan looks up from where he was reading his watch to take Izuku's pulse, of course. It shouldn't cause you any issue. I just want to leave the tube in for a bit longer to make sure we won't need it again. Stefan explains, trust me, you don't want to have to deal with me putting another one in later. That answer seems good enough for Izuku, who just returns his attention back to his food. Meanwhile, Aizawa is drinking coffee from the travel mug Stefan brought him. Occasionally Izuku can hear muttered complaints about the coffee tasting like sheet, which makes him wonder why the hero keeps drinking it. Then again, Zawa seems like he's constantly tired, so he supposes it makes sense. After he's done eating, Stefan hands Izuku a small paper cup with a bunch of pills inside it. Izuku just stares at the different colored tablets and capsules. From what he can recall from last week, the meds made him dizzy, really tired. He doesn't like it. Neither do I. Variant agrees. You gotta take them, Izuku. That much I'm not budging on. Stefan tells him in a more serious tone than usual. Don't take them. I don't trust them. They make me tired and dizzy. I don't like being tired all the time. Izuku tells him, setting the cup down and glaring at them. Variant doesn't like them either. He adds. Stefan nods in understanding. I know, but it's only until your body gets used to them. Then it won't be so bad. But you have to take them to keep getting better. You want to get better, right? He asks. Izuku stares at the offending pills a while longer. If we have to. Variant concedes. Fine. Izuku mumbles in defeat. He grabs the juice cup from the tray and uses the juice to swallow the pills with, then takes a few more sips. Good job, thank you, Izuku. Now you know the drill. I gotta check your mouth. Stefan reminds him. Izuku frowns, but opens his mouth without protest. Stefan proceeds to check that he swallowed the pills, prompting him to lift his tongue as well. It's weird, but it also makes sense. He could have just hidden them under his tongue or something. Ask the question. Variant reminds him suddenly. Izuku hesitates. Do I really need to ask? Yes. You do. Now ask. Variant commands. Izuku sighs heavily, gaining the attention of the two adults in the room. Variant says I should ask you how you silenced him earlier in the week. Izuku tells them. Stefan and Aizawa both exchange uneasy looks. Said looks make Izuku anxious about what kind of answer he's about to get. Should he not have asked? Are they mad at him? Stefan nods silently, then so does Aizawa. They seem to agree on something. Izuku feels out of the loop now. The long silence is starting to make him panic. Finally, Aizawa speaks. We used quirk suppressants, Izuku. Because that's what Variant is, he's a quirk. Variant is a quirk? But only Izuku can talk to Variant. And Variant only takes control of Izuku and only keeps Izuku safe. That would mean Variant is Izuku's quirk. Right? Izuku feels dizzy as his head starts to pound. That can't be right? Can it? He can't possibly have a quirk. That's how he got into this mess to begin with. But I'm quirkless, he argues weakly. Aizawa looks like he wants to sigh. He also looks sad? Until Variant showed up, yes, you were. Izuku's heart is pounding in his chest and his ears are starting to ring. He feels lightheaded and his vision is warped. What are they saying? That he has a quirk? He can't have a quirk. He's quirkless. How is it even remotely possible? How, he manages to ask, tongue heavy in his mouth. I won't lie to you, Izuku. We think Variant is a forcibly manifested quirk. I'm sure you know what that means given how much you know about quirks. Aizawa answers him. And Izuku does, and it's terrifying, heart-stopping, and life-changing. Forcibly manifested quirks are spontaneously developed quirks or quirk mutations in a person. They are almost always brought on by extreme stress, physical or mental trauma, or life-of-death situations. The fact that Izuku developed one means Izuku thinks he's going to be sick. Luckily, Stefan seems to catch on and bolts to grab a trash can. No sooner than it's been placed in front of Izuku does he proceed to violently throw up. Izuku feels a gentle hand rubbing soothing circles on his back. He whines at the affection before he throws up again. Breathing, he straightens up and sways in place. The room spins around him and he leans heavily into Aizawa. He absently starts clawing at his arms while drowning in his thoughts, the bandages stopping him from reaching any skin sadly. Hands gently take hold of his and stop him. He doesn't bother fighting them. Variant is mercifully silent. Izuku has a quirk. After all these years of abuse, suffering and hurting, he has a quirk. A quirk that may have been brought about by the pain. A quirk that keeps him safe after needing him to be in danger for over 10 years. The more he thinks about it, the more his head starts to ache and spin. He didn't want this. Or did he? Maybe he did, once upon a time, but not anymore. He knows he's useless, he's accepted it. He knows he can't be a hero, he's past it. It's just how things have always been. He was quirkless, useless, worthless, Deku. That's always been his reality. But now? As everything fades to black, he realizes he doesn't know anything anymore. Reacting fast, Shoyuta catches Izuku as the kid passes out against him. Gently, he then maneuvers the kid so he is laying down beside him on the bed. Shoyuta isn't sure how he expected Izuku to react, but him passing out is probably one of the more peaceful ways this conversation could have ended. Now look what you did. Stefan says, breaking the silence. You broke him. Shoyuta levels him with an unimpressed glare. Stefan meets it unflinchingly. In all seriousness though, are you sure it's a good idea to just spring that on him like that? Stefan asks. There wasn't going to be an easy way to tell Izuku about his quirk. No matter how we went about it, it would still be changing reality as he knows it. Shoyuta answers. Besides, he asked a very pointed question. And the only way I saw avoiding telling him about his quirk was to lie to him. And Izuku has been deceived all his life. I refuse to lie to him. Stefan sighs, still though, it hit him really hard. I know I would be devastated in a situation like this. Well, the sooner he knows, the sooner we can work on coming to terms with it and working past it. Putting off telling him would only have repercussions in the future. Shoyuta replies. I suppose you're right. We'll just have to wait and see what kind of shape he's in when he wakes up. Stefan relents. Which, by the way, Hound Dog wants to visit him again once he's more lucid. He was going to come earlier in the week but saw little point given the state Izuku has been in. He informs. Thanks for the heads up. We should probably let him know that Izuku has been made aware of his new quirk status. Shoyuta points out. I'll let you handle telling him that. That way you're the one who gets to deal with the fallout. Stefan tells him, smirking. He stands up and gathers the tray of food, and the garbage can. Shoyuta sighs, running a hand through Izuku's curls. Whatever. Izuku ended up sleeping through lunch, which didn't surprise Shoyuta any. And when the kid woke up he seemed pretty out of it for a good hour after the fact. Eventually though, his energy returned and he asked to go for a walk. Seeing as how they've both been in their room for the better part of the week, Shoyuta agreed. The hero ended up leading Izuku down the hall, the teen clutching at his hand tightly, looking every which way, scanning for possible threats. Somewhere along the way, Stefan joins them. The nurse always seems to appear when he might be needed. It wasn't until they reached the group room that Izuku releases his hold on Shuta's hand. The group room was a small room lined with couches and with a medium-sized television mounted to the wall in the one corner. There's a round table off in one corner and windows across the opposite wall from the door. The room itself is through a doorway adjacent to the eating and common area. Sitting on one of the couches, looking out the window at the city, was a woman with white hair. Shoyuta knows he recognizes her, and he hates what her presence here implies. This explains why she wasn't taking or helping with any more cases, why he and now haven't heard from her at all. The woman seems tired, the type of bone-deep weariness that comes from having seen too much and your only options being move on or drown in those experiences. It's a feeling Shoyuta can relate to, despite he himself not being admitted into a psyche ward. The woman does, however, seem delighted at Izuku's arrival. Hello. She greets warmly. Izuku hides slightly behind Shoyuta. He eyes her warily before answering with his own hello. My name is Rei. Can you tell me your name? She asks him. Izuku looks up at Shoyuta, who nods in encouragement. I Izuku. And this is Zawa. He says, pointing at the hero. It's been quite a while, Rei-san. Shoyuta greets. That it has Shutakuin. Keeping out of trouble I hope? Shoyuta shrugs, there's no fun in that. Of course not. You have to make your own fun at work. Rei agrees before turning her attention to Izuku. Well, it's nice to meet you, Izuku. Would you like to join me? We can play a game if you'd like. We play a lot of Skippo here. Can we play Zawa? He asks, excitement in his eyes. Sure thing, kiddo. Let's go sit at the round table then. Shoyuta tells him. I'll go get the cards out of the cabinet. Stefan declares, heading out of the room to do just that. Anxiety forgotten, Izuku bounds over to the round table in the corner of the room. He sits down at the table and stares at Shoyuta expectantly as the hero sits down beside him. Rei sits down across from Izuku and Stefan sits on his other side, depositing the box of cards in the center of the table. Rei makes quick work of shuffling and dealing the cards out. It's obvious she's done this many, many times. She gives 7 to each of them for their hand, and each person also gets a pile of 13 cards, the top one facing up. Once that's done, Rei explains the rules. The object of the game is to use up all the cards in the pile next to you. That pile is called your magic pile. To do that, we start piles ascending in numerical order from 1 to there can be up to 4 piles at once, and you can play as many cards as you would like when it's your turn. Once a pile reaches 12, we remove it from play. Skip-bow cards are wild cards, they can represent any number. And at the end of your turn, you place a card down in front of you, and can have up to 4 piles there. You can use cards from these piles as well, but you can only use the card at the top of each of the piles. Any questions? She asks. This prompts a round of head shakes. Excellent. Then let's get started, Rei declares. And thus the game begins. Aizawa. Izuku prompts, breaking the relaxed silence. Yes, Izuku, the hero replies, placing a 5 down in front of him. How do you know Rei-san? Izuku asks. Oh, we used to work together is all. Shurakuin and his partner worked out of the same police precinct I did. Rei answers, laying down cards 5, 6, 7, and Rei is a programmer and hacker. She worked in the precinct's cyber forensics department. Shoyuta explains. Your skills have been missed, Rei-san, especially by Naomasa. He comments. I'm sure. Most of the others were rather incompetent. Rei replies, how is that boyfriend of yours anyway? Shoyuta smirks, husband actually, and he's good. Still working himself to the bone like always. Like you have any room to talk. Rei counters, but it's good to know you two finally figured things out. I can't believe I missed the wedding, she exclaims. Zawa. Izuku whines, you didn't tell me you're married, he protests, frowning, Reed, pouting. Stefan chuckles at this. Shoyuta shrugs, I guess it just never came up. He tries justifying. Well, I want to meet him. Izuku declares, and his tone leaves no room for argument. I'm sure we can figure something out, Izuku. Shoyuta assures him, slightly caught off guard by Izuku's insistence on meeting Naomasa. So Izuku, what do you like to do in your free time? Rei asks, changing the subject. I like to work on my analysis notebooks. I analyze quirks. They're so fascinating. Izuku tells her. That does sound interesting. Do you want to know what my quirk is? She offers. Izuku nods eagerly. Watch closely then. Rei instructs, setting her cards down. She presses her fingers together on her left hand and gradually her fingers start to coat with ice. As the ice at her fingertips grows and expands, it forms a small ornate star. She then offers it to Izuku. Izuku's eyes widen in excitement as he takes the star in hand. That's so cool. So you can create and control ice then? Izuku asks. Rei nods. I can. Although nowadays I mostly make small ice figurines and sculptures like the one you're holding. As Izuku spins the star in his hand, analyzing it, Shoyuta can see the questions forming in his head. Now you've done it, Rei-san. He's going to interrogate you now. He teases. Stefan laughs. At the comment. And sure enough, Izuku launches into questioning mode, card game having been forgotten. Having finished their game with Rei, the three return to Izuku and Aizawa's room. Aizawa was starting to think he would have to carry Izuku back, given the way the kid was listing against him as they walked. With the excitement of the card game and meeting new people having worn off, Izuku was left tired out, despite having technically slept a few hours earlier that day. Once they reached the room, Stefan said his goodbyes and headed out. The nurses had asked for his help with something, and being the ever-helpful guy he is, he couldn't just say no. Izuku and Aizawa get settled on the bed. However, when Aizawa takes his tool belt off and sets it on the bedside table, Izuku's phone slides out of the one pocket. And of course, Izuku notices. Is that my phone, Zawa? Izuku asks while sitting down on the bed. Aizawa nods, it is. The police gave it to me after deciding that it wasn't of any use to them. He explains, climbing onto the bed next to him, speaking of which, do you know someone named Shinso Hitoshi? He's been trying to get a hold of you for a while and I ended up talking to him. Izuku's entire being lights up at the mention of his friend. Of course I know Toshi. He's my best friend. Although I haven't seen him in a long time. We still keep in touch via text and chat servers though. Izuku explains, you said you spoke with him? How is he? He's been worried about you. I let him know that you're doing okay at the moment. Aizawa tells him, he did say he wanted to at least speak with you. Unless you maybe wanted him to come visit, he suggests. Can he come, Zawa? Izuku asks, grabbing the hero's arm in his excitement, can he really come visit? We haven't seen each other in person since he was moved to a different foster home. He explains, then softer he adds, I miss him. I can see what we can work out. Keep in mind, you have to be cleared by Hound Dog to have visitors first. Which means you have to show that you're getting better. Think you can do that for me? Aizawa says to him. I can try, Zawa. Izuku tells him, Is that enough? That's all I can ask of you, Izuku. Aizawa assures him, after all, working on feeling better is the next step in keeping you safe. And you want to stay safe, don't you? Izuku nods. I do want to stay safe. He pauses, looking down at his lap for a moment. Toshi needs to be kept safe too. He then says softly, Zawa, can you save Toshi like you saved me? He says he's fine, but I know that's not exactly true. I'm worried about him. Aizawa smiles slightly at the kid, I can look into it and see what I can do. He tells Izuku. Okay. Thanks, Zawa. Izuku mumbles in response, yawning after the fact. You look tired, Izuku. How about you get some sleep before dinner, the hero suggests. Izuku shifts himself downwards and makes himself comfortable against the hero's side, MMMK. He slurs out, already closing his eyes. Aizawa can't help but chuckle at the display. I'll be here when you wake up. Naomasa double-checks the address before he walks up the path to the front door of the small townhouse. He's about an hour and a half away from Hero's retreat, having driven out here to pick up Shinso Hitoshi. Naomasa received a call from Shoyuta about a week ago asking if he was willing to pick the kid up. He explained his idea to have now pick Shinso up and bring him to see Izuku, and this would also give him a chance to finally meet Izuku himself. He is meeting the kid not as the lead on his case, but simply as Shuta's husband. After all, according to Shoyuta, Izuku had demanded he get to meet Naomasa after finding out Shoyuta was married, something now noticed Shoyuta sounded flustered by when relaying said development. All of this was under the assumption Izuku is cleared for visitors outside or heroes, law enforcement and doctors. By technicality, every visitor Izuku receives must be cleared by his psychiatrist, or in other words, Hound Dog. Hound Dog met with Izuku several times over the course of the week and a half that followed Naomasa's agreement to the plan. Most of the early sessions are dedicated to getting a proper gauge on Izuku's many mental states and how they plan to handle each of them as they manifest in the future. Izuku is still in a state of psychosis, so he is still pretty unstable and his mental state differs from day to day. The medications are helping with how extreme each state manifests, but they so far have yet to find one that can help control the cycling at once. This constant CYCL of mental states is being looked at as an extreme version of the emotional state cycling seen in patients with manic depression. And thus that diagnosis was also added to Izuku's ever-growing list. Until they can get a better control on Izuku's mental states as a whole, the main task is determining how best to combat each state as it comes in order to keep Izuku and those around him safe. Thus Hound Dog has been coming out to the hospital each time a different state makes itself known and observing for himself what all it entails. It's been exhausting for everyone involved with Izuku, but they are making progress. Enough progress that Izuku was cleared to have Shinso as a visitor today. Naomasa knocks on the door. There's no answer. So he knocks again. He's barely dropped his hand when the door is wrenched open to reveal an angry-looking woman with blue hair. Oh. You must be the ride then. The lady says rather tersely. I didn't think you'd actually come. I'll go get Shinso then. She says. She leaves Naomasa standing at the door as she goes back inside. Didn't think he'd come? Why on earth would she think that? Naomasa really doesn't like the vibes he's getting off this woman. When the woman comes back, it's only thanks to Naomasa's years on the police force that his face doesn't show the horror he feels at the sight of the kid. Behind her, being dragged along by the arm, is a purple-haired kid who looks to be about Izuku's age. His fear-filled eyes have dark circles under them and his shoulders are curled in on himself in a defensive stance. He has a black backpack thrown over his shoulder and he has a death grip on the strap. But that's not the most concerning part. On the kid's face is a muzzle. The monstrosity is black and gray, metal and hard plastic, all sharp angles and rough edges. The thing is painful to just look at. It's clear even from this distance that it is on far too tight, the mouthpiece cutting into the boy's face leaving irritated skin and slight red trails seeping out. The strap that goes behind the head to secure it is digging into his scalp and leaving what looks to be slight bald patches. What the actual F is going on here? You'll have to forgive the unsightly appearance. Shinso has a quirk that he has a hard time controlling, and so he wears this. The woman explains. Naomasa doesn't think he will ever forgive this. He makes eye contact with Shinso for a brief second before the kid looks down and away. And that second is all he needs to know that this isn't by choice and isn't because of some so-called lack of control. This is straight up malicious and abusive. I see. Is all Naomasa can think to say as the kid walks over to stand in front of him. If that's how it is then, we shall be going. Is there a time he needs to be home by, he asks, despite having no intention of bringing this kid back here. Ever. Not at all. Just bring him back whenever you're finished. The woman replies. Very well, we shall be going then. Good day. Naomasa says to her. After the front door has closed and they are walking down the path to his car, Naomasa speaks up. Go ahead and hop into the back seat, kid. Let's get away from this place and then we can work on getting that thing off of you. I have a toolkit in the back of my car. He says to him. Shinso's eyes widen in disbelief, then he nods ever so slightly. Silently, not just because of the muzzle, this is a self-trained ways of existing, of not drawing attention to oneself. Shinso climbs into the back of the car while Naomasa gets into the driver's seat. Once on the road, now that he's had time to think it over, Naomasa explains what's going to happen. I never properly introduced myself. My name is Tukachi Naomasa, I'm a detective with the police force. Shinso freezes at the declaration. The local precinct for this area is actually a few blocks away from where we are now, so we are going to stop there. The reason for this is I can have someone professionally trained get the muzzle off of you and I will have what I need to properly bag and tag the thing for evidence. I will also need to get pictures of you with it on and then of any damage left as soon as it's off, also for evidence. He explains further. Naomasa catches the kid's eye in the rearview mirror. To clarify, you're not going back here. I plan to make sure you are taken care of properly. Is there anything you need to have picked up from that house? Shinso looks at his backpack, then back as Naomasa, and shakes his head. All right then. Naomasa replies, oh, and it's nice to meet you, Shinso-kun. Izuku is very excited to see you. He adds. It's impossible to miss the way Shinso's eyes light up at the mention of his friend as he nods and offers a wave to the detective. Having arrived at the station, Naomasa leads Shinso by the shoulder inside and to the front desk. He's worked joint cases with the precinct before, so he's familiar with at least some of the staff. He quickly explains the situation and is given permission to head to the back and to the infirmary to get Shinso seen to. They get pictures of Shinso with the muzzle on using Naomasa's work phone. He may or may not have also thrown said photos into a draft email to send Shoyuta, which he will send after he calls and explains what the hell is going on, and that they will be late. A technician meets them there and makes Quirk work of cutting the straps that hold the muzzle on. Shinso eyes the tools that are being held so close to his face and skin warily, but otherwise doesn't protest. Once that straps are taken care of, the technician lets one of the medical team staff members be the one to pull the muzzle off the kid's face while another is beside Shinso with gaze and other supplies at the ready. Naomasa is appalled to learn that his muzzle also has a piece that hold the tongue. As soon as the device is removed from the kid's face, Naomasa quickly gets pictures of the damage left behind, also added to said email, because this is tragic. There are cuts and bruises all across Shinso's chin and jawline, his cheeks and his nose. His lips are slit in several places because they are so dry, one of which is bleeding. Naomasa is also concerned with how Shinso barely even flinches while all the wounds are being cleaned and his jaw is inspected for injury. Then, finally, the medics step back and observe their handiwork. Thank you. Shinso says in a soft voice, one that is raspy no doubt from misuse. You're very welcome, kid. The one says, while the other nods in agreement. Naomasa smiles, I'm glad that's over with. He admits, I'll have more questions to ask you later, but for now we can just focus on getting to the hospital in time to visit Izuku. I don't he would ever forgive me if we don't make it in time for visiting hours. He explains. We'll go bag and tag this for evidence, detective. I'll bring it back for you in a few minutes to take to your station. One of the medics tell him. Restroom is down the hall on the left, if you need it, kid. I'm glad we could get you taken care of. Have a good day. The other says, waving before he walks out of the room. Shinso looks to Naomasa in a silent request for permission. Go on ahead, kid. I'm just going to call Shoyuta and let him know we are going to be a bit late. I'll wait here for you. He says to him. Shinso nods again and hurries, still silently, down the hall. Once he's sure that Shinso is out of earshot, Naomasa quickly pulls out his phone and calls his husband. It barely rings twice before it's answered. Now? What's up? Did you run into problems? Shoyuta asks immediately. Naomasa takes a deep breath and lets it out. Did I ever show? Apparently it's my turn to save a traumatized child. I picked up Shinso, we had to stop at the local precinct however. He half explains. What's that supposed to mean now? Why the hell would you have to do that? What exactly happened? Shoyuta all but demands. Hold that thought, let me move somewhere without an audience. Naomasa gathers his thoughts as he waits silently for Shoyuta to go somewhere he would presume Izuku can't overhear the conversation. Go ahead. I'm listening. Shinso's foster parent answered the door. She made a comment that she didn't expect me to even come. Then she went and brought the kid to the door. And Kami Shoyuta, it wasn't a pretty sight. Now tells him, the kid had a muzzle strapped to his face, an actual muzzle. And despite me being told it was for quirk control, it's quite clear that is nothing of the sort. The kid has been abused, probably long before he came to the home he was in now. There's a brief silence. What the F is wrong with this society? Shoyuta mutters, can't anyone treat kids like actual human beings? Seriously. Naomasa chuckles dryly. I'm sure there are some people who can. We just don't meet them often in our line of work. He comments. I have no intention of letting this kid go back show. Naomasa then tells him. I figured as much. Shoyuta replies, let's hope the two don't mind sharing a room then given we only have one room to spare. You're serious? It was that easy to persuade you? Naomasa demands in disbelief. You haven't heard Izuku ramble on about his best, and only, friend for the past week. Shoyuta elaborates, not to mention Izuku knows what Shinso has been going through. He's asked me on several occasions to, and I quote, save Hitoshi like I saved him. If taking in another kid is how we end up accomplishing it, then I don't see the problem. It's only logical, the two are quite close it turns out. Naomasa takes a moment to let that process. While he does he can hear Shinso's footsteps approaching from down the hall. I guess that does make sense then. Naomasa concedes, the kid's coming back, so I gotta go. See you soon Sho. Love you. Love you to now. Thanks for the update. Shoyuta replies. Naomasa puts his phone away as Shinso stops in front of him. Ready to go kid? He asks. Shinso nods, why yes. He mumbles. Great. Let's go see Izuku then. Once at the car, Shinso speaks up, I'm Shinso Hitoshi by the way. It's nice to meet you Tukachi-san, thanks for the help. It was my pleasure. It's nice to meet you Shinso-kun. Naomasa greets again. There's a brief silence in which Naomasa decides a proper explanation for him being the one to pick Shinso up is in order. So I take it Shoyuta didn't tell you exactly why I'm the one picking you up did he? Naomasa begins as he pulls away. From the station. Not really. Just that you were a good friend and wouldn't mind the massive detour. Shinso tells him. Good friend is one way to put it. Naomasa chuckles lightly, Shoyuta is my husband actually. He informs. Oh. Okay then. That explains the willingness to do this rather large favor. Shinso replies. Naomasa laughs, I suppose it does. Although this will also be my first time meeting Izuku. He was just cleared for visitors a few days ago actually. Only a few days ago? It's been like 2 weeks since the Aldra incident. Was he hurt that badly? Shinso demands, sounding extremely concerned. Not exactly. Which brings us to the other reason I was the best one to pick you up. I am also the lead of the police case surrounding the Aldra incident. Which puts me in the position to explain to you what exactly happened with Izuku and why he's in the hospital to begin with. Izuku said it was okay that we tell you, I don't think he wanted to be the one who had to explain himself. Not that I can blame the kid. Naomasa explains. So what happened? Shinso asks. You heard how the attacker was one of the students of the school? I did, yeah. Although from my time there, I've learned there's plenty of crazy people there. So I wasn't all that surprised. Shinso tells him. Well, would you be surprised if I told you it was Izuku who attacked the school? Naomasa inquires. Shinso doesn't respond. Let me clarify. Due to the abuse that Izuku was subject to at the school over the years, he suffered a violent psychotic break and lashed out in order to defend himself. So in a way it wasn't really Izuku choosing to attack and kill people. Naomasa elaborates. He was put through some crazy shit. I knew he would snap someday. But not like this. Shinso admits. But wait. The news said it was found to be a quirk incident. Izuku's quirkless. Right, that. Izuku actually had a quirk forcibly developed due to the trauma. It's a sentient quirk that will stop at nothing to keep Izuku safe. The quirk mainly manifests as a voice Izuku can hear in his head, who Izuku has since named Variant. However, the quirk can also take full control of Izuku, to better keep Izuku safe and help him defend himself. This was the case when Izuku attacked the school. Naomasa clarifies. I guess that does explain it then. Shinso replies in understanding, wow. Izuku has a quirk now, crazy. I image given the circumstance he has mixed feelings about it all, despite being absolutely obsessed with quirks. Shinso figures. That's correct. So I suggest you don't mention Variant until Izuku does. And don't call it a quirk at all, unless Izuku does so first. You need to understand that while he was cleared for visitors, Izuku is still largely unstable mentally. If you act like you normally do around him, you should be fine. Just don't bring up anything about the Aldra incident. That's a topic we are avoiding as best we can unless his psychiatrist is involved. Naomasa says, letting Shinso know what he can expect. Fair warning, Izuku is in the psychiatric ward of Heroes Retreat. DMN. Shinso responds, sounding surprised, he really is being taken care of then. My husband is a pro-hero, so I would expect nothing less. He's the one who calmed Izuku down enough to bring him out of the school. Izuku trauma bonded to him, and has hardly left his side since. Naomasa tells him with a smile. Which hero, if I'm allowed to ask? Shinso inquiries. Eraserhead, he's an underground hero. So you probably haven't heard of him. Naomasa answers. No, I have. He's one of my favorites actually. He's proof you don't need a flashy quirk to be a hero. He was one of Izuku's favorites also, given he fights mostly quirkless. Shinso replies. So we've heard. Do you want to be a hero, Shinso-kun? Naomasa can't help but ask. I do. I'm going to prove everyone who calls me a villain wrong. Or, well, try to at least. Shinso declares. Shinso doesn't miss the way Naomasa grimaces. You're not a villain, Shinso-kun. Naomasa tries telling him. I am if I have a villainous quirk. Shinso counters. The detective sighs, no quirk is villainous or not. Quirks are tools and nothing more. He says, look at Shuta's quirk. People used to say he had a villain's quirk because he could take other people's quirks away. And yet now he's a pro-hero. Naomasa points out. Shinso doesn't respond right away. I don't expect you to believe me now, kid. It's just something to think about. Naomasa assures, how you've been treated is wrong. And I intend to do what I can to put a stop to it. You have my word. Brainwashing. Shinso says suddenly, my quirk is brainwashing. It's voice-activated, hence the muzzles. I ask a person a question and if they answer me I can take control of them and direct them to do what I want. He explains, voice getting softer and softer as he continues talking. That also sounds very useful to me. Especially for heroics. Naomasa replies, hostage situations and more peaceful takedowns are what comes to mind, immediately at least. Shinso chuckles lightly, now you sound like Izuku. He mutters. Naomasa smiles, from what I've heard, Izuku is very intelligent. Especially when it comes to quirks. Shinso nods, he really is. He can analyze, understand, and explain a quirk almost instantly. And the amount of ways he can come up with to use said quirk is crazy. You had best be prepared to be interrogated if you end up telling him your quirk. He tends to get a bit carried away. It's cool to listen to all his ideas and thoughts though. I was warned of the same thing by Shoyuta. Naomasa agrees, apparently his analysis abilities have piqued the interest of several other heroes. One of which being Nedzu. Shinso's eyes widen, he got Nedzu's attention? Why am I even surprised? Of course he did with that brain of his. Shinso muses, although I imagine the two of them in the same room would be quite terrifying. If not impossible to keep up with in a conversation. That's what Shoyuta and Hawks told me. The two have already had one conversation about quirks. And it's only a matter of time before they get a chance to talk again. Naomasa tells him. I'll have to ask him about it then. Shinso replies. You seem really excited to see him. I know I've heard how excited he is to see you. Naomasa says. I am really excited. He's my closest friend. Shinso admits. We're practically brothers. Hitoshi says. Naomasa just smiles. Well, that solves that problem then. He's also looking forward to seeing the two reunite. Hitoshi silently follows Tukachi into the hospital. Leave it to Izuku to end up in a hospital full of heroes. Much to Hitoshi's surprise, no one seemed to think much of them being civilians walking into the hospital. Maybe it's because Tukachi is a detective with the police. Who knows? We have to head to the visitors' lobby and wait for someone to bring us our passes before we can go see Izuku. Tukachi tells Hitoshi as he opens another door that leads into a hallway. As they walk down the halls, Hitoshi has already spotted a few lower-ranked heroes walking past them. Most of them wave at the detective as they pass, some even wave at Hitoshi himself. Tukachi stops in front of another door, this one decorated with signatures, hero signatures. This is the visitors' lobby. Fair warning, there are likely to be heroes in here. Just treat them as you would anyone else. There's a reason they have a hospital all their own, getting special treatment all the time gets old for most heroes after a while. Tukachi explains. Hitoshi nods in understanding and heads through the door as the detective pulls it open. The room looks like any other hospital waiting room, just add food, drinks, and pro-heroes. There are some civilians scattered about as well, not that Hitoshi can tell the difference between the two all that well. That's Izuku's forte, not his. What does catch Hitoshi's eye is the table in the back corner of the room with 4 heroes huddled around the front side of it and another sitting behind it watching them, almost as if standing guard. Looks like there's something special going on over there. Tukachi points out from right behind Hitoshi, making him jump. What do you say we go see what that's all about while we wait for our SCRT, he then suggests. Okay. Hitoshi agrees simply. The two arrive at the table just as four heroes walk away, leaving just the blue-haired guy sitting behind it. He smiles at them. Hey Tukachi. Long time no see, how have you been? He greets the detective. Hello Tensei. I'm doing well, although I've been better. Tukachi replies easily. So who's this you've got with you? The man then asks. Hitoshi resists the urge to take a few steps back. He's not used to being the center of any conversation's attention. This is Shinso Hitoshi, I've brought him here to visit a friend who is in care here. Tukachi answers. The blue-haired man beams, well it's nice to meet you Shinso-kun. My name is Ida Tensei. Though you might know me as the hero dash. Ingenium. Hitoshi interrupts, surprising even himself with his boldness. Both adults look at him, surprised looks on their faces. That's right buddy, how'd you know? Ida-san asks. My friend is obsessed with heroes. Hang out with Izuku and listen to his rambles long enough and you pick up a thing or two from them. Hitoshi explains. Somehow Ida-san's smile gets even wider. You're here to see Izuku? That's great. He came to see us down here in the visitors' lobby a few weeks ago. Ida-san tells him, and you're right, he's definitely obsessed with heroes. He agrees. In fact that's why we've been working on these notebooks. This statement turns both Hitoshi's and Tukachi's attention to the two books spread open on the table. On the open pages of the right one, Hitoshi can see a dozen or so signatures, the style of which imply they are from prose. And on the open pages of the left he can make out what looks to be Quirk notes. You can pick them up and look at them if you want. Ida-san tells them, I'm here watching you so no one will put up a fuss. We try to always have someone watching the notebooks so no one walks off with them. He explains, we started with one notebook, but then soon realized we would run out of space with all we wanted to write, so we ended up grabbing another one. Hitoshi picks up the left notebook, it has a deep indigo-colored cover which is leather. He turns a few pages and schemes them. Written inside, 1 page per hero it would seem, are notes on their quirks and answers to questions? Seriously? That one you're holding Shinso-kun is the more interesting of the two. Ida-san informs him, when Izuku was here, he had a ton of questions for us and theories he had come up with about our quirks. And while some of us, like Best Jeanist, could test them here, most of us needed a more suitable environment to try some of the stuff he proposed. And when most of the results ended up being as predicted and the suggestions turned out to be super helpful, we all wanted a chance to tell him what we discovered and how it's being used. So we grabbed a second notebook and each of us gets a page. Ida-san elaborates. Surely all these heroes weren't all here when Izuku came down to visit for 2 hours. Tukachi questions. Ida-san smiles, no, they weren't. You have Nedzu to thank for the rest of them being asked questions. Apparently the rat has gotten his hands on Izuku's famous notebooks. When he inevitably found out about our little project here, he took the liberty of sending out Izuku's questions and theories to many, many other heroes. Of course he did. I should have expected him to do something like that. Tukachi says, sounding unnerved. We plan on giving them to Izuku when he's being discharged. Ida-san tells them, so do us a favor and keep it a secret for the time being. Can you do that? Hitoshi nods. We can. I'd hate to ruin such a great surprise. I might have half the hero industry after me. Naomasa answers. Ida-san laughs, only half? You keep thinking that Tukachi. I like to be optimistic. Tukachi replies. Hitoshi can't fathom why you would want to be, but more power to him he supposes. So if Shinso is here to see Izuku, does that mean you're here to see Shoyuta? Ida-san asks. Naomasa nods, face flushing, I am. How'd you know he was here? He asks. Oh, Izuku had his goggles around his neck when he was here along with a piece of his capture weapon. We all never thought we'd see the day Shoyuta went fully soft for a child, but after listening to Izuku's ramblings about his hero we all decided that miracles can happen. Ida-san explains. Shoyuta said that was the only way he could keep the kid from panicking when he went to leave. It was his way of assuring Izuku that he'd be coming back. Naomasa explains fondly. If that's what makes him feel better, sure. Ida-san replies, I've tried texting him a few times, but I think I'm being ignored. Naomasa shakes his head, I think he probably just hasn't had a chance to go through many of his messages. He's had his hands full with Izuku 24/7 over the past 2 weeks. He explains. Ida-san nods, that bad huh? How is the little guy doing anyway? He asks. Naomasa shakes his head, Izuku's health directly influences 2 active cases, Tensei. As such I can't tell you anything without proper authorization. Ida-san's face fills with shock and realization, eyes widening and expression tightening. Sounds like he's in deep. I won't press for details then. Just know that if you need any help or another hero, all you gotta do is ask. I'm sure that goes for a bunch of us. I appreciate it, Tensei. I'll keep that in mind. Naomasa replies. Then the staff-only door opens then, and someone walks into the room. Hitoshi looks over to see a tall, blonde-haired young man. The man is in nurse's scrubs, the briefs a deep indigo and the shirt a purple shade with different arrows on it. He has shoulder-length blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Hanging in his one hand are 2 lanyards with what look to be visitors' badges on the ends of them. He catches sight of their group and heads right over. How are you, Tsuka-san? Tensei, he greets. Tukachi makes a face. Do I know you? He asks. Indeed you do. Be here. I'm just Stefan James to be precise. And I'm Izuku's assigned case nurse. He explains with a smile. Hitoshi can practically see the gears turning in the poor detective's head. Ida-san laughs. Hey Stefan, it's good to see you. Try not to torment the poor detective too much, yeah? Stefan shrugs. I'll think about it. Then he turns his attention to Hitoshi. And you must be Shinso Hitoshi. I've been hearing about you from Izuku non-stop for days now. He says. Hitoshi isn't even surprised. Hello. He greets. I brought your visitors' badges, Stefan tells them, holding them up, and detective, you're going to need your police badge and ID as well. Plenty of security checkpoints along the way. Detective Tukachi nods. I have it, thanks for the warning. He replies, shall we get going? We're late enough as it is. Technically visitors' hours just started. You guys were originally getting in early because Tsuka-san is on the force, so you haven't really missed much. Stefan assures them, handing the passes to both Tukachi and Hitoshi. Hitoshi puts his pass around his neck and turns to Ida-san. Thanks for showing us the notebooks. Ida-san beams. No problem Shinso-kun. Tell Izuku I say hi. He says. This is followed by a couple more people in the room echoing said request. Okay. Is all Hitoshi really can think to say. Stefan then opens the door to the nurses' halls. Off we go. He prompts, as enthusiastic as ever. The 2 pass through the door then let Stefan take the lead. So how has Izuku really been, Stefan? Tukachi asks. Stefan's smile dulls. It's been a rough few weeks for the kid. For as much as he's getting better, he still has plenty of setbacks. He replies, then glances at Hitoshi. He knows what's up, correct? Tukachi nods. Given we are headed to a psychiatric ward, I felt he had a right to know what he's in for. He answers. Fair enough. That's fine. Stefan replies, Izuku had another episode last night. We had to sedate him after Eraser couldn't calm the kid down. And here we thought we could take the bandages off for your visit today. But we can't risk him having access to the skin of his arms or legs to scratch up even more than he already has. Stefan continues, just pretend they're not even there. Same with the feeding tube he's got running into his nose. Feeding tube? Hitoshi asks, unable to keep his concern out of his voice. Stefan gives him a soft look. It's not as serious as it sounds. It's only temporary. Izuku just has days where we can't get him to eat, so the tube is there so he's not going hungry. That kid is far too thin as it is. Hitoshi nods in understanding. Sounds like Izuku. They reach a checkpoint and Stefan scans his badge along with swiping another pass. Tukachi then scans his detective's badge and swipes his visitor's badge. Go ahead and swipe yours as well, Shinso. Tukachi prompts. Hitoshi nods and does as he's told. They end up doing this another 3 times as they make their way down the hall. Finally they reach a set of double doors. Here we are, the psychiatric wing. Stefan informs them. There aren't too many other patients besides Izuku right now. Even so, try not to pay them any mind. He instructs. Then they all scan their stuff again and the door open automatically. They pass a nurse's station where they are waved to by the 3 nurses that are sitting at the desks inside. Stefan waves cheerily back. This guy is starting to remind Hitoshi of Izuku, at least a little bit. They then head down the hall. Here we are. Stefan says, stopping in front of a closed door. Are you ready? He then asks, the question directed at Hitoshi himself. Hitoshi nods without hesitation, prompting Stefan to knock on the door. Can I come in? I brought visitors this time, the nurse asks the door. There's a brief silence. Come in, Stefan. A deeper male voice answers, one that Hitoshi recognizes to be Aizawa-san. Stefan then opens the door and lets Hitoshi and Tukachi walk into the room. Hitoshi has barely made it through the doorway before his is impacted by a smaller body. He staggers back only slightly before looking down at his would-be assailant. Sure enough, he is greeted by curly green hair, coming no higher than his collarbone. Hey Aizu. It's good to see you. He greets. I missed you. Izuku's response is to nuzzle his face further into Hitoshi. Hitoshi chuckles. I take it you missed me then? He asks. Izuku finally looks up at him, a smile lighting up his face. Of course I did. So much it hurt. He replies. Sounds like we both suffered then. Hitoshi replies, you going to let go so we can go sit down? Izuku presses his face back into Hitoshi's chest, grip tightening, and he answers with a muffled, nope. Hitoshi honestly expected no different. So he simply crouches down some, without a word, leading to Izuku latching fully onto his friend, arms moving to his neck and legs around his hips. Hitoshi just goes with it, having done this countless times before, and proceeds to pick Izuku up. Upon standing up he notices all three adults in the room are staring at them, but he can't find it in himself to care. Hitoshi just walks further into the room towards the bed in the back corner, the only one that looks used. He sits them both down and leans against the wall. Hitoshi starts running a hand through Izuku's fluffy curls, resulting in his friend melting into him, doing his best to combine with him via osmosis. This is just how they exist now. They're going to have to pry them apart and drag Hitoshi out if they ever want him to leave. Shoyuta can't help but stare as Izuku barrels into the purple-haired teen who had just walked through the door, then proceeds to latch onto him with clearly no intention of letting go. Call him crazy, but after having been the one clung to for the past 3 weeks, it's somewhat surreal to see someone else finally being subject to the same fate. When Izuku declares he's not letting go, the Shinso kid proceeds to pick Izuku up and Izuku koalas onto his friend. They settle on the bed, Shinso leaning against the wall and running a hand through Izuku's hair, something Shoyuta knows turns the greenette into contented mush. It's clear that they are going to have one hell of a time separating them at the end of this visit. Shoyuta doesn't know if he's relieved or concerned that Shinso hasn't paid Izuku's appearance any mind. Either he just doesn't want to upset him, or it's not as much of a shock as it should be. A hand lacing through his pulls shoots attention from the two boys. He looks up to find his husband standing beside him. Now. Shoyuta greets softly. Sho. Naomasa answers. It's good to see you. Shoyuta nods, I missed you, then pauses, you look terrible. Naomasa gives him a mock-offended look, thanks for pointing that out. I can't say it's been an easy week. Shoyuta nods, leaning into his husband, agreed. The adults end up talking quietly while Hitoshi just sits silently with Izuku on top of him. Eventually, once Izuku is satisfied with having absorbed enough of Hitoshi's warmth, he does separate from Hitoshi to sit across from him. Even then as the two sit on the bed, they sit as close to each other as is still possible, legs crossed in front of them with their knees touching. Now that he's in front of him, Hitoshi takes the time to really look at his best friend. It looks like Izuku, somehow, got even thinner. There are bags forming under his bright green eyes, and they rival Hitoshi's own. Just as Stefan had said, there is a tube taped across Izuku's cheek leading into his nose. His arms are indeed wrapped in bandages, slight reddish-brown patches scattering the white fabric. Izuku is wearing a pair of sweatpants that look Hawks-themed and a shirt that says socks on it, and his hair is as untamable as always. Overall Izuku just looks tired. The kind of bone-deep tired that doesn't fade with sleep. The kind of tired that takes hitting rock bottom to achieve. You're late, Toshi. Izuku declares, whining slightly, and it's the first thing out of his mouth. Hitoshi drops his head in defeat, sighing, I know. There was a bit of a complication when Tukachi-san picked me up. He explains vaguely. Izuku gives him a skeptical look and Hitoshi meets his eyes, suddenly. Very aware of the telltale cuts and gashes scattered across his nose, cheeks, and jawline. Ones that he had long gotten used to and stopped bothering to hide. After all, until today, Izuku was the only one who seemed to care. They had that thing on you again, didn't they? Izuku declares, having spat the word as if it were a poison. Hitoshi frowns, yeah, they did. They don't make me wear it at home. But they do make me wear it every time I leave the house. He explains quietly. Izuku scowls down at his bandaged hands and Hitoshi hears a low growl from his friend. When Izuku looks up, Hitoshi swears his eyes are glowing faint green. Interesting. People are cruel. Izuku mutters, harming others without a care because of things they can't control. All this hurting needs to stop. He states, voice dripping venom. The look on his face is terrifying, it's dangerous, threatening. Izuku's eyes, still faintly glowing green, are narrowed and focused. Gone is the soft shine from his eyes, replaced with a sharp glint that makes Hitoshi's hairs stand on end. He's never seen this side of Izuku, and Hitoshi finds he quite likes it. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it's gone. Back to the gentle boy Hitoshi knows and loves. But the heroes I've met so far are pretty nice. Especially Aizawa, he chirps. Oh yeah? And who else have you met, Aizu? Hitoshi asks, indulging his best friend's enthusiasm. I've met lots of heroes. Zawa is the one who saved me, he's Eraserhead. Can you believe it, Toshi, it's the Eraserhead. He even gave me a piece of his capture weapon. See. Izuku holds up his peace scarf. Hawks was also there helping him. And he gave me one of his feathers. His flight feather. I have it here too. Izuku produces a feather from his pocket. He came to the hospital too, but he met us here after. When he came he brought Hound Dog and Nedzu. I can't believe he brought Nedzu. And Hound Dog is actually my doctor. I didn't know he had a license in psychiatry. I'll have to add that to my notebooks later. He asked me to call him Ryo-san though, so I try my best to remember. I'm getting better at it. 2 weeks ago, at least I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe 3? I dunno. Anyway, Stefan took me to see a bunch of heroes down at the visitors' lobby. There were a whole bunch of heroes. I met Ingenium, Best Genist, Ryuku, Fat Gum and whole bunch of others. I got to ask them questions about their quirks and tell them my theories and ideas. It was awesome. Izuku finally takes a full breath, excited rambles coming to a halt. Sorry, I really started rambling, didn't I? He mumbles. Hitoshi smiles, it's fine Aizu, you know I don't mind. I met Ingenium when we stopped in the visitors' lobby. He says, hi, by the way. So do the others. Izuku beams. Really? That's awesome. Once they were all in the room, Stefan had went and settled himself in his usual chair on the opposite wall from the 2 beds. Aizawa and Tukachi were talking with each other quietly, and from what Stefan could hear it was mostly just catching up and small talk. Given how long the two have been apart, they've more than earned it. Nothing serious or constructive, just cat stories and happenings around the precinct, Izuku's many antics and UA's brand of chaos. Suddenly, Stefan gets an idea. Hiding his self-satisfied grin, he pulls out his phone. He is often seen with it out when he's in the room with Eraserhead while Izuku is sleeping or passed out. He opens up the Chaos Chat app and types up a message for his questionable quirk server. #questionable quirks. Quirkless_chaotic, how is it everyone? Simple yet effective. Stefan hits send and relishes in the sound of 4 phones buzzing. Wait, point 4? Okay then. Shinso's phone buzzes, and he pulls it out of his pocket. Izuku leans over and reads from his screen. Tukachi and Aizawa both pull their phones out, resulting in Eraser giving Stefan a knowing yet unimpressed look. To which Stefan simply grins right back. Aizawa then types up a message in full view of the others. #questionable quirks. Tangled and tired, I see what you're doing. Quirkless chaotic, I have no idea what you're talking about. At this point Hitoshi had opened the side table drawer and handed Izuku his phone, the continuous vibrations alerting him to its location. Izuku seems to hesitate before Hitoshi types his password in for him and unlocks the phone, and the Chaos Chat app is already open. Hitoshi eyes the adults in the room before typing. #questionable quirks. Must learn control, we can finally fight chaotic. Time to settle this. Quirkless chaotic, ready to get your butt kicked? Must learn control, absolutely. Must learn control, come at me. The two make eye contact, then both grin like maniacs. Izuku seems to catch on pretty quickly as well. Tukachi looks terrified, while Aizawa just looks even more tired. #questionable quirks. Dual wielding, someone had better be around to stop them. Unmuted, I second that. Unmuted at Tired and Tangled, you got this one? Tired and Tangled, no. Unmuted, 0.0. Tired and Tangled, still no. Holding matches, I say we let them fight. They threaten each other enough. Player done, I agree. Let me know who wins. Fast travel, I thought we said no fighting. That also included in person. Holding matches, tell that to player, he's just as bad. Fast travel, sigh. Shinso and Stefan seem to have decided to ignore the chat in favor of staring each other down. Izuku looks back and forth between the chat and the standoff while Tukachi is already on his feet. #questionable quirks. Green-eyed_genius at Gate of Truth, I'll grab control. You grab chaotic. Gate of Truth, roger that. Dual wielding, genius has returned to save us all. Unmuted, who genius? Fast travel, good luck genius. You're going to need it. In the end, Eraserhead's capture scarf was the one to really solve the problem. Now trapped, all it took was one harsh, red-eyed glare for the two to give up. Both slumped to the floor in defeat. Izuku giggles, we knew this day would come. Tukachi smiles, I'm just glad I was here to witness it. Aizawa keeps glaring as he retracts his capture weapon, thus releasing his hostages, and of course, I had to be the one to stop it. You two are worse than my students. Sho, you don't have any students this year. You expelled them. Tukachi reminds him. And why do you think that is? Aizawa asks in reply. Because they had no potential. Izuku chirps before the detective can get a word in. Aizawa looks at Izuku and gives him a Cheshire grin, that's right kid. At least someone listens. Meanwhile Tukachi is staring at the child that just made his husband smile, albeit his more terrifying version, but smile nonetheless. After that interesting situation with the chat server, Stefan suggested they all move to the dining area to have lunch. Izuku agreed almost instantly, having been hungry for a while now. Given the meals he receives through the tube don't keep him full anywhere near as long as the real thing. Of course, it turned out that Rei was sitting and eating as well. So Izuku dragged Hitoshi by the arm to go meet her. Hitoshi was a stuttering mess in the face of meeting a new person, but to his relief, Rei really was as nice as Izuku said she was. Tukachi also came over to say hello, to which Rei was delighted over. It was over lunch that they all suddenly realized there was never any proper introductions. So a round of those ensued while they ate. Then the adults just listened as Izuku and Hitoshi chattered on about anything that came to mind, Aizawa and Tukachi sharing a look over the boys' heads. Having eaten, they all decide to head back to Izuku's room. Izuku lets himself be led along by Hitoshi's arm around his shoulders, pressed into his best friend's side. Izuku is tired. Now he just wants to sleep, preferably on Hitoshi. Hitoshi gives the best cuddles in his opinion. Even better than Zawa. Hitoshi leads him over to his bed where he proceeds to flop down onto the bed face first. He can hear Hitoshi's chuckles from behind him, and Izuku knows he probably makes for a ridiculous sight. But he can't seem to find it in himself to care. He's just going to close his eyes for a minute. Next time Izuku opens his eyes, he's laying beside Hitoshi on the bed, pressed into his side much like he does with Zawa. He must have fallen asleep for a bit, or just straight up blacked out. With the way his new meds always seem to mess with him, anything is possible at this point. Izuku. He hears Aizawa speak up. Izuku turns his gaze to Zawa, blinking a few times so he comes fully into focus. Now and I need to go somewhere private to talk. So you'll be here with Shinso and Stefan for a little while, okay? He says. Suddenly Izuku is wide awake. He bolts upwards, sitting straight up and startling Hitoshi, causing him to roll into the wall. Why you're leaving? Izuku asks, terrified, stutter having returned full force. Aizawa crouches down in front of Izuku. Hitoshi has since recovered and is sitting up and leaning against the wall. He watches his friend with deep concern, eyeing Aizawa with an untrusting stare. Izuku, for his part, is already panicking, breathing picking up speed and tears gathering in his eyes. He's leaving? But they've been over this. He can't leave. Zawa can't leave Izuku all alone. He has to keep us safe. What is he doing? Familiar hands take hold of Izuku's shoulders on either side. Izuku. You need to breathe. Zawa's voice commands. Izuku tries, really he does, but it's not working. It's not working and he can't breathe and Zawa is leaving him and he's gonna die and... Izuku, calm down. You're not going to die. I'm just going down the hall, and it's only for an hour. But before that, you need to breathe. A hand takes hold of his and rests it on someone's chest. Zawa's chest, some part of him supplies. Somehow Izuku is sitting in the hero's lap, just like every other time. You feel that? Follow my breathing. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. Zawa instructs through the haze taking over Izuku's mind. And Izuku follows his lead, just like every other time. They've established a system at this point. And Izuku is happy to say it usually works. Because he doesn't like panicking till he passes out, or until they sedate him. He always ends up disoriented. And while the sedative makes it hard to worry over just about anything, making his head all fuzzy and floaty like Variant does, Variant hates it. He hates how it leaves both of them vulnerable and unable to defend themselves. So they're still arguing over if being sedated is really okay with them. Izuku isn't sure how much time passes, as he sits in Aizawa's lap, the hero rocking them slightly, but he eventually settles down. Now then. Aizawa says, breaking the silence of the room, can we try this again, and listen to everything before we start panicking this time, he asks. Izuku suddenly feels guilty. He's done it again, freaking out over nothing. Okay Zawa. He replies, not meeting the hero's eyes. Izuku, you did nothing wrong. This is going to take time, but you have to be willing to work with us here. Aizawa says in a softer tone. I am. It's just hard. Izuku tells him, not sure how to explain the way he can't stand the idea of being left alone, of losing the one person who's cared about him. It'll get easier. Zawa assures, so as I was trying to explain, Naomasa and I need to go talk somewhere privately. We are just going down the hall, and won't be gone more than an hour. That would leave you here with Hitoshi and Stefan. I'll be nearby if something happens. He explains. That doesn't sound so bad to Izuku. He will have Hitoshi and Stefan still. Stefan can keep us safe. He has proven that. Variant agrees. Although it looks like Hitoshi hasn't gained the voice's approval just yet. I just met him. I must learn more before I decide if I trust him. Right, Variant wasn't around when Hitoshi still went to school with Izuku. Izuku? What do you think? Zawa's voice interrupts. Oops. I think I'll be okay. Variant says we should be fine with Stefan here at least. He tells him, then looks to Hitoshi. He's still deciding if he likes Toshi though. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow at that, but doesn't comment. Can I have your goggles again this time, Zawa? Izuku asks. Aizawa shakes his head, not this time. This time I have something better to give you. He shifts as if to get up, however Izuku reflexively tightens his grip. The hero, for his part, just works around it. Now, can you grab it? It's in my duffel bag in the corner. He asks his husband. Sure, I can grab it, Sho. Tukachi replies. Izuku looks over at Hitoshi next to them. He smiles at his friend and pokes his arm. Hitoshi smirks and pokes Izuku's cheek in retaliation, causing the greenette to squeak in surprise. Here you go, Izuku. And you can hold on to this one. Aizawa says. And before Izuku can even look up, fabric is dropped over his head and around his neck. It's a comforting weight and it's almost cozy. Izuku brings his hands up as he inspects the fabric. Oh. This is like Zawa's scarf. And Izuku gets to keep it? Really? Izuku just stares at the capture weapon in awe for a long moment, completely silent and disbelieving. Izuku.exe has officially stopped working. Shoyuta smiles to himself as Izuku blue screens with the capture weapon now around his neck. Shoyuta had asked now to pack it with the rest of his stuff he picked up his duffel bag at the case meeting 2 weeks ago. It was just a matter of waiting for a good time to give it to Izuku. He figured it would be best to save it for when he absolutely had to leave. They've tried over the past week to get Izuku warmed up to the idea of Shoyuta leaving the room. Not going off anywhere, just standing outside while Izuku meets with Hound Dog. They haven't been very successful. Izuku definitely trauma bonded with Shoyuta, and that's not going to be easily solved in just a week. Shoyuta shares a look with Naomasa. They really should get going. Okay Izuku, how about you go sit with Shinso again? We need to head out now. Shoyuta suggests, praying to whatever deity that is listening for Izuku to go quietly. Oh okay. I guess I can. Izuku replies. He crawls off of Shuta's lap and over to lean against Shinso. Shinso on the other hand, is no longer death-glaring Shoyuta, and seems to approve of the bestowal of the capture weapon. It's clear this kid is very protective of Izuku. Which is nice to see. Shoyuta stands up once Izuku is off of his lap. We'll be back soon Izuku. Behave. Bye Zawa. Be safe. Izuku chirps back. Stefan waves at Shoyuta from his place in the corner, implying that he has it handled from here. So Shoyuta takes that as his cue to lead now out the door and into the hallway. Once out of the room, Shoyuta and Naomasa asked the nurses if they could use a spare patient room. The nurses didn't really mind all that much and directed them to one that was barely 3 doors down the hall from Izuku's room. Good. They're learning. Once in the room they settle on one of the beds together, taking time to just exist in each other's space. It's been weeks since they last got to do this, thus they're going to take advantage of it. Naomasa lays on the bed, leaning against the headboard. Shoyuta proceeds to just lay on top of him, which is a common occurrence for the two of them. So you ran into some complications this morning. Shoyuta begins. Naomasa sighs, yes, I did. Who puts a muzzle on a child? Shoyuta muses. Shitty people, that's who. You know, the types we deal with all the time given our profession. Naomasa answers. Logical. I take it you're going to opening an investigation into that? Shoyuta asks. I am. As if I don't have enough on my hands as it is. Naomasa replies, I'm going to have to hand off 1 or 2 of my other cases to someone else. Like hell I trust anyone else with Izuku's or Shinso's cases at this point. But at least I have Sansa to help me. We need these cases to be done right, Izuku's especially. Everyone is waiting on the results of the Aldra investigation. That's going to be a whole other media storm. Shoyuta agrees. Speaking of said investigation, we're going through the security footage as quickly as we can. Nedzu is helping with that to speed things up, but even he can only go so fast. Naomasa explains, that said, we didn't even need all the school's footage to know that Bakugo Katsuki was one of Izuku's main tormentors. You need to decide if you are going to press charges and take him to court. You are Izuku's guardian after all. He reminds Shoyuta. Shoyuta sighs, if it were up to just me, the case would already be filed. But I think Izuku gets a say in the matter. He's the one that suffered for so long. I understand that, but is he in any state to make that kind of decision? We need to take action soon if we are going to at all. Naomasa says. He's unstable, but he's not oblivious. Izuku's a smart kid, I'm willing to bet he's already asked Shinso about what's going on in the news. We haven't brought it up because we don't want him to worry about it, and Izuku probably doesn't want whatever version of the truth he thinks he's going to get from the adults he could ask. So he will ask Shinso. Shoyuta replies, I can ask him before you guys leave, that way you will know what needs to be done when you get back to the office. Just let me know what needs signed or filled out by me as his acting guardian. Naomasa nods, you say, acting, but you have no intention of letting Izuku go to anyone else, do you? You're attached. He points out, nudging his husband playfully. Shoyuta shakes his head, it would only harm him to separate from him at this juncture. And you have a point, I've gotten attached. But I'm not the only one attached, am I? He accuses. You got me there. I'm not about to let Shinso continue to be a victim of the messed up foster care system. And like you said on the phone earlier, the two boys are already so close, so it works out. Naomasa concedes. Then add that to your list of things that need sorted. Foster to adopt paperwork for both boys. Shoyuta tells him, we can tell the boys before you leave. That may be the only way to get the two to separate, the promise of getting to see each other again. He points out. You have a point there. I doubt Shinso will go without a fight. Naomasa agrees. Shoyuta checks his watch, we have a bit more time before the hour I told Izuku we'd be gone is up. Why don't you catch me up to speed on whatever else I've missed? That includes the cats. Naomasa laughs, alright Sho. Let me pull out my phone. Having been left alone, save for Stefan that is, Izuku and Hitoshi just sit there in silence for a few minutes. Well, that was certainly something. Hitoshi declares into the silence of the room. Izuku cringes, sorry you had to see that. He apologizes. Hitoshi shakes his head, Aizu, how many times have I talked you through panic attacks? Izuku hesitates for a moment, I dunno. A lot. Exactly. It's nothing I haven't already seen. It's fine. Hitoshi assures him. I can't help it. Izuku tells him, logically I know I can't be around Zawa all the time. But there's a part of me that instantly panics at the idea of him not being nearby. And right now, when one part of me panics, all of me panics. He tries explaining. I mean, he did save you. Hitoshi points out, and neither of us are really used to adults actually caring. So that part of you probably doesn't want to risk losing that. That makes sense. Izuku agrees. Still doesn't make this any easier though. You'll figure it out eventually. After all, I'm sure you don't want to be stuck here forever, do you? Hitoshi says. Izuku shakes his head, as nice as it is to be safe from it all, not really no. He pauses, speaking of, what's going on in the outside world, he asks. You don't know? Hitoshi practically demands, they're not telling you anything are they? Izuku gives him a look as best he can from his place against his side, Toshi, I'm currently in a psyche ward after a violent psychotic break and still in psychosis. No, they're not telling me anything, they don't think I need to worry about it probably. Izuku states, and really, as long as I'm here I really don't need to worry about all that. But that doesn't mean I don't want to know. Hitoshi considers for a moment that maybe they have good reason to not be telling Izuku these things. Just because Izuku appears to be stable now doesn't mean he will be later. Perhaps they're trying to protect him from everything else. Then he remembers that they don't trust adults, nor do they have a reason to trust these ones. Their failures are the whole reason Izuku and Hitoshi ended up in their respective situations in the first place. Well, you had better be ready. 'Cause I'm about to catch you up to speed. The summarized version though, because there's a lot going on. Hitoshi declares. Izuku nods eagerly and Hitoshi can tell Izuku is ready to pick apart everything he's about to say. As you'd expect, the media latched onto the incident and covered it. However, it seems like they have been given very little information regarding the situation to begin with. No one knows who did it, or what's happening to them. What they did mention was that there's an investigation that started looking into Aldra School District to see what exactly led up to the incident. Hitoshi begins explaining. Which means there's about to be a lot of people that are going to get in trouble. Izuku concludes, assuming the case is unbiased at least. You don't have to worry about bias, I don't think. Hitoshi tells him, Tukachi-san is actually a detective and he's the lead of both your case and the Aldra investigations. And given he's married to the hero who's now your guardian, I would hope he'd make sure this gets done right. That explains how he got clearance to even be here. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let just anyone come to visit me at this point. Izuku muses. They really do have you locked up here, don't they? Hitoshi comments. I killed people, Toshi. They have every right to be cautious around me. I'm dangerous. Izuku argues. Yeah, well, you were abused for years. I'd say you had every right to react the way you did. If they're going to try and punish you, then they had better do so to every other person that hurt you. Hitoshi counters. I'm pretty sure they can't arrest me, Toshi. Because technically it was my quirk going out of control that caused the situation to escalate the way it did. So I would be protected under quirk laws. Izuku informs. Your quirk, huh? Few news sources had mentioned that this was a quirk incident. What that all about? Hitoshi asks. Izuku, predictably, lights up. I do have a quirk. He's a sentient quirk that is mostly a voice I hear in my head. His name is Variant. Izuku explains, but if I'm really in danger, or at least Variant thinks I am, he can take control and help me keep myself safe. He's a really good fighter, considering I have no experience in that regard. That's cool. And how often does he actually take control? Hitoshi asks. He's only taken control twice. The first time was when he caused the incident, the second was here in the ward. Izuku pauses, and Hitoshi sees his eyes flash a glowing green. He says he wants to talk to you. Izuku states, sounding confused. And how is that going to work? Izuku shrugs, I guess I just let him take control and see what happens? I've never actually given him control, so I don't really know what to expect. Izuku admits. Seems like now is as good a time as any to find out. Hitoshi says, go ahead and try it. I'm curious as well. Okay. Here goes I guess. Izuku replies. Then he falls silent and closes his eyes. Hitoshi watches as he seems to slump over on himself, the go ridged all at once. Then his eyes open, and they glow a bright, toxic viridian. That worked surprisingly well. Izuku says. Except this isn't Izuku, Hitoshi can tell just from looking at him. His posture is different, straighter with his shoulders squared. His expression is calculating and his gaze sharp and piercing. The tone of his voice is lower, more confident. It's like looking at a different person when their eyes meet. So this is Variant. It worked then I take it? Hitoshi asks, only slightly nervous. It did indeed. Quite well actually. Variant replies, and you are Hitoshi then. It's nice to meet you, you may call me Variant. Hitoshi nods, nice to meet you too I guess? What exactly do you want from me here? Oh, that's quite simple really. I want to get my own gauge on the type of person you are. Izuku already trusts you a great deal, but I prefer to form my own opinions. It's necessary to keep Izuku safe. Variant explains. And that's your main goal then? To keep Izuku safe? Hitoshi asks him. Variant nods, essentially. Except unlike Izuku, I will do whatever it takes to keep us safe. If that means getting a violent and dirtying my hands, then so be it. He tells Hitoshi. I think you've already made that much clear when you went and attacked Izuku's school and killed people. Hitoshi observes, but in doing that you got Izuku into a ton of trouble. How is that keeping Izuku safe? Getting him charged with murder and assault? He demands. Variant frowns, you have to understand, I had no way of knowing there would be such consequences. My knowledge feeds off Izuku's experiences and analysis. And since Izuku has never hurt anyone, nor been punished for it, I had no way of knowing that my actions were wrong. He explains. You don't regret it though, do you? Hitoshi says, and it's not a question. Variant smirks and shakes his head, not one bit. He admits, just look at where that got us. We've never had this many people actually trying to keep us safe from harm. Even if this safety is hard to get used to. Though some of them are a bit annoying. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow, annoying how? For one, Aizawa can stop me from completing my purpose. And that in itself is a problem. Especially when everyone else seems hell-bent on keeping me suppressed. It's suffocating I tell you. Variant exclaims, hence why we had to wait until they weren't around to experiment like this. That and I don't really want to be questioned to death once they inevitably get that chance to do so. But what about Stefan? He's still in the room. Hitoshi points out, hoping he won't come to regret this. Said nurse looks up from the manga he was reading at the mention of his name. Stefan is fine. I don't mind him as much and I know he will keep Izuku safe. Variant replies. When we fought he could have just used force and subdued me and drugged Izuku from the start. But instead he just stalled and even while dragging on the fight, didn't once deal any damaging blows to me. Instead he waited for Eraserhead to arrive and settle the matter more peacefully. Glad you think so highly of me Variant. Stefan replies. Variant turns his glowing gaze to him, don't let it go to your head now. I'll try not to. But you do realize I have to report this little stunt you pulled, right? Stefan points out. I'm aware. Do try to give me a stellar review won't you? Variant requests. Stefan chuckles, I'll do my best. Starting with how, for once, you're not trying to kill anyone. The look that appears on Variant's face is not one Hitoshi recognizes. This time at least. He says slowly, then his eyes close and he slumps over. Looks like that's as long as he could keep control this time around. Izuku opens his eyes and smiles tiredly at Hitoshi. Variant likes you. He says. Then he yawns and flops onto Hitoshi. You falling asleep on me, Aizu? Hitoshi teases. Izuku nods, yep. SHHHH. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't watching the clock in his room. Zawa said they'd be gone for about an hour. And while Izuku trusts he's not leaving for good, that doesn't stop him from getting more and more anxious as the hour mark draws nearer. Aizu, calm down, he's coming back. Hitoshi says, clearly sensing his growing anxiety. I know it's just. Izuku tries defending. Just what? Why is he so worried about Zawa leaving? You need him to help keep us safe. Variant tells him. And he may have a point. I get it, but stressing won't solve anything. Hitoshi tells him. Before Izuku can protest any further, there's a knock at the door. Then it opens. The only person allowed to enter without XPLCT permission is Zawa. Izuku sits up from where he was laying on Hitoshi, some loops of his newly acquired capture weapon falling off his shoulders. Sure enough, Zawa walks through the door, followed by Tukachi. See, he came back. Variant says. Izuku ignores how smug he sounds. He was worried too. Zawa. You're back. Izuku greets. Aizawa chuckles, yes, I'm back. I said I would be, so it's only logical that I would. You should count yourself lucky, Izuku, I haven't shobi this punctual in a long time. Tukachi comments. Aizawa gives him a half-hearted glare. Tukachi just laughs. The two men make their way over to the bed across from where the boys are sitting and sit down on it. Hitoshi and Izuku work their way into a sitting position as a result. Alright, so we have a few things to discuss with you boys. Tukachi tells them. And instantly Izuku is nervous again. It's nothing bad, so stop whatever tangent I know you're going on in your head, Izuku. Zawa commands him. Izuku looks down at, blushing slightly. Well, Zawa's not wrong. To start, Izuku, I know this is sudden, however we need to talk about legal action. Specifically against Bakugo. Zawa says to him. Izuku tenses. Legal action? Like if I want to press charges? He asks quietly. Exactly that. Seeing as how he was your main tormentor, you have the right to take him to court specifically. If you want to, no one is saying you have to. Tukachi informs. What about the others? Izuku asks. Bakugo's lackeys were also a problem. Both men frown, they didn't survive, Izuku. Aizawa tells him gently. They're dead? Oh. Well, that's good. Izuku says, so it's just Bakugo, left to deal with then. He surmises. The look shared between Aizawa and Tukachi doesn't go unnoticed by him either. He just chooses to ignore it. I know that I want to press charges. I'm done protecting him or letting him do what he wants. It's time he suffers for once, opposed to torturing everyone else. Izuku declares. No one told him no, no one stopped him. The teachers even supported and fed into it. Even still, it's basic human decency to know not to hurt another person. He never learned on his own, so he's going to have to learn the hard way now. And if that's going to cost him his chance of being a hero, so be it. He explains. Aizawa smirks and Izuku thinks he can hear Stefan laughing quietly in the corner. Well said, Aizu. Hitoshi praises, I will admit I was worried you were going to keep defending him like you used to. He admits. That's understandable. But like I said, I'm done protecting him. Izuku replies. Well, that's that settled. Tukachi states, sounding exasperated, onto our next topic then. Right. I'll be frank, because dancing around it would be illogical, Zawa begins, now and I want to see about adopting you both. Izuku's whole world freezes. He feels Hitoshi go stiff beside him. You what? Izuku asks, dumbfounded. We want to adopt you both. 1, so you don't have to be separated. And 2, because we don't trust anyone else to treat you how you deserve. And we care about you boys. Zawa explains further. Does that mean no more muzzle? Hitoshi questions, disbelieving. Tukachi frowns, yes, we would never even consider putting something so atrocious on you, on a child, or on anyone for that matter. What do you think, Aizu? Hitoshi asks him. I want to stay with Zawa. I've never had someone care as much as he does. If this is how, then I say yes. Izuku declares. Welp, if you're in, I'm in. Hitoshi echoes. Tukachi lets out a breath, that was surprisingly easy. He comments. Did you seriously expect them to say no now? Aizawa demands, I thought you were the detective here. He teases. That has nothing to do with it. Tukachi protests. Reading people and deductive reasoning is 75% of your job. Shoyuta reminds him. Then what about the other 25%? Tukachi asks, curious. Paperwork and bullshit protocols. Shoyuta declares. And everyone laughs at that. After all the serious conversations were out of the way, it's mostly just small talk. That and Izuku dragging Hitoshi down the hall, with adults following, to see Rei again. Which led to Hitoshi being taught how to play skip-bo. Which led to chaos. Once their game was over, they all headed back to Izuku's room, where Stefan and another nurse appeared with dinner for everyone. No one missed how Izuku watched the nurse's every move, including the poor nurse herself. Then, it was time for Tukachi and Shinso to leave. And Izuku was not having it. Izuku, Shinso has to go now. Aizawa repeats. No, Izuku whines, now koala bearing onto Hitoshi like he did when his friend first got here. Hitoshi doesn't say anything. Tukachi and Aizawa share a look. Aizawa sighs. We can arrange for him to come back and see you. It'll be easier now that he's under our care as well. He tries negotiating. Not moving. Izuku declares, face still buried in Hitoshi's hoodie. Come on Aizu. You know I gotta leave. Hitoshi says to him. Izuku just shakes his head, breathing starting to hitch as he gets more upset. We can video call tomorrow, okay? But you gotta let me go. Hitoshi then says. Izuku sits up and looks at his friend. Hitoshi can see the tears gathering in Izuku's eyes. And it's killing him. Promise? Izuku asks. Hitoshi looks briefly to Aizawa, who nods. I promise. And I'll come back and visit you soon. But you gotta stay here and work on getting better so you can come be with me all the time. Can you do that? Hitoshi asks. I can try. Izuku agrees, sniffling. Awesome. Hitoshi replies. Then he pulls Izuku into a tight hug and just holds him there for a long moment. Then they part. Bye Toshi. Izuku calls out as his friend walks to the door. Be safe. Bye Aizu. I will. Hitoshi assures him. Izuku keeps waving as Hitoshi walks out the door Stefan is holding open. Aizawa hugs Tukachi close and kisses him lightly. I'll see you soon. Be careful. I love you. He says loud enough only for his husband to hear. I will show. I love you, see you soon. Tukachi replies. Bye Izuku. He then says to the greenette who hasn't left his bed. Izuku smiles and waves to him too. Bye Masa, he says, catching the poor detective off guard. Aizawa gives him a knowing look as he follows Hitoshi out the door, Stefan on his heels. Then the door closes. And they're gone. Zawa? Izuku says into the silence. Yes Izuku? Aizawa responds, walking back over to him. I am going to get to leave here, right? He asks. Aizawa smiles, you will. It'll take time however. So just keep working to get better, okay? Okay. Shoyuta stares down at the papers sitting on the table. Stefan had excitedly shoved them in his face when he was walking past the nurse's station to the spare room they let him use as an office of sorts. It took a lot of time, reassurances and trials, tears and panic attacks, but Izuku is finally at the point that he doesn't need Shoyuta in the room for his sessions with Hound Dog. They haven't really pushed him any farther than that for now, not wanting to set the kid back by pushing him too far out of his comfort zone too soon. However, the final step was for Izuku to sleep a night in the room without Shoyuta, something the hero really wasn't looking forward to. As for the papers, for once, Shoyuta can understand Stefan's excitement, given the nature of them. Discharge paperwork. It was finally time to take Izuku home. And it's been an interesting past 6 weeks. After Naomasa and Shinso, or well, Hitoshi as he'd asked to be called a week later, after they left the hospital Naomasa took him home to their apartment. Hitoshi is now sleeping in the guest bedroom, which is the only spare bedroom in the apartment. Shoyuta and now agreed that they will need to look into getting a new place. Which is going to be chaos. However, that's something they can worry about when Izuku is actually allowed to have his own room. For now both boys have said they will gladly share a room. Izuku can't and doesn't want to be alone, and Hitoshi is more than a little protective of Izuku. Naomasa and Hitoshi were cleared for weekly visits on account of being family. That said, Hitoshi and Izuku have video calls on their phones every night. The two have once again become inseparable. With Izuku in the hospital still, and the adults agreeing that Hitoshi should be homeschooled, Nedzu has seized the opportunity to take over their education. Izuku is a genius kid, the type of genius that should never be left alone with Nedzu. Shoyuta has hoped that Hitoshi could act as a voice of reason and/or deterrent. However, the opposite is what ended up happening. While the purple teen is more kept to himself and not on the same genius level as the other two, he revels in chaos just as much. So now they have not one, not two, but 3 potential Nedzus to look out for. Or fear, take it as you will. They have video calls between the 3 of them every day to handle school matters. Shoyuta has no idea where the rat finds time for all this stuff. Nedzu makes time to drop by the hospital at least 3 times a week to see Izuku in person. Izuku had cried tears of joy when he found out Nezu had retrieved his analysis notebooks from Inko's apartment. Now the two have started the task of encoding all of the notebooks, something that is better done face to face. As for the originals, Nezu has the current UA support department competing to see who can create the most secure and virtually indestructible safe to keep them in. Since Izuku is working on most of his schooling online, Nezu provided him with a laptop to use. He also insisted on giving one to Hitoshi, despite their insistence that it wasn't necessary. Alas, there is not stopping the rat once he sets his mind to something. Izuku acquiring a laptop resulted in interesting development. Rei has offered to teach Izuku programming and hacking when they have the time. Something that Izuku has taken quite a liking to and, according to Rei, is a natural at. As for Hitoshi, he's been helping Naomasa set up the spare room to house both boys. The first task was beds and other furniture for the two. Hitoshi carried his phone around the department store with Izuku on call as they searched. The two decided on a bunk bed, under the stipulation that Izuku slept on the bottom bunk. Izuku would later tell Shoyuta that he didn't mind sleeping on the bottom anyway. 2 dressers were purchased, one for each boy, but only one desk. That was really all there was room for. Izuku helped pick out various decorations for the room. Along the way they stumbled across large beanbag chairs which ended up being acquired as well, one purple and one green. That really was turning into the color scheme for the room. Shoyuta and Naomasa also decided to grab 2 more for the home office, already thinking ahead for days when either boy needed to be kept close. While Izuku helped pick everything out, Hitoshi was the one tasked with actually deciding where it all went and how the room would be arranged. According to Naomasa, the kid has been taking it very seriously. During one of Naomasa and Hitoshi's visits to the hospital, the topic of the boys wanting to be heroes came up. And while it has already been decided that the two would be attending UA when high school starts, what courses they would be enrolling in has not been. All Izuku really said was that he was still deciding what he wanted to do. And that's fine, he has the present and getting out of the hospital to worry about for now. Schooling and his future can come later. Hitoshi expressed the fact that he wanted to try for the hero course. Shoyuta wasn't surprised, but also not exactly prepared for such a declaration. After all, he couldn't help train Hitoshi when he was still staying with Izuku in the hospital. Not that he was about to mention that to either of the boys. Which means if they want to help Hitoshi in preparing for UA, Shoyuta was going to have to call in some help. This, unfortunately, meant that he would have to finally stop ignoring his friends and actually tell them what's going on. Shoyuta figured he would get Hizashi and maybe Tensei to help train Hitoshi. He plans to train both Izuku and Hitoshi to use a capture weapon, even if Izuku decides not to go into the hero course. The actual phone call to Hizashi was character building, however. Shoyuta reluctantly scrolls through his phone to find Hizashi's contact. In reality he has his friend's phone number memorized, but finding the contact helps put off the impending conversation just a bit longer. Sighing, Shoyuta presses call. Barely 2 rings in does he get an answer. Shoulda, comes Hizashi's obnoxious greeting. Shoyuta had already pulled his phone away from his ear out of habit. Hizashi. He replies. Where have you been, man? You disappeared off the face of the earth. Hizashi demands. It's been a little over a month, Zashi. Shoyuta deadpans. Which is a long time considering I usually see you every day. Hizashi responds, you had me worried. Not to mention lonely. You could have at least texted me. And what was he supposed to say? I spontaneously acquired a child who is heavily traumatized and responsible for 11 deaths. Yeah, no. I've been tied up recently, Zashi. It's been a busy past few weeks. Shoyuta settles for instead. Does it have anything to do with Tensei mentioning a child in the hospital? His friend asks. DMN it. Should have known Tensei couldn't keep quiet. Yes. It does. Shoyuta confirms. There's a pause. Shoyuta pulls his phone away from his ear. What? You actually have a kid now? You. Hizashi shouts. Shoyuta flares his quirk reflexively in response to the slight quirk use. 2 of them actually. Which brings us to Dash. 2 of them? How the hell did that happen? Does Naomasa know? Where did you even find them, Dash? Zashi, if you would shut up I can tell you. Shoyuta cuts his friend off after being rudely interrupted. Now does know. The second kid is actually his doing. His name is Hitoshi and is actually why I'm calling. Shoyuta explains, the other is Izuku. He is the one in the hospital still. He trauma bonded with me after I saved him, so I've been staying in the hospital with him until he is released and we can take him home. The 2 boys are already friends and quite close, so it works out. DMN. Sounds like it has been a busy few weeks. How are the listeners adjusting? Hizashi asks. As well as can be expected. Hitoshi is helping now set up the guest room into a bedroom for the two of them. And Izuku. He's doing better. It's slow progress but progress regardless. Both of them have been through some serious shit. Shoyuta answers. And isn't that an understatement? I see. Well, is there anything I can do to help? You or Naomasa? Hisashi asks. You'd have to ask now if he needs any help. As for me, I have a request. Shout tells him. Ask away. Hitoshi plans on trying for the hero course at UA. He has a non-combative quirk, so is in some serious need of physical training, both conditioning and fighting. Think you're up to the task? Shoyuta asks. Sure. I'd love to help the listener train. Just leave it to me. Hisashi responds enthusiastically. Shoyuta can't help but smile at his friend's antics. Great. I'll let Nao know and he will reach out to you to set something up. Works for me. What about you? I can come pay you and Izuku a visit if you'd like? Hisashi offers. Shoyuta sighs, that may not be possible, Zashi, given where we are staying. We're in Heroes Retreat's psychiatric ward. And we'll be here for a couple more weeks by the looks of it. There's another pause. Shoda, what happened? Hisashi asks softly, previous enthusiasm having all but vanished. And Shoyuta knows he doesn't have to answer. He knows that Zashi is only asking out of concern, not to push any boundaries. However, Hisashi is also his best friend, and Shoyuta is in need of an outlet. You can't go and tell anyone what I'm about to explain, okay Zashi? Shoyuta says. You got it, Sho. I'm listening. Comes Hisashi's sincere response. Remember when I got pulled out of classes to respond to an emergency? He starts by asking. I remember. That's the last time I saw you. Well, that emergency was actually the Aldra incident that's been all over the news recently. Hawks of all people also responded to the alert. Shoyuta continues, the shooter was still inside the school, so someone had to go in and get the kid out. So I volunteered with Hawks as my backup to aid in further evacuation. And it wasn't pretty, Zashi. Shoyuta doubts he will ever forget the image of the torn-apart classroom, children cowering in fear. The teacher slumped against the chalkboard, torso shredded and head with a gaping hole in it. And the child, and Izuku, sitting against the wall, covered in blood while clutching his weapons. He looked equal parts terrifying and terrified, pushed until he snapped, tortured until responding in kind was his only defense. Broken, and in need of being saved. The classroom was in disarray, there were desks overturned and kids hiding behind them. Some of the kids were wounded or unconscious, so it was likely the kid opened fire on the room. The teacher had heavy lacerations to his entire torso and a gaping gunshot wound to his head. Shoyuta explains, and Hisashi just silently listens. Then there was the kid himself. He was huddled in a corner and covered in blood. He was trembling and rocking. He looked terrified, Zashi, nothing like how you would expect a malicious attacker appear. Just a scared teenager out of his depth. I knew then that he was a victim too. So instead of treating him like a criminal, I treated him as the trauma victim he was, so I sat down across from him and asked him his name. He told me everyone calls him Deku, but his name is Izuku. Shoyuta can hear Hisashi make a surprised sound, and when I told him my name, he told me my hero name. He recognized me, Zashi. The kid knew I was a Eraserhead. That is impressive, especially given the amount of times you're forced to present your hero license. Hisashi agrees. Exactly. And he knew my quirk and everything. The kid is terrifyingly smart. Even Nedzu has taken an interest in him. Shoyuta adds, but when we came to the topic of what had happened, about what he had done, do you know what he told me? What did he say, Sho? He told me he was making the hurting stop. All that fuss and supposed violence was a kid trying to defend himself the only way his broken mind knew how. I had to trade a small length of my scarf to get him to hand over the gun and the scalpel he had hold of still. And it still has yet to leave the kid's neck without what he deems to be a good reason. I carried him out of the school and Hawks helped me keep him out of sight as I took him to the ambulance set aside for him. The EMT turned out to be quirkless as well, he even got himself assigned as Izuku's personal nurse. And Stefan has been instrumental in Izuku's progress. It was determined that he suffered a violent psychotic break as a result of the abuse. Thus he needed a chaperone. Which of course, I volunteered for. Of course. But what about his parents? Where are they in all this? Hisashi asks. Naomasa was the one who called and informed his mother. His father isn't in the picture. And his mother, well, she signed away custody in the same conversation. Which means, as the pro-hero who rescued him and his chaperone dash. Custody went to you, even if temporarily. Hisashi finished for him, but I take it you have no intention of letting Izuku go at this point. You've gotten attached just like he did. Hisashi teases. Yes, I have. Shoyuta openly admits, now has already submitted the foster to adopt paperwork, for both boys. That's great show. I'm happy for you. Hisashi all but squeals. But here are the kids' parents in all this, he asks. Izuku's mother was informed of the situation by now, and signed away custody in the same conversation. So we don't have to worry about stripping parental rights or anything. Shoyuta tells him. What kind of parent would do that? I mean, the situation is a bit extreme, but... Hisashi wonders aloud. The kind of parent who has been parenting a quirkless child his whole life, and is out of their depth with what that all entails. Shoyuta answers. There's a brief silence. He's quirkless then? That explains so many things just on its own. Hisashi replies. Unfortunately it does. Shoyuta agrees. Izuku has been subject to near constant abuse. And the effects of that show. He forcibly manifested a quirk after all. That sounds like a whole nother issue on its own. Hisashi muses. It's been interesting. The quirk is sentient, something like an alternate personality. Izuku named him Variant and can hear the voice in his head at all times. Variant can also take control of Izuku should he need to act to keep them safe. It's believed that Variant was really the one responsible for the shooting. We recently discovered he can talk when he takes control. However, he refuses to talk to me. He's not very fond of me. Shoyuta admits. Hisashi laughs. I wouldn't expect him to, given your quirk can temporarily disable him. I imagine most quirks wouldn't like you very much. He teases. It's only logical in that regard. And I have had to use my quirk on Variant a few times already. Shoyuta tells him. I'm sure that went so well. Hisashi comments, and don't worry Sho, I won't be telling anyone about this. I realize you really just needed someone to talk to. And Naomasa doesn't really work given he's so close to the case himself. I appreciate it Zashi. Really, I do. Shoyuta tells him. That's what best friends are for. Hisashi chirps, and I can't wait to meet both listeners at some point. I'll get on figuring out a rough training regimen for Hitoshi, okay? Sounds good Zashi. I will talk to you later. Shoyuta replies. Bye Shuta. Shoyuta pulls the phone away and instantly hangs up. His friend really is something else. Hound Dog had to admit that he was impressed with the progress Izuku was making in their sessions. It was clear that Izuku wanted to improve, he wanted to get better, which was excellent. But that by no means made the task a simple one. It took weeks for Izuku to finally allow Aizawa to be out of the room for their sessions. Which was honestly expected. The boy had certainly trauma bonded to the hero, that much was clear. Now it was getting Izuku comfortable enough to not have Aizawa at his side 24/7. It was slow going, but it was progress nonetheless. They talked about many things during their sessions. First they went over breathing and grounding techniques. The go-to clawing and scratching of his arms simply would not do. Then we spent time just getting to know what made Izuku, Izuku. The boy is certainly intelligent. He is enthusiastic and curious. Izuku also has little to no self-worth or self-respect. His years of abuse and being put down have taken their toll in that regard. It's a constant struggle to get Izuku to realize that he is worth just as much as anyone else. And oftentimes, that he is worth saving. Anytime he has a relapse or setback he starts to panic and stress over whether or not he's worth their time and worth the effort. It's heartbreaking. The next thing we learned is rather confusing. It started with a conversation about what Izuku was truly afraid of. And it soon became apparent that Izuku didn't fear any one thing in particular. Yes, he was still hyper-focused on whether or not something was safe. However, he didn't have a clear definition of what is unsafe. Izuku would often default to asking Variant if something was safe. Or at the very least, simply state that Variant would tell him or that he would have to ask the quirk. It further supported the theory that Variant was Izuku's self-preservation personified. If anything, it was as if Variant was Izuku's very fear-given life. Which left Izuku without the capacity to independently defend himself. Any fears or anxieties he has are ill-defined. They are simply stated as not being safe and left at that. They talked about Izuku's past. It often came up in conversation. Izuku was surprisingly willing to talk about it. Both his years of bullying and abuse along with the incident at Aldra. And one thing was becoming increasingly clear. Izuku did not regret his, or Variant's, actions. He seemed perfectly content with the fact that a threat to him was finally eliminated. He hasn't explicitly stated that he regrets nothing. No, it's more like his attitude and approach to the topic that is giving that impression. It goes as far as to say that he would just let Variant handle it if he were to be threatened or in danger. Which is concerning, considering how Variant handled it the first time. 11 deaths and a dozen or so wounded, some critically injured. Therein lies the problem. If Izuku's new method was to default to Variant or let Variant handle it, then technically Izuku was still a danger to others. Because Variant has made it clear he will stop at nothing to keep them safe. Which brings us to their main issue. Variant. The bottom line was that they needed Variant's cooperation before they could safely discharge Izuku. And to secure that, they needed to speak with Variant. Stefan had reported when Variant had taken control of Izuku to speak with Shinso. And it was that specific instance that tells them Variant can speak when he is in control. Which makes Variant more influential than they had initially thought. All the more reason they needed Variant's cooperation. So Inui and Aizawa were patient. They didn't press to the point of being suffocating, but they asked often enough. Inui would ask once or twice a week during their sessions if Variant was willing to talk. And every time the Quirk refused them. That is until they directly stated that, without determining Variant to not be a threat, Izuku was never going to be released from the hospital. A week later, Variant agreed to take control the moment they asked. It was an interesting sight, watching the would-be personas SWCH places voluntarily. When Variant seized control, it was instantaneous, like a flip of a SWCH. When Izuku gave him control, it was more gradual. Izuku's body slumped over where he sat, going limp for but a moment. Then, his entire demeanor changed altogether. His shoulders squared, his posture straightened. His eyes, now glowing a vibrant, near-toxic viridian, were sharp and calculating. This was Variant. Variant. Aizawa greets after giving the persona a moment to get his bearings. Eraserhead. Comes the even response. This wasn't Izuku's affectionate Zawa. No, this was simply an acknowledgement of to whom he was speaking. I'm glad you've decided to speak with us. Aizawa tells him. Variant's frown deepens. I can't say the feeling is mutual. I am well aware that you don't like me. Aizawa responds with a slight smirk. Whether or not I like you has nothing to do with it. I don't trust you. Variant corrects. And why is that? Eraserhead asks. Because you insist on continuing this charade. It's been weeks and I'm sick of it. Variant snaps. He sits on the bed with his legs now crossed, one eye on them and one eye scanning the room at all times, ever vigilant. And what exactly are you calling a charade? Hound Dog questions. You continuing to care for Izuku. Your endless help and ceaseless kindness. Your boundless patience and unwavering support. Variant lists out, mainly addressing Aizawa, that is what I'm sick of. So he still thinks this is all an act. You think I'm pretending? Aizawa asks with a raised eyebrow. You're leading Izuku on. And every day it lasts Izuku trusts you more and more. And I can't stand to watch it. I wish that you'd just get the hard part over with. That way I can start picking up the pieces just like I've always done. Variant declares. And he sounds so sure of himself, as if reciting a universal truth, stating a law of nature. I'm not leading Izuku on, Variant. I truly do want to help. We both do. Aizawa tries convincing. But you can't. That's not how this works. Variant exclaims, yet you haven't shown any sign of planning to hurt Izuku and I don't understand. Why? Why are you doing this? Variant demands, voice rising in volume. There is genuine confusion in his tone and words, as if the very thought of it surpasses his understanding. Because I care about Izuku. And I want to help you both, I want to help you get better. You've suffered long enough. Aizawa tells him simply. No. You don't get it. People don't care about us. People aren't just nice for the sake of it. People insult us and beat us and hurt us. They're not helpful or kind. They're not patient or supportive. They're not safe. That's just how it is. Variant practically yells. His distress is clear, yet his logic sound in his mind. And why do you think that? Hound Dog asks. Because that's all that's ever happened. Hell. That's why I even exist. There's not such thing as safe. We are always at risk. And I can't handle not knowing when all this is finally going to come crashing down. Variant answers, desperation in his voice. There's also barely masked fear in his tone, true terror of the unknown. And why has it always been like that? Why were you always at risk? Aizawa presses. He knows the answer. Him and Hound Dog both know the answer. They just need Variant to admit it as well. Variant meets Aizawa's even slate eyes with his own manic emeralds. We're quirkless. We're quirkless, useless, worthless Deku. But Variant. Izuku isn't quirkless anymore. He has a quirk. He has you. Hound Dog says firmly. He needs him to understand that. That he isn't in danger, that they mean him no harm. And Variant goes silent. He stops talking, he stops moving, staring off into nothing as the reality of that sinks in. They're not quirkless. They're not quirkless. The reason Izuku was always in danger is something you've already saved him from, Variant. Now it's time to figure out how to best to move forward from there. How else you can keep Izuku safe. Aizawa continues, it's time to let someone else help you with this task. Let us help you with this task. But you have to let us in. We can't do anything without you. He stresses. Variant just stares at him. It's clear his very reality has come crashing down around him. And it's oh so painful to witness. Tears gather and shimmer in his eyes, his breathing accelerates. His once calm and collected facade shatters, leaving a terrified child in its wake. Please. Aizawa practically pleads, will you let us help you? Variant stiffens, looks down at his clenched fists, and nods. With his former resolve broken, the DMN breaks. Tears fall from his eyes and drip down onto trembling hands. His shoulders heave as he gasps for breath between sobs. Aizawa doesn't hesitate to take him into his arms, and Variant goes willingly. He lets himself bask in the brief safety that the embrace brings. Rei smiles as she waves back to Izuku, who is leaving down the hall with Aizawa at his side. Those two certainly make quite a pair. She has to admit it's good to see Aizawa having finally found a child to take in. Rei is well aware of his fondness for children, despite him being in constant denial. Izuku certainly is an interesting child. He is very intelligent and clever. He has a sunshine personality as well. And yet, despite this, he has that look in his eyes. The look of someone that has been pushed too far. Who has shattered and since needed to be put back together. It's that same look Rei sees in Tuya and the same look she once saw in herself. She understands that there has to be a reason he ended up in a psychiatric ward, but that doesn't make it any easier to stomach. Perhaps, one day, he will tell her about it. For now, Rei is content with tutoring the boy and teaching him everything she knows. After he acquired a computer for schooling, she had offered to teach him programming and hacking if he wanted. And, unsurprisingly, he turned out to be a natural at it all. What was surprising was Nedzu offering her a computer as well. He had joined Izuku for one of their programming sessions and sat in on the lesson. As expected, he was thrilled at the prospect of Izuku learning both programming and hacking. He couldn't help but notice that only having one computer made the whole teaching process more difficult and offered to supply Rei with a computer as well. All she needed to do was provide him with the tech specifications she would prefer. And DMN, Nedzu did not disappoint. The laptop she had been given has to be one of the best pieces of tech Rei has ever used. All while being small and easy to hide. Shoyuta had expressed his concerns about Rei getting in trouble for having the computer. Rei was quick to assure him that so long as she stays put, NG really doesn't care what she does after all these years, and neither do the staff. They've all long since agreed that she doesn't really need to be here any longer, but simply isn't in the position to leave. They're not the only ones that realize this. Much to Rei's surprise, or perhaps not, Izuku took notice of this as well. He and Nedzu then proceeded to offer to get her out of this god-forsaken place. An offer that, however tempting it was, she had to decline. After all, there was no guarantee that she would be safe from NG if she got out. She did tell him that she would be delighted if he keeps visiting her though. Which Izuku promised to do. And that's enough for her for now. That, and now that she has a computer, she can set to work on hacking into her own accounts and such to get back to hacking and helping the police. Tukachi has already offered to start sending her cases. It seems she won't be bored out of her mind any longer. And she has Izuku to thank for it. Today's headline involves the Aldra shooting that took place last month. As a result of the incident, the police opened an investigation into the school district itself, hoping to get a better understanding of what led to the incident. The investigation took place of the past couple of weeks. Those working the case included Hawks, who is ranked as the number 3 hero, some staff from UA High School and several top officers and investigators from the local police department. As of now, it has mostly concluded and the findings were shocking. Charges have been brought against the school for physical, mental and emotional abuse of minors. The basis for these actions were stated to be a result of extreme Quirk discrimination. Not only was the staff misconducting themselves, they also made no effort to intervene in or combat any bullying that took place. Transcript from a live interview with Detective Tukachi Naomasa, lead on the Aldra cases. Interviewer: thank you for taking the time to speak with us, Detective. Tukachi: it's no problem, I simply wish to clear up any misunderstandings revolving around the two cases. Interviewer: then let's get started. Interviewer: the investigation was reported to have found evidence of abuse as a result of Quirk discrimination, is that accurate? Tukachi: that is mostly accurate. The events that took place were appalling to say the least. The school staff fed a lot of discriminatory rhetoric to the students, resulting in bullying, and some were also complacent in the abuse themselves. Interviewer: this investigation was the result of the Aldra shooting that took place last month. Were the student responsible a victim? Tukachi: it was determined that the student was indeed a long-time victim of the abuse taking place at the school. They along with many other kids suffered. Interviewer: yet the cause was said to be a result of a Quirk incident, or as many have reported, a Quirk manifestation incident to be specific. Can you tell us a little more about that? Tukachi: the cause of the incident was a combination of a psychotic break, as a result of the long-running physical and mental abuse, along with largely being a forced Quirk manifestation, a result of sustained trauma. Both working in tandem led to the events of the shooting. Interviewer: I see. And because it was largely a Quirk incident, no criminal charges can be placed on the child responsible. Tukachi: that is correct. And as a victim of endless abuse and trauma, this could also be considered an act of self-defense, albeit an extreme one. Interviewer: there are a lot of people unhappy with the student not receiving any sort of punishment, as I am sure you are aware. Any thoughts on that? Tukachi: I understand that being the initial reaction. However, people need to understand that there was a lot that contributed to this case. The child was a victim first and foremost. What they suffered at the hands of the faculty and their fellow students is unforgivable. While their own actions are by no means condonable, they are, to an extent, understandable and justified in their own way. I simply ask that people try to see all sides of the situation. Interviewer: many are speculating that if this was a Quirk manifestation, then the student was originally Quirkless. Is this correct? Tukachi: that is correct. The treatment that the Quirkless of our society are subject to is not to be taken lightly. One need only look at the statistics of early deaths and suicide rates, along with the unemployment rates, to know that children born Quirkless do not have it easy in today's society. Tukachi: discrimination, be it against the Quirkless or as a result of the nature of one's quirk, is a severe problem our society suffers from. Interviewer: I understand. And as a result of the findings of this case, many are calling for similar investigations to be done into other school districts. Do you agree with this? Tukachi: both cases have certainly put issues of this nature more firmly on the police and heroes' radars. However, a nationwide investigation into school districts is simply not feasible. That said, we encourage citizens to report any similar cases and we intend to look into them with due haste. Interviewer: that makes sense. And it looks like we are out of time for tonight. Thank you, Detective. Tukachi: yes, thank you. Kigo taps his foot on the floor as he stares at the slowly rising floor counter in the elevator. Given his destination is on the top floor, he could have just as easily landed on the roof and walked down one flight of stairs. But no, rules are rules after all, even if they're stupid but ones. Kigo sighs. Be that as it may, he will gladly take an elevator ride 3 times a week over going back to living in the Commission's provided housing. He would do whatever it takes to stay out of that place. The elevator comes to a stop despite being only halfway up. The doors open with a ding to reveal 3 office workers with briefcases. They take one look at him and apologize quickly, assuring him they will just take the next one. Typical, pretty much everyone in the building tries to avoid him as much as possible while attempting to avoid being obvious about it. They're terrible at it and really just make it all the more apparent, but it's the thought that counts, Kigo supposes. Not that he can blame them. If he were in their position, he wouldn't want anything to do with the Commission's pet project either. Today is Thursday. Kigo usually has a meeting with the Commission agents assigned to him on Mondays, Wednesdays and sometimes Fridays. So being summoned to the tower on an off day means he's not going to like what this is about. Well, at least more so than usual. Kigo is pretty sure he knows what this is about. He's been working with Nedzu and Tukachi for the past few weeks on the Aldra shooting case and the Aldra school district investigations. Between his status as the number 3 hero and Nedzu's status as well. Nedzu, they've managed to streamline and speed up both cases significantly. The case has progressed far enough that they were able to make a statement about it to the press, something Nedzu insisted they needed to do. Nedzu also insisted on reporting that Hawks was involved. Which is precisely what Kigo thinks this meeting is about. The elevator dings again as it arrives on the top floor. Kigo slowly makes his way down the hall, by no means in any hurry to get to his destination. It does not go unnoticed that the few people that are in the halls make sure to stay clear out of his way. Arriving at the door, Kigo knocks a few times before entering of his own accord. Inside are the 2 commission agents that often handle his directives and his handler. It's thanks to Aaron and Stefan that he ever realized the clear issue with the title, along with, well, everything else about this arrangement. He doesn't know the names of the commission agents and doesn't care to. As for his handler, he just got a new one and hasn't bothered to remember it either. Call him rude, but it's the least he can do given the hell they've put him through. Ah, Hawks, you're here. The woman greets. Kigo has to bite his tongue to resist snapping out something about being here unwillingly. We'll make this quick. The older man begins. It has come to our attention that there is a case of which your involvement was not made known to us. We speak of the Aldra cases, to be specific. Unbeknownst to them, they do need to be specific. This is far from the only case he is involved with behind their backs. Kigo plans to keep it that way for as long as he can. What about them? Kigo settles for asking. He can sense his handler glaring at him, but ignores the feeling. First off, why are you even involved with them? The woman asks. I was in the area when the initial alert came through, so I decided to go check it out. Call it cliché, but there's nothing that says heroic like saving children. He tells them, playing into their obsessive focus on publicity. I do see the potential in there being a lot of attention coming from it, when you put it that way. However, since the original incident, the press coverage has become less than desirable. The woman follows up. No sheet, it's a school shooting. Even so, what about the following investigation into the school district itself? Why are you also involved in that case? The man demands. Kigo knows better than to say he volunteered, which is the truth. Better to say he was asked, and just for the hell of it. I was asked to join the case, by Nedzu, whose involvement I'm sure you are also aware of. I thought it best to agree to his request than try to explain why I was refusing. Kigo tries justifying. He is well aware of their hatred for Nedzu and Yue as a whole. One of the many reasons he is fond of the rat. I see. Well, as it was stated before, the press coverage has gotten somewhat controversial. We want you to pull out of the case before you get dragged any deeper into this mess. The woman orders. Like hell. Is that an order, sir? Kigo asks, keeping his tone even. That is an order, Hawks. You have until Wednesday of next week to do so. The man answers. Well, sheet. Is that all, sirs? Kigo asks. That is everything. Report to your handler when you have completed the task. Dismissed. Kigo doesn't need told twice to quickly make his exit. Kigo has barely managed to fly a mile away from the HPSC's tower before he hears what sounds like a scuffle. Looking down, he sees what looks to be a mugging taking place. Kigo lands on one of the nearby fire escapes in time to see another figure step into the alleyway. A wannabe Good Samaritan? Hey, a female voice calls out, and what the hell do they think they're doing? What's going on here? They demand, walking closer. Oh. Kigo knows what's going on here. It's been a long time since he's seen her in action. The culprit looks up from here. He's got a smaller man pinned against a wall. Just settling a disagreement with my buddy here. Right, the man insists of his victim. Kigo can't help the smirk on his face as he watches the mugger's eyes cloud over and his arms drop to his sides like their strings had been cut. Sure you were. I know a mugging when I see one. Hands behind your back and kneel on the ground, the young woman orders. Silently the mugger puts his hands stiffly behind his back and drops to the ground. The woman pulls zip ties from their backpack and makes quick work of strapping the guy to a nearby dumpster. Kigo chuckles, this never gets old. Are you okay? Did he injure you at all? She asks the victim. The young man shakes his head. That's great. You can stay to give your statement if you want. Otherwise you're free to go. She tells him. Thank you. Thanks for your help, The guy trails off. Truth. You can call me Truth. That's my hero name at least. She tells him. Thank you, Truth. I'll be on my way now, I need to get to work. He thanks her. Truth smiles, my pleasure, try to have a better day, okay? She replies. With a nod the kid runs off. Kigo hears her sigh. Seriously, don't these guys know lying to a pro hero is also a punishable offense? She mutters to herself, raising her phone to her ear. Kigo uses her making a call as his chance to drop down into the alleyway near her. If they do know, I doubt they really care. He comments. Truth spins and looks at him, causing her brown braid to WHP through the air. You have a point. It's not like I really look like a pro hero anyway. At least not a daytime hero, that's for sure. Kigo agrees. Truth walks over to him. How have you been, Kay? She asks him with a warm smile. I've been okay. How about you, Aaron? He replies. Aaron sighs, I've been better. Steve is hardly ever home these days. And while I understand the need for what he's doing, I miss having him home. She admits. I'm sure he misses being home. You know how he is. Kigo assures her, now what are you doing in uniform in broad daylight? He can't help but ask. Aaron grins, that's like asking why you fly most places. I have somewhere to be. Kigo questions. Exactly. Aaron chirps. Kigo face palms, what would you have done if I said, because I'm lazy? He counters. Snagged you in a lie and made you regret it. There's nothing lazy about you, Kay, as much as you pretend to be. Aaron replies easily. It's a good thing he didn't lie to her then. The last thing he needs is her making him do something stupid because he lied to her. That is how her quirk works after all. When she asks someone a question, she can tell if they're lying. If they do lie to her, she can then take control of them and give them commands to follow. While effective for underground hero work, it's chaos when being friends with her. My turn. What are you doing out this way on a Thursday? I thought you only see the tyrants on Mondays and Wednesdays. Aaron questions. You are the only hero I know other than Eraser that so openly slanders the commission, Aaron. Kigo tells her, and they called me in to tell me they want me off the Aldra cases, by next week apparently. He answers. The police show up at the end of the alleyway suddenly. Oh, Hawks, did you call this in? The officer asks while his colleague starts cuffing and unbinding the mugger. Think again boys, it was me. Eren replies, which, heads up, I'm releasing him from my quirk. He's about to regain consciousness. She then warns them. With a blink, her glowing indigo eyes return to their usual piercing brown. And sure enough, the mugger regains awareness and is very confused. He starts thrashing in the one officer's hold as he's lead to the police car. That's unregistered Quirk-use young lady. The other officer snaps. Eren sighs and pulls something out of her lanyard pouch. She then proceeds to shove the card in his face. I'm a licensed pro hero. I was well within my bounds to use my quirk to stop the mugging, thank you. I spend all night settling things like this. While all you daylights are sleeping, I'm handling the dirty crime. You're welcome. She snaps. Oh, you're Truth-san then. My apologies. We'll just be taking him in now. Good day. The man replies with an instant change in attitude. He bows and hurries after his colleague. Eren sighs and puts her license away. As for the reaction, she has something of a reputation among local law enforcement and police. Given her ability to tell lies and her spitfire attitude, there's no shortage of incidents or just gossip in general. Now then, where were we? Right, the commission is trying to strong-arm you into pulling out of the Aldra cases. Which is typical of them I suppose. Eren admits, but the solution is a rather simple one isn't it? Kigo gives her a confused look, it is? Eren rolls her eyes, yes. It is. She repeats, all you really need to do is go tell Nezu-sensei. Problem solved, she exclaims. What? Kigo sputters, I can't just do that. Eren puts her hand on her hip, sure you can. Nezu-sensei has been waiting to solve your little commission problem since I introduced you guys in our 3rd year. All you need to do is ask and you're free. She explains. I guess. Kigo mutters. Luckily for you, I was on my way for tea. So you can just come with me and the two of us will get you sorted. Eren declares. Assuming you don't have plans that is, she asks, looks at him over her glasses. Like Kigo would dare say no. Nope. Lead the way, he replies. Excellent. We can catch up on the way. Eren replies, so, we can either take the train, or you can fly us there. She says. You just want to fly. Kigo calls her out. We can take the train at 5 o'clock if you really want to K. She teases, feigning ignorance. Nope. He replies, crouching down, hop on and we'll be off. Eren easily climbs onto his shoulders. Kigo then stands and takes to the air. Kigo remembers when he first met Eren. He had already been taken into the commission's care at that point. They were both about 10 years old. Eren's parents were international heroes, and they had a meeting with the commissioner and his lackeys. However, they insisted on bringing their daughter along with them. Something about safety while being in a new country. Nobody dared question them. Instead, Eren was led to the gym where Kigo was practicing his obstacle course. She was the first kid his age he had seen in year. Kigo will openly admit he took a moment to stare at her. Eren wasn't shy in the slightest. She just walked right past Kigo's handler at the time, who was one of the scarier and rougher of the ones he's had, and introduced herself to him. Then she asked if she could run the course with him. The course was specifically designed so that Kigo would need to be able to maneuver while flying. Navigating the course without the ability to fly at all should have been near impossible. Despite this, Eren kept pace with Kigo for the most part. And it was spectacular to watch. They trained together several times while Eren and her parents were staying in Japan. Kigo was happy to say he had made a friend. Then, Eren's parents never came back from their mission. Eren was devastated. Kigo remembers holding her while she cried for hours. He had snuck into her room that night when she didn't show up for training for the first time since they had met. And it wasn't a pretty sight. Kigo learned her parents weren't the only ones she's lost because they were in the line of duty. The bigger concern became what was going to happen to her, now that his last remaining relatives were gone. Kigo feared the commission would take her in like they had done with him. That wasn't a life he would wish on anyone. Then, none other than Nezu showed up. With him he had a letter from Eren's parents, leaving her in his custody should anything happen to them. So, unlike him, Eren was saved. Eren went to live at UA with Nezu, while Kigo was stuck as the commission's pet. But that didn't stop them from meeting up when they could as the years went on. Having her around made things easier on him. Kigo will forever cherish their friendship. DMN Jiren, I thought you said this place wasn't far. Well, I lied to get you to agree to come. You BSTRD. Surprised bow. Not in the slightest. Two men are making their way through the back streets and alleys of Kamino Ward. Jiren, middle-aged, dressed in a purplish-gray suit, wearing glasses, a fluffy pink scarf and smoking a cigarette. And there's Bao, far younger, who has on gray cargo briefs tucked into black combat boots. He wears a slim-cut, zipped-up, dark purple jacket with the hood up, and a black cloth eye mask that both serve to hide most of his features. He has leather gloves on both hands, however the left one doesn't cover the middle 3 fingers on his hand. On his back, a strap wrapping over a shoulder and under an arm to secure at his lower chest, is a holster with a quiver of arrows and a collapsed compound bow. As they walk, the younger is scanning their surroundings for anything that could remotely be considered a threat, while the other just waltzes down the street. Finally, they stop at a bar. Or at least Bao thinks it's a bar, there's no sign giving the building any sort of identity. This the place? Bao asks, looks kinda shady. Then again, the entire ward does to be fair. Jiren huffs a laugh, how about you stop admiring the scenery and get inside? He's not really the patient sort of person. Once inside, Bao can see a person, made of purple mist, dressed in formal wear. And sitting at the bar with a handheld game console is a young man with blue, nearly white, hair. He has a disembodied hand on his face which Bao can really only tolerate given his day job. How this guy can even see to play his game is beyond Bao. So this is the guy that wants information. Bao really shouldn't be surprised. You're late. Comes a slightly raspy greeting. Seriously? I'm sorry if I got held up at my real job. Bao retorts back, do keep in mind, you called me here. I'm doing you a favor by agreeing to meet with you Tamura. This has the guy looking up from his game. He stares Bao down from behind the hand on his face as he speaks, don't go getting all cocky just because sensei likes you. He snaps. I would never dream of it. Now can we get on with this please? Some of us have other responsibilities you know. Bao replies. As expected, Tamura snarls and lunges from his seat at Bao, hand outstretched. Bao doesn't even flinch as a purple portal appears directly in the hand's path, forcing it to pass through it and appear harmlessly in the air across the room. Calm yourself Shigaraki, remember the reason for the meeting. The man behind the bar chides, and Bao-san, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop antagonizing him. Bao sighs, of course, apologies Kurojairi. He concedes, then turns to Tamura, what do you want to know Tamura, he asks. I want to know about the kid from the Aldra shooting. Sensei says you work in the same hospital ward. Tamura tells him. That's what this is about? Seriously? What do you want to know? Bao asks. He manifested a quirk, right? Bao nods, is his quirk powerful? I think it has the potential to be. The quirk is in its beginning stages right now. It's not developed to its full potential yet. And the heroes are being very careful about how much they let it develop. It's kind of frustrating. Bao admits. What kind of quirk is it? Tamura asks, intrigued. It's actually a sentient quirk. Its sole purpose is to keep the kid safe, to use his own words. However, it seems to have a high combat potential. When I ended up fighting him when the quirk was acting up, he seemed to be able to copy my movements, because I know for a fact that kid couldn't do a backflip beforehand. Bao explains. Why? Are you thinking of trying to recruit him? Tamura nods, he's a victim of this disgusting society. And if his quirk is powerful he would be a great help. Then you're going to have to convince the kid and his quirk to help you. Bao tells him, but I think that with a bit of persuasion and a nudge or two in the right direction, you may just be able to. He admits. Fair warning, the kid is a hero fanboy. He does hate All Might however. You two have that much in common. Bao can see the edges of a grin around the hand on Tamura's face, awesome. He can be my player too. He exclaims. What about you? Will you help us? He then asks. Bao is silent for a moment. I suppose. Nothing too crazy though. I work a bit too closely with heroes to risk doing too much. But I can provide information, maybe give the kid a nudge in the right direction. He agrees. Great. I'll have Jiren come find you if we need anything from you. Tamura tells him, sounding far too pleased. Works for me. Just remember I have a day job. Bao reminds him. Can I go now? He asks. I guess. That's all I wanted. See you later Steve. Tamura says. Bye Tamura. Bao replies, and Jiren, you get to show me the way back. Come on. He commands. Jiren sighs, fine. Let's go. Once outside and walking down the street, Jiren speaks up, so why are you helping them? You didn't strike me as the type to support villainy. He asks. Bao sighs, stooping to look up at the night sky. I didn't used to be. However, I want this society to change, and I'm tired of waiting for it to be done legally. I'm scared Zawa. Izuku says softly. Show Yuta sighs from his place on the bed beside Izuku, you'll be fine Izuku. I'm right down the hall and there's nothing here that's going to hurt you anyway. He tries assuring. But you're leaving. Izuku stresses, starting up the same conversation they've had for the past 3 days since the plan was originally made. Hound Dog decided that there was one last obstacle in the way before Izuku could be discharged. Up until now, Izuku still slept in the same room as Shoyuta. They had finally reached the point that Shoyuta could sleep in his own bed at least. Although that didn't mean that there weren't quite a few mornings that he woke up to Izuku curled into his side regardless. That said, in order to be discharged, Hound Dog wants Izuku to be able to sleep in the room without Shoyuta. Obviously having him sleep with Shoyuta every night simply isn't feasible. That kind of dependency is unhealthy for the long term, and Izuku needs to take that step in regaining his independence. The result of this declaration was Izuku having a panic attack, one of the worst ones he's had in weeks. After calming him down, he was once again glued to Shuta's side. Then, over the course of the next few days, Izuku has constantly brought up the topic and made his opinions and worries about it known. And every time they have this conversation, Shoyuta has to once again ease Izuku's fears before he works himself up again. Shoyuta is beginning to wonder if Izuku is even going to be able to survive the night without him. Izuku, we've been over this, you'll be fine. The door will be locked and there will be a camera set up for me to see if anything goes wrong. Which it won't, Shoyuta stresses, you've made great progress over the past few weeks. I know you can do this. You've been fine having me leave you with Hound Dog or Stefan for a while now. Yeah, but I at least had someone with me. Now I'm going to be all alone with no one to keep me safe. Izuku argues, hand coming up to mess with his feeding tube. Shoyuta grabs his hand and gives him a chiding look. You have Variant to help keep you safe, remember? Shoyuta reminds him. Variant glares at him, I can't fight off the unknown eraser. Nor can I kick loneliness in the face. That's not how this works. He argues, having taken control. The sudden change doesn't even faze Shoyuta at this point. You don't know that something is going to go wrong, Variant. Nothing is going to happen. Maybe not now. But if you leave us alone this time, then you'll do it again. And then something will happen when we're not here. There's always a danger, there's always a threat. Variant argues. That was something they had come to realize about Variant. He was hyper-vigilant to an extreme. Variant was always focused on the next danger or the next potential source of harm. To Variant there was no such thing as them being safe. And it is quickly becoming a problem. You're working yourself up again, kid, you need to breathe. Shoyuta tells him. Variant hesitates before speaking up again. The glowing green of his eyes flickers out suddenly. Sorry, Aizawa. Izuku mumbles. Shoyuta smiles softly, it's fine, Izuku. It's okay to be scared, but you can't let it control you. He says. If you can do this, you'll get to leave finally. You'll get to go home with me and see Hitoshi and Naomasa more than once a week. You will get to see your room that Hitoshi has been talking about for weeks. Aren't you excited? Doesn't that make this worth a try? Shoyuta asks him. I guess so. Izuku stutters out, and you'll be close by if something happens, he asks. Shoyuta nods, I'll be right down the hall. I promise. Can you be brave for me tonight? Izuku meets Shuta's eyes, I can try. He answers. That's all I can ask of you, Izuku. Shoyuta replies, smiling down at him. Izuku gives him a beaming smile back. Then he presses closer into the hero's side and snuggles into him. That just means I have to get my cuddles now then. Izuku declares, a light blush on his cheeks. Shoyuta just chuckles and puts an arm around the kid, his kid. Shoyuta sighs heavily. It's currently 9 p.m. and Izuku is refusing to let go of Shoyuta. Izuku, you know I have to go, please don't make this any harder. He pleads. Izuku just shakes his head silently, face kept pressed into Shuta's stomach. Shoyuta helplessly looks over to Inui, who stands waiting in the doorway of their shared room. The hero and doctor plans to be present to monitor Izuku while he is alone tonight. This is a big step after all. He needs to see for himself exactly how Izuku reacts to all of this. Izuku-kun, you need to let Aizawa go. If you can't, then we will have to try again next week, which will push back when you get to go home. Inui tells him. Reluctantly playing the bad guy. I'll be in the hallway most of the night, I promise to make sure everything is safe from out there, okay? Stefan offers from his place beside the hound hero. Izuku lifts his head and looks from them and back to Shoyuta. Shoyuta can see the unshed tears in the kid's eyes and feel his quickening breathing. It breaks his heart, but this has to be done to see Izuku discharged. You want to see Hitoshi, right? Shoyuta asks. Izuku finally releases him with a shake nod. It's only one night, right? Izuku questions. Well, for now at least. Shoyuta knows that his will have to happen again in the future. But for now, it's best not to have Izuku worrying too much about that. The plan is that having Hitoshi sleeping in the same room as Izuku when they're at home will help curb some his anxiety. That and will help monitor Izuku when the adults can't be present. Just for tonight, Izuku. But you gotta let me go now. Shoyuta answers. Where's your big scarf? It's around here somewhere, right? He asks, trying to change the focus of the conversation. Izuku looks around, then opens the drawer of the bedside table with a shaky hand. He pulls out the spare scarf Shoyuta had given him and puts the smaller, original strip into the drawer in its place for safekeeping. Shoyuta smiles as he takes the scarf when it's held out to him. Izuku seems to take more comfort in Shoyuta being the one to put the scarf on him than doing it himself. So that's what Shoyuta does. He gently places the scarf over the kid's head and watches as he seems to relax as its weight settles on his shoulders. Immediately, trembling, scarred hands are buried into the fabric. There we go. You okay now? Shoyuta asks him. Izuku hesitates, then nods. Can I have a hug before you leave? Izuku asks in a near inaudible tone. Of course. Shoyuta pulls the kid close and holds him tightly for a few long moments. Then he releases Izuku. Do you want me to tuck you in before I leave? He asks. Izuku nods, then moves to crawl across the bed to lay down. Once he's settled, Shoyuta stands up and pulls the blankets over Izuku. He ruffles the kid's hair, then, after a moment of hesitation, places a brief kiss on the crown of Izuku's head. Izuku makes a pleased noise at the action, wiggling to settle further under the covers. I'll see you in the morning, okay Izuku? Shoyuta says, standing back up. Izuku nods. Okay. Be safe. Love you. He says sleepily. Shoyuta is quite proud that he only pauses in shock for a brief moment. Love you too, kid. Then, with reluctance, Shoyuta turns and leaves, turning off the light before he closes the door. When he turns around, Stefan is grinning at him like a madman. So, he heard that little exchange then, did he? You, Eraser, are such a dad right now, it's painful. Stefan declares with a vicious grin. Shoyuta promptly smacks the blonde upside the head before leading the way down the hall. Izuku stares at the ceiling, too scared to even move. There's a night light plugged into the wall in the far corner. It gives off the faintest of glows to light up the room. Izuku didn't think he really needed it, he likes the darkness, it's calming. But they had insisted it be plugged in, so he didn't bother to put up much of a fight. It probably has something to do with the baby monitor-esque camera that it mounted to the ceiling in the corner above it. The room is eerily silent, only the sound of his breathing and heartbeat can be heard filling the space. What now? He's supposed to sleep, right? Sleeping will leave us vulnerable, Variant speaks up. Right, at least he has Variant to keep him company. But we can't just lay awake all night. I don't think that would count as having handled this very well. Izuku argues. Are you implying that you will be able to sleep, Izuku? Variant counters. Izuku frowns. Well, no, probably not. Anxiety has me wide awake. Exactly. We have to be ready for when something happens. Variant, there's no guarantee that anything will happen. Izuku argues. There is always something to fear, Izuku. Variant insists. Then tell me what I'm supposed to be afraid of here. Because all I see is an empty room. We're all alone. Izuku practically shouts. Then a bolt of pain shoots through Izuku's head. It's a sudden, sharp pain. It's behind his eyes and through his temples. And it hurts. Izuku sits up and clutches at his head with his hands. What's happening? What's wrong? What is this? Variant demands, sounding panicked. I don't know. Izuku responds. The pain increases and Izuku whines, hitting his head a few times with his hand in a futile effort to make the pain stop. Soon enough, edges of his vision are starting to go blurry and dark. Maybe he'll close his eyes. Just for a moment. When Izuku next opens his eyes, he's in a room he doesn't recognize. Where is he? What's going on? How did he get out of the hospital? Questions aside, his head doesn't hurt anymore. Izuku rubs at his eyes with the back of his hand. In doing so, he discovers that his clothes have changed from the pajamas he was wearing. Instead, he is wearing a green t-shirt and dark jeans. The shirt is one of his graphic tees, this one with the word flannel printed onto it in black. He's also wearing his usual red sneakers, ones he didn't realize he missed wearing until now. Welcome to the mindscape. A familiar voice greets, making Izuku jump. Izuku looks around the room, eyes stopping on a figure leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. Said figure looks like him, same wild green curls, same bright green eyes. Except his posture is different, his demeanor more serious. His eyes have a sharp glint to them that Izuku has never seen in his own. His hair is pinned back out of his face. He wears a black dress shirt with a dark green button vest and red tie. His breeds are a dark gray and he has deep red combat boots on his feet. Thanks? Izuku replies, confused. I sure hope you at least recognize my voice, his would be double comments. And with a bit more thought, Izuku does. Variant? Is that you? He questions. Variant grins manically, that's right. This is the first time we've met face to face. He confirms, welcome to where I'm stuck spending my time while you have control. Izuku looks around the room. The room is rather simple and open. In the middle of the gray carpeted floor is a square multicolored shaggy rug that looks incredibly soft. The walls are mostly bare and are painted a few different colors, giving off a watercolor effect. Against the back two walls is a wrap-around denim couch with a few random throw pillows and blankets on it. In another corner there are a few bean-bag chairs, one blue, one green, and one red. Izuku notices that there are door frames in different places around the four walls of the room. Two of them have closed doors, one labeled Izuku and the other Variant. It makes him wonder what is on the other side of said doors. The remaining doorways are actually just the trim that you would find outlining a doorway. There's no actual doors, just a wall where the opening should be. I see it, but where exactly are we? Izuku asks. I told you, the mindscape. Think of it as inside your head. I'm surprised you don't recognize it from when I take control. Variant answers. I'm usually too focused on whatever the hell you're doing to look around. Izuku retorts. Variant snorts incredulously, that's fair. So how exactly are we both here? Doesn't one of us need to be in control? Izuku questions. No one is fronting. Actually. So to anyone else it just looks like we're staring into space. Variant tells him. So I literally inside my own head while still being conscious? Izuku asks. That's correct. Think of it like getting lost in thought, Variant confirms. I think this newly acquired skill is a result of the predicament we are in. And the sudden headache probably has something to do with it as well. Up until this point, talking via thoughts was enough for us to be able to solve problems. But now, we are all alone in a room without Zawa and freaking out. Izuku finishes. Variant sighs, shoulders slumping, pretty much, yeah. So what are we gonna do? Izuku asks, you're the one who keeps us safe. That's when I actually have something to fight off. Right now we can't even seem to agree on what is threatening us. Variant replies. Or if anything is a threat to begin with. Izuku adds. Bottom line is, we need help. And there's no one around to give it to us. Variant declares. Knock knock knock. Both boys instantly face the door. Someone's out there? Izuku asks. Is that even possible? Variant replies. I guess I'll go find out. Izuku tells him, taking a step toward the door. Variant grabs his arm. Not so fast. He protests, I'll go. I'm the protector here. Izuku regards him for a moment, then nods, okay, I'll just stay behind you then. Variant leads the way over to the door. Then, he slowly pulls it open. Standing in the doorway, with nothing but darkness behind them, is another figure that looks just like Izuku and Variant. He's wearing a teal t-shirt with the word uniform printed in black on it. He also has on black jeans and familiar red high tops. His hair has an undercut and his hands are shoved into his pockets. Are you going to let me in? Or just stare at me? An even voice asks. Who are you? Izuku demands from his place behind Variant. This earns him a glare from the other. My name is Chance, and I'm here to help you. The newcomer answers. I'm not even going to ask where you came from. Variant replies. Chance smirks, that's good, because I honestly couldn't tell you. He admits, now, can I come in? He asks again. Izuku makes an executive decision and drags Variant out of the way by the arm. Hey, what gives? Variant squawks as he stumbles backwards. You're being rude. Izuku tells him. I am being cautious. Variant counters. Izuku rolls his eyes. Just let him in, he's clearly one of us. None of them bother to acknowledge what one of us even means. I promise I mean you no harm. I really am just here to help. I'm here to solve your inability to identify threats. Or something like that. Chance explains as he walks into the center of the room. Izuku and Variant exchange glances. Chance sighs, look. We needed help, and that's why I am here. Just like when Variant appeared, I came to exist. It's nice to meet you too, I guess. He says. No one says a word as it all processes. Well, Izuku begins, if you're here to help, then what do we do? As I'm sure you've noticed, Variant and I are at a loss for what to do right now. He declares. Chance smiles, that's easy. We go to sleep. There's nothing in the room with us and the door is locked. I don't see how anything is going to hurt us. In my opinion, being alone is a good thing, it means there are no potential threats nearby. He explains, think of it like how being in the dark is calming, being alone means it's just us, and we can trust each other, yes? Variant shakes his head, I don't want to trust you. But I honestly don't feel like you're a threat. I may not know what is safe, but I always know when something is dangerous or threatening to us. He concedes. Izuku smiles, if Variant says you're safe, then I'll take his word for it. Welcome to the party, Chance. Chance can't help but smile back. Thanks Izuku. I'm glad to be here. He replies. Now then, do you want me to front for tonight? It will probably be easier on all of us if I do. Izuku and Variant nod. Seems like a good idea to me. I finally get a break I guess. Izuku says. Hey. It's not like I never offer to take control. Variant protests, you just never let me. Variant, you and I both know how well you being in control all the time would go. And I really don't feel like watching you start fights all the time or just be difficult in general. You're great at protecting us, but not so great at just existing, you know? Izuku comments. Variant huffs as he drops down onto the couch. Fine. I guess I see where you're coming from. Have fun out there Chance. After all you're doing is sleeping. You gotta give Izuku control come morning, okay? Chance nods, that works. Good night I guess. The other two say their good nights and Chance opens their eyes. Having taken control, Chance looks around the room, just to be sure there really isn't anything to worry about. And sure enough, it's all clear. So, Chance lays back down and pulls the covers over him. Time to get some sleep. Shoyuta holds back a sigh as he opens the door and leads Stefan and Inui into the room. As much as they are trying to encourage independence in Izuku, it honestly wasn't any easier for Shoyuta to leave Izuku alone. It broke his heart to leave Izuku while he was clearly terrified. With that in mind, Shoyuta makes his way over to the computer setup that is in place exactly for situations like this. It's not uncommon to need to monitor a patient from afar in a place like this. While Shoyuta gets the video feed set up for monitoring, Inui takes a seat beside him. You seem to be having a hard time with this as well, if I'm not mistaken. The man says to him. Shoyuta sighs, but doesn't look away from the screen. I am. He was terrified Inui. I feel like I've betrayed him or something. I told him I would keep him safe. And how is leaving him all alone making him feel safe, he wonders. Inui nods, I understand what you mean, however this is necessary. Izuku can't always be glued to your side. That kind of dependency isn't healthy long term. He tells him, a better way to look at this would be helping him start to feel safe on his own. I guess. Shoyuta mutters. He has a point Eraser. Stefan speaks up. The blonde had taken a seat closer to the door. If anything serious goes wrong with Izuku, Stefan is the one that will be responding. Shoyuta is not to intervene unless there are no other options. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, however. You gotta admit that Izuku has become too reliant on you always being around. Stefan points out. Shoyuta says nothing. He knows this, but it doesn't make it any easier. Looks like the video feed is working just fine. Inui comments, taking a look at the screen. On the screen is a direct video feed from Izuku's room. Izuku can be seen still laying in bed exactly how they left him. They observe for a bit, taking notice of how Izuku doesn't show any sign of intending to go to sleep. Then, the kid starts talking to himself. He's probably talking to Variant. Shoyuta comments. Sadly we don't have audio on this. Inui replies. Izuku's mutterings seem to grow more and more agitated before he suddenly sits up. A pained expression forms on his face as he clutches his head in his hands. It's clear the kid is getting worked up as he starts hitting at his head. Then his eyes close, and he goes still. Should one of us go and check on him? Stefan asks the others. Inui thinks a moment. No, not yet. He seems stable enough. And if my suspicions as to what is going on are correct, it's best that we don't intervene. Shoyuta raises an eyebrow. What do you think is going on? He inquires. I think we might be seeing another altar forming. It's certainly possible. Inui tells him. An altar? Stefan questions. I thought Variant was a sentient quirk, not an altar. Inui shakes his head. From what I've been able to determine, Variant is actually both. However, I think he was an altar before he was a quirk. It is my belief that the quirk attached itself to the altar, which led to what seems like a sentient quirk. He explains. Shoyuta sighs. I see. I guess all we can do is watch and wait now. Shoyuta takes a deep breath before knocking on then opening the door. Izuku? It's me, I'm coming in. He announces. Upon entering the room he sees Izuku having sat up in bed, spare capture scarf still settled around his neck, if not a bit tangled after having been slept in. Izuku then looks over at him, and Shoyuta notices his eyes glowing a faint teal. As quickly as it was noticed, it fades to the familiar emerald green. Zawa. Izuku exclaims, working to get out of bed. Shoyuta can't stop from smiling as his kid, bounds over to him and promptly hugs him, burying his face in Shuta's shirt. Hey Izuku. How are you doing kiddo? He asks, running his hand through the brunette's hair while the other arm holds the kid close. I'm okay. I missed you Zawa. Izuku answers, grip tightening briefly on the hero. I missed you too Izuku. You did great. Shoyuta replies, was it as bad as you thought it would be? He can't help but ask. Izuku extracts himself from Shuta's grip, eyeing Inui and Stefan where they stand at the door. We were pretty scared at first. Then Chance showed up and helped us out. Izuku declares. Chance? Does this mean Inui was correct in his prediction? And who might that be? Izuku? Shoyuta asks, leading the kid over to his bed to sit down. Once Shoyuta sits down, Izuku sits down beside him, pressing closely into his side. Chance is a new voice in my head, kinda like Variant. Izuku explains, we met him in the room inside my head and he's really nice. He says his job is to help us know when we are safe. He's really smart. Coming from the kid that has caught Netsu's attention, he must be quite intelligent. Is Chance willing to talk with us? Izuku? Inui asks. Izuku looks up at him, then back down at his hands, thinking. Are you okay with talking to them, Chance? Izuku asks. Ignore them, they're nosy and annoying. Variant declares. Variant, that's not nice. They just want to help. Izuku argues. Izuku hears a sigh from the depths of his mind. I guess I can talk to them. I'm not exactly sure what they expect me to say, Chance tells him. Izuku smiles. Have fun then. And be nice. Don't be mean like Variant. Hey. I'm being cautious. Variant protests. Izuku closes his eyes and relinquishes control to Chance. It still feels weird. This time he actually makes a point to look around at where he is. And sure enough, he's back in the mindscape with Variant. Speaking of, Variant sits on the couch. Feeling his gaze, Variant looks up and smirks, giving him a half wave, then patting the place beside him. Content to let Chance handle things, Izuku joins Variant on the couch. Chance opens his eyes to find himself in the same room as last night. From what he had been told, this is their assigned room in the hospital. It seems safe enough. His teal gaze travels from his hands to the two men who have since made their way into the room and are now sitting on the other bed. They must be Hound Dog and Stefan. Izuku and Variant are particularly fond of Stefan, if the 10-minute rant was anything to go by. As for Chance, he prefers to make his own conclusions about people. Chance then looks up at the man sitting beside him. So this is their beloved Zawa/Eraser. He certainly doesn't look like much. Greetings. My name is Chance. He greets. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Chance. I am Hound Dog, but you can call me Inui. The Hound hero greets. Their psychiatrist is a dog? And I'm Stefan, the blonde beside him calls out, waving. He's enthusiastic if nothing else. And I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, pro hero Eraserhead. Call me whatever. The man next to him greets. Chance looks at him. I've heard plenty about you, Shuda-san. Chance tells him. Aizawa doesn't seem to know what to think of that, judging by the look on his face. Introductions aside, do you mind telling us about yourself? Inui asks. Chance eyes him, calculating. I suppose. My name is Chance and I came into existence last night. The other two needed help deciding on what is a threat and what's not. If you ask me, Variant is too paranoid and Izuku is very anxious and emotional. He states. Oi. I take offense to that. It's my job to be paranoid. Variant snaps. I'm always anxious? And I can't help that I'm emotional. Izuku comments, sounding a bit confused. Shuda-san smirks, you're not wrong. But that's part of what makes them unique. He comments, what about you? What makes you, you? He then asks. Chance shrugs, I don't really know yet. I haven't been around all that long. He admits, I do know that I want to help the others as best I can. But not just them, I want to help others too. So if there's anything I can help you guys with, just let me know. We'll be sure to let you know if we need your help. Inui assures him, then am I correct to presume we won't have any issues with you cooperating with us? Chance shakes his head, so long as the others don't stop me, I don't have a problem with it. That's great. Thank you, Chance. Inui replies. Is there anything specific you need from me right now? Chance then asks. Not particularly, we just wanted to meet you. Seeing as how we are all invested in Izuku's care, I thought it best we meet all his alters. Inui explains. As useful as it is, I still don't get why they are so determined to help us. Variant says. Zawa says it's because they care about us, and we deserve to be helped. But that doesn't really make much sense either, does it? Izuku muses. I understand. Although I don't get why you'd want to help us. None of us really understand that. Chance adds, looking down. In doing so he misses the sad and concerned looks the adults exchange above his head. Well, it's our job to help you understand, so don't worry too much about it now, okay? Stefan tells him. Chance meets his eyes, oh, okay. He pauses, can I go back now? I'm not really comfortable taking control like this for so long. He asks. Shuda-san gives him a soft smile, of course, you can let Izuku come back. Tell Variant we say hello. He says. Maybe if they let me take control he wouldn't have to talk through the others. Variant grumbles. You haven't exactly given them a reason to trust you. That and we are safe, so there's no reason to front right now. We are safe, right Chance? Chance closes his eyes and joins them in the mindscape. Yeah, we are. They're good people. Izuku beams, awesome. Though I guess it's my turn now, he exclaims. Chance chuckles at his enthusiasm and Variant shakes his head fondly. I guess you can tell Eraser that I say hi. Variant says softly, looking away. Okay. I will. Izuku replies. Then he closes his eyes and reopens them. Hi Aizawa, hi Stefan. Oh and Inui. He greets. Hello Izuku. How do you feel now that you're fronting? Inui asks him. Izuku gives him a confused look. I feel fine I guess. Why? Just making sure developing a new alter isn't causing any other issues is all. Nothing to worry about child. Inui assures him. Okay. Izuku turns to Zawa, can we eat now? I'm starving. Zawa chuckles, yes, we can eat now. You did good Izuku. Following the shooting, the entire Aldra school district was shut down for a week. In that time the police were collecting statements and evidence from the security camera footage, examining then cleaning up the crime scene and more. It was right when they all thought school would open back up that the district-wide investigation was announced. Which of course, meant the district would remain closed. Not that school opening had mattered much to Katsuki. He was stuck in the hospital for a FING week and a half thanks to what shitty Deku did to him. Even now, having finally been FING released from the hospital, he still has to go back for frequent checkups and physical therapy. It's shit. As of right now, Katsuki has very limited dexterity in his hands and wrists, and it's pissing him off to no end. The first thing they are working towards is being able to hold a DMN fork or spoon or even a pencil in either hand. His right hand, which is also his DMNT hand, took the most damage. That's not to say he left is really that much better off. According to the PT staff, his DMNT hand will become whichever hand recovers with the most speed and accuracy. And isn't that just FING great? Yet another thing shitty Deku screwed up, his FING DMNT hand. Don't even get Katsuki started on his quirk. He can't FING use it. Which, of course, he didn't believe the shitty doctors and tried it the first chance he got. The result was pain like he had never felt and ruining any sort of progress his hand made up to that point. It's suffice to say, he won't be trying that sheet again anytime soon. Shitty Deku definitely ruined FING everything for Katsuki. He took his quirk, his hands and his chance at the hero course. After all, Katsuki is as good as quirkless right now. And a FING quirkless can't be heroes. He spent the past 10 years of their FING lives pounding that into Deku's thick skull. And look where that got him. Things have been more than a little awkward at home. After Detective What's-His-Face told his parents about what he had been doing to Deku, they definitely started to treat him differently. They're not mad, just disappointed? If he knows. All he knows is that the old hag hasn't been yelling as much and the old man keeps giving him depressed glances all the time. What the F do they want? Do they think he can't handle being treated normally because his quirk is gone and his hands are F'd up? Or are they actually bent out of shape over what he did to Deku? Katsuki doesn't even see what he really did wrong. All he was doing was putting Deku in his place. Making sure he knew that useless, quirkless, scum like him can't be heroes. Not that it ever worked. Or maybe it did, given Deku attacked everyone at school. Does that mean he decided to try being a villain instead? He did kill Fingers and Rocks. But that's because they were weak. They have to be if they let shitty Deku of all people take them out. He ignores the voice in his head which reminds him that he fell victim to Deku also. That said, Katsuki would be lying if he said he wasn't worried about what the detective had told them. That Deku might press charges? That Katsuki might be taken to court? The Deku Katsuki knows wouldn't go that far. He's that one that was always saying how he would make an awesome hero, obviously. Now they're suggesting Deku would go and ruin that. Deku doesn't fight back. He cries and runs away. So honestly, Katsuki doesn't expect anything to come of that potential threat. Deku simply doesn't have it in him. Katsuki huffs and looks away from the old man as he leans in to button up his Kakuren. While he has been making progress, Katsuki still can't perform finer motor functions like what is required to do up buttons. So, as much as he hates it, he needs help with that too. As it turns out, Aldra is closing down for the remainder of the semester as a result of the investigation. Apparently the authorities plan to completely restaff the school district, which is going to take time. So instead all the students are being distributed among the surrounding school districts. Which means Katsuki gets to go back to school after 3 weeks of being stuck at home. Which should be interesting given the state of his FING hands. He'll FING figure it out, like he does everything else. He's awesome that way. This new school doesn't really look like much. None of these extras seem particularly exciting or worth Katsuki's time. When he arrives at his classroom, he is directed to sit at the back of the room, where there have been extra desks set up for all the arriving Aldra students. He sits down at one of the further up ones, putting his feet up on the desk, then waits for class to start. He recognizes a few faces as they file in, but in reality he never made a point to remember all the extras of school. Sure, he'd recognize the two dipshits that followed him around all the time, but they didn't survive the shooting. And isn't that hard to process? Once the bell rings, the teacher enters through the door and heads to the podium. Katsuki tunes out the speech about how there are students visiting from Aldra. Katsuki knows that already. He's one of them. Now I'd like to take the time to have our visiting students introduce themselves. The teacher declares, when you stand up, state your name and your quirk. Let's start with you on the end. They says, pointing to a random extra that on the end of the first row of Aldra students. One by one, each of the students stand up and introduce themselves. Katsuki doesn't pay any more attention to them all this time than he did at the beginning of the school year. Finally it's his turn. He stands up with a huff, showing his hands in his pockets, hiding a wince as the movement sends a spark of pain through each hand. My name is Bakugo Katsuki. My quirk causes me to sweat nitroglycerin from my hands and I can ignite it to cause explosions. He says, sounding bored. Care to give us a demonstration? The teacher asks, looking intrigued. Katsuki huffs and looks away. I can't use it, my hands were damaged during the incident. He grumbles. So you're basically quirkless then? One of the students calls out. Katsuki doesn't reply as the teacher reprimands the student, something that would have never happened at Aldra. Is that what teachers are supposed to do? Thank you for sharing, Bakugo-kun. You may sit back down. She tells him. Katsuki doesn't miss the look in her eye and how it has changed when addressing him. This is going to be a shitty day, that's for DMN sure. The rest of the day didn't get any better. The extras were always giving Katsuki side glances during class and it was pissing him off. He had to take frequent breaks from writing his notes to massage out his hands. It was getting really annoying. And it's not like his writing was all that legible now anyhow. After morning classes came lunch. Instead of having all the extras trying to sit with him like at Aldra, Katsuki sat alone. It was odd. And lonely, not that he would ever admit to that. When PE came around, instead of heading to the gym, Katsuki got to go to the nurse's office. He can't really participate with his hands how they are. And besides that, he needed the compression bandages on his hands and wrists rewrapped and to run through his various physical therapy exercises. The nurse seemed nice enough, but Katsuki could tell she was pitying him. He doesn't want he pity, nor does he need it. Katsuki ended up being unable to take notes during his last 2 classes. His hands were too sore. He knows he's supposed to ask for someone else's notes so he doesn't get behind, but he refuses to ask for help. He didn't need it before, he doesn't need it now. Shoyuta holds the phone up to his ear as it rings. Currently he is in the sum monitoring room as a few nights ago. Izuku is currently asleep in his room. They had asked Chance if they were going to be okay, and the altar assured them that they would be fine. So Stefan, Shoyuta and Inui are settled in the monitoring room around a table. The topic of tonight's discussion is measures that will be taken upon Izuku being discharged. As such, Naomasa will be joining the conversation via phone. Hey Sho. Naomasa says upon answering. Hey now, how are you? Shoyuta asks. Tired. Ready for you to come home. Otherwise I'm good. Now answers. I can relate to being tired. But that's a given. Shoyuta replies, how's Hitoshi? He's in bed now. I can't guarantee he's asleep, however. That kid has insomnia that rivals yours, Shoyuta. Now informs him. Sounds like something to look into at some point. Shoyuta says. I agree. That and therapy. But for now I believe we were going to discuss the treatment plan for our other son. His husband reminds him. And doesn't that feel nice, calling the boys their sons? It feels almost natural already. If you want to put Tukachi on speakerphone, Aizawa, we are ready to begin. Inui says to him. Shoyuta nods and pulls his phone from his ear. He puts the call on speaker and sets the device down on the table in front of him. You're on speak now. Inui says he's ready to start discussing. Shoyuta informs him. Sounds good to me. Where are we starting? Naomasa replies. Let's start with medications. Inui begins, the same schedule should be kept, administering meds both in the morning and the evening. You will also be given fast-acting sedatives in cases of emergency, both injection pens and tablets. He tells them. It is important that you get Izuku on a schedule and keep him on said schedule. Stefan stresses, the change of environment is inevitably going to cause setbacks. You can expect a relapse of sorts until Izuku properly adapts to his new home. Change is a difficult thing for a case like Izuku's. That said, try not to leave him on his own too much. Inui says, while we do want to encourage independence in Izuku, we also need to guarantee his safety. What are his sleeping accommodations looking like? Izuku will be sharing a room with Hitoshi. Both boys seemed set on the idea, so it worked out. Naomasa answers. That's good then. You will also want to have Hitoshi aware of the signs that Izuku might be having an episode. I image that they will be together quite a bit, so it's important Hitoshi knows when to seek an adult's help for Izuku. Inui tells them. We will keep that in mind. Shoyuta replies. What about the feeding tube, he then asks. Izuku has been doing pretty well with eating. Stefan answers, so Inui and I decided it can come out. That said, if he starts having issues again, it will need to be put back in. He's thin enough, we can't have him starving himself, he says. We will have to tell him that when it's taken out so there's no surprises down the line. Inui decides. As for our continued sessions, we can either meet at UA or I can do in-home visits. Just let me know what you both and Izuku decide on. I thought it'd be best to wait until taking Izuku to UA. Let him get settled at home first then go from there. Shoyuta replies. That sounds like a good plan. Inui agrees. Oh. And thanks to how many hours this case has been giving me, I'm being forced to take leave from work. Stefan declares, sounding not at all impressed, I can give you guys my contact info so you can get a hold of me to watch the boys, or even just Izuku, if need be. That would probably be way easier than finding someone Izuku isn't familiar with. And besides, Izuku is my buddy. He adds. That sounds great, thank you Stefan. Naomasa says in reply. It's no problem. Stefan assures him. Shoyuta gets the feeling he's about to have more than just one problem child. Leaving those three alone, while arguably the best option for Izuku's mental state, sounds like chaos in the making. There was one other thing I wanted to bring up. Stefan begins, I've been thinking about it for a while now, and one of our main issues is Variant potentially acting up and hurting someone, yes? That's correct. Inui confirms, intrigued. So what if Variant didn't need to step in for Izuku to defend himself? Wouldn't that solve the problem? Stefan continues. What are you suggesting exactly? Shoyuta asks, eyeing the blonde warily. I think we should consider teaching Izuku self-defense. Stefan states plainly. There's a tense silence that follow his words. You want to teach a child who had a violent psychotic break how to properly fight? Shoyuta questions incredulously. Stefan nods, think about it. It would be a way of teaching Izuku how to protect himself without having to go to the extremes the Variant taking control tends to result in. Not only can we keep him from hurting himself should he need to fight back, but it will also teach him how to properly defend against others without seriously harming them. He explains further. Shoyuta hates to admit it, but Stefan actually has a good point here. However, the decision is ultimately up to Inui, not either of them. I'll allow it. Inui says after a while, but it must be in a secluded environment and you must also be there Aizawa should any problems with Variant arise. Shoyuta nods, that sounds reasonable. We can bring it up to him after we get home. There's enough he is worrying about as it is with his discharge coming up. Is that everything then? Naomasa asks. I believe so. Are you and Hitoshi still planning on coming to pick them up? Inui asks. We are. Hitoshi is very excited. Now confirms. I wonder who is more excited, Izuku or Hitoshi? Stefan says, chuckling. Shoyuta shakes his head, that is a question we may never have answered. Izuku watches as Rei takes her turn at Skippo. It's the morning of Izuku's discharge and the two decided to play to one last game before Izuku leaves the hospital. While Izuku is hanging out with Rei, Aizawa is doing all the paperwork surrounding his discharge. So are you excited to be discharged, Izuku? Rei asks him as she finished her turn. Izuku shrugs. I can't really decide. He admits, I'm excited to see Toshi more than once a week. I'm excited to see more than the same bland rooms every day. I'm happy because being discharged means that I've made progress. He rambles, but I'm scared. I know it's safe here. But the real world isn't safe. I'm scared I'm going to mess up and end up back here again. I'm scared of going to a new home, even though I trust the people there. I'm scared Variant is going to act up again. Rei listens silently as he lists off all his grievances. That's understandable. And you're going to mess up, that's natural. Getting used to life outside of here again is going to be hard. But you have to trust in your support system. She tells him, I can tell that Shoyuta really cares about you though. And I know how close you are with Hitoshi-kun. Let them help you. Don't try to handle this change all on your own. Izuku nods, listening attentively as he takes his turn. I guess you're right. I can't stay here. Forever after all. He comments. Speaking of which, I have a question for you, Ray. Ray meets his eyes. Oh? And what might that be, she inquires. If I told you I could get you out of here, would you accept my help? He asks. Ray freezes mid-card placement. Izuku. I'm serious, Ray, you don't deserve to be here. You've long since recovered, even the staff think so. Izuku continues. I want to help you. He urges. Ray smiles softly. I appreciate the offer, Izuku, I really do. But I can't accept. But why? You deserve to be free, he insists. Ray puts her cards down and trains her focus on Izuku. Listen to me, Izuku. I understand how you feel. And for a long time, I would have accepted your offer without hesitation. She admits, but I've realized that despite being trapped, I'm safer here than I've been in years. If I were to leave, Enji would just come after me again and make my life miserable. And that's no way for me to live. She explains. Izuku nods thoughtfully. So in order to make this work I have to take out Endeavor then. He muses. Ray giggles. If you decide to, you won't see me stopping you, Izuku. She tells him, that said, I do have a favor to ask of you instead. Izuku looks up at her, eyes sparkling. Anything. My son, Shoto. He's still stuck suffering at the hands of Enji. I imagine with me out of the way his abuse of Shoto has only increases. He's obsessed, you see, obsessed with winning this one-sided rivalry with all might. And he's decided to train Shoto to be the one to surpass him. And Shoto is in danger because of that. Ray explains, if there's anyone you want to save from Enji, please, save my Shoto. I'll let you decide how to do it. And if that means just giving him a friend, then so be it. After all, that might be a more immediate way to help than taking down the number 2 hero. She points out. Izuku smiles, I can do that. I'd be happy to save him, Ray. He tells her. Ray gives him a bright smile, that's wonderful. And please, tell him his mother misses him. She requests, I suspect he thinks I hate him, seeing as how he has yet to visit me all these years. After all I've heard from my other children that Enji himself isn't doing anything to stop Shoto from coming to see me. I can do that. He can come with me when I come visit you. Izuku exclaims, which I plan to do as often as I can manage. He tells her. How about once every week or two? I think that would be reasonable. Ray suggests. Izuku beams his sunshine smile, that sounds perfect. I just have to ask Zawa to make sure he's okay with it. Ray nods, I'm sure Shoyuta won't mind too much. But don't stress yourself over me. You need to live your life too, you know. I understand. Don't worry about me. Izuku assures her. Ray shakes her head, as your self-proclaimed mother figure, it's my job to worry about you. She insists, and once you get a phone and email set up, you can give me your contact and check in from time to time. Nedzu can help you with that too. Izuku stares at her for a moment, her initial statement still processing. And mother F figure, he stutters out, confused. Ray nods, of course. I hope you don't mind that I've come to see you as a son of mine. She asks. Izuku quickly shakes his head, and no. Not at all. I was just surprised is all. Does that mean I get to call you Mom? He then asks. Ray hesitates for but a moment. If you would like to, it would be an honor. She tells him. It's decided then. You are officially Mom. Izuku exclaims excitedly. Good. Ray replies, giggling at his enthusiasm, now I believe we have a game to get back to, don't we, Izuku? Yeah. Izuku grimaces and tightens his hold on Hitoshi's hand. While it wasn't the first time the feeding tube had been changed out, and thus removed, it was still far from pleasant. The two are sat on Izuku's bed with Stefan having pulled up his usual chair to sit across from Izuku. The blonde finishes pulling the tube out and deposits it in the kidney dish he has placed in his lap. There we go, all done. I must admit you're getting better at holding still. Stefan says to Izuku. Izuku leans himself against Hitoshi, suppressing a shudder upon being reminded of the first time the tube was changed out. Can't say it's something I really want to have to get used to. Izuku replies. Well, hopefully this is the last you'll see of it. Stefan says, but remember, you stop eating and it goes right back in. He reminds Izuku. Izuku nods and ignores the quizzical look Hitoshi is no doubt giving him. Aside from that the other boy doesn't pry, he has long since learned not getting answers to such questions. Stefan stands up from his seat, well I need to go take care of this. He tells the room, and if I recall correctly you have some visitors coming that I need to SCRT up, don't you Izuku? That's right, Nedzu had mentioned him and Hawks coming to visit before he was discharged as a way of celebrating. Really? Who's coming? Hitoshi asks. Nedzu and Hawks said they planned on coming today. Zawa answers before Izuku can say anything. Cool. That means I finally get to meet Nedzu-sensei in person then. Hitoshi replies, excitement clear in his voice. Zawa and Masa on the other hand, do not look excited about this. Sasaki Mirai had lost track of how many heroes insisted that he go to Heroes Retreat so that he can sign the notebooks being kept there. He understands that they all want to do something nice for this kid, but this entire mess was really getting out of hand. Mirai has never been one to follow major trends or anything, so he easily ignored the many insistent suggestions. That is, until he got the email from Nedzu. According to the rat, he had made it his mission to pass along his new personal student's analyses to his fellow pro heroes. The mere thought that Nedzu has a personal student is terrifying enough. But the fact that Nedzu was bragging about his student's work was a serious cause for concern. Each email consisted of 2 documents. One was a general and very in-depth analysis of said pro hero. It was often many pages long and far surpassed the work of professional analysts across the industry. The second was a list. A list of theories, suggestions and questions the author had for the hero about their quirk and gear. These often turned out to be things they had never thought about themselves and proved to be extremely helpful. When Mirai finally got around to reading through he immediately made plans to go to Heroes Retreat and pay his respects. Which brings him to where he is now, flipping through the high-quality notebook that contained all of the heroes' responses to the questions and suggestions. And Mirai simply couldn't put it down. This kid was extremely intelligent. He wants to meet him someday. Impressive, isn't it? A cheery voice interrupts him. Mirai looks down to see none other than Nedzu standing beside him. It is indeed. Wherever did you find this child? Mirai asks, genuinely curious. Nedzu's ever-present smile falters slightly. I'm afraid that is not a happy tale, Sir Night-Eye. He answers. Ah, forgive me for prying then. Mirai apologizes. What brings you here, Nedzu? He then questions. Nedzu's grin turns near feral with glee. As it so happens, my student is finally being discharged this afternoon. I am here to see him off. He's still in the hospital? But it's been over a month since you sent those emails out. Mirai exclaims, confused. Izuku-kun has been in the hospital for 7 weeks, Sasaki-kun. He's been through quite a lot. Nedzu tells him. Before Mirai can say any more on the subject, the door from the lobby swings open and Hawks of all people walks in. Hey Nedzu, the winged hero greets with a 2-fingered salute. I should have known you would get here before me. They seem to be on rather familiar terms. Interesting, if not concerning. Of course. Today is a rather momentous occasion after all. Izuku-kun has made so much progress to make it this far. I'm proud of my protege. Nedzu chirps. The idea of Nedzu having a protege sends chills down Mirai's spine. Is Hound Dog already here? Hawks then asks. Nedzu nods. He came this morning to start the paperwork process with Aizawa. Tukachi and Hitoshi-kun are already with Izuku as well. Hound Dog and Detective Tukachi are also involved? Mirai can't stop himself from asking. Inui is actually Izuku's doctor. And Tukachi is one of Izuku's foster parents, seeing as how Izuku's primary guardian is Aizawa. Nedzu informs. Mirai was well aware of the two being married. And even from Mirai's uninterested perspective, those two took far too long to figure it out. He's also not surprised Aizawa has finally decided to at least foster a child. While it's well hidden, Mirai can clearly see Aizawa has a soft spot for children. I see. Mirai replies. Did I hear that correctly? Izuku-kun is being discharged today? A new voice asks. The group divert their attention to see Ingenium walking over to them from the far corner of the room. You did hear correctly. Why? Hawks asks. Because that means we can finally give him the notebooks, of course. He exclaims. I take it that means you will be joining us in visiting him then, Ida-kun? Nedzu asks, sounding amused. If you'll have me, I'd love to see the kid again. Ida replies with a wide grin. That can be arranged. You can come too if you'd like, Sir Night-Eye. You're all pro heroes after all. A voice replies for Nedzu. Ah, Stefan. It's good to see you. Nedzu greets. Mirai watches as a blonde nurse makes his way over to them from one of the doors leading to the hospital. There were a few things I had to see to with Izuku before I could make my way down. Paperwork and the like. Stefan explains. Izuku and Hitoshi are very excited to see you, Nedzu-san. This will be my first time meeting Hitoshi-kun in person. Nedzu points out, I look forward to finally meeting my other student. Great, Mirai thinks, he has not one, but 2 students. What is this world coming to? Hawks laughs, I look forward to meeting him as well. That said, we should probably get going. Stefan nods, then looks to Mirai, how about it? Will you be joining us? You are one of Izuku's favorite heroes after all. He tells him. I suppose I will. Lead the way. He answers. Awesome. Tensei, grab the notebooks and we shall be off. Stefan exclaims. The four of them walk the halls of the hospital in companionable silence. Tensei holds tight to the notebooks as they walk, anticipation growing with every step. This is the moment they've all been waiting for. Izuku was in the hospital for a surprising amount of time, which admittedly concerned Tensei and the others. That said, it also gave them time to amass more and more signatures and notes with every passing week. Tensei just hopes Izuku will be as enthusiastic over them as all of the heroes have been. I can sense your excitement from here, Tensei. Stefan teases from beside him. Stefan has had the pleasure of seeing the gradually growing notebooks over the past few weeks as he passes through the visitors' lobby. Tensei has seen him taking Detective Tukachi and a purple-haired kid up to see Izuku on numerous occasions. Tukachi makes sense, given he is married to Shoyuta. However, the purple-haired child doesn't. Could it be the two of them have acquired yet another child? Namiri was having a hard time believing him as it was. Then again, Hisashi has been suspiciously silent about the whole matter. Is he in on it too? Can you really blame me, Stefan? Tensei replies. Stefan chuckles, no, I honestly can't. If you'd like I can record his reaction for you. I'm sure the others would love to see what their efforts amounted to. Is that really wise, Stefan-kun? Sir Night-Eye asks. I think it would be fine. But be sure to check with Izuku's guardians before spreading that video around, okay Ida-kun? Nedzu replies. Tensei nods, of course. As they keep walking, Tensei can't help but notice how deep into the hospital they have gone. They've already passed most of the doors that lead to the wards that Tensei is accustomed to visiting when he is here for friends or his sidekicks. I have to ask, where exactly are we going? Tensei questions, we've already passed most of the wards in the hospital. Stefan exchanges looks with Nedzu, and the rodent nods. We are headed to the psychiatric ward, Tensei. That's where Izuku was admitted to. Stefan explains. Oh. Forgive me for prying, but the child wouldn't happen to have anything to do with the Aldra cases, would he? Sir Night-Eye asks. Now there's a thought. But wouldn't he be treated at a normal hospital with all the other children? Nedzu sighs, you are as sharp as ever Sasaki. Izuku was the cause of that incident. Hawks and Eraserhead were the on-site heroes that rescued him and responded to the incident. He explains. I see, so the child suffered a psychotic break, if the rumors are to be believed. Sasaki-san replies. That's the simplified version at least. Hawks tells him, the little buddy is quirkless. I doubt I need to tell either of you what that means for how he suffered while growing up. Tensei shakes his head. He knows full well what that implies. But the kid was so full of life when they saw him. It isn't really his place to ask about such things. Well, that just makes giving him these notebooks all the more important. Izuku listens silently as Hitoshi tells him all about what he did during his most recent training session with Present Mike. While slightly jealous, Izuku is just happy that Hitoshi is finally being supported in his dream to become a hero. Izuku, however, doesn't want to be a hero. After everything that's happened, Izuku knows that it's best he takes a different path. Not that he's all that disappointed. He doesn't think he has it in him to be a hero anymore. Not after everything he's suffered over the years. The incident that got him here was the last straw really. It took far too long for someone to help him. And really, does he want to put himself in danger to help those who ultimately hurt him? Nope. Not to mention all the criticism he would receive when he tried to become a quirkless hero, even without the incident working against him. Are you still listening, Aizu? Hitoshi asks, interrupting Izuku's spiraling train of thought. Izuku blinks and looks up at him from his place leaning into Hitoshi's side. Sorry Toshi, I kinda zoned out there for a second. He apologizes. He can feel Zawa's gaze from where he's talking with Masa. Zawa worried too much sometimes. Hitoshi smiles, it's fine. Today has already been quite busy for you, hasn't it? Izuku nods, yeah, and we still have the visit from Hawks and Nedzu coming. Izuku is starting to doubt if he's going to last that long. He's never exactly been the most social. Not to mention, he still gets tired quite easily. Inui-san says that will get better as his depression improves, and as they continue to perfect what meds he is on. Izuku is just tired of being tired some days. A knock at the door pulls him once. Again from his thoughts. Hello? It's Stefan. I brought visitors, the familiar voice practically cheers from the other side of the door. Out of pure habit, Izuku makes eye contact with Zawa and nods, letting the man give Stefan permission to enter the room. Izuku can't help stiffening slightly as the door opens and Stefan walks in. Behind him, in walks Nedzu and Hawks. Then is that Ingenium? And Sir Night-Eye? Hello Izuku-kun. Hitoshi-kun. Nedzu chips as he enters the room. Hawks waves at both of them as he follows the rat inside. We also brought guests. Tensei has something to give to you and Sir Night-Eye decided to join us since he was already here. Stefan explains. Izuku sits up straight beside Hitoshi and eyes his new visitors. Hey buddy. It's good to see you again. Ingenium greets with a smile. Izuku smiles back hesitantly. Why yeah. Hello Izuku-kun. It's nice to meet you. Nedzu-sa told me about you. Sir Night-Eye then says, pushing up his glasses. Nedzu-sensei talks about him? Why? Ingenium steps forward. Like Stefan said, I have something to give you. It's from all of us heroes down at the visitors' lobby. He explains. Then he hands Izuku 2 leather-bound notebooks. Open the top one first. Ingenium instructs. Slowly, with Hitoshi looking over his shoulder, he opens it. Inside the notebook, Izuku is greeted with signatures. Dozens and dozens of hero signatures. Izuku flips through the pages, eyes widening and excitement growing as the contents seem never-ending. Some of them have little notes, others doodles and the like. Some compliment him on his questions and theories, though Izuku doesn't recall having met most of them. Thank you. Izuku exclaims, looking up. He has to blink his eyes a few times to hold back tears. No problem buddy. Ingenium replies with a wide grin, when you came to see us, you didn't have anything we could give autographs in. So we figured we would collect them for you. Although I'll admit we kinda got carried away. I think half the heroes in Japan are in there. He jokes. He is joking, right? Izuku would have to check at a later time. Next, Izuku opens the other notebook, unsure of what he's going to find inside. The contents of this notebook take a bit longer to figure out. He is greeted with Ingenium's writing on the first page. After reading through quickly, he realizes that the bulleted notes are all answers to his questions and theories that he had talked to the hero about when he met him last. And compliments on his analysis notes? Flipping through the notebook, Izuku realizes that's what all the pages are. Each page is dedicated to a hero, and written by said hero if Izuku is right. They all are similar to the first, answers and compliments, explanations on specific parts of their quirks or support gear. It's a bit overwhelming. You'll notice there are more heroes in the book than you probably have met in person. Nedzu-sensei speaks up, I took the liberty of sending out your analysis notes to the heroes that they were on in an effort to get you answers. After all, there were so many good points and suggestions, he chirps. He did what? What? Izuku questions, you didn't have to do that Nedzu-sensei. He insists, overwhelmed. It's the least I could do. Think nothing of it. Nedzu replies. Izuku doesn't think Nedzu-sensei understood why he's so flustered over this. Your notes really were quite impressive Izuku-kun. Sir Night-Eye says to him, we all enjoyed reading them. You are quite skilled. So we all decided to answer your questions and such. Ingenium tells him, so you'll find plenty of material to read through inside that notebook. We hope you enjoy it. This time, Izuku can't hold back the happy tears. He breaks down crying, still having a hard time believing this is really happening. Wait. Don't cry, he hears Ingenium exclaim, sounding concerned. Don't worry, they're happy tears. Crying is just his thing. He hears Hitoshi assure him. Oh, okay then. Well, I'm glad you like them. Ingenium replies, still sounding unsure. Izuku nods, thank you so much. You have to tell everyone thank you for me, okay, he requests. Absolutely. Ingenium assures him. And if you come up with anything else you want to ask or tell us, just let Nedzu know. I'm sure he can take care of the details. Sir Night-Eye then says. Oh okay. Izuku replies. The next hour or so is then spent talking with everyone and Izuku gushing over the notes he now has to go at his disposal. Overall, it's one of the best gifts he's ever received. It's the end of the school week, and nothing really changed. Katsuki is getting sick of being ignored at every turn. He's used to be the center of attention, the best of the best. Not being treated like he is the extra. Katsuki sighs as he opens the door to his apartment. He doesn't bother announcing he's home, just goes about taking off his shoes in the entryway. He can hear voices coming from the living room, unfamiliar voices. So he makes his way over to said room to see what the F is going on. And when he arrives, he sees the same detective that came to speak to them when he was still in the hospital, and beside him a cat-headed police officer. Everyone looks up at him as he stands in the doorway. What the F is this all about? Masaru sits on the couch while reading his book. Katsuki should be home soon. They don't have to take him to PT tonight, so it's going to be just another tense night at home. He wouldn't say that things have changed since they found out the truth about Katsuki, but they certainly haven't been the same. Mitsuki's attitude has been significantly tuned down in the weeks since then. Masaru gets the feeling that she blames herself for how things have turned out. Which really isn't fair to herself. Sure, she can be abrasive and downright aggressive at times, but she's never been discriminatory. That said, they are both guilty of blaming Katsuki's behavior on his quirk. And that's ultimately the issue here, isn't it? Katsuki's quirk. There has definitely been a chance in their son since he lost the use of his quirk. It's concerning. Not to mention, thanks to being a light sleeper, Masaru knows that Katsuki has been waking up from what he presumes are nightmares most nights. Despite both these developments, neither Mitsuki nor Katsuki seem to agree with him that they should consider putting cats into therapy. There's a knock at the front door. Masaru looks up, he doesn't think they were expecting anyone. There's a second series of knocks followed by Mitsuki's heavy and hurried footsteps. I'm coming, she hollers out. Masaru can't help but smile at her antics as he gets up to join her at the door. What the hell do you want? He hears his wife demand. Masaru arrives at the door and stops behind Mitsuki. At the door stands Detective Tukachi and another officer with a cat mutation quirk. Good afternoon, forgive the intrusion. My name is Detective Tukachi Naomasa and this is my partner Officer Tamakawa Sansa. The detective greets, we have urgent matters to discuss with you both. It's about your son, Katsuki. He explains. Well, the brat isn't home yet, so you'll have to come back later. Mitsuki snaps. You misunderstand me, we are here to speak with you and your son. And it must happen today. Detective Tukachi amends. An uneasy feeling settles in Masaru's stomach. He doesn't like the sound of that. Of course, officers. Come in. He says, stepping in front of his wife to hold the door open, and to keep Mitsuki from slamming it in there. Faces. Surprisingly, Mitsuki doesn't protest, instead just turning to lead them into the living room. Once seated, Masaru decides to bite the bullet. So what is this about, officers? He asks. Detective Tukachi pulls a manila folder from his briefcase. It's about Katsuki-kun actually. Last we spoke you were being made aware of your son's treatment of one Midoriya Izuku. He reminds them. Not that the reminder is needed nor is it wanted. Yeah? What of it? Mitsuki demands. I also mentioned that there is a possibility that Midoriya will press charges. The detective continues. He then opens the folder after setting it down on the coffee table in front of them. This is the official legal notice that Midoriya is, in fact, pressing charges. He moves to the next set of papers, and this is the warrant for Katsuki-kun's arrest. He is to be taken into custody until the trial at the appointed date. Masaru's blood runs cold. So it's come to this. Honestly, Masaru isn't really sure what to think of it all. They knew Katsuki had an attitude problem, but nothing this extreme. And can any parent really be expected to suspect their child of bullying? Especially bullying the child of a close family friend. They were given nothing to suspect foul play at the monthly family dinners. While the two boys weren't exactly social with one another, they were civil at the very least. Was that all an act? And if Izuku was being hurt to such an extent, why didn't Inko say anything? Certainly she had to be aware of the injuries Izuku must have been coming home with. There really are too many questions revolving around this entire scenario. Let me get this straight. Mitsuki begins, voice sounding forced, you're arresting our son? Do we get any say in this? She asks. Considering these aren't simply accusations, but charges that are founded with evidence collected from the Aldra investigations, no. He is simply in need of a trial and the determination of an appropriate sentence. Officer Tamakawa answers. We just need you to sign the appropriate paperwork. Mitsuki looks helplessly at Masaru. Masaru gives his wife a sad smile and places a hand on her leg. Show us where we need to sign. We will cooperate as best we can. He assures them. He feels Mitsuki tense, but she utters no further protest. After countless pages of reading and signatures later, everything is in order. And just on time, the front door opens. A brief shuffling can be heard before Katsuki appears in the doorway. His eyes instantly find the two police officers sitting in the living room. Masaru can see the anxiety in his eyes. What the F is this? Katsuki demands, mouth curved into a snarl. Katsuki. Mitsuki greets, these officers are here to inform us that Izuku has decided to press charges. She tells him. Katsuki's face pales, and it breaks Masaru's heart. An, he asks. Officer Tamakawa stands and walks over to him, pulling handcuffs from his belt. Bakugo Katsuki, you are under arrest on charges of bullying, assault, unauthorized public quirk usage with the intent to harm, property damage, quirk discrimination, suicide baiting in addition to encouraging, enabling and committing several hate crimes. Hitoshi smiles down at Izuku, who is currently leaning against him and fast asleep. The events of today had clearly tired him out. That, and apparently they gave Izuku some meds for his anxiety so he didn't get too stressed out over his first time being outside in weeks. Hitoshi's hand still kinda hurts after the death grip Izuku had on it the entire trip to the car. Hitoshi did his best to distract him by telling him all about the cats that he was finally going to get to meet. After the visit from the heroes, it was time to finally leave, with Izuku and Shoyuta this time. Hitoshi was so excited to show Izuku their new room. And, really, he was just excited to be living with Izuku in general. Over the past few weeks, he's been gradually getting more comfortable around Naomasa. Admittedly, it took a lot of getting used to after years of being treated like shit. The man was quite kind and understanding though, so it's fine. He never rushed Hitoshi as he slowly came out of his shell. Now he has to get used to having Shoyuta around all the time too. That said, the hero doesn't seem all that hard to get along with. Hitoshi runs his hand through Izuku's curls as the greenette starts to stir. They're almost home, but Shoyuta said it was best to try and keep him asleep. Home, isn't that a great thing to say? Having arrived at their apartment building's parking lot, Hitoshi watches as Naomasa turns the car off. Izuku on the other hand, is still fast asleep, cuddled into Hitoshi's side. Should I wake him up? Hitoshi asks, despite being reluctant to do so. Naomasa looks at Shoyuta. We could let him sleep and have one of us just carry him up. He's had a long day. He suggests. Shoyuta, however, shakes his head. Izuku waking up in an unfamiliar place is only going to lead to an episode. I think we would all rather avoid that if we can. He replies. Go ahead and wake him up, Hitoshi. He's been so excited to come home that I doubt he'd want to miss any of it because he was sleeping. Hitoshi nods and turns his attention to Izuku, gently jostling the greenette to shake him awake. Aizu, come on Aizu, you gotta wake up now. He urges. Izuku stirs slightly and makes a confused noise, then promptly buries his face in Hitoshi's shoulder while swatting his hand away. No. Izuku whines, sounding exhausted. Izuku, we're here. You need to wake up so we can head up to our apartment. Shoyuta tells him. Izuku bolts upright suddenly, and Hitoshi narrowly misses being head-butted as a result. We're here. Izuku asks, instantly wide awake. The sudden change is somewhat concerning. We just need to get inside and take the elevator up to our floor. Naomasa answers, think you're up for it? He then asks. Izuku nods, I'll be okay. Taking that as the go-ahead it was, everyone starts getting out of the vehicle. Shoyuta opens the door to the back seat for Izuku, then takes hold of his arm as he slides off the seat to the ground. Once his feet hit the ground, Izuku stumbles forward a few steps, struggling to get his bearings. Luckily, Shoyuta had kept hold of his son, knowing this would happen. The stronger anxiety meds they gave Izuku earlier always leave him unsteady on his feet. Once steadied, Izuku takes hold of Shuta's offered hand, trapping it in a tight grip. Hitoshi appears on his other side, Izuku's yellow backpack thrown over his shoulder, taking his remaining hand into his. Naomasa comes to stand beside Shoyuta. Together they all make their way into the building and ride the elevator up to the 6th floor. As they make their way down the hall, Izuku releases his hold on Shuta's hand in favor of clinging to Hitoshi's arm, pulling said arm to his chest and wrapping his own around it. Hitoshi, for his part, says nothing. He simply smiles to himself and keeps walking, leading them both to the apartment door. Once they stand before said door, Naomasa unlocks the door but does not open it yet. Izuku tightens his hold on Hitoshi and looks up to his friend, his brother, with the look on his face conveying all his anxiety and apprehension. For a moment the adults think there may be a problem, Izuku may be losing his nerve and his sudden bravery. Then Hitoshi smiles at him and says, come on inside Aizu. He then reaches out and opens the door himself and pulls Izuku on inside with him. And that conveys more safety and trust than words ever could. Izuku knows that Hitoshi is resistant to trusting any home, so for him to walk in without an ounce of hesitation speaks volumes. Shoyuta and Naomasa exchange a fond glance and follow the boys into the apartment. Now standing in the front entryway, Izuku jumps at the impossibly loud mro that echoes through the apartment. He then stumbles to the side, squeaking in surprise, as a blur of brown bolts through his legs and makes a beeline for the door. Aizawa, however, seems prepared. He instantly bends down and swiftly scoops up the would-be escape artist and holds the thin brown tabby against his chest. Izuku, this is Knife, she is sharp and stabby and also frequently tries to escape the apartment. Aizawa tells him. She puts in a valiant effort, but only makes it out the door half the time. Chasing her is not fun. Hitoshi adds. Another mro sounds through the apartment, this time sounding slightly closer. Masa chuckles, and that would be Loud Cloud, or Cloud for short. His is the most vocal cat you will ever meet. He likes to greet us whenever we walk through the door. He is also very demanding when it comes to wanting attention. Fair warning. Hitoshi warns Izuku from his place on the floor where he is taking off his shoes. Izuku decides to follow his lead and sits down himself, setting to work on untying his red primordial shoes. He's barely gotten settled on the floor before a calico cat is desperately attempting to get onto his lap. Izuku struggles with the sudden onslaught for a minute before Hitoshi saves him from the slightly round cat. Said cat simply settles in his arms and starts purring like an engine. This is Fanta. Her life's calling is to sit on people. She will also try to drink any soda she can manage to get her paws on. Her favorite is brown soda. Hitoshi explains. How many cats are in this DMN house? It does seem rather excessive. Izuku giggles softly at the commentary in his head, earning a side glance from Zawa. Well, come on in Izuku, living room is this way. Masa tells him, picking Izuku's duffel bag back up and leading the way down the hall around the corner through a doorway. There's another doorway a bit farther down, then past that is two small doors on the opposite wall, then a closed door at the end of it. Izuku scrambles to get to his feet and follows him. Hitoshi takes up post next to him while still holding Fanta. Zawa sets knife down and silently picks up Izuku's backpack and follows behind them. They walk into the living room and, to their right, is a TV stand with a flat-screen TV sitting atop it. On the floor in front of the TV was a fluffy rug that had what looked suspiciously like a body print slightly visible. Across from said TV is a gray couch, with an identical couch running perpendicular to it and a coffee table positioned in between the couches. There's bookshelves against the far right wall as well. The opposite wall from where they stand has another doorway that looks like it leads into another hallway. The wall to their left has two doorways on either end, both leading to the kitchen. The hall we were just in has a closet, a bathroom, and at the end of the hall is the office show and I share. We can go look at that later. Masa begins explaining, setting Izuku's bag down near the couches. As he does so, another cat, this one a tuxedo, jumps onto the back of the couch and starts walking toward Masa. Izuku notices said cat doesn't have a tail. He then watches as the cat missteps, flails, then falls off the couch. Masa steps forward and catches the cat, then places him on the floor. The fluidity of the action suggests this is a frequent occurrence. Sighing, Masa stands back up. This one is Penguin. He lost his tail, so his balance is, quite frankly, non-existent. He greatly appreciates it if you catch him when he is falling. His front paws are declawed, which really doesn't help him stay on things, but it does mean that you won't have to worry as much about him clawing you when you grab him. He explains, running a hand down the cat's back. As a result, Penguin meows up at Masa, turns around to rub against the man's leg, then proceeds to miss said leg and goes stumbling past it. I also think his eyes are bad. Zawa chimes in, that or he's just stupid. Izuku and Hitoshi laugh at the comment while Masa glares at Zawa. Mro. Izuku jumps and grabs onto Hitoshi's arm, startled by the sudden presence beside him. Zawa chuckles and walks over to the cat. Loud Cloud is obnoxious. But he isn't going deaf or anything. He just likes to be heard. He will scare the shit out of you. Get used to it. Izuku eyes the cat warily. Can I kick it? Variant asks. No, you cannot kick the cat, Chance replies. Variant huffs, well if he scares me, I reserve the right to defend myself. It's a cat Variant, not a rabid animal. And I'm telling you cats are demons. Keep those things away from me. Variant argues. Izuku laughs. What's so funny Aizu? Hitoshi asks. Oh, apparently Variant is scared of cats. Izuku explains. Zawa snorts, is that so? Toxic green eyes glare at him, I will fight you Eraserhead. Variant threatens. Sure you will. Just keep in mind who has all the cats on his side. Aizawa replies. Variant visibly falters, opting to retreat to the mindscape opposed to answering. Izuku sighs, he's ranting now. Thanks Zawa. My pleasure. Zawa replies, mirth in his eyes. If you two are done, why don't you let Hitoshi show you your shared room Izuku? Masa interrupts. Izuku flinches at being addressed, the action barely noticeable. Shoyuta and Naomasa catch it though, and exchange a brief glance at the sight. Okay. Izuku replies, looking to Zawa by default. Zawa nods in encouragement, go on, now and I are going to start dinner. He tells him. Come on Aizu, let's go. Hitoshi exclaims, grabbing Izuku's wrist. This time, Izuku does jump, barely managing to resist yanking his arm out of his brother's grip. The worried look Hitoshi gives him makes Izuku feel ashamed. He gives him a stiff nod and a wobbly smile before letting himself be led into the hall. Nothing wrong with being startled. He shouldn't have grabbed you without warning, Chance reassures. But it's Toshi. I know Toshi would never hurt me. Izuku argues. Yet we are so used to the fact that most people do hurt us that it's become an instinctual response, Zu. Don't beat yourself up over it. Variant tells him. And here we are. Our bedroom. Hitoshi announces, interrupting Izuku's internal conversation. Go ahead and open the door when you're ready Aizu. Izuku stares at the closed door for a second. He then takes a deep breath and reaches out to turn the knob. Izuku's eyes go wide at the sight that awaits him on the other side. First of all, the bedroom is much bigger than the one he had at Inko's house. A fact that becomes even more apparent as he takes a few steps into the room. To Izuku's right and on the same wall as the door they entered was a slightly ajar door that looked to be the closet. Along the right wall was a bunk bed, the frame was black and there were green curtains hanging open from the top bed that were probably meant to enclose the bottom bunk. Against the far wall from the door were two dressers, both all black except for that fact that the knobs on the right one were purple and the knobs on the left one were green. There was a white bookcase in between them. Against the left wall there were two bean-bag chairs, one green, one purple sitting on top of what looked like the fuzziest carpet Izuku has ever seen. Wow! Izuku says softly, taking in the whole room. Pretty cool, right? You get the bottom bunk? Naomasa and Shoyuta said that wasn't up for debate. Hitoshi tells him. Izuku didn't show any sign of minding, and before you get looking around too thoroughly, check behind the door. He directs. So Izuku does. Behind the door in the corner there is a green canopy hanging from the ceiling. Izuku makes his way over and pulls aside the curtains. Inside there are fairy lights hung from the top, giving the space a soft illumination. And scattered about the floor were countless pillows and blankets, of all different colors and textures. It looked immensely comfortable. This was Naomasa's idea. Hitoshi tells him, appearing in the opening of the curtains. This is your corner, no one gets to come in unless you say they can. Well, within reason of your safety that is. He explains. Izuku looks around it in awe for a few minutes longer, testing out the pile of softness, tracing his hand along the textures of the pillows and along the walls of the canopy, pulling a few of the blankets to his face for a sample nuzzling. Then, Izuku is up and bounding out of the room, Hitoshi trailing dazedly behind him, and making a beeline for the kitchen. There, in the kitchen, Naomasa is leaning against the kitchen counter, talking to Shoyuta in a soft voice. Izuku doesn't even bother announcing himself. He just barrels into the man and wraps his arms snugly around his torso, burying his face in Naomasa's shirt. Thank you, he says, just loud enough for the man to hear. Naomasa, startled and a bit confused, leans back against the cabinets for support. Hesitantly he wraps his arms around Izuku. He looks over at Hitoshi, who is grinning in the doorway, for some sort of explanation. The Nook. Hitoshi mouths helpfully, before leaning back against the wall. Naomasa smiles, looking back down at Izuku, you're most welcome. The two stand there for a few minutes, the taller of which pointedly ignoring the sound of a phone camera going off. After dinner, Izuku leads Hitoshi back to their bedroom. Seriously though, Toshi, it looks great. Izuku tells him, opening the door. I'm glad you like it, Aizu. I put a lot of thought into it. Hitoshi replies. Before you get too comfortable, I need to check it over, Chance tells him. Why? Izuku asks. He wants to make sure the room is safe. If this is to be our new room, we need to be absolutely positive that it's going to be a safe place for us. Especially if Eraser isn't going to be in here with us all the time. Variant explains. Aizu, you good? Hitoshi asks, cutting through the voices in Izuku's head. Izuku blinks a few times, why yeah, I'm good. Although Chance wants to check the room over to make sure it's safe. Izuku tells him. Okay? Hitoshi replies, sounding confused. Unfortunately, Izuku doesn't get a chance to explain further before he is being pulled back into the mindscape. Hitoshi watches in confusion as Izuku closes his eyes and the ever-present tension in his body seems to evaporate for a moment. Then, he opens his eyes again. And this time, they're glowing teal. Aizu? Hitoshi asks hesitantly, torn on whether or not he should go get Shoyuta. Not exactly. My name is Chance. A more mature-sounding, even-toned voice replies, we haven't met yet, it's nice to meet you Hitoshi. He says, bowing. Hitoshi takes a step back, slightly uncomfortable, nice to meet you I guess. Chance straightens and looks at him. Hitoshi can't help but feel like he's being analyzed, but not Izuku's usual analysis, something far more critical and invasive. While Izuku's was harmless and innocent, this feels like you're being taken apart and dissected. You are confused. I suppose that makes sense. Chance states, I came into existence about a week ago. My job is to analyze and determine if something or someone is safe or not. That's the simplified explanation at least, he explains. Okay. So, are you analyzing me or are you analyzing the room? Hitoshi asks. Both actually, Chance answers, I've already determined you aren't a threat. We shall see if that changes. And now I need to analyze the room. He says. Alright. Have fun I guess. Let me know if you need anything? Hitoshi replies, uncertain. He's never been good at interacting with strangers. And while this is technically Izuku, it's also a different person in a sense. What's more, he doesn't seem as easy to connect with as Variant was. Wait. If Chance is here, then what happened to Variant? Has he been replaced? I do need something actually. Chance interrupts his thoughts. I need you to leave, he declares. And before Hitoshi can even muster a response, he's being shoved out of the room and has had the door closed in his face. What the hell? Unsure of how to proceed, Hitoshi wanders out into the living room. There he finds Naomasa and Shoyuta sitting on the couch, watching something on the TV. Shoyuta is leaning heavily into Naomasa. Hitoshi? Where's Izuku? Shoyuta, raising his head, asks upon noticing him enter the room. Izuku kinda just vanished, he replies. Both adults are on their feet in an instant. Sheet. Wait. Hitoshi all but shouts, he's not gone. He's still there, but not gone just, he fumbles over his words, seemingly unable to get a grasp on what he's even trying to say. Hitoshi. Naomasa's voice interrupts. Hitoshi flinches into himself and closes his eyes. Sheet, he messed up. He's not supposed to speak. Stupid. Take a breath and think about what it is you want to say. Izuku is safe, correct? Hitoshi nods, shoulders raised to his ears. Then we aren't rushing you. Take your time. Naomasa's calm and mild tone instructs. Hitoshi opens his eyes and drops his shoulders. Internally he berates himself for his reaction. He's not there, he's with Naomasa. Naomasa, who doesn't mind if he talks and waits for him to figure out what he wants to say. Izuku is still in our room. Except it's not Izuku? But it's not Variant either? His eyes are glowing teal this time, and he called himself Chance. He said something about analyzing if things were safe, then kicked me out of the room. Hitoshi explained slowly. Shoyuta seems to relax at the explanation, adjusting his stance to a less tense and more casual one. Noticing this, Naomasa follows suit. So it's just Chance then. I was wondering when he would make another appearance. Shoyuta muses. He sits back down, motioning for the others in the room to follow. Chance is another alter that Izuku developed. He was developed that first night Izuku had to sleep alone in his room. He begins, where Variant is the one who fights threats, Chance determines whether or not things are threats. He seems to be a very straightforward no-nonsense type guy. Despite this, his people skills are somewhat lacking. So, is this just a normal thing? Izuku suching in and out with Variant and this Chance guy? Hitoshi asks. Shoyuta nods, essentially, yes. I've mostly just seen Variant and Izuku. Chance doesn't seem like the social type. They will probably be suching out more than normal right now as they adjust to a new setting. This is just their way of processing it all. He tells him, that said, you both need to prepare yourselves for all aspects of Izuku's adjustment PRD. While he was cleared to come home, he's far from stable. All I ask is that you two remain flexible and take note of how I handle each situation. Ask questions if you have them. Trust me, I know, it's a lot. There's a brief silence before Naomasa speaks up. We'll do our best, Sho, but you'll have to give us some guidance when the time comes too. Anything you can think to tell us now? Shoyuta pauses and thinks a moment. Something I've come to notice is that Izuku often overanalyzes or misjudges situations for the worse. Instead of leaving things up for interpretation, tell him what's going on, what's going to happen, what you're thinking. His anxiety is his biggest enemy right now, so the less unknowns there are involving him and his current situation the better. He explains, another thing I know for sure is let him initiate contact. I know he seems like a clingy kid, but that's only when he's in control of the touch he is receiving. He addresses Hitoshi directly. We all noticed how he jumped when you grabbed his arm earlier, Hitoshi. Which isn't your fault, you didn't know. We just need to keep sudden contact to a minimum. Hitoshi nods. Lastly, his mood cycles pretty harshly. He'll go from one extreme emotion to the next, and then mellow out. There's times where he will seem like he's in a daze. Just handle him gently in these episodes, don't STMLT him too much. If he wants to just sit there and stare, let him. Shoyuta instructs, although from my experience, when he gets like that he tends to cling to me pretty hard. So it may be a bit before you two have to deal with that directly. Bottom line, if you ever don't know what to do, come get me. Not to sound controlling, but in his mind I am what defines safety and a constant in his life. It's a trauma thing, which we're working on. Hopefully with time the two of you will be added to that list. Hitoshi just kinda sits there and let all that process. It's becoming very apparent that while Izuku is the same friend Hitoshi knows and loves, he has also changed in a lot of ways. Whatever the case, Hitoshi can handle it. They're brothers now after all. It's almost an hour before they see Izuku again. What on earth could be taking an hour to search and check in that room is beyond Shoyuta. But, sure enough, the door opens just far enough for Izuku to poke his head out and call out a hushed, Zawa. Shoyuta offers the other two in the room a small smile before getting up and leaving the room. He finds Izuku standing in the doorway, curled in on himself and shaking ever so slightly. He has his length of capture weapon around his neck and shoulders as well. Izuku? What's the matter? Did Chance find anything wrong? He asks. Izuku shakes his head. No, it was all safe. He declares softly. Well, that's a relief. Shoyuta doesn't want to think about what would have happened had there been something wrong. So what do you need from me then? Shoyuta asks. Izuku hesitates for but a moment before motioning for Shoyuta to come closer. Shoyuta closes the remaining gap between them and crouches down in front of his son. Wordlessly, Izuku just presses himself into Shuta's chest and wraps his arm around the hero's neck. So that's what it is, he just wants to cling. Shoyuta smiles to himself as he stands up, settling Izuku on his hip. Izuku shifts slightly to get comfortable before burying his face into Shuta's capture weapon. You feeling okay, problem child? Shoyuta asks. He can feel Izuku nod, "K, just tired." He mumbles, voice muffled by fabric. Alright then, how about we go join the others in the living room? You can just sit on my lap and chill for a bit, sound good, he offers. K. Comes the quiet response. So that's what Shoyuta does, he heads back to the living room and settles them both on the couch. It has been a very long day for Izuku after all. By the time bedtime rolled around, Izuku was too tired and doped up on meds, between the earlier ones and the immediate side effects of his evening medications, to really put up much of a fuss about sleeping somewhere new, even if it was without Shoyuta being in the room. It was honestly a little concerning in Hitoshi's opinion, to see Izuku so tired and clearly out of it. Although he could get used to his brother being so clingy and cuddly. Shoyuta ended up sitting on the edge of Izuku's bed once Izuku had been tucked in. Izuku was sleeping on the bottom bunk, at the insistence of all the adults involved. Hitoshi decided it wasn't worth putting up a fuss. He's content to just stay where he is on the top bunk, listening to Shoyuta murmur assurances to a very tired and more or less sedated Izuku. Shoyuta was surprised by how smoothly the bedtime routines had gone. Although smoothly in this context meant guiding Izuku through the motions, Shoyuta and Hitoshi each having to keep him moving and focused on what he was doing. It's not something Shoyuta hasn't done countless times at this point, but he still has mixed feelings about it. On one hand, Izuku is absolutely adorable in this state, not that Shoyuta would admit it out loud, all sleepy-eyed, clingy and somewhat bewildered. On the other hand, there's the fact that this is the result of having medicated Izuku to the point that he is relaxed enough to allow himself to be this vulnerable. It's not entirely intentional. A lot of his meds have side effects when first taken that somewhat contribute to this outcome. That said, tonight there is the addition of an extra sedative or sorts. It's really an extra strong anti-anxiety medication, but its effectiveness really just puts it on par with some low to mid-tier sedatives. Regardless, Izuku went to bed quite easily, so Shoyuta now sits on the edge of his bed, running his hands through his kid's hair as he waits for Izuku to finally fall asleep. Every time he gets slightly worked up, bordering on awareness as Variant is probably realizing what's truly happening, Shoyuta shushes him with assurances and soft words. It doesn't take long for Izuku to finally fall asleep. When Hitoshi woke up and got out of bed, the first thing he noticed was Izuku is already gone. Aizu never really was one to sleep in much. Thinking nothing of it, Hitoshi heads into the hall, heading to the bathroom. When finished, he then makes his way down the hall and through the living room to the kitchen. He walks slowly, still waking up and not at all ready for today to be a thing. Entering the kitchen, Hitoshi finds Naomasa bustling around the kitchen, presumably making breakfast, and Shoyuta sitting at the kitchen island, staring into his coffee cup looking half dead. "Morning, Hitoshi." Naomasa greets. "Morning." Hitoshi mutters, taking a seat next to Shoyuta. He stares at Shuta's coffee longingly. Shoyuta notices and pulls his cup closer to his chest, glaring at the teen. "Hitoshi, if you want coffee, get your own. Please don't pick a fight with Shoyuta. It won't end well for any of us." Naomasa cuts in. Hitoshi breaks eye contact with the dark-haired man, moving to slide off of his bar stool and slouching over to the coffee maker. "Izuku is still sleeping, I take it?" Naomasa asks, still focused on the stove. Hitoshi freezes. "Izuku isn't out here. But he also isn't in his bed." "Sheet. No, I thought he was out here with you guys. He wasn't in his bed when I climbed down the ladder." Hitoshi answers hesitantly. Suddenly Shoyuta is wide awake. "I'll be back. Don't follow me," he orders, quickly making his way out of the kitchen and abandoning his coffee. "That's concerning. Hopefully Shoyuta finds him." Naomasa says softly, putting the French toast he was making onto a big plate with the spatula. "I should have noticed something was wrong sooner." Hitoshi mutters, disappointed with himself. He should have realized something was off as soon as he got to the kitchen and Izuku wasn't there. None of that now. Naomasa chides, your assumption was justified. You had no way of knowing something was wrong when you left the room, not to mention you're just like Shoyuta before you get coffee. Don't go blaming yourself, I'm sure Shoyuta will be able to handle whatever it is. Hitoshi sighs, gaze still lingering in the direction Shoyuta sped off in. Hopefully Izuku is okay. Shoyuta doesn't bother knocking when he reaches the boys' room. He just quietly opens the door and immediately starts looking around for Izuku. Shoyuta checks under the bed first, but doesn't find him. He then checks the nook in the corner of the room. Pulling the curtains back, he finds it empty. That just leaves the closet then. Slowly, Shoyuta makes his way over to the closet door, which is closed. One of the rules they had set out for the boys was that the closet door was to remain open, or at least unlatched, at all times. And that was with this exact situation in mind. It acts as an instant tell of if Izuku has chosen to hide inside. Izuku, he calls out. He hears shuffling in response to his voice from inside. I'm going to open the door now, okay? It's just me, just Shoyuta. You're safe, I promise. He assures. With that, he opens the door, letting the light from the room seep into the dark closet. What he finds there breaks his heart. The first thing Shoyuta notices are the glowing green eyes, their toxic viridian telling him that Variant is in control. Variant is curled up with his knees pulled to his chest in the back corner of the closet. His breathing is erratic and his whole body trembles while he rocks back and forth in place. One hand is buried in his curls and tugging at them, while the opposite hand claws at his raised arm. Angry streaks of crimson can be seen stretching down his forearm, making Shoyuta regret removing the once ever-present bandages. Shoyuta kneels down slowly in front of him, watching for any signs of further distress. If anything, Variant relaxes slightly at the sight of Shoyuta placing himself between him and the rest of the world. It's reassuring in a way, a slight show of his trust in the hero. Variant, can you hear me, kid? He asks, keeping his voice gentle and even. The kid's rocking stutters slightly, then Variant is pausing briefly in his motions to nod at Shoyuta, his glassy eyes meeting Shuta's for but a moment. Good, that's good. Can I touch you? Shoyuta replies. Variant looks confused, but he gives Shoyuta another permitting nod. Thanks. I'm going to come closer now, tell me if I make you uncomfortable. Shoyuta tells him. He then works himself further into the closet, coming to rest sitting cross-legged across from Variant, just out of reach of the kid's rocking. With telegraphed movements, Shoyuta reaches out and gently grasps Variant's wrists, giving him plenty of time to object. You need to be gentle with yourself, kiddo, you just got healed up from the last time. Take hold of my hands if you need something to grip onto, okay, he instructs. Variant nods again, ceasing his rocking in favor of reaching around his legs to grasp tightly onto Shuta's hands. His nails are digging slightly into Shuta's skin, but he doesn't comment on it. Shoyuta makes a mental note that they need to cut them again later. You need to calm your breathing, kid, can you breath with me? In, 2 3 4, out, 2 3 4. In 2 3 4, out, 2 3 4. And on it goes. Shoyuta continues to count, walking Variant through the breathing exercise and working to calm him further. Once it's steadied, Shoyuta speaks again, there you go, good job. That's better, isn't it? Why yeah. Thanks, Eraser. Variant replies, having found his voice. No problem, kid. Shoyuta assures, now can you tell me what's got you so worked up? Variant takes another deep breath before speaking, so Izuku woke up earlier and he had no idea where we were. So he panicked. Chance took control from him to assess the situation, but he couldn't tell us where either, thus deemed it unsafe and handed control off to me. I didn't see an immediate threat in the room, so I decided the best course of action would be to hide before anything could get to us. Variant tells him, but then I kept hearing sounds and voices I didn't recognize, and with Izuku busy firing off what-ifs from the mindscape, I ended up panicking too. I see. Well, that's okay. Waking up in a new place can be scary sometimes. Shoyuta replies. And really, he should have seen this coming. Izuku was so out of it yesterday when they got home that it's no wonder none of them remember how they got here. Or where here even is. Sorry, Eraser. Variant apologizes. Whatever are you apologizing for, Variant? He asks, caught off guard, though he can't say he's all that surprised. For making you come find us and have to calm us down. Variant explains, looking away. Shoyuta sighs fondly and squeezes the kid's hands in reassurance. That's nothing to be sorry for, Variant. It's my job to make sure you're safe and help you calm down. Not to mention I care about you and want to help. Just because you boys are out of the hospital doesn't mean you are suddenly all better. There's still plenty to work on, and I know that. I'm prepared for what's to come, problem child. Variant's attention snaps back up to Shoyuta. Problem child, he asks. It's a nickname, kid, nothing to get worked up over. I can find a new one if you don't like it. Shoyuta replies. Variant shakes his head, no, it's fine. Problems do seem to be quite common with us. So long as that doesn't annoy you? Not at all, kid. I can handle whatever you throw at me. He pauses, that is not a challenge. Variant laughs softly. Okay, noted. So where are we? Right. We left the hospital with Nao and Hitoshi yesterday. We brought you home, so we are in my apartment. Right now we are in the closet of the bedroom you are sharing with Hitoshi. Shoyuta explains. Any other questions? There's a pause, is it safe? Variant asks hesitantly. Shoyuta smiles, it's safe kiddo, I promise. No one will hurt you here. The last of the tension drains from Variant's shoulders as he huffs a laugh. Okay. I trust you. He tells him. Then he closes his eyes and he slumps over slightly. When he opens them, the toxic green glow is gone, leaving emerald pools to meet Shuta's steady gaze. Thanks Zawa. Izuku says, having regained control. Anytime, problem child. Glad I could help. Shoyuta replies. Izuku smiles at the nickname. Can we have a hug? He asks. Of course. Kamoof. Shoyuta is cut off from speaking by being nearly tacked by his son. Sighing at Izuku's antics, Shoyuta simply pulls him fully into his lap and holds him close. The two just sat there for a while before Shoyuta spoke up once again. I think it's about time we make our way out of this closet. You okay to walk, or do you want me to carry you? He asks Izuku. Izuku simply curls further into Shoyuta, an arm draping around his neck and a hand clutching at the front of his shirt. Shoyuta chuckles, I'll take that to mean you want me to carry you then. Izuku nods from where his face is buried in his chest. Quietly, Shoyuta carries Izuku out of the bedroom and into the family room. He's relieved that they could resolve this without the use of sedatives, but he knows that they won't always be that lucky. Hound Dog warned him that there was going to be an adjustment PRD, one where Izuku's behavior may relapse back for a while. And while Shoyuta knows what to expect and for the most part how to handle it, the real challenge is going to be helping Naomasa and Hitoshi familiarize themselves with Izuku's many moods and behaviors. Arriving in the family room, Shoyuta finds Hitoshi and Naomasa sitting on one of the couches. Hitoshi is on his laptop and now is reading through a case file that he has spread out on the coffee table. Penguin is sitting on Nao's lap while Fanta and Loud Cloud are curled against Hitoshi on either side of him. Cloud keeps trying to bat his paw at something on the computer screen. Hitoshi looks up upon their arrival, opening his mouth to address them. Shoyuta shakes his head however to stop him. Luckily, Hitoshi seems to take the hint and keeps quiet. That does not, however, stop Loud Cloud from greeting them in his usual obnoxious way. Izuku flinches and curls impossibly closer to Shoyuta. Shoyuta crosses the family room and settles in between the two on the couch with Izuku in his lap. Now, can you go grab the medical kit we brought home from the hospital please? Shoyuta requests. His husband looks up from his paperwork and nods, setting down the document in his hand and rising from the couch to go retrieve the requested item. Izuku, I need to see your arm kiddo. Shoyuta says softly, nudging the kid in his lap slightly. Izuku lets out a confused whine at the actions, looking up at Shoyuta. What? Your arm, Izuku. I need to clean up and cover the scratches on it. I'd also like to put the bandages back on both your arms if that's okay. Shoyuta elaborates. The greenette takes a minute to process before he sits up and off of Shuta's chest, removing his arms from where they were tucked between the two of them. He instead turns to lean sideways into Shoyuta. Naomasa arrives with the kit and sets it down next to Shoyuta on the couch, then sits on the other side of it to observe. Izuku eyes the kid with interest, but doesn't say anything as Shoyuta opens it up and starts going through it. The kit has 2 compartments, one of which has all the standard first aid kit features, but in addition it has an extra supply of what would be needed to tend to Izuku when he scratches up his arms. There are also several rolls of ace bandages. The other compartment is locked with a biometric lock that's synced with Shoyuta and Naomasa's fingerprint signatures, which are required to open in. Inside that compartment are the sedative pens, ORL sedatives, and other heavier medications that were prescribed to Izuku. Shoyuta quickly sets to work cleaning Izuku's scratches and covering them with gauze. He then grabs some of the ace bandages. I'm going to wrap your arms now, okay Izuku? Shoyuta tells his son. Izuku nods, but otherwise doesn't stir from his position, leaning sideways into Shuta's chest. Why are you wrapping his arms with those, Sho? Naomasa asks. It's to discourage him from scratching any further. Not only does it cover his skin, but it's a tactile reminder when he goes to scratch. Shoyuta explains, not looking up from what he is doing. Out of the corner of his eye, Shoyuta notices that Hitoshi is subtly watching him. That said, Shoyuta has noticed Izuku seems more relaxed and comfortable when his arms are covered. Once Izuku's arms are wrapped, Izuku turns back around to face Shoyuta and bury himself into the man's chest. Shoyuta settles himself with his arms around Izuku and sits more comfortably on the couch. He closes his eyes and leans his head back. If he's going to be sitting here for a while, he might as well take a nap. Shoyuta is woken up what he thinks is an hour later by Izuku stirring in his lap. Shoyuta opens his eyes and relaxes his hold on his son. Izuku stays silent as he wiggles himself out of Shuta's lap and squishes himself in between Hitoshi and Shoyuta. Hitoshi looks up at Izuku from the game on his computer. Izuku simply curls into Hitoshi's side while asking, "What cha playin', Toshi?" To Hitoshi's credit, he just rolls with it, "I'm playing Genshin Impact." He tells him, "Oh, is that the game you were telling me about last week on our call?" Izuku questions. Hitoshi nods, "Yep, maybe later we can get you set up to play it on your laptop. You can watch me for now if you want though?" He offers. "Okay." Izuku chirps, settling in to watch his brother play. Shoyuta gives them another 45 minutes to play before looking over to Nao. Naomasa meets his eyes and nods, understanding the meaning behind Shuta's look. "How about we eat lunch soon, boys?" Naomasa asks. The two look up at him at the same time. "Sure." Hitoshi answers. Izuku on the other hand, doesn't respond, or really look too keen on the idea of eating, which isn't a good sign. "It's settled then, I'll go get started on lunch. In the meantime, how about you two boys go and get dressed? You can't stay in your pajamas all day." Naomasa replies. "Well, we could." Hitoshi counters. "But you won't. Go get dressed please." Shoyuta cuts him off. Izuku giggles softly while Hitoshi sighs, closing his laptop and tucking it under his arm while he stands up. "Come on Aizu, let's go," he says to his brother. Izuku spares a glance over to Shoyuta before standing up and following behind Hitoshi and out of the room. It's like nothing even happened. Nao says softly after they're gone. Shoyuta sighs, standing and stretching lightly, "That's how it goes. We'll have to see where his mood goes from here though. It's usually a toss-up." He tells him. "We shall see then." Nao replies, standing. "I'll get started on food. How about you go get dressed yourself, love?" He says to Shoyuta. Shoyuta shrugs, "Just because the kids need to get dressed doesn't mean I do." He argues weakly. "Shoyuta." Naomasa warns, giving him a look. All right, I'm going." Shoyuta replies quickly, pecking a kiss on his husband's cheek as he passes. Hitoshi leads Izuku down the hall and into their room. "You feeling okay now, Aizu?" he asks. Izuku hums as he heads over to where his duffel bag sits by the dresser. He hasn't exactly gotten around to unpacking yet. "I'm fine. How about you, Toshi? You okay?" he asks, unzipping his duffel bag. "I'm fine." Hitoshi replies, digging through his drawer to find a shirt. "Want me to help you unpack after lunch?" "Sure. I don't have that much anyway. So it shouldn't take that long." Izuku answers. He takes his pajama shirt off and sets to putting on a different blue one. Hitoshi clenches his teeth, doing his best to ignore all the scars littering his brother's body. "Don't worry, that will change. Either you'll get dragged out to go shopping or Naomasa will do it for you. I for one, got dragged. That's when I first met Hizashi-san." Hitoshi says to him. "Hizashi-san? Who's that?" Izuku asks. "Oh. He's one of their friends. He's the one helping me with my training for the entrance exam." Hitoshi explains. "Oh yeah. Speaking of, how's that going?" Izuku asks, walking over to Hitoshi, who is pulling a purple hoodie with a cat on it over his head. "It's going well. Right now we are still focusing on building muscle mass and endurance. But I can tell I'm getting better. It's slow, but gradual progress either way." Hitoshi explains, standing up. "Maybe I'll have to come watch you sometime." Izuku replies. "You never know, Aizu, maybe if you ask you can train with me." Hitoshi replies. Izuku frowns, "I highly doubt they're going to want me to learn how to fight. It's always good to know how to defend yourself." Hitoshi counters. "Toshi, as far as most people are concerned I'm still a threat." Izuku states. Hitoshi shrugs, "Maybe if Variant would behave himself you wouldn't have that problem." "Don't even start, Hitoshi, I don't need to hear it from you too." Variant snaps, toxic green eyes glaring daggers at him. "I'm just saying." Hitoshi defends. "And I'm not listening to it. Save the lecture for the adults to deal out." Variant replies. Okay, I was just teasing. No need to get all defensive." Hitoshi relents. Variant crosses his arms over his chest, "I'm always defensive. That's my job." Hitoshi huffs a laugh, "Oh, I'm well aware." He says, "Can we go get food now?" he then asks. "Sounds good to me. We're hungry." Variant answers. Variant ends up staying in control for the duration of lunch. This results in a very confused Naomasa, much to the Alter's delight. After lunch Naomasa brings up going shopping. Variant doesn't like the idea at all. Izuku on the other hand, does want to go. This results in the two arguing with each other. The other three in the room aren't really sure what to do about it. The end result is them compromising on shopping online with Naomasa. Something the man still seems rather thrilled about. After Izuku and Naomasa finish shopping, Hitoshi and Shoyuta both decide to go take naps. Naomasa disappears into the home office saying something about preparing a disaster court case. So Izuku finds himself in his nook for the first time, laptop on his lap. He's decided that since no one is around, he's going to look into the news coverage of the Aldra incident. It's probably not the greatest idea in the world, but he has to know what's going on. It's not like anyone is telling him anything. He needs to know what he's done. Izuku isn't really sure how to react to what he finds. There are plenty of rumors about who he is and what happened to him. As expected, they didn't actually release his identity to the public, something he is eternally grateful for. They called it a Quirk manifestation incident. Which means from the looks of it that means there are no legal charges against him. Izuku isn't sure he agrees with that. Don't misunderstand, he doesn't want to be taken to court or be in any sort of legal trouble. But he killed people. You didn't kill anyone. I did. Variant corrects. Sure, but that's not something most people would understand. Izuku replies. We don't need their understanding. We've never had it before, so why start now? We were being hurt, so I made it stop. Variant argues. The more Izuku looks, the more controversy he sees. There is a lot of outcry for Quirk discrimination and bullying awareness because of this. But at the same time there are people saying it makes no difference, Izuku should be punished according to what he did. A lot of people are questioning the whole forced Quirk manifestation thing given how old he must be to be in middle school. There's even an interview with Masa talking to a reporter. What's more, there was also an investigation launched into Aldra School District as a whole, which resulted in it being closed down a few weeks ago. Now all those kids have to go to different schools, and all the staff and guilty students have been arrested. This means people have been pushing for similar investigations into other schools. Others are questioning how this could be missed. Surprisingly, none of the faculty and staff were interviewed. And they can't interview students because they are minors. Izuku doesn't really want to dwell on what would have been said if any of them has been given the chance to speak out. Then Izuku found it. An article detailing Bakugo Katsuki's arrest a few days ago. What? Serves him right. A-hole. Variant comments. Bakugo was arrested independently from when all the other students were punished. Most of them were still under the age of 14 and wouldn't be tried as adults. Bakugo on the other hand, is going to be. Izuku scrolls through until he finds the charges against Bakugo. Bullying, assault, unauthorized public quirk usage with the intent to harm, property damage, quirk discrimination, suicide baiting in addition to encouraging, enabling and committing several hate crimes. Izuku mumbles to himself. That's a lot. Are you surprised? After all the suffering he put us through? Variant demands. Izuku thinks on it. Is he? He's just so used to Bakugo being untouchable, infallible. He's so used to everyone ignoring the worthless Deku. Now all of a sudden everything that happened is actually wrong. People are actually being punished. It's weird. I'm just said no one told us any of this was happening. Variant snaps. We had bigger things to worry about. Izuku counters. Like our sanity. Still, this directly affects us. Maybe they didn't think we could handle it. Variant disagrees. I'm not so sure I could have handled it. They probably just didn't want us to worry about it. Izuku argues. Then why don't you ask Eraser? See what he has to say about it? Variant suggests. You sound awfully confrontational, Variant. Izuku points out. I just want to know the truth. Variant replies. Izuku just wants a break. By the time dinner rolled around, Izuku had moved on from the Aldra cases to catching up on all the hero fights he missed. It was then he realized that Nedzu still has all his notebooks. The rat was holding on to them for safekeeping, or something like that. Izuku plugs his laptop in at his desk before making his way over to the bed where Hitoshi is still sleeping. He climbs the ladder and looks onto the top bunk to see Hitoshi sleeping on his stomach. Izuku almost doesn't want to wake Hitoshi up. Almost. Izuku carefully climbs onto the bed with Hitoshi. Then flops himself down right on top of his brother. Hitoshi groans in response, muttering a slurred, "What?" "Dinner's ready, Toshi." Izuku informs. "Great. I'm sleeping. Go away." Hitoshi replies. "Nope. Masa said I had to wake you up." Izuku counters. Hitoshi groans again, then opens one eye. "You're not going to get off me, are you?" Izuku shakes his head, not until you're getting up to go to dinner. Hitoshi closes his eye and lays his head back down. I suppose you make an okay blanket. Good night. That's not how this was supposed to go. Izuku sighs and climbs back down off the bed. He wanders into the kitchen to find Zawa and Masa waiting for them at the table. Where's Hitoshi? Masa asks. He won't get up. I tried. Izuku responds. Masa sighs and stands up from the table. I'll handle this. Then he just walks out of the room. That kid is in for a rude awakening. Now doesn't mess around. Zawa mumbles, come sit down, problem child. Izuku spares one last glance in the direction of their room, then promptly sits down across from Zawa. A few minutes later, Hitoshi wanders in, followed by a grinning Naomasa. Hitoshi flops down into the chair beside Izuku. He then leans over to whisper in Izuku's ear, Naomasa is scary. This earns a snort from Zawa. Izuku doesn't want to know what happened. Izuku is pleased to discover that they are having katsudon for dinner. A fact he makes very clear to the others at the table. I'll have to keep in mind that it's your favorite. Masa says with a smile. They eat in comfortable silence for a while until Izuku has a thought. Hey Masa, he begins. Yes Izuku? Masa replies, focus still on his food. What's the case you were working on about? He asks. Nothing you need to worry about. The man replies. Izuku can feel Variant trying to take control, thus he quickly speaks up, is that because it's Bakugo's case? Naomasa pauses with his fork halfway to his mouth. He sets it down while eyeing Izuku in surprise. Where did you hear that from? He questions. I may have done a bit of research this afternoon. Izuku tells him. So you decided to look into the Aldra cases yourself then? Zawa clarifies. Yes. Izuku confirms. Zawa sets his own fork down. Can I ask why? I wanted to know what was happening. And no one had told me anything, so I decided to find my own answers. Izuku explains. Using the media as an information source is dangerous Izuku. Zawa replies. Izuku shrugs, would you really have told me anything if I asked? Zawa sighs, you have different priorities right now Izuku. That wasn't an answer Eraserhead. Variant snaps. Toxic green eyes meet tired gray. Perhaps. It would have depended on what you wanted to know. Aizawa tells him. Naomasa has been working our case the entire time hasn't he? Variant demands. He has. Aizawa confirms. Variant nods. Who else? Nedzu, Hawks and my partner, Tamakawa Sansa. Naomasa answers this time. Why aren't we facing legal charges? Variant questions. Currently the incident is considered a Quirk manifestation incident. Additionally there is the fact you were admitted for psychiatric treatment immediately after the crime and you were deemed to be in a state of psychosis. This was done as an involuntary commitment, and was subject to multiple hearings following admission to determine if you were to continue to receive treatment. Currently, although you were released from inpatient, you are still court-ordered to continue outpatient treatment. Shoyuta was declared responsible for ensuring this was done. Naomasa explains. So we are court-ordered to receive psychiatric treatment and nobody bothered to tell us that. Variant responds. You would have received it regardless of the court order, Variant. This is just the process taken instead of you going to jail. Aizawa replies. Okay then. Variant relents, satisfied, thank you for explaining. You're welcome, Naomasa says, would you like me to keep you updated on Bakugo's case as well when it progresses? He asks. Variant nods, we would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. Naomasa smiles, that can be arranged. Can we go back to eating dinner before it gets completely cold? Variant cringes, sorry, I probably should have waited. Aizawa shakes his head, you wanted answers, I don't see anything wrong with that. If you say so? Variant mumbles. That night, Izuku went to bed mostly without issue. It took a few repeated reassurances that, yes, the room was safe, and reminders that Shoyuta was down the hall if he needed anything. Even so, Shoyuta was woken up by their bedroom door opening silently. He quickly shuts his eyes again because Izuku seems to be attempting to not wake him up. He can hear Izuku tiptoe his way over to Shuta's side of the bed and stop at the bedside. Then, the kid leans over and sits himself on the bed. Shoyuta will admit were he any normal person he wouldn't have been woken up. After all, now is still fast asleep. But alas, Shoyuta is an underground hero with a tendency to be borderline hyper-vigilant. Having climbed onto the bed, Izuku slides his way over to Shoyuta and curls himself into the hero's side. Then, all the tension in the kid's body just dissolves. He wiggles a few more times to get comfortable, then goes still. Resisting the urge to sigh, Shoyuta turns over to face the kid and gently wraps his arm around Izuku. Problem child, he says softly, if you wanted to sleep with me you could have just asked. Izuku tenses, sorry. Nothing to be sorry for, kiddo. Can I ask what's got you awake? Are you okay? Shoyuta inquires. I think I'm okay. I woke up earlier for no real reason. But then as I was laying there I started to get more anxious. I tried to go back to sleep, but it just kept getting worse. And you said you were down the hall if I needed anything, so. Izuku trails off. So you came and found me. Good job, Izuku. Shoyuta praises. I woke you up though? Izuku questions. Yes, but I'd rather be woken up by you crawling in bed than Hitoshi reporting you having a panic attack. So you did good. Shoyuta answers. Oh. Well, okay then. Izuku replies, yawning afterward. Shoyuta eyes the clock on the nightstand. It reads 2:23 a.m., time to sleep. It's barely past 2 a.m. and we both need it. Izuku presses himself closer, okay. Night Zawa. Good night, Izuku. Shoyuta will deny that he slept better after that. He will admit to finding Hitoshi bursting into the room panicking quite amusing. Especially when Nao left the room to search for him before even consulting Shoyuta. Izuku found it pretty funny too. They ended up searching the entire apartment before coming to get Shoyuta, and thus finding Izuku. It was an interesting start to the day. The week that followed played out much the same. Izuku ended up sleeping with Shoyuta several times. Variant was found hiding in the closet twice. There were a few more minor episodes, but nothing major. Izuku met with Hound Dog twice that week. He seemed to be adjusting pretty well, but it was too early to stop worrying. After all, Shoyuta had to go back to patrolling in a few days. And that was going to be a mess.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.